During that operation, Kamu's men had already surrendered. Why did you still kill them? That's 60 lives. The crimes they committed, they deserve to die 100 times over. That's killing prisoners. Sigh. Jin Nan, your aggression is too heavy, your killing intent too strong. You are no longer fit to serve in the military. After organizational study and decision, considering that you have served in the Dark Arrow Special Forces for 6 years and have been awarded multiple first and second-class merits for the nation, you will not be sent to a military court. However, you will still be stripped of your military rank honors and discharged from the army. Do you accept? I accept. 1 month later. Jiangxi Shangrao. Beihu Huayuan residential area. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor. With a ding, the door slowly opened. Jin Nan, carrying a camouflage backpack, walked out of the elevator and went straight to room 601. He fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a slightly rusty key, and used it to open the door. As the door swung open, a musty smell hit him. Jin Nan frowned, walked into the room, and entered the living room. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar house, he couldn't help but sigh. This was his home. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. But it had been uninhabited for 6 years. 6 years ago, on the very first day he was selected for the Dark Arrow Special Forces, his parents died in an accident. Because of their death, he never returned home again. The house had been empty for 6 years. Looking around the living room, Jin Nan saw 2 photos, a man and a woman, on the incense table. He walked over, involuntarily took out a tissue and gently wiped the frames. Mom, Dad, I'm home. He murmured, looking at the photos for a while longer, then put them down. He took off his backpack, found a few rags from the kitchen, and began to clean the room. After cleaning for nearly 3 hours, the once gloomy home was transformed into a fresh and tidy place. Jin Nan carried a stool to the balcony, closed the glass sliding door, lit a cigarette, and eased his fatigue. After finishing 1 cigarette, he stubbed it out in the withered flower pot, took out his phone, and opened a job recruitment app's backend. Not a single message. Since leaving the army a month ago, he had traveled. He visited major cities and scenic spots across the country, north, south, east, west. He had enjoyed himself thoroughly. His heart had wandered, but his money was nearly gone. Without money, he needed to find a job. So before coming home, he had sent resumes to suitable positions via a recruitment app. Perhaps because of the current economic climate, the resumes he sent out over the past few days were like pebbles thrown into the sea, without a ripple. Jin Nan opened a bank app and looked at the 3-digit balance, anxiety creeping into his heart. He really hadn't expected it to be so hard to find a job, otherwise he wouldn't have spent down to this little. Now it's come to this: no money, no job. What am I going to do? I can't sell the house. It's the only keepsake my parents left me, my only home. If I sell it, I'll be a child without a home. Jin Nan's face was full of melancholy. Cigarette after cigarette, he lit them one after another. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened. His stomach started to protest. Having sat on the balcony all afternoon, hunger drove him back inside. He took out a pack of pickled cabbage beef noodles that he hadn't finished during his trip. Boil water, soak the noodles. The process was smooth. Just as Jin Nan was sitting in the living room waiting for the noodles to be ready, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock, Jin Nan got up and walked to the door. He wanted to look through the peephole to see who it was, but found it broken. So he had to open the door and poke his head out. As far as the eye could see, the person knocking was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman about 40 to 50 years old. Seeing this woman, Jin Nan frowned slightly, a puzzled expression on his face. But before he could say anything, she spoke first. Are you Xiao Nan? You are. Jin Nan was puzzled about how she knew him. I'm your neighbor. I live in 602. Li Shufan introduced herself with a smile, then continued. I knew your parents when they moved here 8 years ago. They often mentioned that they had a son in the army. Just now I saw a lot of trash at your door, so I thought maybe you had come home. After listening to Li Shufan's words, Jin Nan was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. No wonder he didn't know her, but she knew him. She was a neighbor who knew his parents. He had indeed never seen Li Shufan before, because he had joined the army 9 years ago, and his return visits were few and far between, and never crossed paths with her. Actually, even if he had seen her, he wouldn't have remembered such an irrelevant person. At this moment, Li Shufan seemed to smell something. She sniffed hard, and found the source coming from room 601. She looked at Jin Nan in surprise and asked, Are you eating instant noodles? Yes, I'm having noodles. Jin Nan smiled sheepishly. I just got back, so I didn't feel like cooking. He wouldn't admit he was eating noodles because he had no money. After all, even a man needs some face. Oh dear, you finally come home, and you're eating instant noodles. Come to Annie's place. Auntie's cooking is delicious. Li Shufan finished speaking and was about to pull Jin Nan to her house for dinner. But Jin Nan, somewhat socially anxious, felt embarrassed and kept waving his hand to refuse. No need, Auntie. I'll just make do with something. I really cook well. No, really, Annie, my noodles are ready. I'll come another time. Seeing that Jin Nan really didn't want to go, Li Shufan stopped insisting. She sighed regretfully and said, Oh well then. You must come to my house next time. Sure. Jin Nan nodded like a pecking chicken, quite perfunctory. He just wanted to get rid of Li Shufan and go inside to enjoy his pickled cabbage beef noodles. He thought this encounter was over, but unexpectedly Li Shufan kept standing at the door with no intention of leaving. Jin Nan didn't feel comfortable closing the door directly. That would be somewhat rude. So he could only stand at the door waiting for Li Shufan to leave. Can I come in and take a look? Li Shufan suddenly asked. Huh. Jin Nan was caught off guard, but out of politeness he opened the door wide. Of course, feel free to come in. I won't stand on ceremony then. Li Shufan smiled and walked straight in. Jin Nan sighed, quietly closed the door behind him, and forced a smile as he followed. Annie, would you like some water? Let me pour you a cup of tea. Jin Nan said as he walked into the kitchen. He didn't hear the auntie's response. When he came out with the cup, he saw Li Shufan sitting on the sofa, her expression tense. Jin Nan was completely confused, not knowing what was wrong with her. Auntie, what exactly is it that you need? He placed the water cup in front of Li Shufan on the table, unable to resist asking. Li Shufan took several deep breaths, as if hesitating. Xiaonan, could you do me a favor? She stammered, as if the favor was no ordinary one. Go ahead. If I can help, I will. Jin Nan replied out of politeness and courtesy, without any hesitation. Upon hearing that Jin Nan was willing to help, Li Shufan immediately took out her phone, found a photo, and handed it to him. Jin Nan took the phone and saw a selfie. The subject was a woman in her early 20s with long hair, an oval face, bright eyes, and white teeth, cherry lips, fair skin, wearing jeans and a white blouse, with a well-proportioned figure, a veritable beauty. Could it be that Auntie is introducing a match? Jin Nan couldn't help but think, feeling a bit pleased inside, but then he remembered the little money in his pocket, and his mood instantly soured. How can you date without money? Instantly, he had already thought of words to refuse Li Shufan's matchmaking. Xiaonan, this is my daughter Xiaoba. 2 months ago, she said she wanted to go to Yunnan with friends. This selfie was taken at a scenic spot in Yunnan. I thought it was just an ordinary trip, but who would have thought? Li Shufan said, and then began to sob. After that, I couldn't reach her. The next time I heard about her, a man with a heavy accent called, claiming to be from Cambodia, saying Xiaoba was in their hands and demanding 10 RMB for her release. My husband and I realized that she had been tricked, or rather trafficked, to a telecom fraud compound in Cambodia. After saying this, she could no longer hold back, sobbing openly, her eyes reddened from crying. After listening to her story, Jin Nan's expression was both surprised and a little embarrassed. He had thought she was going to introduce him to someone, but instead her daughter had been kidnapped to a telecom fraud compound in Cambodia. What happened next? After digesting the information, Jin Nan asked. Li Shufan took out a tissue from her pocket, wiped her tears, took a moment to calm down, and continued. We then called the police, and they filed a case. But after a week, there was still no news. Then that Cambodian man called again and made Xiaoba shout, Mom. Mom, save me. Over the phone. At this point, her just calmed emotions broke down again, and she cried so hard that her whole body shook. Jin Nan couldn't bear to watch, so he moved closer and patted her back to comfort her. Li Shufan cried for 2 or 3 minutes, then calmed down again, but her voice was still choked. The Cambodians demanded 10 RMB within 3 days, or they would force Xiaoba into prostitution. My husband and I had no choice but to send the money. But who would have thought after receiving the money they didn't release her at all, and instead demanded another 800,000. My husband and I are just ordinary workers. After expenses, we can only save about 500 to 600 a year. We just finished paying off our mortgage the year before last. We simply don't have 800. Now our family can't come up with 800, and we don't want to pay 800 to get her back. It's not that we're unwilling, but we're afraid that if we send the money, they still won't release her. Xiaonan. Li Shufan suddenly grabbed Jin Nan's arm, looking at him with pleading eyes. Your mother mentioned that you joined the army 9 years ago. You've served for 9 years, so you can't be an ordinary soldier. Can you help Auntie bring Xiaoba back? Me? Bring her back? Jin Nan hadn't expected that the favor Li Shufan was asking was to rescue her daughter. He had thought she just wanted him to use some military connections. Can you? Li Shufan's grip on Jin Nan's arm tightened a little. Jin Nan sighed. Although he didn't want to disappoint this grieving mother, he resolutely shook his head. Auntie, I've already been discharged. According to military regulations, I'm still in the secrecy period and cannot go abroad. So I can't help you with this. In fact, the reason he didn't want to go was not just the secrecy period. Another reason was that he just wanted to stay safe and live a stable life, no longer risking his life in gunfire. Xiaonan, don't refuse so quickly. Auntie isn't asking you for free. 300,000. As long as you can bring Xiaoba back, I'll give you 300,000. Li Shufan didn't give up, holding onto Jin Nan's arm tightly. Jin Nan forcefully freed himself, walked to the side, created distance, and said firmly, I really can't help. Auntie, don't make things difficult for me. He didn't want to break the law for 300, nor did he want to risk his life in a dangerous Cambodian telecom fraud compound. If he were still a soldier, he might have considered it. It was a soldier's duty to protect the country and his family. But now he had taken off his uniform and no longer had that obligation or responsibility. After hearing Jin Nan's words, Li Shufan did not show frustration. She stood up, fumbled around her body, and finally took out a business card and placed it on the table. Think it over. When you've made up your mind, call Auntie. As soon as you nod, I'll bring the 300 over. After saying this, she turned and left the living room, opening the door and departing. Jin Nan looked at the business card on the table, shook his head, and sighed. Although he sympathized with his neighbor Auntie's plight and felt sorry for her daughter still, it was impossible. Damn, my instant noodles. Jin Nan suddenly remembered his instant noodles. He hurriedly lifted the lid of the noodle cup, picked up the fork, and stirred. His heart sank. It was over. Overcooked. The noodles were soft. The rope always breaks at the thinnest point. Jin Nan felt like crying. After finishing the not-so-tasty noodles, Jin Nan logged into a job recruitment app again, and this time he applied to every single position available regardless of the job type. After submitting applications to all the available positions on the app, he finally went to take a shower and went to bed satisfied. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jin Nan got up early. The first thing he did was check the job app's backend. As usual, it was disappointing. No company had responded. He sighed and decided to go to the local job fair. Half an hour later, Jin Nan went out, used his phone to navigate to the job fair, then scanned a shared bike at the community entrance and pedaled furiously for half an hour to reach the job fair. When he arrived, he found that the job fair was not as bustling and lively as he had imagined. There were no job seekers holding signs, no company recruiters holding signs, and no bulletin boards filled with job postings. On the contrary, the job fair hall was empty, with no job seekers and no companies recruiting. The bulletin boards were rusty and decayed, and some of the job postings on the walls were yellowed and torn. Watching the barren landscape before him, Jin Nan lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. Was finding a job really this difficult? Very well then, couldn't he just work in a factory? After finishing his cigarette, Jin Nan mounted his shared bicycle once more and pedaled steadily toward the industrial district. Upon arriving at the industrial zone, he indeed spotted recruitment notices posted at the entrances of several factories. The wages were decent, 400 to 600 yuan per month. So without hesitation, he chose one factory, parked his bicycle at the gate, and dialed the number on the notice. Are you hiring? Yes, you'd like to come? That's right. Then come for an interview. Let me know when you arrive. I'm already at your factory gate. A day later, Jin Nan was successfully hired by this electronics factory as an assembler on the production line. But after just 3 days, he quit. First, the line's supervisor strutted around like a big shot, shouting orders at the slightest provocation. Second, the daily work hours stretched to 14. 3 months of probation with no overtime pay amounting to 6 hours of forced voluntary labor. Third, after 3 days on the job, he discovered the probationary salary was only 210 yuan per month. What could 210 yuan per month cover? He smoked a pack of cigarettes a day costing 500 to 600 yuan monthly, and after food expenses, it was simply impossible to survive on. Leaving the electronics factory, Jin Nan exhaled with a sense of relief, yet he also felt deeply lost about his future. He had previously reasoned that even if finding a regular job was tough, there was always the option of working in a factory. But now it seemed that thinking was naive. Factory work wasn't easy, either heavy labor, meager pay, and constant humiliation. No wonder the internet had it right, you'd rather starve to death than work in a factory. Full of melancholy, Jin Nan cycled his shared bicycle back to Beihu Huayuan residential community. To ease the anxiety gnawing at him, he made a staggering investment at the convenience store near the compound entrance, 2 500 milliliters bottles of Hongxing Erguo liquor and a bag of peanuts totaling 35 yuan. The moment those 35 yuan left his pocket, his anxiety deepened, because all he had left in his wallet was 420 yuan. Back home, Jin Nan carried the plastic bag to the sofa, tipped the peanuts onto the coffee table, twisted open the liquor bottle, and without a moment's hesitation drank straight from it. 1 gulp of liquor, 1 peanut. And so it went. Both bottles of Hongxing Erguo 2 were drained to the last drop, not a single peanut remained, and Jin Nan's face was flushed red with intoxication. Sorrow swallowed by wine only deepens sorrow. With 2 bottles of liquor gone, Jin Nan's anxiety had vanished, but his melancholy grew worse, and a bitter sense of grievance rose within his heart. Consider me the Army's champion in sniper shooting, hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, apprehension, and close-quarters combat. I am Jian Feng of the Dark Arrow Special Forces. And yet here I am reduced to this. Not only can I find decent work, but even basic survival has become a problem. Self-mocking his grievances, he reached for the bottle to take another swig, only to find not a single drop remained. He sighed and cursed himself for not buying an extra bottle. Just as he sat drowning in frustration, his peripheral vision caught the corner of a business card hidden beneath the clutter on the coffee table. He swept the debris aside in one motion, picked up the card, and stared fiercely at the string of numbers printed on it. After a long hesitation, he finally picked up his phone and dialed the number. Hello, this is Xiao Nan. I'll set out tomorrow to rescue Xiaoba. In principle, Jin Nan didn't want to get involved in trouble. But the reality was that even eating had become a crisis. Clinging to his principles now would mean starving to death. If a legendary soldier like him were to starve to death, wouldn't the enemies he'd personally killed laugh at him from beyond the grave? The next day, 9:00 a.m. Li Shufan and her husband Zhang Senmu, carrying a school bag, knocked on the door of room 601. The door opened from the inside, and the couple stepped in immediately. Inside, Jin Nan quickly closed the door, murmured, "Follow me," and led the couple into the living room. Without wasting a word, Jin Nan asked directly, "I need a photo of Xiaoba and her phone number." Li Shufan was prepared. She took a palm-sized photograph from the bag. Jin Nan picked it up, glanced at it a few times, and frowned slightly. "I need one without makeup. Not a photo where she's painted up. This is what my Xiaoba looks like," Li Shufan explained, a touch of pride in her voice. Zhang Senmu's expression was grim. Watching Jin Nan study the photo seriously, concern flickering in his eyes, he said, "Young man, are you truly confident about this? If you're not sure, don't force yourself. Don't end up putting your own life at risk." Jin Nan let out a soft huff, but said nothing. After carefully memorizing every feature of Xiao Ba from the photograph, he flipped it over and saw 2 sets of numbers written on the back. He couldn't help but ask, "What are these 2 numbers?" "The top one belongs to Xiao Ba, and the bottom one is that Cambodian man's," Li Shufan replied. Jin Nan nodded and tucked the photo into his wallet. Seeing this, Li Shufan didn't hesitate. She pushed the backpack she was holding toward Jin Nan. "Xiao Nan, this is 3,000 yuan. Please count it." Jin Nan simply lifted the backpack, looked at Li Shufan and Zhang Senmu, and said, "Just wait at home for my call. I'm leaving now." With that, he turned and walked out of the room, throwing over his shoulder, "Remember to close the door behind me." Bang! The door shut with a sharp report, and Jin Nan was gone. He's really leaving just like that? Worry crept back across Zhang Senmu's face, but this time it wasn't for Jin Nan's safety. It was for their 3,000 yuan. If Jin Nan ran off with the money, where would they ever find him? Li Shufan sensed her husband's worry. She placed a hand on his back, her eyes glistening, and whispered softly, "Now we can only place our hopes in him." Sigh. Zhang Senmu let out a long drawn-out breath, revealing his endless helplessness. 1 hour later, 1:00 a.m. Jin Nan appeared before the counter at a bank, took out the 3,000 yuan in cash from his backpack, and told the teller he wanted to deposit it. "Good morning, sir. Under current regulations, large deposits require you to state the source of the funds. Oh, recently I went on a blind date. My family paid a 3,000 yuan bride price. The engagement has been called off, and the family returned it. So this is a returned bride price?" "Yes." Not long after the 3,000 yuan deposit was successfully processed, Jin Nan received the deposit confirmation SMS and left the bank. He hailed a DD ride to an outdoor gear shop nearby, where he purchased a black bomber jacket, black casual trousers, a pair of hard-soled high-top boots, a black cap, and a Type 65 reconnaissance dagger, spending 2,000 yuan in total. Jin Nan found a public restroom to change into his new clothes, then headed to an internet cafe and secured a private booth. This website was established by a European hacking organization, a global phone location tracking system that was remarkably effective and best of all free. Jin Nan had learned of its existence during an interrogation when a suspect revealed it under questioning. He had never imagined he would one day need to use this black market website himself. After all, he had always relied on the military's own global phone positioning system before. The website was remarkably simple to use. Merely input a phone number, and it would display the location where that number had last been active during a call. Jin Nan first entered Xiaoba's phone number. After a few seconds of buffering, a location appeared on screen. He immediately took a photo with his phone. Then he input the Cambodian man's phone number and photographed the resulting location as well. Having completed these steps, Jin Nan exited the website and reviewed the 2 location photographs he had just captured. Both phone locations pointed to the same place, Sihanoukville, Cambodia, a coastal city nestled along the country's southwestern shoreline. The precise location traced to the Mani Hotel and Casino. With his target's location confirmed, Jin Nan pulled on a baseball cap and departed the internet cafe, without hesitation, making his way to the Shangrao bus station to catch an unlicensed long-distance coach to Nanning. As for why he couldn't take the high-speed rail, first, he was carrying a dagger. Second, he was still in his security clearance period, during which any travel outside the city required advance registration. He didn't want to register and let the military affairs office know he had left Shangrao. The straight-line distance from Shangrao to Nanning was 1100 kilometers. Jin Nan boarded the bus at 1 p.m. and arrived at 9 a.m. the following day. Upon arriving in Nanning, Jin Nan skipped any rest and boarded another unlicensed vehicle heading toward a small town on the China-Vietnam border. At noon, Jin Nan grabbed a quick meal in the border town before venturing alone into the vast mountains. Though he had never been here before, his years of wilderness experience from the special forces allowed him to cross the border, smoothly entering Vietnam's Lang Son province. After walking for over an hour through the mountainous terrain of Vietnam, Jin Nan arrived at a small border county town. Because this was a China-Vietnam border area, Chinese RMB was highly sought after here, and WeChat Pay was even accepted. He exchanged 2,000 RMB via WeChat, receiving 70 million Vietnamese dong in return, a slightly unfavorable rate compared to the official exchange. Jin Nan spent 35 million Vietnamese dong to purchase a used pickup truck of indeterminate history along with some food and water. Then he drove off alone, his destination, Ha Tien County, a coastal town in southern Vietnam. Ha Tien County was only 100 kilometers from his ultimate destination, Sihanoukville, in Cambodia. He planned to cross into Cambodia from Ha Tien and infiltrate Sihanoukville. This self-driven journey was destined to be an endurance test. From his starting point to Ha Tien, a total of 1600 kilometers, Jin Nan set out at sunset and arrived the following sunset. A full 24 hours behind the wheel. After days of grueling travel, even a retired special forces soldier like Jin Nan was beginning to falter. Upon reaching Ha Tien, he checked into a small motel and exchanged his remaining 35 million Vietnamese dong with the innkeeper for 5 million Cambodian riel. Jin Nan rested the entire night at the local inn. The next morning with first light, he set out again. Since the main roads would be monitored for the border crossing into Cambodia, Jin Nan abandoned his pickup truck and traveled light into the mountains. After 3 hours of winding paths, he successfully circumvented the Cambodia-Vietnam border patrol and entered Cambodian territory. After crossing the border, Jin Nan walked for another 2 hours until he reached a local village. In this village, he took a brief rest, then spent 1 million Cambodian riel to hire a local unlicensed vehicle to take him to Sihanoukville. An hour and a half later, after a full 4 days, Jin Nan finally arrived at his destination, Sihanoukville. He arrived in Sihanoukville at 3 p.m. Jin Nan first found a hotel to stay at, took a shower, trimmed his beard, and freshened up thoroughly before heading out at 7 p.m. Both the Cambodian man and Xiaoba's phone locations were traced to the Mani Hotel and Casino. To gather intelligence and assess the hotel and casino environment, Jin Nan went directly to this establishment. Sir, gambling or lodging? As Jin Nan walked into the hotel lobby, a dark-skinned male attendant approached with a smile. Do you understand Chinese? Jin Nan asked with a grin. I understand, the attendant replied, switching immediately to Chinese mode, and quite fluently at that. This was hardly surprising. Sihanoukville was after all a tourist city. I'd like to gamble. Where should I go? Jin Nan inquired. Please follow me. The attendant gestured politely and began walking ahead to lead the way. Under his guidance, Jin Nan walked with him into an elevator. His sharp eyes noticed that the elevator had 12 floor buttons, basement levels B1, B2, B3, O, and floors 1 through 9 above ground. The buttons themselves weren't the point. What mattered was that apart from floors 8 and 9, every other button was illuminated. He deliberately placed his hand on the 8 button and pressed it lightly. The attendant's expression instantly shifted, and he grabbed Jin Nan's hand firmly. Sir, floors 8 and 9 are not open to the public. Oh, my apologies. I was just curious. Every other button was lit except these two, so I thought they might be broken. Jin Nan quickly clasped his hands together in apology. The attendant didn't suspect anything. His expression soon relaxed, returning to a smile as he pressed the B3 button. The elevator began its descent. With a soft ding, the door slid open and a scene instantly unfolded before him. A sprawling casino of considerable scale with hundreds of tables and countless gamblers of every kind seated placing their bets. The lights here were bright, striking anyone who entered with an immediate jolt of alertness. But Jin Nan had no interest in any of this. The information he needed he had already obtained. However, to avoid raising the attendant's suspicion, he still took some money and joined a gambling table. After 3 hours in the casino, and having lost 3 million Cambodian riel, he finally left with a feigned look of frustration. Sir, leaving so soon. Did you win or lose? As he stepped out of the elevator into the lobby, the attendant who had guided Jin Nan earlier smiled and asked, Alas, terrible luck today. I'll try again tomorrow. Jin Nan replied while casting an inadvertent glance at his chest badge. Lobby attendant Cabaron. An idea was forming in his mind. Please take care. Lobby attendant Cabaron smiled and bowed. Jin Nan waved at him and strode out of the hotel. Once outside, Jin Nan began observing the terrain around the Mani Hotel and Casino, mapping out escape routes. Another 3 hours passed. Having completed his reconnaissance of the area surrounding the hotel building, he arrived at the road across from the hotel entrance. Leaning against a roadside sign, he lit a cigarette, his gaze drifting repeatedly toward the hotel doors. After nearly 2 hours of staking out, around 3 in the morning, the waitstaff gradually began to leave work, among them the front-of-house waiter Cabalong. Spotting Cabalong's figure, Jin Nan lowered the brim of his cap and like a ghost swiftly crossed the road, trailing him at a distance of 50 meters. At that moment, Cabalong was walking alone along the sidewalk, earphones and humming a tune, utterly unaware of the figure tailing him not far behind. He followed this route as usual for over 10 minutes before finally turning into a dim alley where his home lay. The moment he stepped into the alley, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from behind. His sense of danger instantly triggered, and he instinctively reached into his pocket as if to draw a weapon. But before he could pull it out, a flying kick sent him tumbling 3 or 4 meters away. Ow! After hitting the ground, Cabalong let out a pained groan. Just as he was about to rise and see who had ambushed him, Jin Nan came up behind him, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him from the ground, and slammed him hard against the wall. Then he pressed his forearm against Cabalong's throat, pinning him firmly. With that slam and hold, Cabalong nearly saw his great-grandmother. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was contorted with pain. Yet as soon as he caught sight of Jin Nan's features, a measure of his agony was replaced by shock. It's you. Cabalong recognized Jin Nan. Don't shout. Jin Nan warned him, then released his hold and pulled out the remaining 1 million Cambodian riels from his pocket, handing them over. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully. At the sight of the money in Jin Nan's hand, Cabalong immediately forgot his pain and snatched the cash with swift fingers. What do you want to ask? A wary expression crossed his face. What exactly is on the 8th and 9th floors of the hotel? Jin Nan posed his first question. Cabalong stared hard at Jin Nan. Who the hell are you? I give you money to ask questions, and you asked me. Did you pay? Jin Nan said. Kabalong was momentarily speechless, then, after a moment's thought, replied, "Nothing special. Just VIP suites. Only hotel members can go up there." Jin Nan curled his lips into a sinister smile. "If you don't tell the truth, I might just..." He slowly drew the Type 56 reconnaissance dagger. Even in the dim light, the blade gleamed with a chilling coldness. Kabalong's face paled at the sight of the dagger. "The 8th and 9th floors are actually our boss's business offices." "What kind of business?" "Scams." Hearing this answer, Jin Nan was finally certain that his suspicions were correct. The 8th and 9th floors were an online scam compound hidden under the cover of the hotel and casino. "Who's in charge there?" he continued. Mr. Liu. Kabalong hesitated. "Mr. Liu." Jin Nan, catching the surname, asked further, "A Chinese?" Kabalong nodded. "Is Mr. Liu the boss here?" "No, Boss Zhang is the top man. Mr. Liu is just the manager of the 8th and 9th floors." "What's Boss Zhang's background?" "Boss Zhang is also Chinese. He came to Cambodia 10 years ago and got in with the local warlord General Mullen. Besides Manny, he owns several other hotels and casinos." "Do all those hotels and casinos run scam operations?" "Yes." At this point, Jin Nan's expression grew more somber. He was now worried that Xiao Ba might not be in Manny, but somewhere else. If that were the case, the difficulty of finding her would increase significantly. "Where's your Mr. Liu now?" I. Kabalong's face showed reluctance. "I'm just a waiter. How would I know where someone like Mr. Liu is?" "Then where does he usually hang out?" Jin Nan changed his approach. Kabalong shook his head. "I really don't know. Do you have a photo of him?" Kabalong reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through his album to find a group photo. He pointed to the middle-aged man in a gray suit standing in the center. "That's our Mr. Liu." Jin Nan silently memorized Mr. Liu's appearance, then took a step back and coldly addressed Kabalong. "Pretend you never saw me." With that, he turned and left the alley, vanishing from Kabalong's sight in an instant. After Jin Nan left, Kabalong first let out a sigh of relief, then quickly opened his contacts, found a number labeled Mr. Liu, and dialed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in room 3066 on the 3rd floor of the Manny Hotel, a middle-aged man in a checkered shirt, black dress pants with thinning hair was playing mahjong with 3 youngsters sporting garishly colored hair. This man in the checkered shirt was none other than Mr. Liu, not only the manager of the Manny scam compound, but also the manager of the hotel and casino. He loved mahjong, so in his spare time, he would play with his 3 trusted aides who were also his relatives back home, nephews by family rank. Pure suit, mahjong. Mr. Liu, cigarette between his fingers, burst out laughing and pushed his tiles over. The 3 nephews showed regret and reluctantly pulled out a few renminbi notes from the drawer to hand over. Just as Mr. Liu was happily collecting the money, the phone on the table rang, and the screen displayed a family photo of 3. "Hello, Mr. Liu." Picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Mr. Liu, this is Kabalong from the front desk." The voice on the other end carried a hint of excitement. "Kabalong." Mr. Liu frowned, not recognizing the name, but he wasn't surprised that Kabalong was calling. Earlier, to prevent investigations, he had given his number to every hotel employee, instructing them to call him if anything came up, with a reward of 10,000 renminbi for each piece of valid intelligence. "Something wrong, Mr. Liu, just now." The voice suddenly stopped. In a small alley 1 kilometer from the Manny Hotel, Kabalong stared at the blade less than a centimeter from his eye. His body went rigid and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Shoo." The owner of the blade, Jin Nan, made a gesture for him to be quiet. Kabalong swallowed hard. He was smart enough to know what he needed to do to survive. He continued into the phone. "Mr. Liu, I went to gamble downstairs after my shift and lost money. I don't even have money for food now. Could you lend me a little?" Mr. Liu had tensed up at first, but upon hearing that Kabalong was calling just to borrow money, he flew into a rage and cursed, "Fuck your mother. Borrow your sister. Get the hell out of here." Fuming, Mr. Liu hung up and resumed the next round of mahjong with his 3 nephews. On the other end, Kabalong, upon hearing the dial tone, immediately dropped to his knees and begged Jin Nan, "Please spare me. I won't dare do it again." "Where exactly is President Liu?" Jin Nan's face was expressionless, his tone ice cold. Though Kabalong was reluctant to speak, he truly feared the man before him would kill him. After hesitating, he blurted it all out. He usually likes to play mahjong in room 3066 on the 3rd floor of the hotel. "You're not lying to me, am I?" Jin Nan stared at him intently. Kabalong shook his head vigorously. "I'm not lying, I swear. Go ahead and arrest more waiters like me. Everyone knows he likes playing mahjong in room 3066. "Why specifically room 3066? Cautious as ever, Jin Nan pressed. "Because the window of 3066 faces the main street. It has an excellent view and allows you to observe everything outside without a blind spot," Kabalong replied quickly. Jin Nan accepted the explanation and said lightly, "In your next life, don't lie to me again." The moment the words left his mouth, the dagger in his hand struck without the slightest hesitation, piercing straight through Kabalong's chest. The blade penetrated flesh and bones, sinking to the hilt. The sheer force drove the handle hard against Kabalong's chest with a dull, heavy thud. Kabalong's entire body convulsed violently as though struck by high-voltage electricity. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he slowly, desperately looked down at the dagger, its handle the only part still visible above his chest. It was as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him in an instant. He fell straight backward, crashing onto the cold, filthy floor. His pupils dilated and went hollow within seconds, his gaze empty, life extinguished. Jin Nan gazed down at the rapidly cooling corpse, his expression unchanging, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He crouched, his movements steady and practiced, left hand pressing against Kabalong's chest, right hand gripping the handle. With a smooth, practiced twist, he withdrew the blood-soaked dagger in one fluid motion. He then wiped the blade with Kabalong's shirt. The steel regained its cold gleam save for a faint trace of dark crimson clinging to the fuller. With a sharp click, Jin Nan sheathed the dagger back into the leather scabbard at his waist. He then patted down Kabalong's pockets and took every last bit of cash on his person. With that done, Jin Nan rose slowly and turned away indifferent. Emerging from the dim alley, he headed straight for Mani Hotel. Gambling or a room, sir? A room. 3rd floor if possible. I'd like a view of the night skyline. You look like a regular, sir. Very well, please follow me. 15 minutes later, Jin Nan was led to the 3rd floor by a male attendant. At first, he walked obediently along the padded hallway, but his eyes kept drifting to the room numbers as they passed. When they reached room 3066, Jin Nan stopped. Noticing the silence behind him, the attendant turned around and frowned upon seeing Jin Nan standing frozen before 3066, his gaze fixed on the room number. Irritated, he stepped forward. This isn't your room. Come on, your room is this way. Before he could finish, the dagger was already buried in his abdomen. Shut up. Knock. Jin Nan draped an arm over the attendant's shoulder and smiled. To the attendant, that smile was pure demon. Trembling, he summoned every last drop of strength and raised his hand to knock on the door of 3066. The instant the knocks sounded, Jin Nan shifted sideways, stepping out of the peephole's line of sight. Inside, hearing the knocks, President Liu immediately ordered his eldest nephew to check who was at the door. The nephew rose from the mahjong table, face twisted with impatience, and walked to the entrance, glancing through the peephole. Seeing only a hotel waiter, he lowered his guard and swung the door open. In that same instant, Jin Nan grabbed the attendant by the neck and slammed him into the doorway. The door burst open with a thunderous bang. The attendant was knocked senseless and collapsed to the floor unconscious. President Liu's eldest nephew jolted in shock. Before he could react, a flash of cold light sliced through the air. A deep, bone-cutting gash opened across his throat, and blood erupted like a fountain. Clutching his throat, the nephew fell to the ground, his expression twisted in terror as weak moans escaped his lips. Who the hell? The commotion at the doorway jolted President Liu and his 2nd and 3rd nephews to their feet. At that same moment, they saw a man in a baseball cap charging toward them. The man moved with lethal precision. In one swift motion, the 2nd and 3rd nephews clutched their throats and collapsed. President Liu was paralyzed with shock. He threw open his jacket, revealing the grip of a pistol at his waist, and fumbled to draw it. But before he could fire, the dagger plunged through his hand, pinning it to the gun. President Liu let out a guttural scream, and the pistol slipped from his grasp. Jin Nan snatched it from the air and glanced at the model. Quite the taste. A 1911. Keep quiet. Nan sat down at the mahjong table and pressed the barrel against President Liu's forehead. The icy coldness against his forehead sent pure dread flooding through President Liu's body. Forgetting the agony in his hand, he stammered, "Who are you?" Jin Nan responded by driving the pistols, but into Liu's face, splitting his skull open and sending him sprawling to the ground. Jin Nan stepped down from the table and crouched beside President Liu. He pulled out a photograph of Xiao Ba and held it up, pointing at it with the gun. "Do you know her?" President Liu's pupils flickered at the sight of the photo. "I don't know her. Never seen her before," he said, firmly shaking his head. But how could such an amateur performance fool someone as experienced in interrogation as Jin Nan? Seeing no confession despite being cornered, Jin Nan brought the pistol but down again, shattering several teeth. That wasn't enough. Jin Nan yanked the dagger from Liu's pierced palm and pressed its edge against the man's thigh. "This is the femoral artery. One slice, and you'll feel the cold spreading through you. You'll be dead in under 30 minutes. Shall I start with this before we continue?" President Liu's face drained of color, his features contorted with terror. He waved his good hand frantically. No, I'll talk. I know her, just don't cut me." "Where is she?" Jin Nan demanded immediately. "Room 7011 on the 7th floor. "What did you do to her?" "We beat her up, that's it." Jin Nan eyed him suspiciously. "She's that pretty, and you didn't do anything else?" He simply couldn't believe that a stunning beauty like her could fall into the hands of these animals, and they'd stop at nothing more than violence. "Boss Zhang took a liking to her and told us not to touch her. You might not believe it, but Boss Zhang doesn't like strong women. He prefers to tame them like training a hawk, making them willingly submit to him. That's why she's been locked in room 7011A, being broken in piece by piece." Hearing this response, Jin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. At least nothing worse had happened. What terrified him most was rescuing her only to find her utterly broken, so devastated that the neighborhood aunties wouldn't know how to process their sorrow. "Make the call." Have your people bring her here. Jin Nan flung the phone from the mahjong table toward him. But Lu didn't reach for it immediately. Instead he asked, "You're here to rescue her?" "Just one person. Cut the nonsense and make the call." Jin Nan waved the gun barrel impatiently. He had no time for chatter. While flipping through his contact list, Lu cautioned, "You can't save her. The moment you try to take her out of this hotel, Boss Zhang will be notified immediately. You have no idea of his grip on this area. Even with 100 men at your disposal, you still couldn't get her out." With that said, the call connected. "Hello, this is Vice Manager Lu. Xiao Wang, bring the woman from room 7011 to room 3066 right now." "What? But that's Boss Zhang's woman. What exactly is this about?" "Stop questioning me. I'll handle explaining to Boss Zhang. Just bring her here." "Alright, I'll bring her over now." The call concluded in under 30 seconds. After hanging up, Lu took a few steadying breaths, and when he looked at Jin Nan again, there was genuine appreciation in his eyes. "You've got impressive skills. Have you ever considered working for Boss Zhang? He favors men with your kind of training. If you were willing to join him, he might just let you keep the woman. Then you'd have both a woman and money." Jin Nan couldn't help but laugh. "I killed your man, and instead of seeking revenge, you want me to work for you? What kind of thinking is that?" "Huh." Lu smiled coldly. "To be honest, the three you just killed were my nephews from my hometown. But so what? They're dead, and they got what they wanted. It was worth it. You're a truly heartless bastard." Jin Nan grinned, tightened his grip on the dagger, and drove it straight into Lu's chest, piercing his heart in one lethal strike. Jin Nan stood up and checked the pistol's magazine. It was fully loaded. Satisfied, he tucked the gun into his waistband, then opened the mahjong table's drawer and found about 30 rounds of ammunition, just as he'd expected. Without bothering to count, he swept the bullets into his jacket pockets in 2 handfuls, then stepped out of the room with his dagger ready, making his way to the elevator. The elevator was descending. Jin Nan stared fixedly at the floor display as the numbers counted down 6, 5, 4, 3. It stopped at the 3rd floor with a ding, and the door slid open to reveal 3 men and a woman inside. 2 of the men were supporting the woman, her hair disheveled, her face marked with bruises and cuts. Despite the damage, Jin Nan immediately recognized her as Xiaoba. The 3 men inside the elevator froze for a split second when they saw an unfamiliar man standing outside, blade in hand. By the time they registered the danger, Jin Nan had already charged in. His attack was swift and lethal. Within moments, 2 men had their throats cut, and the 3rd was stabbed through the heart. Xiaoba had never witnessed anything like this before. Terrified, her legs gave out, and she slumped to the ground, pressing herself tightly against the corner of the elevator. After dispatching the 3 men, Jin Nan didn't bother checking on Xiaoba. He turned his back to her and pressed the button for the 1st floor. Only when the doors shut did he speak. "Xiaoba, right? Your mother sent me to rescue you. Stay close from here on out." "Mom sent me." Xiaoba's dim eyes suddenly brightened, and a flicker of hope ignited in her desperate heart. "You really were sent by my mother to rescue me?" Though she asked, her body moved on instinct. She believed Jin Nan and rose to press close behind him. Jin Nan remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the thin seam of the elevator doors. When the elevator reached the 1st floor, Jin Nan calmly drew his M1911 pistol, aiming at the gap between the doors. With a ding, the doors slid open, and without hesitation he pulled the trigger repeatedly. The 3 gunmen stationed outside the elevator hadn't even managed to raise their weapons before bullets tore through their skulls, and they dropped to the ground. "Up!" A hotel receptionist let out a piercing scream. "Moved!" Jin Nan commanded, exiting the elevator with his weapon ready. He approached the 3 fallen gunmen, spotted their M1911 pistols lying on the ground, and crouched to quickly remove their magazines, pocketing them before striding toward the hotel entrance. Xiaoba stepped out of the elevator and saw the 3 men with shattered skulls lying on the ground. She swallowed hard. Only now did she realize just how formidable the person her mother had summoned to rescue her truly was. "Wait for me." Seeing Jin Nan walking ahead, Xiaoba hurried to catch up. The 2 made it out of the hotel uneventfully. Just then a black BMW 7 Series pulled up and stopped at the entrance. A man and a woman stepped out looking like gamblers visiting the casino. Jin Nan stepped forward and pressed his gun to the man's head. "Hand over the car keys." Faced with the cold barrel pressed against his forehead and the panicked hotel staff visible through the glass doors, the BMW owner instantly lost all will to resist. He obediently handed over the car keys. "Don't kill me. The car is yours, it's yours." Jin Nan backhanded the man with the pistol's grip, sending him crashing to the ground. He then opened the driver's door, got in, and started the engine. Xiaoba moved quickly. No sooner had he entered than she was opening the rear door and slipping into the back seat. "Front seat." Before she could settle in, Jin Nan barked the command. Without time to think, Xiaoba scrambled around and took the passenger seat. As Jin Nan drove onto the street, he held up his pistol, pressed the magazine release, and flicked his wrist. The empty magazine dropped onto Xiaoba's thigh. "There are bullets in my pocket. Help me load them." Okay. Xiaoba fumbled, nervously pulling bullets from Jin Nan's pocket and clumsily loading them into the magazine. At the same time, Jin Nan swapped in a freshly loaded magazine, while keeping his eyes on the road. Jin Nan had only fired 3 shots, so Xiaoba only needed to load 3 bullets to fill the magazine. Once she finished, she asked timidly, "Where are we going?" The port. Jin Nan had studied the situation. If they wanted to return to China by land, it was essentially impossible. They wouldn't even make it out of Sihanoukville. The only escape route was by sea. With that said, Jin Nan slammed on the accelerator, racing toward the nearest port at top speed. The closest port was 6 kilometers away, and that would prove to be the most dangerous 6 kilometers of their escape. In a villa on the outskirts of Sihanoukville, Boss Zhang lay sleeping among his many wives when suddenly the phone on the bedside table rang urgently. Boss Zhang had previously told his men that no one was allowed to call him in the middle of the night unless it was an emergency. Upon hearing the phone ring, he was instantly jolted awake, pushed aside the wives sleeping beside him, and grabbed his phone to answer. Hello? What's going on? Boss Zhang, someone just broke into Mani Hotel and killed President Liu along with his 3 nephews. 3 of our gunmen are dead as well, and the woman from room 7011 has been taken. What? Someone actually took Zhang Xiaobier. Boss Zhang's eyes blazed with fury. The death of President Liu and the others meant nothing to him for as long as there was money. Subordinates were plentiful. But the kidnapping of such a breathtaking beauty as Zhang Xiaobier genuinely distressed and enraged him. Who the hell dares to cross me? Zhang Tianlei invade my turf and steal my woman. Get your men and pursue them immediately. Bring them back alive. Boss Zhang roared into his phone. Yes, sir. I'll lead the pursuit right away. Which direction did they flee? They hijacked a vehicle and headed toward the coastline. I see. Boss Zhang hung up with gritted teeth, then immediately dialed General Mo Lin. General Mo Lin, someone has disrupted my territory and taken a Chinese woman. They are likely from China. We cannot let them escape, or you know what consequences will follow. I've already sent people in pursuit, but those who rescued her appear to be highly skilled. They've killed several of my men. I thought perhaps General Mo Lin could lend a hand. Helping you is no problem. Which direction did they go? Toward the coast, likely making for the pier to find a boat. Understood. After ending the call with General Mo Lin, Boss Zhang could no longer sleep. He quickly dressed and led a team of armed personnel toward Mani Hotel. And after he left the room, the women on the bed all opened their eyes. Though none spoke a word, their gazes revealed unmistakable envy. Someone actually came to rescue her. On a main road in Sihanoukville, a BMW 7 Series sped along at 120 kilometers per hour. At this point, Jin Nan and the others were still 3 kilometers from the dock. At this very stretch, 2 Santana sedans suddenly burst out from both sides of a crossroad ahead, parking across the intersection and completely blocking the 2-lane road. 5 or 6 armed men stepped out of the vehicles, some wielding rifles and others pistols, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire from in front of and behind the cars, raking the approaching BMW 7 Series. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted, the BMW's windshield shattered under the hail of bullets. Jin Nan ducked low, pushed Xiaobier's head down with one hand, gripped the steering wheel with the other, and stomped the accelerator to the floor, charging straight for the intersection. The armed men stood their ground, continuing to fire relentlessly until the BMW was nearly upon them. Seeing that the car showed no signs of stopping, they jumped to either side in sheer panic. With a thunderous crash, the 2 Santana sedans were smashed at their front ends. The BMW tore a violent path through the blockade, but the vehicle soon lost control and crashed headfirst into a tree by the roadside, bringing them to an abrupt halt. Silence fell over the scene. The 6 armed men eyed the stopped car, cautiously advancing with their weapons raised. Before they were 10 meters away, a gun barrel suddenly extended from the driver's window. 3 shots rang out and 3 of the men dropped to the ground. The remaining 3 attackers, clearly shaken, instinctively unleashed a frantic barrage of fire at the car, which was quickly pockmarked with bullet holes. They emptied their magazines in a rush, and just as they fumbled to reload, Jin Nan stepped out of the car with a confident stride, pistol in hand, advancing upon them steadily. Witnessing this, the 3 armed men turned pale. Their hands shook uncontrollably, gripping both their weapons and magazines as their bodies involuntarily stumbled backward. In their complete disarray, even when Jin Nan had walked within a meter of them, the 3 men still had not finished reloading. Don't. Just as the 3 armed men were about to surrender, Jin Nan pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the 3 men fell into pools of their own blood, each hit squarely between the eyes. After dealing with them, Jin Nan calmly collected 2 AK-74 assault rifles and 4 handguns from the ground. 2 of the pistols were 1911s, and the other 2 were Type 54s. He kept 1 Type 54, removed the magazines from the remaining 3, and discarded them, slung both assault rifles across his body, and scavenged all their ammunition. With that done, he walked to the passenger side of the BMW, opened the door, and said to the trembling Xiaobier, "The car is unusable. We'll proceed on foot." Support was sure to arrive soon. If they continued driving, they would easily be ambushed on the road by the fraud syndicate members who knew the terrain so well. The best escape route was now to weave through the dense cluster of buildings. Even with their intimate knowledge of the area, they could hardly hope to encircle them within the labyrinthine buildings. Moreover, navigating through the structures would force the enemy to spread their forces thin, negating their numerical advantage. Okay. Xiaobier's entire body shook as she stepped out of the car. She was terrified, and if it weren't for a stubborn will to survive propelling her forward, she would have long since given up on this desperate flight. Soon the two of them left the main road and turned into a dimly lit alley. Upon entering, Jin Nan pulled out his phone, opened a map application, and with a single glance a clear escape route formed in his mind. He shut off the phone and led Xiaobier through the narrow alleys. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Jin Nan spotted an abandoned single-story house. Without hesitation, he helped Xiaobier climb through the window, and inside then removed the empty magazines and loose rounds from his gear, leaning against the wall to reload. Xiaobier stood nearby and watched. Observing his practiced reloading technique, she couldn't help but ask, "Were you in the military?" Jin Nan did not answer, continuing to load the magazines. "How did my mother find you to come rescue me?" Xiaobier, curious as a cat, kept asking question after question. Jin Nan grew impatient. "If I were you, I'd be resting now instead of wasting energy on questions." Xiaobier immediately fell silent and found a spot to sit down. Jin Nan soon finished loading several magazines. He picked up an AK-74 assault rifle, inserted a magazine, and expertly racked the charging handle with one hand before raising the weapon to aim briefly. He then took down the second AK-74 and the 2 handguns from his person and performed the same motions with each. After completing these tasks, Jin Nan strapped both rifles and both pistols onto himself, then led Xiao Ba away from the abandoned shack, continuing their flight toward the dock. At that moment, the armed personnel from the telecom fraud compound and General Molin's troops arrived nearby. Nearly 200 militants surrounded the area, then dispersed to conduct a thorough search of every alley within the zone. On Jin Nan's side, after walking for about 2 minutes through the alley, he heard voices ahead. He immediately pulled Xiao Ba into a nearby corner to hide. Someone said it seems like only one person came. That person has quite the nerve coming alone to rescue someone here. They've already killed quite a few people. Let's be careful. The approaching voices grew closer, and Jin Nan and Xiao Ba could gradually make out their footsteps. Xiao Ba couldn't help but tense up, gripping Jin Nan's clothes tightly. In the tense atmosphere, 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms soon walked past the corner. Jin Nan drew his bayonet and charged without hesitation, plunging the blade into the back of one soldier's neck. The other soldier, startled, tried to raise his weapon to resist, but as soon as he steadied himself, the dagger sank into his throat. Jin Nan yanked the dagger out forcefully, and blood from the soldier's throat gushed out like a fountain. Xiao Ba stared blankly at Jin Nan. Though it wasn't the first time she had seen him kill, his proficient killing technique still made her freeze in astonishment. "My God, where on earth did you find such a fierce man?" Jin Nan crouched down, removed the magazines from the 2 soldiers' AK-74 assault rifles, and tossed them to Xiao Ba. "Hold these for me." "Oh, okay. Over here." No sooner had Xiao Ba caught the 2 magazines than 3 armed personnel from the telecom fraud compound appeared at the intersection ahead, shouting and opening fire. Bullets struck the wall, sending up chips of stone. Jin Nan immediately dropped to the ground, raised his rifle, and fired back. A burst of gunfire rang out, and the 3 armed men fell. Jin Nan quickly rose and shouted to Xiao Ba, "Follow me." After calling out, he leveled his rifle and advanced. Though frightened, Xiao Ba followed without hesitation. As they were about to leave the alley and reach an intersection of several lanes, 2 more armed men from the compound rushed out. Fortunately, Jin Nan reacted swiftly, unleashing a burst that sent them tumbling to the ground. Realizing that more militants would soon arrive, Jin Nan chose not to retrieve the magazines and quickly led Xiao Ba into another alley. But the area was already saturated with armed forces from the compound and the military. Every minute or 2, Jin Nan encountered enemies, though each time the numbers were small, and he dispatched them with ease. Sporadic gunfire rang out continuously. Each shot meant Jin Nan had encountered an enemy, and each enemy who spotted him was promptly eliminated. Approximately half an hour passed. Jin Nan managed to fight his way out of the streets, with Xiao Ba, though not without close calls. By then he had lost count of how many he had killed, knowing only that his ammunition was down to a full magazine in the AK-74 assault rifle in his hand and a fully loaded 1911 pistol at his waist. Hurry! The dock was now just across the road. Breathing heavily, Jin Nan pulled Xiao Ba and sprinted over. Gunfire erupted behind them, and Jin Nan heard the whistle of bullets flying past his ears. Yet he remained unruffled. He had spent 6 years navigating such a hail of bullets. After successfully getting Xiao Ba across the road, Jin Nan first pushed her to the ground, then dropped flat and raised his rifle to fire at an approaching armed pickup truck. Half a magazine later, the pickup crashed into the greenery and the gunfire ceased. "Let's go." Jin Nan pulled Xiao Ba up and dashed toward the dock as fast as they could. It was 4 in the morning, and during the fishing moratorium, many fishing boats were moored along the dock with few people around. Upon reaching the dock, Jin Nan swept his gaze over the vessels and finally fixed on a speedboat about a dozen meters long. He quickly led Xiao Ba over the gangplank, creaking under their feet. Soon they successfully boarded the speedboat. Jin Nan immediately rushed to the open upper helm, raised the rifle, and smashed it fiercely against the wiring box beneath the control panel. Bang! Bang! 2 strikes shattered the box, revealing a tangle of wires. Jin Nan precisely identified the ignition wire bundle, pulled out 2 wires, and rubbed their exposed ends together. But then something caught his eye in his peripheral vision, and he froze. Damn! The key was already inserted in the ignition slot below the helm. Whose boat leaves the key in? Jin Nan cursed inwardly, then shoved the ignition wires back, walked to the helm, and turned the key. With a roar, the speedboat's engine ignited. Oh, it started. On the deck, Xiao Ba heard the engine and nearly burst into tears of joy. Finally escaping this hellhole. Stop right there. Fire. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment, 20 or 30 armed men arrived at the dock, shouting furiously as they opened fire on the reversing speedboat. A dense storm of bullets came. Jin Nan immediately dropped flat. Xiao Ba, now experienced, pressed herself tightly against the deck the moment she heard the commotion. Under the enemy's heavy fire, Jin Nan dared not lift his head, relying solely on instinct to steer the boat backward. When he judged the distance sufficient, he turned the wheel and floored the throttle. With a roar from the engine, the speedboat made a sharp turn and sped toward the open sea. The armed men cursed in rage, chasing along the gangplank and firing, but the speedboat was fast. In moments it was 300 or 400 meters away. Seeing this, the militants sighed and lowered their rifles in resignation. At that distance they knew they couldn't hit the target, so there was no point wasting more bullets. Damn it, hundreds of us chasing 2 people, and they still get away. On the speedboat's deck, Xiao Ba watched the receding dock, stood up excitedly, and jumped for joy. We escaped. We made it. At that moment she felt reborn. Excitedly she ran up to the open upper helm to celebrate their narrow escape with Jin Nan, but when she got there she found him aiming his rifle at the dock. Can you hit that? She asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito, full of doubt. After all, it was pitch black 400 to 500 meters away, and they were on a speeding boat. Yet the next second, a bang. A gunshot rang out, and the muzzle of Jin Nan's AK-74 assault rifle spat an orange flame as the metal bullet whistled through the air. Half a second later, a burst of blood mist erupted from the chest of an armed militant on the pier. His body shuddered, and he collapsed lifelessly. Bang! 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 On the speedboat, the rapid-fire crack of AK-74s echoed quickly. The militants on the pier had not yet reacted when they were successively shot down. In just a few seconds, 12 militants were killed by Jin Nan at long range with his AK-74 assault rifle from a distance of 400 to 500 meters. The remaining militants, terrified by the scene, panicked. Some jumped into the sea, others leaped onto nearby boats, and still others fled backward. Bang! 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 The rapid-fire shots continued relentlessly. The militants running backward were hit one after another. Within moments, all of them were killed, and Jin Nan had exhausted the ammunition in his AK-74 magazine. Without hesitation, he threw the empty rifle into the sea and focused on steering the boat, riding the waves southward. Beside him, Xiao Ba watched Jin Nan intently, a trace of admiration glowing in her eyes. This man, he was incredibly fierce. Just how much had her parents spent to hire such a formidable man to parachute into Cambodia and rescue her? Could it be that her family was actually a hidden elite dynasty? Xiao Ba's mind wandered uncontrollably. Time flew by, and before she knew how long had passed, the last neon glow of Sihanoukville vanished from sight, and the speedboat suddenly stopped. Lost in her reverie, Xiao Ba felt the boat halt. Her relaxed mood tightened instantly, and she hurriedly asked, "Are we out of fuel?" Jin Nan remained silent. He first switched on the hanging lamp in the open cabin, found a clean spot to sit, and removed his pants. Xiao Ba quickly turned her head away. "What are you doing?" Her cheeks flushed crimson. Jin Nan let out a muffled groan, a hint of pain faintly coloring his voice. Curiosity drawing her back, Xiao Ba peeked and saw a bloody wound on his lower leg, bleeding steadily. Her eyes widened in shock. "You're injured." She had not noticed at all when Jin Nan had been wounded. In truth, the wound on his leg had been caused by a stray bullet during the intense firefight in the narrow alley, where the confined space made stray bullets highly lethal. "Go check the storage compartment below. There should be a medical kit," Jin Nan said while binding a cloth strip around his lower leg just above the knee. Oh. Xiao Ba immediately forgot about when Jin Nan had been hurt, and following his instructions rushed down to the storage compartment beneath the open cockpit to search for the medical kit. As Jin Nan had predicted, she quickly found a white box marked with a red cross inside a cabinet. She immediately carried it upstairs and placed it beside Jin Nan. Jin Nan opened the medical kit, took out a pair of surgical forceps, and without hesitation plunged them into the wound. Xiao Ba winced just watching while he didn't even blink. It was not that he lacked the sense of pain, but that he had long grown accustomed to it. After about 2 minutes, Jin Nan successfully extracted a 9mm bullet from the wound. He casually flicked it away, then poured iodine from the medical kit onto the injury and wrapped it with gauze bandages. Having watched his seamless bullet removal, Xiao Ba's mouth parted slightly. This man was growing ever more intriguing to her. "Did your shoulder get shot as well?" Xiao Ba suddenly noticed a large bloodstain on Jin Nan's left shoulder and asked urgently. Jin Nan nodded. He had been hit by more than one stray bullet. His shoulder was wounded too. He quickly removed his pilot jacket and the black t-shirt underneath, revealing a perfectly proportioned six-pack abdomen and firm raised pectoral muscles. Xiao Ba couldn't help but swallow. But just as she was captivated by his flawless physique, something else drew her attention: scars. Jin Nan not only had abs and chest muscles, but also 7 or 8 bullet holes and 4 or 5 gruesome slender knife scars. Xiao Ba could not imagine what this man had endured to bear so many scars upon his body. Jin Nan glanced sideways at the wound on his shoulder, took a quiet breath through his nose, and reached for the forceps again. But at that moment Xiao Ba grabbed his hand, holding the forceps with both of hers. I'll do it. Jin Nan looked at her and hesitantly asked, "You know how to do this?" "I majored in surgical operations." Jin Nan's expression darkened. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "Why you didn't ask either," Xiao Ba replied, evasively, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Speechless, Jin Nan immediately handed her the forceps. Xiao Ba gripped them tightly, stared at the wound, took a deep breath to steady herself, and slowly inserted the forceps into the bullet entry point to search for the fragment. True to her profession, within about half a minute she had extracted the bloody bullet. Although the process was somewhat painful, it was far less agonizing compared to Jin Nan treating it himself. After removing the bullet, Xiao Ba immediately disinfected the wound, wrapped it with bandages, and tied it into a bow knot. Jin Nan gazed at the white bow on his shoulder, somewhat exasperated. At a time like this, she still had the mood to tie a bow. However, he merely grumbled internally, and said nothing aloud. After all, once he put on his clothes, no one would see the bow. Jin Nan quickly dressed himself. Once ready, he returned to the control panel, started the speedboat, and continued sailing southward. "Where are we going now?" Xiao Ba came to his side, and couldn't resist asking curiously. "We'll first exit Cambodian territorial waters, then enter the South China Sea. We'll disembark in Hainan, and buy plane tickets to return home." It was rare for Jin Nan to speak so much to her in one breath. "Disembark in Hainan?" Xiao Ba frowned slightly, speaking with mild confusion. "Why don't we go to Vietnam? We could find local military or police to escort us to the embassy, and then have the embassy send us back. Wouldn't that be faster?" Jin Nan answered expressionlessly. "Can you guarantee that there are no Vietnamese military or police officers colluding with the telecom fraud syndicates? Are you willing to gamble on it?" There was another reason he did not mention. He could not let the country know he had left the country. If they returned through the Vietnamese embassy, the domestic military would learn that a retired special forces soldier had traveled abroad during his declassification period. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Ba fell silent immediately. She could not guarantee whether Vietnamese military or police were colluding with the syndicates, nor did she dare to gamble. Mani Hotel, 3rd floor, room 3011. Boss Zhang, dressed in a blue tang suit, had barely entered the room when he spotted the bodies of the waitress and manager Lu's eldest nephew lying at the doorway. Frowning slightly, he stepped over the corpses and ventured deeper into the room, soon discovering the bodies of manager Lu and his other 2 nephews. "What a skilled fighter," he murmured. Studying the wounds on the corpses, he realized that the man who had come here to rescue them was far from ordinary. Both men had their throats slashed, one was stabbed through the heart. No ordinary attacker would be this ruthless. There were no signs of a struggle in the room either. Clearly, after the conflict erupted, President Lu's side was completely overwhelmed. "Boss." A tall, thin man with long hair approached Boss Zhang. His name was Ben Tong, a local Cambodian who had served 4 years in the Cambodian army. After his discharge, he joined Boss Zhang's casino as a security guard. When a gambler caused trouble once, Ben Tong displayed impressive combat skills, catching Boss Zhang's attention. He was promoted steadily and eventually became one of the 8 great kings under Boss Zhang's command. Together with President Lu, he co-managed the Mani Hotel, one handling force the other operations. It was he who had tipped off Boss Zhang earlier. "Where were you when the incident happened?" Boss Zhang asked calmly, settling into a nearby sofa. Ben Tong lowered his head, daring not to speak. "I'm asking you," Boss Zhang said expressionlessly. Ben Tong took a deep breath and steeled himself to reply softly. "I was gambling at the casino." Boss Zhang rose slowly and walked up to him. Without warning, he slapped Ben Tong across the face. The sound was sharp and clear. Ben Tong's head turned to one side, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. "How many times have I told you? Gambling is forbidden while on duty. So is associating with women. And cards are strictly prohibited." Boss Zhang angrily slapped the mahjong table, pointing at President Lu's corpse on the floor. "Look at him, just look at him. He wouldn't listen to me, and now he's ended up like this." Ben Tong's eyes darted away as he lowered his head again, not daring to breathe heavily. Just then 2 different phone rings sounded simultaneously. Both Ben Tong and Boss Zhang were startled for a moment, then each reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and stepped aside to take the call. "Brother Ben Tong, the man escaped by boat. We've lost many brothers. Boss Zhang, my subordinates report the man fled by boat. Over 40 of my men are dead. You must give me an explanation." After both men hung up, solemnity was etched across their faces. Boss Zhang's face darkened as he glared at Ben Tong. Unable to contain himself, he snatched a mahjong tile from the table and hurled it at him. "Useless bastard. What good am I keeping you around for? Over 200 men, and you let 2 people escape alive. And so many died. Can you even do your job?" Arg. Boss Zhang was genuinely near bursting with rage. The opponent was just one person, just one, who brazenly invaded his territory, rescued his queen, and slaughtered so many of his men. Even more infuriating was that despite sending so many to hunt them down, they still escaped. If word of tonight's incident got out, Hao still hold his head high as a boss in the Southeast Asian telecom fraud circle. This matter had also angered General Mo Lin. An explanation was demanded, and this explanation would cost a hefty sum to settle properly. Truly like Lord Zhou's brilliant strategy that secured the realm, only to lose his lady and suffer military defeat. Ben Tong stood his ground, letting mahjong tiles strike his body like stones. Clenching his teeth, he suppressed his anger and growled, "I will surely redeem myself. I'll track down this man and kill him." "You?" Boss Zhang laughed bitterly. "That man came in unarmed. He killed 7 of our men as soon as he entered the hotel, kidnapped the woman, seized weapons, and murdered nearly 100 more on the way to the dock. And he escaped with the person he came for. I asked you, could you do that? You want to kill him? More likely you'd be dead before you even reached him." Though spoken in anger, Boss Zhang's words held truth. He didn't believe Ben Tong could match that man. Confessing to himself, if he had been in Ben Tong's position, Ben Tong would have been killed by pursuers long before reaching the destination. Ben Tong clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "Enough. Stop being so stubborn," Boss Zhang said gruffly, then continued, "Consider this bad luck this time. Clean up the place. Stay vigilant from now on. I'll handle the explanation with General Mo Lin." Ben Tong looked up in surprise, bewildered. "Aren't we going to take revenge?" Boss Zhang said nothing, simply walked around him and left. In truth, Boss Zhang had never considered revenge from beginning to end. Let them run. For him, since the damage was already done, seeking revenge might only bring new troubles and further losses. Anyway, the loss this time was merely a pretty woman and dozens of subordinates. He had plenty of women. With enough money, he could recruit more locals. And the funds needed for recruitment and appeasing General Mo Lin, he could earn back within a month. Telecom fraud was also a business. Treat this incident as a business loss. But Ben Tong couldn't comprehend Boss Zhang's logic. He wanted revenge to kill Jin Nan and wash away the humiliation. Yet Boss Zhang didn't want revenge, and he couldn't either. He could only hope this person wouldn't appear in Cambodia again. 3 days later, 9 p.m. China, Hainan Province, Wanning City. At a shallow reef beach, a yacht with raised sails appeared. A man and a woman disembarked, both dressed in filthy, disheveled clothes with messy hair. They supported each other and waded ashore. As the woman stepped onto her motherland's soil and saw the distant lights, she couldn't help but kneel to the ground in emotion, clutching her head and weeping bitterly. Jin Nan also collapsed from exhaustion, gazing at the brilliant starry sky above and letting out a long, weary breath. Too tired. The yacht had run out of fuel after half a day's drive. Fortunately, this yacht could raise its sails. They had paddled hard for 2 days and nights before finally making it back. Let's hurry. Though exhausted and desperate for sleep, Jin Nan knew the yacht was a liability. If discovered, he would be exposed. The urgent priority was reaching the urban area as soon as possible. All right, let's go. Xiaoba summoned her last strength to stand, and together with Jin Nan they supported each other away from the reef beach. Before long, the pair arrived at the coastal highway in Wanning City. Fortunate indeed, for hardly had they walked along the road when they spotted a taxi. Though not as popular with tourists as Sanya, this area attracted visitors year-round. Thus the taxi driver saw no suspicion in the pair, who looked like refugees. He simply assumed they were out-of-town tourists who had gotten battered from beachcombing activities. Half an hour later, Jin Nan and Xiaoba disembarked at the entrance of a chain hotel in the city center. Yet they did not enter. Instead, they detoured to a self-service guest house. Self-service guest houses were lax about verifying guest identities, and ID cards sufficed. Jin Nan casually found an ID online, placed an order via an app, added the staff's WeChat, and obtained a room number and password. At approximately 10:30, the pair finally secured their room and entered a space that, though small, was cozy and comfortable. For Jin Nan and Xiaoba, who had drifted at sea for 3 days and nights, this was akin to rain after a long drought. Upon entering the room, they eagerly took turns showering before collapsing onto the bed to rest. Instant sleep. Neither of them had realized they were sharing the same bed. They were simply too exhausted to care. Moreover, on the boat, due to the strong wind and biting cold, they had slept leaning against each other for warmth. After 3 days together, they had grown accustomed to one another's presence, so sharing a bed felt perfectly natural. That night, both slept soundly and peacefully. It wasn't until 10 o'clock the next morning that the sun's rays fell upon Jin Nan's face, rousing him from his slumber. As he stirred, his hand instinctively reached out, and the warmth and softness beneath his palm made him freeze. Why was it so soft? He turned his head, his pupils dilating in shock. Swiftly, he withdrew his left hand from Xiaoba's chest, then casually rose from the bed and retreated to the bathroom, using the coldest water to quell the heat rising within him. Xiaoba listened to the sound of the shower in the bathroom, secretly opening her eyes before closing them again, a faint smile touching her lips. At 4 in the morning, she had risen to use the restroom and returned to find Jin Nan already lying in bed. Rather than waking him, she gently lay back down and carefully rested his hand on her chest. Half an hour later, Jin Nan emerged from the bathroom, having not only subdued the restless heat in his abdomen, but also dressed in clean clothes. Watching Xiaoba still asleep, Jin Nan quietly made his way toward the door. She seemed to sense his movement and immediately opened her eyes. Where are you going? Her voice carried a hint of unease, worried that Jin Nan might simply leave her behind. He paused briefly at the sound behind him, though his steps didn't slow. My clothes are dirty. I'm going to buy a couple of sets. With the door clicking shut behind him, Jin Nan departed. Only then did Xiaoba realize something and call out, Hey, you don't even know what size clothes I wear. Why did I just call him hey? Good heavens, I still don't even know his name. Xiaoba covered her face with both hands, utterly speechless at her own lapse. 40 minutes later, Jin Nan returned to the room, now wearing fresh clothes in his signature style. A gray t-shirt layered under a black bomber jacket paired with black slacks and desert yellow sneakers. He had also shaved his beard and cleaned up his appearance. The transformation made him look remarkably sharp and refreshed. It also lit up Xiaoba's eyes. Despite having spent many days with Jin Nan, it was the first time she could truly take in his appearance with such focused admiration. What are you looking at? Jin Nan raised an eyebrow and tossed the gift bag onto the bed. Go change into your clothes and head home soon. Your parents are probably worried sick by now. Oh, I almost forgot about them. Xiaoba quickly got out of bed, grabbed the gift bag, and rushed into the bathroom. Soon a striking couple appeared on the streets of Wanning. The man tall and upright with steady, purposeful strides, the woman gracefully poised with a figure that turned heads, her gray casual outfit radiating youthful energy and charm. Both wore baseball caps and walked shoulder to shoulder. Any onlooker would assume they were a couple. Jin Nan and Xiaoba headed first to the Wanning bus station, where as expected unlicensed taxis waited at the entrance just like anywhere else. They hopped into one of these private vehicles bound for Haikou, settling in for a 2-hour ride. By 1 p.m., they arrived at the Haikou ferry terminal. Following the same pattern, where there are shady cars, there are shady boats. Jin Nan located an unlicensed private vessel and purchased 2 tickets for 100 RMB. By 4 p.m., they reached a private dock in Xuan County, Guangdong. For the next stretch, they were either riding in or heading toward another unlicensed vehicle. Though these longer routes extended their journey, neither Jin Nan nor Xiaoba minded the extra time. The following evening at 7 o'clock, in apartment 602 of Beihu Huayuan Residential Community, Shangrao, Jiangxi Province. In the brightly lit living room, Li Shufan and Zhang Senmu were having dinner, but both ate with distracted minds. It had been a full week since Jin Nan disappeared, and throughout that time, they had received no word from him. Li Shufan had attempted to reach out, but every call went straight to voicemail, as if she had been blocked. Our family is just cursed, Zhang Senmu lamented, downing a glass of white liquor. First our daughter was abducted, then scammed out of 200,000 by Cambodians, and now another 300,000 lost. His words dripped with despair. Li Shufan ate in silence, appearing composed on the surface, but the tears falling into her rice bowl betrayed the turmoil within her. Knock, knock. At that moment 2 dull raps echoed at the door. Li Shufan rose to answer it, while Zhang Senmu let out a heavy sigh. We'll report it to the police tomorrow. See if we can recover any of it. She hesitated for a moment, but ignored her husband's words, walking instead to the door and opening it. The moment the door opened, Li Shufan froze. There stood the face she had longed for, impossibly familiar. She gazed at Xiaoba, her lips trembling with emotion, her hands rising, involuntarily shaking. Xiaoba saw her mother, and despite rehearsing this reunion countless times during the journey, found herself at a loss for words, especially seeing how much older her mother had become. A sharp ache tightened in her chest as tears blurred her vision. Mom! Xiaoba cried out, and threw her arms around Li Shufan in a fierce embrace. My daughter! Li Shufan wailed through her sobs, unleashing 2 months of pent-up emotion. The joy of finding her daughter again, the relief of surviving against all odds, and the accumulated grievance and sorrow. Inside, Zhang Senmu heard the commotion and bolted to the doorway. Seeing his wife and daughter locked in each other's arms, all his strength seemed to drain away as he collapsed to the floor, weeping openly. 2 months of agonizing tension dissolved in an instant, replaced by pure elation. Dad! Xiaoba sobbed as she ran toward him, wrapping her arms around her father. It's good that you're back. It's so good you're home. Zhang Senmu held his daughter tightly, patting her back between sobs, as if silently telling her, don't be afraid, child. You're home now? Jin Nan watched the family's tearful reunion from the doorway, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Rather than intrude, he quietly slipped away and made his way back to his own home. Stepping inside and switching on the light, the familiar scent enveloped him. Even though he hadn't lived there long, home was home. It always offered a sense of belonging and security. Jin Nan walked into the living room, stood before his parents' photograph, picked up a tissue, and gently wiped away a thin layer of dust. Then he burned 6 incense sticks, lit a cigarette for his father, and turned to go to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he had changed into a set of loungewear. He first threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine, then went to the balcony to light a cigarette and scroll through his phone. Though a bit lonely, it was still comfortable. After the washing machine finished its cycle, Jin Nan hung the clothes to dry and then returned to his room to sleep. He was very tired and fell asleep quickly. However, he had only slept for an hour when he was awakened by a knock at the door. Jin Nan, with bleary eyes, walked out of the bedroom, opened the door a crack, and peered out. He saw Xiaoba standing at the doorstep, holding a bowl filled with braised pork greens and stir-fried pork with peppers. My mother made this to thank you using whatever was in the fridge, Xiaoba said with a smile, as she handed the bowl to Jin Nan. Jin Nan gave a polite smile and declined. Your mother should have told you. She paid 300,000, so I went to rescue you. So there's no need to thank me. What if it's my own gesture? Xiaoba pushed the bowl forward again. In fact, the meal wasn't something Li Shufan had planned to make. It was when Xiaoba asked her mother about Jin Nan that Li Shufan revealed that Jin Nan's parents had passed away 6 years ago, and he lived alone. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba felt that Jin Nan must be very lonely. When she went home, someone would cook for her, but Jin Nan would have no one. Moreover, after a long journey, he would probably skip eating and go straight to sleep. Out of sympathy for his lost gratitude for saving her and the fondness developed from days spent together, she asked Li Shufan to prepare some dishes under the guise of thanks, and personally brought them to him. Jin Nan hesitated for a moment, then took the food. Thank you. You should go back early. You've just returned after all. With that, he gently closed the door, without waiting for her reply. What? You just closed the door like that? Not even asking me in? Xiaoba stared at the closed door, feeling somewhat speechless. She had planned to use this opportunity to step into Jin Nan's home and learn more about this man. She was becoming more and more curious about him. Even her mother only knew that Jin Nan was a former soldier, nothing else. Xiaoba felt that if he were just an ordinary veteran, he couldn't have such remarkable skills to rescue her from that den of evil. Forget it, Xiaoba. Take it slow. Jin Nan lives next door. Sooner or later you'll figure him out, she thought to herself. After giving herself some encouragement, she turned and went back home. Xiaoba, were you kidnapped or tricked into going there? I was tricked. I wanted to shoot a big scene and someone told me there was a great vantage point and many photographers were going. So I didn't think much and went along. As soon as I got in the car, I felt dizzy. When I woke up again, I was in Cambodia from Yunnan. Were all those photographers tricked too? At first I thought so, but later I learned they were all fake. Members of the gang pretending to be photographers, even their cameras were models. Did those bastards do anything to you? They made me make scam calls, but I was so nervous I kept stuttering, so they beat me several times. Later the boss of the compound took a fancy to me and wanted me to be his wife. I refused, so he locked me in a small dark room, gave me 1 meal a day, stale food, and wouldn't let me bathe. They wanted to break me, but your daughter would rather die than submit. Finally a savior descended from heaven and rescued me from that place. Oh, that's good. Old lady, make some extra dishes tomorrow and invite Xiao Nan over for dinner. Even though we gave him 300,000, we still need to show our gratitude. And now you see how capable Xiao Nan is. You wanted me to call the police on him before. Thanks to him our daughter didn't suffer more. And thanks to me. If it weren't for my insistence, humph. Yes, you have merit, great merit. Tomorrow I'll cook myself to reward you. Xiaoba, let me tell you something. And old Zhang listened too. Xiao Nan said he's in a declassification period and can't go abroad. So from now on, don't tell anyone that Xiao Nan rescued Xiaoba. Just say she escaped on her own, understand? Oh, I see. Got it. The next morning, Xiaoba, accompanied by Li Shufan and Zhang Senmu, went to the police station to report, as the police had previously instructed them to come if their daughter returned or if they had any news. At the station, Xiaoba was taken to a meeting room for questioning. They mainly asked how she ended up in Cambodia, whether voluntarily or deceived, whether she participated in scams, and how she returned to China. Except for the part about her return, Xiaoba told the truth. After confirming that she had not participated in the scams, the police quickly released her. The family of 3 left the station happily and went to the mall, buying a large amount of food and groceries. Back home, they began preparing a lavish lunch. Taking advantage of the break, Xiaoba went to apartment 602 to find Jin Nan, but she knocked for a long time without any response. He's out. Xiaoba quickly gave up and returned home. Meanwhile, Jin Nan was at a job interview. Upon waking up that day, he had received an interview invitation from a local security company for the position of security team leader. Although he was no longer short of money, with 280 in his account, life was long, and he couldn't just live off his savings. Finding a stable job was the sensible path. He also had no intention of seeking out people whose families were tricked into overseas telecom fraud to earn money by rescuing them. From the beginning, he only wanted to live a quiet, ordinary life, not to go through gunfire and bullets. Rescuing Xiaoba was purely out of necessity. Now that he had money, his immediate problems were solved, and there was no need to risk his life for money. After all, he didn't know whether fortune or misfortune would come first. You served 9 years in the military, which fully meets the requirements of Chonglong Security Company for the position of security team leader. What is your expected salary? The interviewer was very satisfied with Jin Nan's resume and asked about his salary expectations. Jin Nan replied sincerely, this is my first interview. I haven't looked into what a security team leader typically earns. How much can you offer? After a moment of contemplation, the interviewer said, thoughtfully, we can offer around 5,000 plus the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. We'll pay the full social insurance for you so you don't have to contribute anything yourself. In other words, you'll take home 5,000, not a cent less. And if you catch any thieves, the company gives extra rewards as a performance bonus. 5,000. Jin Nan frowned slightly, thinking the salary was a bit low. But then he reconsidered. 5,000 a month was enough for a bachelor like him, and Shangrao wasn't a first or second tier city, at best third tier. 5,000 was decent locally. As for the future, if he got a girlfriend and started a family, he could always find another job then. For now he'd take it since jobs weren't easy to come by. Fine, 5,000 it is. When can I start? Jin Nan agreed to the monthly salary of 5,000. The interviewer smiled, pleased with Jin Nan's eagerness to start work. Your post will be at Beihu Huayuan Residential Compound. Report to the property management office there tomorrow. You'll be in charge of security for that area. Beihu Huayuan. Jin Nan was taken aback. Wasn't that his own neighborhood? Is there a problem? No problem. Jin Nan was secretly delighted. Being a security guard at Beihu Huayuan couldn't be better. Aside from everything else, the commute alone saved him a lot of trouble. He could start work at 8:30 and still make it if he got up at 8:20. Before long, Jin Nan signed the employment contract with Changlong Security Company. The unemployed drifter officially became the security team leader of Beihu Huayuan for Changlong Security Company. Beep, beep, beep. Leaving the company, Jin Nan received a phone call. He took out his phone and saw the caller ID Li Shufan. During missions, he had enabled Do Not Disturb mode, so no calls could come through. This was to prevent his phone from ringing during operations. After returning home yesterday, he had turned off that mode, so calls could now come in naturally. Hello, Annie. Jin Nan answered the phone and put it to his ear. Xiaonan, it's mealtime now. Come over and eat at my place. Where are you? I knocked on your door, but no one was home. Hearing that his aunt was calling him for dinner, Jin Nan immediately replied, I'm out. I just ate. One should not accept favors without a reason. He had already taken the money she gave him, and he didn't want to trouble her further, partly due to his social anxiety. Oh, you just ate. Oh, it's my fault for not telling you in advance. Then come for dinner tonight. You must come tonight. Li Shufan's excessive warmth made Jin Nan somewhat overwhelmed. He felt there was no avoiding this meal. If he dodged today, he couldn't dodge tomorrow. Always refusing wouldn't be right either. All right. Thank you, Auntie. I'll definitely come tonight. He couldn't refuse her kindness. 7 o'clock in the evening. Beihu Huayuan room 601. In the living room, a medium-sized square table held 6 dishes: stir-fried pork with chili braised ribs, with radish stir-fried beef, with radish chicken feet stewed, with soybeans, greens, and tomato, and egg soup. Quite a feast. Oh dear, why hasn't Xiaonan come yet? Li Shufan was checking the time on her phone when she heard a knock at the door. I'll get it. Xiaoba quickly got up and trotted to the door. Li Shufan and Zhang Senmu exchanged glances. After years of marriage, a single look told them what the other was thinking. Xiaonan is a decent kid, Zhang Senmu said meaningfully. Li Shufan smiled, but said nothing. Xiaoba soon reached the door and opened it quickly. The person outside did not disappoint her. It was Jin Nan. Jin Nan was wearing a dark green hoodie, black pants, and white flat shoes. He looked less sharp and more youthful. In his hands, he carried 2 cartons of milk, one of ambrosia yogurt and one of 6 walnuts. Why did you bring things? Xiaoba said as she swung the door wide open and stepped aside to make way. It's my first time here. Jin Nan replied with a polite smile. Although he had spent 9 years in the military, he knew basic etiquette. When visiting someone's home for the first time, you should bring a gift, not arrive empty-handed. It was a matter of courtesy and propriety. Oh, Xiaonan, why did you buy things? Sit down, sit down. Li Shufan rose to greet him, took the 2 cartons of milk from his hand, set them aside casually, then took his arm and led him to the dining table. Auntie, uncle. Jin Nan greeted them politely before sitting down. Don't call me uncle. Your father is older than me, so just call me Zhang from now on. Zhang Senmu said with a smile, reaching out to take Jin Nan's wine cup, filling it to the brim, then setting it back. Li Shufan and Xiaoba also sat down. The former immediately asked, Xiaonan, what were you busy with all day today? I didn't see you at all. Li Shufan was just making casual small talk, but that casual question was exactly what Xiaoba most wanted to ask. She had been stalking Jin Nan the whole day, but hadn't caught a glimpse of him. She looked at him nonchalantly, curious about what this man had been doing all day. Jin Nan was honest and didn't brush her off. I went for a job interview today. A job interview? The whole family of 3 became interested. Interview for what? Zhang Senmu raised his wine cup to Jin Nan, who responded by raising his own in a virtual toast, and they both downed their drinks. After the drink, Jin Nan replied, I interviewed for a security team leader position. I've already signed a contract. Security team leader? Xiaoba was inwardly stunned. She knew better than anyone how capable Jin Nan was. A man of his caliber serving as a security guard was truly a waste of talent. That job sounds okay. How much does it pay? Zhang Senmu asked while eating. Not much, 5,000, but it's enough for me. In the time that followed, the 4 of them chatted over dinner with Li Shufan and Zhang Senmu, doing most of the asking, Jin Nan answering, and Xiaoba listening. When Li Shufan's family learned that Jin Nan was going to be the security team leader at Beihu Huayuan, they all lit up with excitement, joking that they now had a connection in the neighborhood, and that he should allow deliveries and couriers for room 601 to enter the compound. An hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Li Shufan and Zhang Senmu cleared the table together and washed the dishes. Jin Nan politely offered to help, but of course Li Shufan wouldn't let the guest do the cleanup. After being declined, Jin Nan felt at a loss. He wanted to leave, but he thought it would be rude to bolt right after eating. Just then Xiaoba, who had moved 2 chairs out onto the balcony, called out to him. Come out to the balcony for some fresh air after you've eaten. Jin Nan acknowledged her and went to the balcony. Sit. Xiaoba said cheerfully, gesturing to a chair. Thanks. Jin Nan thanked her politely and sat down. Xiaoba pulled her chair over to sit beside Jin Nan, resting her chin on her hands as she blinked, gazing at the sharp contours of his profile. She couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Jin Nan looked at her with a puzzled expression, hearing Xiaoba say amusingly, the you now and the you in Cambodia are practically two different people. Really? Jin Nan didn't think so. Yes, really. Yes, Xiaoba said with certainty. In Cambodia you could be described in 2 words: cold and ruthless. But now, you seem a bit honest and restrained. Are you pretending on purpose, or is it just to avoid drawing attention? Yes, Jin Nan replied thoughtfully with a sincere expression. I joined the army in my senior year of high school and served for 9 years. The moment I stepped out of the barracks and into society, I felt like a misfit. So I'm not pretending. I'm just not used to it, and I don't know how to fit in. Xiaoba listened carefully to Jin Nan's words and nodded in agreement. After hearing him, she also felt that Jin Nan wasn't pretending. His current honesty and restraint were just a result of his difficulty adapting to society. Isn't it usually 2 years of service? How did you serve 9 years? 9 years. You should at least be a second lieutenant, right? Xiaoba's curiosity began to burn as she tried to uncover the secrets of this man. Jin Nan gave a faint smile, but did not answer. Matters concerning the military were things he neither wished to nor could disclose. Seeing that Jin Nan wouldn't talk about the military, Xiaoba tactfully didn't press further, and instead asked another question. You've killed so many people. Don't you have that thing called PTSD? I'm used to it. Jin Nan responded indifferently. Used to it? Xiaoba was stunned. Just how many people had he killed to be able to say I'm used to it? Involuntarily, she became even more curious about Jin Nan, wishing she could turn into a microscopic organism and burrow into his mind to absorb all his memories. However, she knew the importance of gradual progress, understanding that asking too much would only make Jin Nan dislike it. So she didn't ask any more questions and instead talked about her own experiences and feelings in Cambodia. Jin Nan didn't say much in response, but he listened attentively throughout, occasionally giving a soft hum to acknowledge her. After about half an hour of chatting, Jin Nan felt it was time to leave. He said goodbye to Li Shufan and returned to his own home, resting early in preparation for reporting to the property management office the next day. The next day at 8 in the morning, Jin Nan left home early, went downstairs, and navigated to the property management office. Upon arriving, he found that he was early. The office opened at 8:30. He waited for half an hour at the property management office and successfully met the property manager, Lin Jianshui. Manager Lin was a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Jin Nan chatted briefly with him and learned that Changlong Security Company had a cooperative relationship with the property company, not a superior subordinate one. More specifically, Changlong was an outsourcing company. The property company had contracted security to Changlong. So although nominally Jin Nan was not under the property company's management, in practice his direct superior was still Manager Lin. After the conversation, Manager Lin gathered all the security guards in the community, and Jin Nan thus met his troops. There were quite a lot of them. 40 people plus him made 41. Beihu Garden was a relatively large residential community with 2,000 households, comparable to the size of a small town. However, these people had no quality, including Jin Nan. The average age was over 40 and several had white hair. This is your new captain, Jin Nan. Let's welcome him with applause. Manager Lin introduced Jin Nan to everyone and then led the applause. The security guards, who were standing in a less than orderly formation, clapped unhurriedly with sparse applause. Jin Nan didn't mind this. After all, they were security guards, not soldiers, so there was no need to demand neatness. Hello everyone, I'm Jin Nan. Please take care of me in the future. Jin Nan nodded to everyone, trying to appear as gentle as possible to fit into the security office later. Xiaonan, I'll leave the rest to you. Arrange the tasks as you see fit. I'll head back to work now. Manager Lin didn't stay long, after saying that he left the scene. Jin Nan watched Manager Lin leave, then turned to his team and said, I'm new here and not familiar with things yet. Just carry on as you did before. Go ahead and get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, a few security guards in their 40s and 50s walked over, cheerfully offering cigarettes to Jin Nan, saying things like, take care of us in the future. Jin Nan responded with a smile, saying sure, and after sending them off, he went to the security office. It was more of a monitoring room than an office or perhaps an equipment room, because the security department had only one office where the community's surveillance monitors and security equipment were all piled up. The security office was not large, about 70 to 80 square meters. In the farthest corner, a glass-walled room of about 10 square meters was partitioned off as the captain's office. After taking a look around the security office, Jin Nan began his duties as the security captain. In truth, the job was nothing much, just supervising whether the other guards were working diligently. It was quite leisurely and quite majestic. Wherever he went, the security guards would offer him cigarettes with utmost respect. In fact, Jin Nan, as the security captain, didn't have much authority. He couldn't fire anyone, hire anyone, or set any rules in the community. How everything had to follow the company's regulations. But he did have one power, the power to penalize. If a subordinate guard was negligent or failed to perform his duties properly, he could issue a penalty notice and report to the company to have the guard disciplined. Since Behu Garden was an old community and the security office was full of seasoned veterans, how could they perform their duties perfectly? If he inspected carefully, at least half of the 40 guards could be issued penalty notices. It was precisely for this reason that these veteran guards offered cigarettes to Jin Nan whenever they saw him, afraid that the new captain might make an example of them with his first moves. As for the guards' lack of thoroughness, Jin Nan chose to turn a blind eye, not because he was bribed, but because their shortcomings were only in minor details. For example, during guard duty, company regulations required one person inside the guard booth and one outside at the community entrance, and the guard outside was supposed to salute when residents entered. In reality, both guards would stay inside the air-conditioned booth. As for saluting, even greeting you was considered a courtesy. So these were all minor detail issues. Jin Nan figured that everyone was just a struggling worker, and as long as they didn't mess up or slack off on major matters, there was no need to make things difficult for them. Time flew like a white horse passing a crevice. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After serving as the security captain for 7 days, Jin Nan had fully integrated into the security office, getting along well with everyone. However, on the afternoon of that day, he discovered something that he had to deal with. That guy Ma Dapin, I often don't see him at his post. What's he been up to? Was it always like this? Jin Nan noticed during his rounds that a security guard named Ma Dapin was frequently absent from his post. Ma Dapin was one of the younger guards, only 26 years old, tall and stout, which made him stand out in memory. To investigate without causing a stir, Jin Nan summoned the veteran guard Zhang Gang, nicknamed Steel Bar, to his office for a chat. Zhang was responsible for monitoring the surveillance cameras in the security office. The most cushy job, and he knew the Behu Garden residential complex and the guard team better than anyone. Captain, have a smoke. Before sitting down, Zhang Gang offered Jin Nan a cigarette. The latter took it with practiced ease and placed it between his lips, while Zhang promptly produced a lighter and lit it. Since becoming the security captain, Jin Nan had never bought his own cigarettes, nor did he need to light them himself. So, Dapin has finally caught your attention, Captain. Zhang Gang spoke with a grin as he sat across from Jin Nan, lighting his own cigarette and blowing out a cloud of smoke. Dapin wasn't like this before. About a month ago, his parents were selling roasted sweet potatoes at a roadside stall one evening when the city enforcement officers cracked down. They panicked, pushed their cart to flee, and accidentally hit a Mercedes. No one was hurt, but the Mercedes got some damage. The owner demanded compensation starting at 20,000 yuan. Dapin's family situation is special. He's a local, and like you, Captain, he served in the military. His family used to be well off, but his mother fell ill a few years ago, and the medical expenses drained all their savings. Now the family of 3 relies on his parents selling sweet potatoes and Dapin's security salary. They can't afford 20,000, but they have to pay it somehow. So Dapin took up a side gig, delivering food. Jin Nan understood immediately. So when he's not at his post, he's out delivering food. Yeah. Zhang Gang took a deep drag of his cigarette and said with some embarrassment, Captain Dapin is really struggling. The previous captain knew about his situation and turned a blind eye. I'm not asking you to do the same, but please don't report it yet. I'll talk to him and make sure he doesn't do side gigs during his shifts from now on. Jin Nan pondered for a moment and said, you can go now. Act as if I never called you in. I won't report Dapin's case. Thank you, Captain. And thank you on Dapin's behalf too. Zhang Gang quickly stood up to express his gratitude. Before leaving, he left the half-empty pack of Tengwang cigarettes on the desk. Jin Nan picked up the pack of cigarettes and murmured to himself, lost in thought, a man of misfortunes. 2 days later, under the scorching summer sun, around 2 in the afternoon, Ma Dapin rode his electric scooter at full speed through the streets, bearing the 38 degrees Celsius heat. Seeing the countdown to imminent order timeout on his phone mounted on the holder, he was frantic, wishing he could make the scooter fly. Just then a call came in. The caller ID displayed Mercedes owner. Ma Dapin's face fell. He didn't want to answer, but dared not ignore it. Forced to stop, he took the phone from the holder, answered, and said, Boss, I told you I'll pay back the repair money within 3 months at most. I'm delivering food now. Please stop rushing me. Ma Dapin never default on a debt. His tone was anxious, assuming the owner was calling to demand payment again. The owner had been calling frequently these past few days, and it was getting on his nerves. Brother, I'm not rushing you. You don't have to pay me back anymore, the Mercedes owner replied unexpectedly. What? Ma Dapin was stunned. Alright, I'm in the middle of a mahjong game. I won't waste words. But the Mercedes owner hung up quickly while Ma Dapin stood there unable to process what had just happened, staring blankly at the disconnected call. To make sure he hadn't misheard, he opened the call recording and played back the conversation. After listening several times, he confirmed that he hadn't misheard. The owner said he didn't need to pay back the money. What's going on? Ma Dapin scratched his head, utterly baffled. Why would the owner suddenly let him off the hook? Could it be that this boss was a kind-hearted person who couldn't bear to take the money? Or maybe he won big at mahjong and didn't care about the 20,000 yuan repair fee. Ma Dapin mulled over several possible reasons, but didn't dwell on them. Since the owner said he didn't need to pay, he wouldn't. It wasn't as if he had refused to pay. Why overthink it? Sometime later, after delivering the last few orders, Ma Dapin rode his electric scooter back to the residential complex. Previously, he had left his post to deliver food in order to earn extra money to pay off the debt sooner. Now that the debt was forgiven, he couldn't afford to be absent during his shifts. If he wanted to deliver food, he'd do it after work. That was Ma Dapin's reasoning. After returning to the complex, he opened the scooter's trunk, took out his security uniform, found a secluded spot to change, and then headed to the south gate duty room. His partner on duty was a thin, elderly man in his 50s named Li Chuangin, nicknamed Tumbleweed. Li Chunjin was lounging in the duty room, one leg crossed over the other, watching a movie on his phone, with the air conditioner blowing comfortably. When he saw Ma Dapin push the door open, he couldn't help asking, "What's up?" "Tough day delivering food." Ma Dapin sat down on a chair and said in amazement, "I don't know if I hit the jackpot today, but the car owner called and said I don't have to pay back the repair money." He pulled out a pack of 8 yuan Dakiaman cigarettes, offered one to Li Chuangin, and took one for himself. Such good fortune. Li Chunjin was surprised, never expecting that unlucky lad Ma Dapin would have such luck. A debt of 20,000 yuan simply wiped away. Huh. Ma Dapin laughed heartily, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Now I feel like I've crossed the 10,000 mountains with ease." Li Chunjin smiled, genuinely happy for Ma Dapin. But then he recalled something and couldn't help advising. "You're so young and you served in the military. Being a security guard is a waste of your potential. Take some time to look for a better job. I'm an old man and my son is already settled down. I don't care about being a guard or a career, but you should." Ma Dapin had been on the job for a year, and seeing such a young man wasting his time here truly saddened Li. Ma Dapin laughed dismissively. "What's wrong with being a security guard? It's comfortable. Besides, the captain is young too, and he also served in the military. He's a security guard as well. Except he's the captain, but his pay isn't much higher than ours." As he said this, a faint trace of bitterness flickered across his face. He didn't really want to find a promising job, because with only a middle school education, good jobs were hard to come by. Even enlisting in the military wouldn't qualify him. Moreover, his mother's illness had been cured, yet her health remained fragile, demanding constant care. When his father couldn't manage alone, he had to step in. The security job, though lacking prospects, offered flexibility. Leaving for emergencies was never an issue. Without these accommodations, why would a 26-year-old young man work as a security guard? He would have quit long ago. The team leader. How could you possibly compare yourself to the team leader? Li Chunjin burst out laughing when he heard Ma Dapin's comparison to the team leader, then spoke with a dismissive tone. "The team leader is also a security guard with a salary only marginally higher than yours, but he owns a house. Besides being your boss, he's also your property owner. What about you? All you have is an old house in the village." And the team leader also bought a car, a Mercedes-Benz with the standing emblem. He became a security team leader as a lifestyle experience. What about you? What are you? A real idiot. Listening to Li Chuanging's first part, Ma Dapin remained indifferent, even picking his ear. But upon hearing the latter part, he immediately turned his head toward Li Chuanging. "What? The team leader also bought a car, a Mercedes-Benz. He's that rich, really living the lifestyle experience." Li Chuanging took a deep drag of his cigarette and said confidently, with a smile, "Absolutely true. I think it was bought just today. This morning, I was the one who opened the door for the team leader. If you don't believe me, the car seems to be parked in the spot right in front of the security office. Go check for yourself. Holy shit, he really is a rich second generation living a lifestyle experience." Envy and jealousy spread across Ma Dapin's face. But just then something suddenly occurred to him. Today, Mercedes, standing emblem. The car owner called to tell him he didn't need to pay for the repairs. Something seemed to connect the dots. A truth seemed to be surfacing, but Ma Dapin found it hard to believe. He and the team leader were just strangers who had known each other for mere days. How could this be possible? He smoked one cigarette after another, constantly contemplating the possibility in his heart. His worried expression made Li Chunjing think he was feeling dejected, so he immediately tried to comfort him. "Don't feel so pressured. Some things, if you're born with them, you have them. If you're born without them, you don't." Ma Dapin didn't speak, continuing to smoke and ponder alone. Before long, 7 or 8 cigarette butts littered the ground at his feet, and the duty room filled with smoke, making Li Chunjing have to open the window. Just then Ma Dapin got up and left the duty room. "Where are you going?" Ma Dapin didn't respond to Li Chuanging's follow-up questions, heading firmly toward the security office. He was going to the security office to verify his speculation. A few minutes later, Ma Dapin arrived near the security office with practiced ease. Before reaching it, he spotted a brand new Mercedes-Benz E350 with a standing emblem in the outdoor parking lot in front of the security office. He pulled out his phone, opened the camera, zoomed in on the car, and clearly saw the license plate number Jiang E01023. It really is. Ma Dapin lowered his phone, staring at the Mercedes-Benz E350 dozens of meters away, utterly disbelieving. This Mercedes-Benz E350 with the license plate number Jiang E01023 was exactly the one his parents had hit. He pulled out his cigarette pack, lit one, and sat down on the edge of the greenbelt, falling into deep contemplation. His mood was complex at this moment. Confusion because he couldn't understand why the team leader had helped him. They were just colleagues and not even close ones. Pressure, because the thing he feared most in life was owing someone a favor since he couldn't repay it. Now he owed the team leader such a massive debt of gratitude. How would he ever repay this? Gratitude. Though their relationship was shallow, he had spent so much money to help him. In all his years in society, he had never heard of or seen such a kind person. Now he had encountered one. He really wanted to find Jin Nan and ask why he had helped him, but he was also afraid that once the matter was exposed, he would have to live with this debt of gratitude for the rest of his life. He was already under tremendous pressure. If he had to bear this additional burden, he was afraid he would suffocate. In truth, even now he was already feeling somewhat crushed. Inside the team leader's office at the security station, Jin Nan was twirling a Mercedes-Benz key in his hand while sitting with his legs crossed. He never imagined he would one day drive a Mercedes-Benz either, a Mercedes-Benz E350 at that. However, the price of driving a Mercedes was rather heavy. The car was technically a third-hand vehicle, but it was a 2023 model, less than 2 years old. The original owner had paid 5500 yuan when purchasing it, but drove it for less than half a year before landing in prison. The second owner acquired it through a court auction for 3500 yuan, drove it for a year and a half, had a few minor accidents, and Jin Nan had spent 2700 yuan to get it from him. His savings had been 2800 yuan. After spending 2700 yuan, he was left with only 1000 yuan in savings. Fortunately, he had no family and no girlfriend, otherwise he would have been eating dirt. Alas, being a good person isn't so easy after all. Damn this mercy of mine. Over the next several days, Jin Nan continued to live in comfort and ease. His smoking habit grew larger and larger as his subordinates constantly offered him cigarettes. He needed a whole pack a day now. Not only did his smoking increase, but he also started gambling, playing a dice game called Bull Bull. But the stakes were small, just a few yuan per round with wins and losses of only 20 or 30 yuan at most. Small gambling brightens the mood, helping pass the boring hours. But this comfortable life was soon shattered. On the 15th day as security team leader that afternoon, someone knocked on the door of apartment 602, Li Shufin's home. It happened to be a weekend. Li Shufin and her family of 3 were all sitting in the living room watching television. Hearing the knock at the door, Li Shufin rose from the sofa and walked to the entrance. Opening the door, she found a man and a woman standing outside. The man wore a tailored suit, an expensive watch on his wrist, shoes polished to a shine, and his hair styled high. A typical business elite. The woman was equally elegantly dressed, her hair pinned up, wearing a black dress, a delicate lady's watch, carrying a Hermes mini bag with an extraordinary aura. Who are you? Li Shufin didn't recognize them. The moment she saw them, she knew they were strangers. Sir, may I ask if you're sisterly? The man politely used the respectful form of address. My surname is Li, but whether I'm the sister you're looking for, I couldn't say. She thought to herself, I don't know them. They must have come to the wrong place. But the woman's next words told Li Shufin that they had indeed come looking for her. Are you Li Shufin? Li Shufin froze, then nodded. The man immediately took a business card from his suit's inner pocket and handed it to Li Shufin with both hands. Good afternoon, sister. My name is Zhou Jianbang. He gestured toward the woman. This is my wife, Du Jianwei. Li Shufin finished reading their introductions and looked carefully at the card. Chairman Zhou Jianbang of Jiangzhou Garment Trading Company. Li Shufin had never heard of this company. She gazed at Zhou Jianbang and his wife, Du Jianwei, with bewilderment. What brings you to see me, eh? Zhou Jianbang was about to speak when his wife, Du Jianwei, jumped in first, her expression tinged with urgency. Did your daughter Zhang Xiaoba come home? Upon hearing her daughter's name, Li Shufin instantly became alert, her hand gripping the doorframe. Who exactly are you people? Noticing Li Shufin's guarded stance, Zhou Jianbang hastened to explain, please don't worry, sister. We're not here to find Zhang Xiaoba. Just like you, our child was also deceived by a telecommunications fraud syndicate and taken abroad. Oh, your child too? Li Shufin exclaimed in astonishment, immediately feeling a surge of sympathy. She let down her guard and invited the Zhou couple inside. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei entered the living room. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoba sitting safely on the sofa munching on snacks with Zhang Senmu, their eyes betrayed both urgency and envy. Who are these two? Zhang Senmu asked, his face creased with confusion and wariness. Xiaoba wore the same expression. Their child was also scammed abroad. Li Shufin dispelled old Zhang's suspicion with a single sentence. She then invited the Zhou couple to sit and went to the water dispenser, handing them 2 cups of warm water. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei accepted the water with thanks. Xiaoba, go to your room. Li Shufin shot Xiaoba a meaningful look. Xiaoba understood immediately and was about to slip on her shoes and leave when Zhou Jianbang stopped her. Sister, we have some questions for Xiaoba. Could we speak with her for a moment? Xiaoba glanced helplessly between Li Shufin and Zhang Senmu. Zhang Senmu furrowed his brow and asked hesitantly, how did you know my daughter had returned? Li Shufin suddenly realized the same thing. Ever since Xiaoba returned to avoid being targeted by criminals, she hadn't breathed a word to anyone outside the family. Seeing the family grow tense, Du Jianwei quickly explained, Jianbang and I have some influence in Shangrao. Our friend in the police told us that a girl had escaped from Cambodia by stealing a boat and made her way back. Li Shufin, Zhang Senmu, and Xiaoba all raised their eyebrows at once. From this revelation, they could tell the couple was immensely wealthy. Ask whatever you want to know. Li Shufin was a warm-hearted woman. Given that their child had also been scammed abroad, she was willing to share whatever information she had. Zhou Jianbang didn't beat around the bush and asked Xiaoba directly, did you really escape Cambodia all by yourself? Xiaoba nodded without hesitation. Yes. They were having an event that day, and the guards were few, so I took the chance to escape. Then I met a kind stranger who took me to the dock. There just happened to be a yacht with the keys still in it, so I sailed away. My daughter always enjoys watching sailing videos. A child picks up a thing or two from that. Zhang Xinmu added. This explanation might have seemed flawless to others, but to Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei, who had experienced sailing yachts, it was riddled with holes. Believing she had learned from watching a few sailing videos and could handle a yacht. Perhaps. But believing she could sail a yacht from Cambodia to Hainan after watching just a few videos. Absolutely not. First, that sea route spans approximately 1500 nautical miles. Navigation at sea differs vastly from land travel. On land there are signs and markers, but out on the ocean there is nothing. A person with no sailing experience could never pilot a vessel across 1500 nautical miles. Second, no matter how large the yacht's fuel tank, its range could never reach 1500 nautical miles. And since Xiaoba had fled on impulse, she couldn't have brought backup fuel. Without backup fuel, the yacht would conk out halfway through. She would have to raise the sails and adjust the vessel's direction according to the wind, a task impossible for someone with no sailing experience. Brother, sister, to be honest with you, our family owns a yacht. I'm not showing off. I'm just trying to explain that my wife and I have been sailing for 2 or 3 years, and we know that yachts are only suitable for coastal waters. For the open sea, you must use sails. And even after 2 or 3 years, we still haven't learned how to navigate using sails. Zhou Jianbang first exposed the flaws in their story, then turned to Xiaoba and asked, someone must have helped you. Can you tell me who it was? Xiaoba shook her head vigorously. No, really, I escaped by myself. On the day she returned, Li Shufan had warned her never to reveal Jin Nan's identity. And she didn't want to bring trouble to Jin Nan either, so she kept her lips sealed firmly. Xiaoba, auntie is begging you. Please tell us the truth. Du Jianwei actually knelt down right from the sofa, her eyes moist, her voice trembling with emotion. Li Shufan was startled and hurried to help her up. But at this moment, Zhou Jianbang also knelt down, his knees striking the floor with a loud thud. Our daughter is only 23 years old. She just graduated from university in the prime of her youth. Her life cannot be destroyed like this. Please, we're begging you. Tell us. We absolutely will not say a word to anyone. We just want to beg that person to rescue our daughter. At this moment, Zhou Jianbang was no longer a company president or a formidable business elite. He had become a father humbled to the core. Li Shufan and Zhang Xinmu wore troubled expressions. As parents, especially parents whose child had also been scammed abroad, they deeply understood the Zhou couple's anguish. Yet they felt they couldn't betray Jin Nan simply because of their sympathy. They were in a terrible bind, wanting to refuse but unable to bear it, wanting to speak but unable to do so in good conscience. Xiaoba didn't know what to do either. Her feelings mirrored her parents. And as someone who had been deceived and taken to Cambodia, she knew how terrifying the electricity fraud parks were and how wretched the people inside. Being beaten or locked in solitary confinement was considered mild. For those with strong wills, managers would go so far as to use knives. Women had it even worse. Any with a semblance of beauty would be cyclically raped by managers and their underlings. Once tired of them, they would be sold off. It was a living hell. She had been relatively fortunate escaping those torments and humiliations. But others, like the Zhou couple's daughter, might not share her luck. Now all 3 members of the Li family found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. Refusing was abandoning someone to their fate. Telling the truth was betrayal. When Du Jianwei saw them all fall silent, she knew they were wavering. Seizing the moment, she continued with tearful pleading, we absolutely will not tell anyone, absolutely not. And we're willing to pay any amount of money. Sister, this isn't about money. We made a promise to someone, and we can't break it. Li Shufan said helplessly. Get up, please. Kneeling is useless, Zhang Xinmu sighed. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei thought to themselves, as expected, Xiaoba hadn't come back on her own, if someone had rescued her. Big sister, big brother, if you don't tell us, we'll kneel here forever. If you drive us away, we'll kneel at your door every day without end. Don't blame us for being shameless. She's our only daughter, and this is our only hope. Du Jianwei was determined to find out who had rescued Xiaoba from Cambodia, for that was her sole chance to save her daughter. Big sister, big brother, I beg you. I'll kowtow to you. Zhou Jianbang pressed his forehead hard against the floor, drawing blood at once. The sight startled Li Shufan's family. All 3 of them rushed to stop him from continuing. Zhou Jianbang was as stubborn as a bull. Even with 3 people holding him back, he strained with all his might to force his head toward the ground. Li Shufan could no longer bear it. She couldn't stand seeing the couple kneeling, and her heart ached. All right. Please sit properly. I'll go contact that person. If you don't get up, I won't make the call. Hearing this, Zhou Jianbang finally relented. He sat on the floor sobbing. Thank you, big sister, thank you, big brother. Du Jianwei couldn't help but weep bitterly as well. After calming the 2 down, Li Shufan left the apartment alone and hurried downstairs. Once downstairs, she took out her phone to call Jin Nan. As luck would have it, Jin Nan was riding a small security patrol scooter along the residential road not far away, making his rounds alone. Li Shufan's eyes lit up at the sight of Jin Nan. She put down her phone and waved at him, calling out, Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan. Hearing his name, Jin Nan turned his head. Seeing the neighbor aunt calling him, he didn't hesitate to steer the scooter over, slowly cruising to a stop in front of Li Shufan. "What's up, Annie?" he asked. Li Shufan glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby. She bit her lower lip, looking embarrassed, and asked, "Can you still go overseas to rescue people?" Jin Nan frowned immediately, his tone hesitant. "Has Xiaoba been tricked abroad again?" "No, not that," Li Shufan replied. She continued, "A family found out that Xiaoba escaped and guessed she didn't come back alone. They came to us begging you to go overseas and bring their daughter back too." "No, no way," Jin Nan refused flatly. Rescuing Xiaoba was his first and last overseas mission. He had no desire to brave bullets and fire again. It was too dangerous. Now life was good. He had some savings, a stable monthly salary, and a comfortable, easy existence. Only a fool would go overseas to save someone. That was the police's job. Why should an ordinary citizen get involved? "You really won't go?" Li Shufan's face showed reluctance. Jin Nan shook his head firmly. "No." Then he changed the subject. "By the way, Auntie, you didn't tell them about me, did you?" "No, I didn't reveal who you are." Jin Nan nodded with satisfaction. "Good. I'll be off now, Andy. I need to continue my patrol." With that, he turned the scooter around and twisted the throttle, riding away. Li Shufan watched his receding figure, hesitating to speak, but finally called out, "They're very wealthy. Doesn't matter how rich they are. I'm not going." Jin Nan waved dismissively. 2 million. They're offering 2 million. 2 million. Jin Nan braked the scooter and stopped, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Though he didn't care much about having more or less money, he wouldn't mind having more. Seeing Jin Nan stop, Li Shufan's eyes lit up with hope. She quickly caught up to him and urged, "They're really rich. They own a company and even have a yacht. If you save their daughter, you'll earn money and rescue a broken family. It's a win-win." Jin Nan fell into thought. After a long pause, he said, "Let me think about it." He couldn't decide on the spot and resolved to consider it carefully before making a choice. All right. Let me know when you've made up your mind," Li Shufan said. "Okay," Jin Nan replied. He soon mounted the scooter and rode off, pondering whether to take the job as he patrolled. Li Shufan watched him disappear into the distance, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Then she turned and went back into the building. Back home, Li Shufan told Zhou Jianbang and his wife about Jin Nan's consideration and also mentioned that she had taken the liberty of offering a 2 million yuan reward. She had expected the couple to scold her for setting the price too high, but to her surprise, Zhou Jianbang said with regret, 2 million. "You set it too low? To be honest, those scammers have already extorted 3 million from us. Big sister, please tell him we're willing to offer 5 million. If he can bring our daughter back, we'll pay 5 million, Du Jianwei chimed in. To them, a few million was mere pocket change. They could earn it back in a month. Moreover, besides the 3 million extorted by the scammers, they had also spent 1.5 million to hire a so-called overseas mercenary veteran through underground channels. But the expert had taken the money on the first day and vanished the next. They had already wasted too much money on dead ends. They didn't mind spending another 4 or 5 million on someone reliable to bring their daughter back. Li Shufan and her family were stunned. They knew the couple was wealthy, but they hadn't realized just how rich they were. All right, I understand. I'll go talk to him again later. For now, you two should go home. I'll call you when there's news. You gave me your business card after all. Big sister, big brother, we'll be going now. We'll wait for your news. Though Zhou Jianbang and his wife were anxious, they knew some things couldn't be rushed. Since the other party said they'd consider it, they would give them time. Soon Li Shufan's family saw them out of apartment 602. So many people are being tricked into going abroad these days, Zhang Xinmu remarked as he returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Li Shufan walked to the water dispenser, poured herself a cup, and took a sip. Yeah, both rich and poor fall for the scams. Xiaoba's eyes darted around curiously. Mom, Dad, do you think Brother Nan will agree? If they really offer 5 million, he'll definitely go, Zhang Xinmu said with certainty. He believed that since Jin Nan had gone to Cambodia for 3.0, he would surely go for 5 million. That's not necessarily true, Li Shufan disagreed. From Jin Nan's reaction earlier, she could tell he wasn't blinded by money. If he were, he would have haggled when rescuing Xiaoba, and he wouldn't have refused outright when she mentioned saving someone else. He would have bargained instead. Zhang Xinmu smiled without speaking, yet a sense of relief blossomed in his heart. Compared to others who had spent millions to rescue people, he had only spent 300,000. A magnificent bargain indeed. Xiaoba remained silent, as well, her gaze drifting aimlessly, lost in unknown thoughts. Evening 7 o'clock. Jin Nan returned to his own home, casually closing the door behind him as he entered the living room. Out of habit, he retrieved a bottle of chilled Harbin beer from the refrigerator and settled onto the sofa, drinking directly from the bottle. After draining half the bottle, he pulled out his phone and dialed Li Shufan's number. He had already made his decision. No deal. He calculated that he still had 30 or 40 years of life ahead of him. Risking his neck for a mere 2 million yuan was hardly worthwhile. Though he possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities, if fortune turned against him, bullets could find their way into his body from the most unexpected angles and trajectories. Hello, Xiao Nan. The call connected swiftly, and Li Shufan's voice came through. Just as Jin Nan was about to refuse the rescue mission, Li Shufan spoke before him. That family has said they're willing to offer 5 million yuan if you're willing to go. 5 million yuan. Jin Nan's grip on his phone tightened. The refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. 5 million yuan. The decision he had agonized over for half a day was now shattered by this astronomical figure, leaving him thoroughly conflicted. Jin Nan couldn't help but think to himself, if he had 5 million yuan in his pocket, every economic worry for the rest of his life would vanish. He could go wherever he pleased in the country whenever the mood struck him. I can rescue her, but they must pay in advance. Without much hesitation, Jin Nan reached his decision. Let's do this. He hadn't wanted to go initially, but the offer was simply too generous to refuse. In his heart, he swore an oath. This would be the absolute last job. After completing this one, he would never do another. Alright, I'll call them right now. Jin Nan hung up and lay back on the sofa, exhaling a long, heavy breath as he murmured to himself, damnable money. 10 o'clock at night. A knock sounded at the door of apartment 601. Jin Nan, who had been waiting in the living room, rose and walked toward the entrance. Through the peephole he peered outside. He had repaired the peephole just a few days prior. In his field of vision stood an elegantly dressed middle-aged couple. Jin Nan did not rush to open the door. Instead, he went to the kitchen, first concealing a fruit knife on his body, then returned to the entrance. Come in. Jin Nan did not bother asking who they were, simply allowing them entry. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei entered one after the other without hesitation. Jin Nan shut the door and turned the lock, leading them to the living room. Don't ask any questions. I ask you answer. He spoke these words before taking his seat. The Zhou couple exchanged glances, both sensing that Jin Nan's aloof demeanor inspired confidence. They nodded and gently lowered themselves onto the chairs. Jin Nan sat across from them and asked, tell me your situation. Zhou Jianbang recounted after a moment of reflection. It was about 4 months ago. My daughter Zhou Yunang went to Thailand with her boyfriend for a trip. After about 7 days, she told us she was preparing to return. But the next day, neither her mother nor I received any news of her plane landing. We called to check on her only to find the number unreachable. We dialed for hours, over 100 calls, none went through. That's when we realized something terrible had happened. We reached out to friends in the police force for help and filed a report with the Thai embassy. About 18 hours later, the embassy confirmed that she was indeed missing. Most likely she had been lured or abducted to some telecom fraud industrial park. Du Jianwei continued, 2 days after this my daughter called. But the person on the line wasn't her. A man with a heavy accent spoke, saying our daughter was in their hands. If we didn't want her killed, transferred for sale, or here she could no longer continue. Zhou Jianbang sighed heavily. They said if we wanted Zhou Yuntang to be safe, we had to transfer 1 million yuan to them. Otherwise she would be raped and sold to a brothel. Fearing what they might do to my daughter, I immediately wired the money. But after we sent the first million, they went silent. Then a month later they demanded another million. Last month they came asking for another 100,000. We knew they were extorting us, but we had no choice. We had to comply. We were at our wits' end, so we hired someone through connections, a man who claimed to be a retired overseas mercenary. We paid him 5 million yuan. But the day after we transferred the money, he vanished. His phone number showed as disconnected. After listening to the full account from Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei, Jin Nan's expression remained unmoved. Processing the information, he continued, what about the victim's boyfriend? Tell me about him. Her boyfriend is named Hong Jialin. He was my daughter's university classmate. My daughter never mentioned this to me before, so I always assumed her boyfriend was Chinese. But after some investigation, I learned he's a Burmese international student. Zhou Jianbang spoke with profound regret. If I had known earlier that this man was a Burmese international student, I would never have let them be together, let alone let them travel to Myanmar together. It's all my fault. I was too lenient with my daughter in this regard. Jin Nan cut him off. None of that useless complaining matters. The one thing we can be certain of now is that your daughter disappeared in Myanmar, correct? Both Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei nodded. Do you know which specific telecom fraud park? Du Jianwei shook her head. We don't know that. Alright then, give me your daughter's photo and phone number. Do you have them on you? Jin Nan asked. Yes, we have them. Du Jianwei immediately began rummaging through her handbag, extracting a selfie. Here's my daughter's number. She then found an eyebrow pencil and wrote the string of digits on the back of the photo before handing it over. Jin Nan accepted the photo and glanced at it a few times. Shoulder-length hair and oval face, fair skin. She was quite pretty. He wondered if she would have the same luck as Xiaoba. Zhou Yuntang, you said. He set down the photo, having already committed her features to memory. Yes, Zhou Yuntang. Zhou Jianbang nodded in affirmation. Young man, you must rescue my daughter. The father's eyes brimmed with desperate hope. Jin Nan's face remained expressionless. I can't make any promises, but I'll give it my best. He inhaled quietly through his nose, then shifted topics. Aunt Lee must have explained to you. I require full payment before I depart. Everything up front. Jin Nan reached into his trouser pocket and produced a bank card, placing it on the tabletop. Zhou Jianbang started to speak, but before he could get a word out, Jin Nan interrupted. This is how I conduct business. Payment first, then action. If you don't trust me, find someone else. Don't make things difficult, and don't try to bargain. I wasn't planning to go in the first place. It's simply that your offer is far too generous. The couple fell silent for a moment before Du Jianwei let out a soft sigh. Give it to him, she said, a hint of resignation in her voice. Zhou Jianbang said no more. He took Jin Nan's bank card and pulled out his own phone to initiate the transfer. About a minute later, a text message notification rang from Jin Nan's phone. He picked it up and glanced at it. 500,000 yuan had arrived. Receive. Jin Nan put down his phone and looked at the couple Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei. Let me explain my rules. First, during my mission, avoid calling me and disrupting my rhythm. I'll enable Do Not Disturb mode, so you won't be able to reach me. Second, after I rescue the person, act as if you've never met me. Do not disclose any of my personal information to anyone. He spoke with a grave expression. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei nodded almost without hesitation after hearing this. They weren't afraid Jin Nan would abscond with the money because he lived right here. The monk may run away, but the temple can't. No problem. When will you set off? Du Jianwei asked, growing anxious. Rest for a night, and I'll depart tomorrow. Not long after, Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei were sent away by Jin Nan. After they left, Jin Nan called the property manager Lin to ask for leave. Why did he ask for leave instead of resigning? Because although he now had 5 million yuan, he still felt he needed a job. Besides, this job was so comfortable, perfect for retirement. What's the reason for leave? There's a grave relocation in my hometown. I need to go back. How long? 1 week. 1 week. That's long. You've only been working for less than half a month. I really have no choice. Tell you what, check with your company first. If they agree, I'll approve it. Jin Nan then called the HR department of Changlong Company. After much pleading, HR agreed to the leave, but they would deduct 140 yuan from his salary. 140 yuan was a considerable sum for Jin Nan before, but for someone now possessing 5 million RMB, it was a drop in the bucket. He accepted the condition without hesitation. With HR's approval secured, Jin Nan immediately called Manager Lin back. Learning that Changlong had agreed, Manager Lin didn't make things difficult and granted him a 7-day leave. Having successfully obtained leave, Jin Nan soon left his home. At the community gate, he scanned a shared bicycle and rode to a nearby internet cafe. At the internet cafe, he booked a private booth, locked the door, covered the windows, turned on the computer, and entered a URL to access the global phone location system website. Jin Nan entered Zhou Yuntang's phone number and clicked search. After 3 or 4 seconds, a location popped up: Mayawati Tachalek District, KK Park, on the Myanmar border. Seeing this location, Jin Nan's brow furrowed slightly. Not because of KK Park's notorious reputation, but because he had read a news report that 6 months ago in February, Thailand had cut off water, electricity, and gas to KK Park, reducing its power by nearly 90%. This forced the park's controller, Shi Zhejiang, to transfer scam operators to Yangon and Poipet, Cambodia. Under international pressure, General Su Chidu, leader of the Karen border guard force that protected KK Park, had also organized forces to conduct a surprise inspection of the park. Though it was just a show, they did hand over 6,500 victims. Because he knew all this, one question arose when he saw the location: was Zhou Yuntang really in KK Park? Had she already been transferred elsewhere with only her phone still in the hands of the remaining staff at KK Park? If so, the difficulty of finding her would increase dramatically. Leaning back in the computer chair, Jin Nan closed his eyes and began to contemplate the safest rescue plan. Soon a rather bold idea was born in his mind. Let's do it this way. Jin Nan opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He placed his hands on the keyboard and entered another URL, accessing a global information database website dedicated to investigating personal data. On this website, one could investigate anyone's identity. However, it wasn't free. Users had to post bounties themselves. With a few clicks, Jin Nan quickly posted a bounty on the global information database website. All information and phone numbers of General Su Chidu of Myanmar's relatives. The bounty amount was 10000 USD. He lit a cigarette and quietly waited for someone to accept the job. About 10 minutes later, a prompt box popped up on the website. Your bounty has been accepted. Jin Nan closed the prompt box, and the page automatically redirected to a chat interface. The person who accepted the job sent a message. Hello boss, I've looked up the information you need. This is my bank card number 1564-212-4212. Jin Nan took out his phone, opened the banking app, first exchanged 720 RMB for 100 USD, then entered the small amount overseas transfer section, input the recipient's card number, and transferred 100. Overseas remittances were slow. About half an hour later, the contractor received the transfer notification and promptly sent Jin Nan the required information. Thank you. Jin Nan opened the camera function, raised his phone to take a photo of the computer screen, then closed the website, opened a map application, and began planning an evacuation route. A few minutes later, he found a Thai yacht company online, impersonated a Thai company boss, and bought a 12-meter speedboat worth 500 RMB, paying the full amount up front. He requested that the boat be delivered to the Gaikami Pier in Myanmar within 3 days. Gaikami, Myanmar is located on the east coast of the Gulf of Martaban. Heading south 300 kilometers, one can enter the Bay of Bengal through the South Pre-Paris Channel. After buying the yacht, Jin Nan used the same trick. He found a car dealership in Bangladesh, impersonated a Bangladeshi company boss, and bought a Jeep off-road vehicle, paying 600 RMB in advance. He requested that the vehicle be placed at the food pier in Garabala, a coastal county in Bangladesh, within 3 days. Indeed, Jin Nan's escape route was after rescuing the person drive from Mayawati to Gaikami Pier, a distance of 125 kilometers, then take the speedboat from Gaikami Pier into the South Pre-Paris Channel. To the south of the South Pre-Paris Channel lies India's Andaman Islands, where they could refuel and resupply. From the Andaman Islands, they would head north to Garabala, Bangladesh. There they would switch from boat to vehicle cross India's northeast 6 states, then through Myanmar's Pakistan, and finally cross the border into Yunnan, China. This evacuation route was the safest, but also the longest, 1600 kilometers by sea and 1300 kilometers by land. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Jin Nan woke up early and prepared to go to an outdoor supplies store to purchase some equipment, such as a bulletproof vest. This mission was more arduous than the last. Going without a bulletproof vest was not an option. However, the moment he opened the door, he saw Ma Dapin standing at the entrance. Jin Nan was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Ma Dapin cast a meaningful glance at Jin Nan, then silently stepped into the room and closed the door. He said to the latter, "Bro, let me join you." Jin Nan's face remained expressionless, but a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Join me for what?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "A few years ago, my father and I were selling baked sweet potatoes in front of Jianzhou Tower. Mr. Zhou Jianbang saw how pitiful we were and bought all the sweet potatoes, so I remember him. He doesn't live here, but he came here twice. After the second time you took leave, my gut told me there was a connection, so I asked the security guard to check the surveillance footage. I discovered that the girl from Unit 602, who had been missing after being trafficked to Cambodia, first appeared in the neighborhood on the night of the 9th, and you were with her. I also checked the local news in Shangrao and found out that Zhou Jianbang's daughter had gone missing in Myanmar 4 months ago. From all this, I knew you rescued the girl from Unit 602 from Cambodia, and Zhou Jianbang came to the neighborhood to find you. You took leave because you agreed to help bring their daughters back." Ma Dapin spoke with ease. Jin Nan took a quiet, sharp breath, astonished that Ma Dapin, who seemed rough and simple, had such a meticulous mind and had guessed everything correctly. "Besides you, who else knows?" Jin Nan asked, maintaining his composure. "I haven't told anyone," Ma Dapin replied quickly and firmly. Jin Nan looked him over from head to toe, then gestured for him to come to the living room. He poured a glass of water and handed it to him. "Thank you, Captain." Ma Dapin took the water with both hands, but did not sit down. Jin Nan ignored him and sat on the sofa, not looking at him as he asked, "You want to come with me?" "Why?" "I need money," Ma Dapin answered bluntly. Jin Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he pondered. After half the cigarette had burned away, he asked, "What skills do you have?" Ma Dapin set down the glass, straightened his back, and barked, "Reporting, Sergeant. Champion of the 7th Machine Gun Competition of the 14th Group Army Southern Theater Command, 7th place in the 26th Military Competition of the Southern Theater Command, Seed Candidate of the Southern Sword Special Forces, 4th place in the Machine Gun Event of the 18th National Gun King Challenge." Jin Nan raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Ma Dapin, truly unable to believe he had such accomplishments. He stood up and asked, "How many years did you serve?" 2 years, Ma Dapin answered with force. "When did you enlist, and when did you discharge?" "Enlisted in 2017, discharged in 2019. "What did you do after discharge?" "Took care of my mother for 4 years, helped my father sell sweet potatoes. Last year I became a security guard here, and it's been exactly 1 year now." Jin Nan walked around him, stopped, and expressed his confusion. "Based on what you just said, you were a promising soldier. If you had stayed in the army, you'd have had a bright future. Why did you leave?" He suspected that Ma Dapin's honors were a lie. Because in the military, if a conscript achieved that many honors, the commanding officer would find a way to keep him, and the soldier himself wouldn't want to leave. "Things at home were tough. My father had to both earn money and take care of my mother. He couldn't manage alone. At that time, my military allowance was very small, and because of my low education, I didn't have the bright future the sergeant mentioned." Ma Dapin's forceful tone carried a hint of helplessness. In 2020, the military implemented a comprehensive informatization drive and overhauled educational requirements, phasing out low education soldiers. Soldiers like him with low education but high performance were also on the elimination list. Of course, that wasn't the main reason he decided to leave. Before his discharge, the commanding officer said that if he stayed, he could at least become a non-commissioned officer in 4 years. The real reason was his mother's illness. At that time, her condition was very serious. No one knew when she might pass away. So he chose to be by her side and fulfill his filial duty, deciding to leave the military. Jin Nan fell silent. Before buying that Mercedes-Benz E350, he had carefully inquired about Ma Dapin's family situation at the security office, so he was certain Ma Dapin wasn't lying. Maybe he truly had chosen to retire with honors to take care of his mother and due to educational issues. Jin Nan's silence was a struggle. He didn't know whether to bring Ma Dapin along to Mayawati, Myanmar. Having another person would certainly make things easier and provide some backup, but if Ma Dapin were unfortunately shot and killed, what then? As an ordinary civilian, he simply couldn't bear that responsibility. Ma Dapin glanced at Jin Nan, seeing his hesitation. To ensure he could join the mission, he knelt down without hesitation and spoke earnestly. "My family is poor. So poor we can barely make ends meet." "That's not an exaggeration. Being a security guard barely earns anything, and other jobs are hard to find. Bro, please have pity on me, and let me come along. Other jobs are hard to find. That phrase more than anything else Ma Dapin had said touched Jin Nan, reminding him of the difficulties he faced when he first returned to Shangrao looking for work. Two souls adrift in the same boat. Since you're so determined, let's go together. After the mission, I'll split the money according to the actual difficulty. Jin Nan paused. Let me be clear, no matter how much I give you, you must not complain. Even if it's just $1. Some things needed to be stated plainly. He didn't want a dispute over money to turn them against each other later. All right. Ma Dapin replied softly with a faint, barely noticeable smile. He knew Jin Nan was only saying that in the end, he wouldn't be stingy. After all, Jin Nan had bought his car just to help him out. How could such a man be petty? Jin Nan pulled him up from the ground, patted his shoulder, and said with a slight smile, from now on we're comrades. Ma Dapin saluted Jin Nan solemnly. Jin Nan returned the salute, then said, now call Manager Lin and ask for leave. Take a week off. Then change your clothes, and we'll go buy some gear. Yes, Captain. When we're outside, just call me Brother Nan, not Captain. Yes, Brother Nan. Shortly after, Ma Dapin called Manager Lin in front of Jin Nan and asked for a week off. Normally Ma Dapin should have asked Jin Nan for leave, but since Jin Nan was also taking leave, he went directly to Manager Lin. Why are you taking leave too? And for a whole week? Are you moving your ancestral grave as well? No, my mother is hospitalized again, and my father hasn't been well lately either. I can only go to the hospital to cover for a while, and come back to work once my father recovers. Oh dear, your family. Do you need to borrow money? I can lend you 1,000 or so. Thank you, Manager Lin, but no need. Alright, go ahead, and take care of your mother. I'll apply for sick leave for you so the security company won't deduct your salary. Okay. After hanging up, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin left room 601, exiting the building. They parted ways, one to change clothes, and the other to get the car. After about 5 minutes, Ma Dapin, who had changed clothes, met up at the entrance of the residential complex. Together, they drove to the outdoor gear store they had visited before. At the outdoor gear store, Jin Nan bought 2 ceramic bulletproof vests, a Type 65 reconnaissance dagger, a Type 95 multi-purpose bayonet, 2 black-gray pilot jackets, 2 pairs of black casual pants, 2 pairs of high-top hard-sole black-gray boots, as well as insect repellent spray and a first aid kit. The total cost was 7,000. Back in the car, they changed clothes. Jin Nan put on the black pilot jacket, and Ma Dapin wore the gray one. There was no particular reason, each simply liked that color. After changing, they set off. This time, they didn't take an unlicensed taxi. They drove the Mercedes-Benz E350. After all, they didn't have that option before, but now they did, so there was no need to take an unlicensed cab. This time their destination was Tingchong, Yunnan. In fact, the best route into Myanmar was through Pu'er, Yunnan, which is closest to Myawaddy. However, considering the retreat route would go from Mangla through the 6 northeastern states of India and Myanmar's pagan, and finally enter Yunnan, China, they decided to drive directly to Tingchong. That way, after returning, they could drive their own car back to Shangrao. It was both convenient and avoided exposure. The distance from Shangrao to Tingchong, Yunnan was 220 kilometers, and Gouda maps showed it would take 25 hours. Jin Nan drove for the first 10 hours, then switched with Ma Dapin, who drove another 15 hours straight, arriving in Tingchong at 9 a.m. the next day. Upon arriving in Tingchong, they did not rest. They first parked the car in a roadside spot in the city center, then took an unlicensed taxi to the forest area along the China-Myanmar border. To conserve energy as much as possible, they closed their eyes and rested in the car. However, neither Jin Nan nor Ma Dapin expected that while everything had been normal before, as they neared the border forest area, a sweet smell filled the car. Ether. Jin Nan immediately recognized the scent. Ether is a colorless, highly volatile liquid with a sweet odor. It has anesthetic effects, and excessive inhalation can lead to unconsciousness. He was very familiar with ether because in the Dark Arrow Special Forces, they underwent specialized resistance to unconsciousness training, mostly using ether. Although inhaling too much would cause unconsciousness, it did not harm the body. This is truly an unlicensed taxi. Jin Nan thought to himself with his eyes closed, but made no move. He could roughly guess that this unlicensed taxi was likely a vehicle used to deliver piglets to telecom fraud compounds. Since he was going to Myanmar anyway, he might as well hitch a ride. After all, he had developed drug resistance from his military training. Ether had little effect on him. He could counterattack at any time if unexpected events occurred. At this moment, Ma Dapin opened his eyes. Although he didn't know the smell was ether, his intuition told him something was wrong with the car. Just as he was about to subdue the driver, Jin Nan grabbed his wrist. He looked at Jin Nan with confusion, only to see the latter gently shaking his head with eyes closed. Ma Dapin was not stupid, on the contrary, he was quite smart. He immediately understood Jin Nan's intention. Pretending to hold his head in discomfort, he said, "What's that smell? It makes me feel a bit drowsy." The driver, wearing a mask with a shiny bald head, squinted his eyes as he smiled and replied, "There's a kind of tree here. That's the tree's scent sweet. It'll pass after this stretch. If you're sleepy, you must be tired. It's fine, just rest well. I'll call you when we arrive." Ma Dapin didn't reply. He tilted his head and slumped over, falling asleep. It wasn't an act. He was truly unconscious. Jin Nan also tilted his head, pretending to fall asleep. The bald driver saw in the rearview mirror that both had fallen asleep. A sinister smile curled beneath his mask. After a few more minutes, he stopped the car and reached back to shake Ma Dapin and Jin Nan. "Hey, we're here, brothers." The two remained motionless. The bald driver shook them a few more times and called out, but they still didn't budge. After confirming they were unconscious, he took out his phone and made a call. "Brother Jiang, lucky this time. I picked up 2 piglets who came to the border forest area voluntarily, no trickery needed." "Alright, wait there. I'll send someone to pick them up." "Brother Jiang, how much will you give this time?" "Fuck, have I ever shortchanged you?" 50,000 each. "I'll have someone bring cash." "Alright, thanks, Brother Jiang." After hanging up, the bald driver got out of the car, closed the door, took off his mask, and breathed deeply. Then he lit a cigarette and looked around warily. After waiting for about an hour, some noise came from the forest not far away. The bald driver was very cautious. Upon hearing the noise, he instinctively ducked behind the car and peeked out to scan the forest. He saw 5 young men in plaid shirts and jeans, all wearing masks, crouching as they walked toward the car. Soon the 5 young men reached the car. The bald driver came out from behind as well. The leading young man, carrying a shoulder bag without a word, took out a stack of red banknotes and threw it to the bald driver. The bald driver caught the heavy stack of 100 RMB, then turned to look at the car and gestured, "The piglets are inside." The young man with the bag signaled to 2 others. They opened the rear door, dragged Jin Nan and Ma Dapin out of the car, laid them flat on the grass, and began to frisk them. "Brother Lu, there's a knife." The young man with the bag was called Brother Lu, responsible for transporting piglets in this area. Hearing his subordinate, he turned his head and saw the shiny sharp Type 65 reconnaissance dagger in the subordinate's hand. "Brother Lu, there's one here too, along with insect repellent and a medical kit." Another subordinate also found a Type 97 dagger and other items on Ma Dapin. Brother Lu frowned. He stepped forward and crouched down, feeling around, and immediately finding something. He unzipped the jackets of Jin Nan and Ma Dapin and saw the ceramic bulletproof vests on them. "Damn it, bald idiot, what the hell are these two?" Brother Lu realized they were no ordinary people after all who would wear bulletproof vests. The bald man rubbed his shiny scalp and said with confusion, "I don't know either. They said they were going to the border forest area, probably for outdoor exploration." Brother Lu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the bald driver, cursing. "Who the hell goes outdoor exploration wearing bulletproof vests? These are definitely cops." The bald man was not one to be easily provoked either. After being struck and cursed by Brother Lu, he immediately flared up. "Are you out of your mind? Why would a cop not carry a gun? Would a cop take a black cab? If you were really a cop, I'd have been busted long ago." He directly tossed the 10,000 in cash toward Brother Lu. "Do you want the person or not? If not, take the money and scram. I'll send him back. Damn it, if you don't have the guts, don't do this kind of thing." Brother Lu ground his molars so hard they nearly cracked. He was itching to whip out his wallet and blow Brother Lu's head off, but reason ultimately prevailed. He began to calmly assess the identities of the 2 men. They probably weren't cops. No police ID was found on them, no gun either, just a knife and some outdoor gear. Maybe they really were wilderness survival enthusiasts. Wearing bulletproof vests might just be a lack of security. Brother Lu stood up and kicked aside the bundles of cash on the floor. "Take the money and get lost." The bald man snorted coldly, stepped forward, and crouched down to pick up the cash. But at that moment, Brother Lu pulled out a pistol and pressed it against his crown, freezing him in place, trembling and unable to move. "Next time you disrespect me, I'll blow your brains out," Brother Lu warned with a fierce glare. The bald man said nothing, only nodding slightly. Not entirely satisfied, Brother Lu holstered the pistol and ordered his underlings to strip off the bulletproof vests from Jin Nan and Ma Dapin, putting them on himself. He also confiscated their knives, phones, and everything else. Finally, 4 of his men, 2 carrying each captive, disappeared into the dense jungle. After they left, the bald man drove back as well. He was driving on a mountain road. The way up had been all uphill, and now the way down was all downhill. At first, he didn't hit the brakes or the accelerator, letting the car coast on its momentum to save fuel. But as the slope grew steeper and the car picked up speed, he began to brake. Then he suddenly realized the brakes seemed to have failed. Damn it, damn it. Panic seized him, his hands trembling as he stomped frantically on the brake pedal, but the car's speed only increased. No. Accompanied by the bald man's terrified screams, the out-of-control car swerved off the road at a bend and plunged down a 100-meter cliff. Unaware that the bald man who had transported their pigs had already met his death in the crash, Brother Lu and his men wandered through the woods with Jin Nan and Ma Dapin, the 2 pigs, for over an hour before successfully crossing into Myitkyina Kachin State, Myanmar. After crossing the border, Brother Lu and his crew loaded Jin Nan and the other man into their van, tied their hands and feet with ropes, and then everyone drove off in the van. 4 hours later, the van stopped at a gas station. The underling in the passenger seat got out to refuel. At that moment, the effects of the ether wore off, and Ma Dapin woke up. Sensing Ma Dapin's stirring, Jin Nan also pretended to wake up, opening his eyes. He first glanced at his bound hands and feet, a look of terror spreading across his face. "Where is this?" Ma Dapin struggled and glared at Brother Lu, who sat in front of them. "Who are you?" Brother Lu looked at the 2 men, one terrified, the other furious. The last shred of doubt in his mind vanished completely. Every pig he had captured before had reacted the same way upon waking, either fear or anger. He unhurriedly pulled out his 1911 pistol from his waistband, fiddled with it in his hand, and said with a warm smile, "Welcome to Myanmar." Myanmar? Jin Nan and Ma Dapin stared in horror, their eyes wide. "How did I end up in Myanmar? Let me go. I want to go home." Jin Nan struggled with his hands and feet, a sobbing tremor in his voice. Ma Dapin glanced at him, amazed at how well their captain could act. So he joined in wailing, "I don't want Myanmar. I want China. I'm Chinese." Damn it, Brother Lu couldn't help but curse. "You two are like women crying and yelling. Shut up. If you keep it up, I'll carve out your organs and sell them." The two underlings beside Brother Lu in sync drew their daggers. Coincidentally, they were the same 65 and 97 models that Jin Nan and Ma Dapin had carried. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin immediately clamped their mouths shut, not daring to speak. Soon the van refueled, and the group continued on, driving along a sparsely trafficked road. "Where are you taking us?" After a while, Jin Nan spoke up. Brother Lu glanced at him, as if seeing through his little game. "Want to know the location so someone can rescue you, right?" He sneered dismissively. "I'll tell you, it doesn't matter. You're being taken to Yangon, to a compound for training. Don't waste your wits. No one can save you." Yangon, huh? Jin Nan thought to himself. Based on the map he had seen earlier, Yangon was 200 kilometers from Myawaddy. Once in Yangon, Myawaddy wouldn't be far. He also began calculating his current position. From the time they had boarded the van, about 4 hours had passed. The van's speed had been steady at 100 kilometers per hour. So his current location was probably near Mandalay in the belly of Myanmar, leaving less than 5 hours to Yangon. Having calculated that, Jin Nan started recalculating the time in his mind. But just then he noticed a movement from Ma Dapin's fingers, 2 fingers tapping on the back of his hand. He immediately recognized it as Morse code. He actually knows this. Jin Nan was surprised, but quickly began decoding the taps. The message was soon clear: "When do we make a move?" Jin Nan tapped his own fingers on his hand in reply: "When we near Yangon. Take the car and head to Myawaddy." Ma Dapin tapped twice to indicate understanding. "What are you two doing?" "Tapping Morse code." Brother Lu had noticed their finger movements. He stared wide-eyed at the two men. Though he knew nothing about Morse code, he had seen it in movies. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin exchanged a glance. Then, before Brother Lu could react, they lunged forward with all their might, slamming their bodies against Brother Lu and one of his underlings. With a loud bang, in the back compartment, Brother Lu and the underling beside him were smashed against the van wall, their faces twisted in pain. The other underling, startled, tried to get up and restrain Jin Nan, but Jin Nan grabbed Brother Lu by the neck and hurled him into the underling. As the three fell, Jin Nan executed a mountain-back strike, driving his elbow heavily into Brother Lu's shoulder. A crisp crack of bone breaking rang out, and Brother Lu screamed in agony. Jin Nan wanted to strike again, but with his feet bound, he couldn't stand. He spotted the pistol Brother Lu had dropped on the floor, lunged for it, and grabbed it. But instead of aiming at Brother Lu's two underlings, he braced his foot against the van wall, pushed off hard to turn himself toward the driver's seat, raised the muzzle, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed as the bullet tore through the seat, exploding the driver's head. Red and white matter splattered across the windshield. "Get down!" Jin Nan shouted sharply, curling his body and covering his head. Ma Dapin quickly reacted, bracing against the impact. Within seconds, the runaway van crashed head-on into a thick tree at the roadside at 80 kilometers per hour. The accomplice in the passenger seat hadn't fastened his seatbelt and flew through the window. Lu Gu and his two henchmen were hurled from the back of the van onto the driver's seat, instantly knocked unconscious. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin, having assumed proper anti-impact positions, suffered nothing but slight dizziness. After recovering for about a minute, Jin Nan spotted the nearby Type 65 scout dagger. Crawling like a worm, he reached it and picked up the blade, first cutting the ropes binding his feet, then changing his grip to slice through the ropes on his hands. Freed from his restraints, Jin Nan felt relieved. He walked to Ma Dapin and quickly cut the ropes binding his hands and feet. Ma Dapin stood up, rubbing his reddened wrists. At that moment, Jin Nan instructed him, "Drag everyone out of the van." After giving the order, Jin Nan first dragged Lu Gu out, laying him on the road. Ma Dapin then pulled two people down, grabbing one by each foot, placing them beside Lu Gu. Jin Nan climbed back into the van to pull out the driver, whose head had been blown apart. Ugh! Ma Dapin couldn't stomach the sight and rushed to the side to retch. Jin Nan knew from Ma Dapin's reaction that he had never killed anyone or seen a dead body. However, this was perfectly normal. In this era of peace, 98% of Chinese soldiers had never killed or witnessed death. Feeling nauseous was only natural. While Ma Dapin was retching, Jin Nan searched the van for the M1911 pistol. After rummaging for a bit, he found it beneath the seat. He took the pistol downstairs and removed the magazine to check the bullet count. He had sensed the weight deficiency when he first picked up the gun, and indeed only 2 rounds remained. Jin Nan tucked the gun into his waistband, then stripped the ceramic body armor from Lu Ji's 2 unconscious henchmen. He put one on himself and tossed the other to Ma Dapin, who was still clutching the tree trunk while vomiting. Having done all this, Jin Nan approached Lu Gu with the dagger in hand, crouching down and patting his blood-soaked face. Lu Gu was forcibly awakened from his unconscious state, opening his eyes in a daze. With bloodshot eyes his world had turned red. Upon seeing Jin Nan's silhouette he couldn't help but curse fuck. Before he could finish Jin Nan slapped him. The slap instantly sobered Lu Gu up. He realized his predicament yet still defiantly said, "You think you can escape once you reach Myanmar?" Ha! His laughter dripped with mockery. Jin Nan ignored him, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his own phone. Unlocking it he opened the photo gallery and displayed Zhou Yuntang's picture. Recognize her? Jin Nan showed him the phone screen. Suddenly Lu Gu understood everything. So you two were deliberately taken by us. You're here to rescue someone. I should have known. He regretfully slammed his fist against the ground. I'll ask you one more time. Do you recognize her or not? Jin Nan's expression remained impassive, his tone cold. Lu Gu glanced at the photo, finding it vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Thus he simply replied no. Jin Nan's hand moved like lightning. The dagger pierced fiercely into the leg of the henchman lying beside him. The unconscious henchman instantly woke up. Upon seeing the dagger embedded in his leg he let out a blood-curdling scream. But the moment his cry escaped, Jin Nan yanked out the dagger and swiftly drove the sharp blade into the man's throat. The shriek cut off abruptly. As the dagger was pulled free, blood splattered everywhere. The henchman's face turned deathly pale as he lay motionless on the ground. The henchman's blood spattered onto Lu Ji's face. His complexion paled further. He stared at Jin Nan in disbelief, finally realizing that this person before him was a ruthless killer who killed without hesitation. Kill on a whim. Holy! Just as Ma Dapin had barely recovered, he turned around to witness Jin Nan slitting the henchman's throat. The nausea he had suppressed came rushing back, and he continued retching against the tree. He also realized that Nanji was no ordinary retired soldier. Last chance. Do you recognize her or not? Jin Nan fixed his gaze on Lu Gu, offering one final opportunity. Lu Gu swallowed hard. His body involuntarily trembled as his mind raced desperately, trying to recall where he had seen the woman in the photograph. Suddenly it came to him. I know her. In a chat group someone posted a video of her. Lu Gu hastily shared what he remembered. Find that video. Jin Nan's voice was ice cold. Lu Gu quickly pulled out his phone, operating the screen with trembling hands. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he found the video and handed the phone to Jin Nan. Jin Nan took the phone and pressed play. The video began with a woman's shrill, agonized scream, "Don't," followed by footage of a woman with countless wounds on her body bound to a bed surrounded by 4 or 5 fully clothed men. Jin Nan's expression flickered with emotion. After watching a few seconds of the video he closed it and asked Lu Gu who distributed this video. Wang Qi. Lu Gu blurted out. Who is Wang Qi? The 4th-ranking figure in KK Park. He's specifically responsible for dealing with unruly women. Every time he handles one he posts the video in the group for everyone to. Seeing Jin Nan's increasingly gloomy expression, Lu Gu dared not continue. Jin Nan didn't want to hear him continue either, pressing on. So this woman is still in KK Park? Lu Gu shook his head. I really don't know about that. Recently, due to international pressure, she boss handed over some people, transferred some, and kept some. If this woman wasn't among those handed over, then she was either moved to Yangon in Cambodia, or she's still in KK Park. Boss, I only handle transporting piglets. I'm not really clear about the internal operations. He hoped Jin Nan would show him mercy. Jin Nan asked calmly, the she boss you mentioned, is that Shi Zhejiang? Yes. There are 2 major telecom fraud powers in Myanmar, the 4 families of Kokang and Shi Zhejiang. After the 4 families were wiped out, he became the king of Myanmar's telecom fraud operations. That's why everyone calls him Shi Boss now. Is General Su Chi-du the one backing Shi Boss? Yes, that's right. All of Shi Boss's parks are under the protection of General Su Chi-du. Jin Nan nodded, having obtained a satisfactory answer. He gripped the dagger tightly, the blade pressing against Lu Ji's chest. In Lu Ji's terrified gaze, he slowly sank the blade into the man's chest, pushing until only the hilt remained. Brother Lu groaned, his eyes staring lifelessly, unblinking in death. Jin Nan yanked out the dagger, rose to his feet, and walked toward the other unconscious lackey. Lifting his leg, he stomped down on the man's neck. A crisp crack echoed as the neck shattered. This lackey died without ever knowing what had befallen him. Nanji. You. Ma Daping, who was clutching a tree for support, witnessed Jin Nan killing Brother Lu and the lackey. His face had turned deathly pale, partly from nausea, partly from sheer terror. Jin Nan stared directly at him, his expression devoid of any warmth. They don't regard others as human beings. Then there's no need to treat them as such. Kill them, and that's that. Ma Daping clutched his chest, unable to speak, his expression tormented. Jin Nan's peripheral vision seemed to catch something. He hurled the Type 97 dagger toward Ma Daping. Kill him. Ma Daping caught the dagger. Turning in the direction Jin Nan had been gazing, he saw a lackey from the passenger seat, who had been hurled out earlier, now crawling across the grass 5 or 6 meters away, coughing up blood. Nanji. Ma Daping looked at Jin Nan with difficulty. He won't survive long in that state anyway. Do we really need to kill him? Jin Nan coldly uttered a single command, execute the order. Those who disobey die. Ma Dapeng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling. After several seconds of hesitation, he painfully turned his head back toward the crawling lackey on the grass, his legs heavy as lead as he forced himself forward step by step. Reaching the man's side, he let out a thunderous roar, ah! Gripping the blade with both hands, he drove it into the lackey's back, piercing the heart. The man convulsed a few times and instantly ceased to breathe. Ma Dapeng yanked out the dagger, blood splashing across his face. His legs gave way almost instantly as he collapsed onto the ground, hands covering his face, body trembling uncontrollably. Jin Nan had somehow moved behind him. Gently patting his shoulder, he said softly, "Everyone feels this way their first time killing. My first time was the same. Truthfully, killing isn't such a big deal. Besides, you killed a villain. Think of it as stepping on a pest." With that, Jin Nan patted his shoulder once more, then turned and walked back toward the road, preparing to flag down a passing vehicle. Few vehicles traveled this stretch of highway. Jin Nan waited over 10 minutes before one finally passed by, but it showed no signs of stopping, likely due to the gruesome scene visible on the roadside. Realizing this, Jin Nan dragged Brother Lu and the others' bodies behind the vehicle. Sure enough, when the next car passed, it stopped after Jin Nan waved it down, now that there were no bodies in sight. The vehicle that stopped was a red Toyota Corolla. A young couple stepped out, local Burmese nationals, judging by their skin tone and features. "Did you all get into a car accident?" The man approached with concern, appearing to be a compassionate soul. However, Jin Nan pulled a pistol from behind his back, leveling the barrel at the young couple. They froze initially, then raised their hands in fear. "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." The concern on the man's face instantly transformed into terror. The woman had gone pale with fright. "I'm borrowing your car." Jin Nan grinned, keeping the gun trained on them as he walked to the vehicle. Opening the door, he slid into the driver's seat, then shouted toward Ma Dapeng, who was off the road, "Time to go, get in." Enduring the discomfort of having just killed, Ma Dapeng stumbled over and took the passenger seat. Jin Nan reversed the car beside the young couple, then put away the handgun. From his pocket, he pulled out a thick wad of cash, approximately 40 million Myanmar kyat, equivalent to around 136.0 RMB. This money had been looted from Brother Lu and his men. Handing the bundle to the young man, he said, "Your car's been through some years. Keep the money. Consider it a purchase." The young man accepted the cash, bewildered, unsure whether to express gratitude or something else. After handing over the money, Jin Nan ignored everything else. Stepping on the gas, he sped away into the distance. In the car, Ma Dapeng cast a meaningful glance at Jin Nan. His heart felt somewhat lighter. He had feared Jin Nan might be a ruthless demon who killed indiscriminately, but from the fact that he paid the passers-by. Clearly he was not that kind of person. "Where are we headed now?" he asked. "Han, capital of Kachin State, 80 kilometers from Mayawati. Also the headquarters of the Kachin Border Defense Force. General Sachit II was stationed there." 10 hours later, 2 a.m. The red Toyota Corolla entered Pon's city limits, meandering quietly through the sleeping streets, as if searching for something. By 3 a.m., as the Corolla passed the entrance of a factory bearing signs like Military Restricted Zone and Armory, the vehicle noticeably slowed. After more than 10 seconds, it accelerated away, eventually pulling over on the roadside 200 meters from the Military Restricted Zone. "Still got any energy left?" Jin Nan rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. "Yeah." Ma Dapeng nodded. Jin Nan handed him one. "Finish this cigarette, then we do this." Ma Dapeng hastily lit up. The two sat in the car, exhaling smoke, speaking not a word, as if steeling themselves mentally. After finishing his cigarette, Jin Nan killed the engine and stepped out, pulling his cap low. Ma Dapeng did the same. They crossed the road and entered an alley, walking until they reached the end, blocked by a 5-meter-high wall. Barbed wire and high-voltage lines ran along the top of the wall. "This wall can't be scaled." Jin Nan studied it for a moment and concluded that climbing over was not an option. "Then what do we do?" Ma Dapeng scratched his head. This posed no problem for Jin Nan. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Then we go through the front door." "What?" The two emerged from the alley, striding boldly toward the armory. The two sentries at the gate spotted them from a distance. As the pair drew closer, one sentry grew suspicious and called out, "Can't sleep at night. What are you loitering around here for?" Jin Nan suddenly broke into a sprint. The two sentries immediately raised their AKM rifles, but before they could properly aim, with less than 10 meters between them, Jin Nan swiftly drew his M1911 pistol and fired 2 quick shots. Bang! Bang! Both sentries took bullets to the chest and crumpled to the ground. Jin Nan discarded the pistol and rushed to the fallen sentries, snatching 2 AKM assault rifles. Then he spun and bolted, tossing 1 AKM to Ma Dapeng. "Gunfire! Something's wrong, we're under attack. Intruder alert!" The gunfire at the gate roused the guards inside the armory. Patrol guards rushed to the main gate, while officers woke the resting soldiers, ordering them to assemble outside. The patrol guards were the first to reach the gate. Upon seeing the 2 sentries cut down, their fury blazed. Splitting into 2 groups, they chased down both sides of the road. 7 or 8 minutes later, the remaining guards in the armory had also completed their assembly. Apart from a small contingent left behind, most poured out to pursue the attackers who had murdered the armory sentries. The buildings around the arsenal were a labyrinth of interconnected structures with countless alleys of various sizes. The guards had to break into smaller groups with 2 or 3 men searching each alley. A creaking sound came from deep within a narrow alley, drawing the attention of 2 nearby guards. The guards holding their AKM assault rifles cautiously ventured deeper. When they reached the spot, a cat startled from the rooftop. Seeing the cat on the eaves, the 2 guards breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could turn around, 2 dark figures pounced on them from behind. Jin Nan wrapped one arm around the guard's neck, while gripping his shoulder with his hand, and used the other hand to cover the guard's face. He twisted his hands in opposite directions. A sharp crack of bone sounded as the guard's neck rotated 180 degrees, and he went limp in Jin Nan's arms. Ma Dapin initially wanted to break the guard's neck like Jin Nan did, but his technique was not proficient, and he failed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Before the guard could respond, he tightened his arm around the guard's neck, brought him down, straddled his back, and locked his neck with both hands, exerting all his strength. The guard was strangled to death. "Sorry, I've been out of the army too long and my physical condition has declined," Ma Dapin said, panting heavily, pointing at the guard's body and reminiscing about the past. "Back when I was in the service, handling someone his size would have been a breeze." Jin Nan glanced at his large belly and chubby face, letting out a soft laugh, but quickly regained his seriousness. "Change clothes. We'll enter through the main gate." "Okay." The 2 quickly changed into the guards' camouflage uniforms and hats, then walked out of the alley. As soon as they emerged, 3 guards passed by them, but they did not notice anything unusual. In truth, both Jin Nan and Ma Dapin were full of anomalies. For instance, their shoes did not match the uniforms, and Ma Dapin's uniform was clearly 2 sizes too small. But it was dark, and the guards were on high alert, leaving no time to notice such details. The 2 watched the guards run past them, exchanged a smile, and then swaggered along at a brisk pace toward the arsenal's main gate. There were many people at the main gate of the arsenal, including several officers and guards who were chattering around the 2 sentry corpses. Seeing this, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin lowered their hat brims and walked naturally through the crowd, entering the arsenal. "My God, with this level of alertness, everyone in our unit would have been executed," Ma Dapin muttered in a low voice, unable to resist a complaint. Jin Nan said nothing, walking and observing the surroundings. After about 200 to 300 meters, he finally spotted a single-story flat-roofed building labeled Weapon Room. There were 2 guard posts at the entrance, but both were empty. Presumably, all had gone outside to pursue the attackers. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin quickly approached the door, which was tightly shut. The former felt around and produced a prepared piece of wire. However, just as he was about to use the wire to open the door, Ma Dapin reached for the door handle and gave it a gentle twist. It opened. Jin Nan froze, stunned. Ma Dapin was also dumbfounded. They didn't lock the door. They really should be shot, Jin Nan added, unable to resist a comment. Then he pushed open one door, and after Ma Dapin entered, he closed the door and locked it. No sooner had Jin Nan locked the door than he heard Ma Dapin's exclamation behind him. He turned around, and upon seeing the pile of various weapons before him, could not help but laugh. Ma Dapin seemed to have discovered a treasure. He quickly walked to a crate, picked up a German MG-42 general-purpose machine gun, and gazed at it with a smile, examining it closely. A fine piece, truly a fine piece. MG-42, 7.92mm caliber, maximum rate of fire 1500 rounds per minute, effective range 1000 meters. During World War II, a single MG-42 could hold off hundreds of Allied soldiers. Ma Dapin recited the performance parameters of the MG-42 with familiarity, showing that he both loved and understood the weapon. Meanwhile, Jin Nan found his own favorite, a German 417 Hong Kong dollars 5.8mm long-barrel sniper precision rifle. He did not particularly prefer German rifles, but he had a liking for precision rifles, capable of both close and long-range engagement. "Grab a few favorite pieces and finish this quickly," Jin Nan reminded. After speaking, he spotted an 8x scope placed nearby, picked up the 417 Hong Kong dollars precision rifle, attached the scope to the preset rail, then went to the ammunition crate, took 6 magazines, and loaded them with 7.92mm bullets. He had a bit of a phobia of insufficient ammunition. After loading 6 magazines, he prepared 5 more, loaded them all, found a tactical backpack, and packed everything, including the rifle, slung over his back. Finally, Jin Nan also took a Beretta 92F pistol and 3 pistol magazines. Ma Dapin, on the other hand, was devoted to the MG-42 general-purpose machine gun. He carried 2 tactical backpacks, one in front and one behind, filled with 300-round belts of 7.92mm ammunition, along with several spare barrels for when the barrel overheated. He also took a Beretta 92F pistol and 4 pistol magazines. After equipping themselves with primary and secondary weapons, they began to arm themselves with throwing weapons. Ma Dapin took 10 smoke grenades, 5 fragmentation grenades, and 2 flashbangs. Jin Nan took 3 smoke grenades, 6 fragmentation grenades, and 4 flashbangs. With these equipped, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin left the weapon room. Thanks to the chaos still reigning in the arsenal, they smoothly exited through the main gate. However, the red Toyota Corolla was no longer drivable, so they had to proceed on foot. After walking a kilometer, they turned into an alley and removed the guards' uniforms. In fact, they had not even taken off their own clothes. The camouflage uniforms were simply worn over them. What's our next move? Ma Dapin asked, holding the MG42, looking at Jin Nan. Steal a computer? Half an hour later at 4 in the morning. Jin Nan along with Ma Dapin broke into a digital store and stole a Lenovo laptop and a portable Wi-Fi device. Then they broke into an outdoor equipment store and stole a portable power station. After completing these tasks, they left the city and found a derelict building in the outskirts to serve as a temporary camp. Exhausted after a whole day of activity, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin simply put down their things and lay down on the concrete floor to sleep. At 10 in the morning, after 6 hours of sleep, Jin Nan was the first to wake up. Without bothering to wash up, he opened the laptop, turned on the portable Wi-Fi and power station. After the computer connected to the internet and was powered, he entered a black website for a global phone location system in the browser. According to the intelligence he had obtained from the Global Information Bank, Suu Kyi-do had a total of 17 direct relatives. His lawful wife, Du Mating, 58 years old, came from a traditional political family of the Burmese ethnic group. Her father was a former high-ranking government official. Their marriage was a political alliance, and she managed the family's internal affairs. She had borne 2 sons and 1 daughter. Sa Win, the eldest son, aged 36, graduated from a military academy and currently serves as the commander of an armored unit regarded as the political successor. Ong Chi, the second son, aged 34, holds a master's degree in economics from Harvard University and controls the family's mining and energy enterprises, serving as the commercial core. Ting Lei, the eldest daughter, aged 33, is married to the eldest son of the Deputy Minister of National Defense, a political marriage that consolidates military alliances. Cynthia, the second madam, aged 45, is of Sino-Burmese descent. Her family is engaged in the jade trade, possessing substantial economic power. She assists the general in managing commercial assets and has a son and a daughter. The third son, Kent, aged 28, works at the Central Bank of Myanmar, responsible for money laundering and overseas asset allocation, acting as the financial mastermind. Mia, the second daughter, aged 26, serves as a Myanmar diplomat in the United Kingdom, leveraging her position to handle overseas affairs. Ma Ai, the third madam, aged 41, is the daughter of a northern Myanmar ethnic minority chieftain. The political marriage aimed to consolidate local influence, and she is responsible for coordinating ethnic relations. She has a son, Zaman, the fourth son, aged 25, who commands the Mayawati militia and operates border trade, including telecom fraud centers and armed forces. Lina, the fourth madam, aged 38, is a former beauty queen and socialite. She often accompanies the general to diplomatic events, excelling in public relations and media management. She has a son and a daughter. The fifth son, Edward, is an internet influencer and parliamentarian, using social media to shape the family's public image. Lonnie, the third daughter, aged 20, is a fashion designer who launders money for the family through the purchase of luxury goods and artworks. Susanna, the fifth madam, aged 35, holds a medical doctorate from the UK. She serves as the general's personal health advisor and manages the family's medical resources. She has a son, Denzo, the sixth son, aged 19, who is currently studying at a medical school and plans to take over the family's medical industry. Taya, the sixth madam, aged 29, is the sister of the general's adjutant and a trusted confidant. She is responsible for intelligence and security liaison. She has a son and a daughter. The seventh son, Rumin, aged 10, attends an international school and is favored but not yet involved in family affairs. Supa, the fourth daughter, is young and receives private education. She often accompanies her mother in security-related activities. Suu Kyi-do's 17 direct relatives, each with complex backgrounds and intertwined power networks, make it difficult to target any one of them. But after comparison, there is always the easiest one. Jin Nan set his target on Suu Kyi-do's sixth Madam Taya. He entered her phone number into a global phone location system and found the location of her most recent call. Last call time 2315 yesterday. Location 15, Yangwang Road, Southern District, Pond City, a private villa. Jin Nan noted the location, then shut down the computer and woke up Ma Daping. They packed their gear and left the abandoned building in less than 10 minutes. Jin Nan and Ma Daping carried only pistols and smoke grenades for ease of movement. They walked half an hour through side streets into the city. As soon as they entered the urban area, they saw several Karen border guard soldiers setting up roadblocks and conducting checks. However, the inspections were perfunctory. Officers sat by the roadside smoking and playing with their phones. Soldiers chatted among themselves. Jin Nan and Ma Daping observed for a few minutes. Despite the many people passing by, they didn't see a single person or vehicle stopped for inspection. Perhaps they had been thorough at first, but after hours of finding nothing suspicious, they grew slack. Such was the typical behavior of a second-rate army. The two men felt relieved. They casually hailed a taxi on the roadside, passed through the checkpoint smoothly, and rode directly to Yangwang Road, stopping in front of a standalone villa with a garden of 300 to 400 square meters. Four guards stood at the entrance. Seeing the taxi stop, they exchanged puzzled and confused glances. An older guard walked to the rear passenger side and impatiently tapped on the window. The door opened after his knock, but what emerged first was not a person. It was the dark muzzle of a gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the guard's skull was blown open. Jin Nan, still seated in the car, swiftly raised his muzzle and fired at the other 3 guards. His speed was so rapid that the guards fell to fatal hits before they could even level their weapons. Go! Jin Nan got out of the car and rushed toward the gate. He picked up a fallen guard's AKM assault rifle, fired repeatedly at the lock of the steel gate, then kicked it open with one powerful blow. Ma Daping also stepped out of the taxi, picked up another AKM, and followed Jin Nan through the gate into the garden. The taxi driver, terrified, floored the accelerator and sped away without even asking for the fare. Enemy attack. Armed intruders. An alarm blared through the villa. Many guards rushed out from the back garden. Jin Nan and Ma Daping wasted no movement. They raised their muzzles and fired at anyone in sight. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Jin Nan's shots almost always hit their mark, each round finding its target. Ma Daping's aim was less accurate. It took half a magazine to hit one enemy, but he provided suppressive fire, preventing the remaining guards from exposing themselves to return fire. They could only hide behind walls and blindly fire their weapons. Jin Nan and Ma Daping were not unlucky. Under the guards' haphazard shooting, not even a single bullet grazed their clothes. They safely approached the villa. Once near the building, they did not enter immediately, but instead split up at the entrance by tacit understanding, one going left and the other right, to clear the guards in the back of the villa. Amid the dense gunfire, all 60-plus guards at Villa 15 were eliminated by Jin Nan and Ma Daping, though the majority were taken down by Jin Nan. After clearing the guards, the two took a brief rest at the front and back doors, replenishing ammunition from the fallen. Then one after the other they charged into the villa. A few remaining guards were still inside, but they were in a state of extreme terror. At the slightest sound they would fire toward the source, regardless of whether their muzzles were aimed at a wall. Jin Nan effortlessly dispatched a dozen or so remaining guards, while Ma Daping took care of a few more. The two met up successfully in the living room on the first floor. Search floor by floor, room by room. Jin Nan had just given the order to Ma Daping when his sharp ears caught the sound of a heavy object dropping at the front door. He immediately waved for Ma Daping to follow and rushed out through the front entrance. Sure enough, as soon as they exited, they saw a woman in a white dress holding a little girl's hand sprinting across the garden toward the main gate from about 10 meters away. Jin Nan glanced up at a second-floor window and saw a rope made of bed sheets swaying gently in the breeze. Jin Nan silently praised the woman's quick reaction as he raised his muzzle and aimed at her. Ma Daping was about to say something, but Jin Nan pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed the woman's thigh and struck the grass in front of her, tearing up a patch of turf. Startled, she stumbled and fell, pulling the little girl down with her. If you take another step, the next bullet will hit this little girl's head, Jin Nan's cold voice warned. The woman trembled, pressing herself against the grass, frozen in fear, her eyes brimming with tears. Though the little girl was too young to understand, seeing her mother's terror drove her to wail and fright as well. You go to the back of the house and get the vehicle. I'll handle them, Jin Nan said without turning his head, striding toward the woman. Ma Daping acknowledged and sprinted toward the back garden. Jin Nan approached the woman and grabbed her hair rather roughly, forcing her head up. Upon seeing her face clearly, Jin Nan confirmed she was indeed the target he was looking for. General Su Chidu's sixth wife, Taya? The little girl needed no further identification. She was certainly Su Chidu's youngest daughter, Supa. Jin Nan slung the rifle over his shoulder, crouched down, and drew his dagger. He seized the hem of Taya's white dress and cut a long strip with the blade, then divided it into 2 pieces to bind the wrists of both Taya and her daughter Supa. It hurts. Taya's eyes glistened with tears as her fair hands turned purplish from the tight bindings. Jin Nan remained unmoved, refusing to loosen the knots in the slightest. Supa received the same merciless binding, her small hands also turning purple. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping us? As they waited for Ma Daping, Taya gradually regained her composure from the initial terror. There was little fear on her face. Instead, she gazed steadily at Jin Nan, her eyes holding both fury and confusion. She simply could not fathom it. In Pon, there was actually someone who dared to kidnap her. Jin Nan chose not to answer this question, which held no significance for him, and remained silent. After waiting approximately 2 or 3 minutes, Ma Daping drove an armed pickup truck, typically used for guard patrols, out from the back garden. Mounted on the truck bed was an M2 Browning heavy machine gun. As the vehicle pulled up, Ma Daping opened the door and stepped out. Together with Jin Nan, they hauled Taya and her daughter into the truck. Jin Nan then slid into the driver's seat, while Ma Daping leaped onto the truck bed, gripping the heavy machine gun's handle. Just as Jin Nan began to accelerate, the first wave of reinforcements from the Karen Border Defense Force arrived. Over 30 soldiers and 2 armed pickup trucks appeared at the main gate. Without hesitation, Ma Daping pulled the trigger toward the gate. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Orange flames erupted from the barrel. Countless brass casings were expelled into the air as bullets stormed toward the soldiers and armed pickups at the gate like a violent tempest. It was no wonder Ma Daping had earned 4th place in the machine gun shooting event of the Army's 18th Marksmanship Challenge. Under his control, the heavy machine gun's bullets struck with remarkable precision, rivaling the accuracy of small-caliber assault rifle bursts. Under this hail of precise fire, the guards at the gate fell like wheat before a scythe. The two armed pickup trucks were quickly riddled with holes. Only 7 or 8 enemies remained cowering behind the walls, trembling in terror. At that moment, Jin Nan floored the accelerator. A dozen seconds later, they crashed through the iron gate and onto the main road. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Dapin swung the machine gun around and mowed down every soldier hiding behind the walls. The engine roared as Jin Nan tore through the streets at breakneck speed, heading toward the southern outskirts. In truth, Jin Nan's true destination was the east. The abandoned building complex lay in the eastern outskirts. Heading south toward the coast was merely a ploy to throw them off the scent. South. They're heading south. Quick, intercept them. Upon learning that unidentified armed men had fled by vehicle toward the south, the officers of the battalions responsible for Pon's defense immediately organized large numbers of troops to intercept. They were determined to stop the unidentified armed men at all costs and eliminate them. However, their reactions were far from swift. Every wave of reinforcements arrived at each intersection after Jin Nan had already passed through. Under Ma Dapin's suppressing fire, Jin Nan successfully charged through several checkpoints hastily established due to the previous night's attack on the arms depot. Meeting no heavy resistance, they escaped Pon without incident. Jin Nan refused to let his guard down. He continued racing southward at high speed, ensuring the pursuers were thoroughly shaken off before turning east. Pon North Suburbs. Turtle Mountain Garden. Turtle Mountain Garden was originally constructed during the Japanese occupation of Burma in 1943. It once served as the headquarters for a Japanese division and the official residence for senior officers, complete with its own small airstrip. The garden earned its name because it sat at the foot of a large mountain that, when viewed from a map, resembled a turtle lying flat. So the mountain was called Turtle Mountain, and the garden at its base became known as Turtle Mountain Garden. This was Su Chi-du's stronghold, serving simultaneously as his personal residence and the headquarters of the Karen Border Defense Force. The entire compound was divided into inner and outer layers. The outer perimeter housed 8 armored battalions, each with over 300 soldiers, and 2 to 3 tanks and armored vehicles. It was precisely 11 o'clock noon. Su Chi-du sat by the swimming pool in a white shirt, olive green military trousers, and leather shoes, his hair slicked back in a pompadour, enjoying his lunch in a pavilion beside the water. His lunch was remarkably simple. Japanese M12, grade snow-marbled Wagyu steak, a 3-gene Australian giant lobster king crab meat, fried rice, and a coconut jelly to cut the richness. He ate slowly and methodically, pausing between bites to dab his lips with a napkin. Just as he was savoring this elegant, yet simple meal, his adjutant Colonel Ong Duo came hurrying down the garden path, followed by a visibly unsettled major. Su Chi-du noticed their arrival, but paid them no mind. Only when they drew near did he ask, "What's happened? Why the rush?" He lifted his napkin to his lips despite no trace of grease upon them. "General Taya and Su Pa have been kidnapped." Ong Duo's anxiety bordered on tears. He and Taya had lost their parents young, the siblings depending solely on each other. Taya and Su Pa were his only 2 blood relatives in this world. It had been Ong Duo's own arrangement to introduce Taya to Su Chi-du in the first place, simply to ensure he could see her often. Now that Taya and Su Pa had been kidnapped, he was the most frantic among them all. Upon hearing that Taya and her daughter had been kidnapped, even though Su Chi-du had weathered countless storms, he could not maintain his composure. His brow furrowed almost instantly. Yet he was not governed by emotion. Instead, he inquired with remarkable calm, "Tell me exactly what happened." No matter how anxious he was facing the general's questions, Ong Duo could only explain patiently. Around 10:30, unidentified armed personnel arrived at the garden where Taya resides via taxi. The moment they stepped out, they shot and killed the guards at the gate. Then, armed with assault rifles, they charged into the garden and engaged the guards in combat. The guards were no match for them. They were quickly annihilated. In the end, they seized Taya and Su Pa and made off with one of our armed pickup trucks. When our reinforcements arrived, they came under attack and suffered devastating losses. Our troops attempted to intercept them, but ultimately failed. They escaped. Su Chi-du's expression grew grimmer with every word. He clenched his back molars tightly, his jaw muscles bulging. He slammed both hands down hard on the table, flinging the knife and fork from his grasp. Those nearby hastily lowered their heads. As people who served close to Su Chi-du, they were all too aware. Though the general was not shouting now, his fury had already escalated to the point of wanting to kill. To avoid offending him at this moment, one had to keep one's head bowed low. "Who was that?" Su Chi-du pointed his finger at the major who had risen alongside Ongwa. Ongwa first glanced at Su Chi-du with a puzzled expression, then introduced with some hesitation, "This is Major Ma Sai, commander of the 1036th Battalion responsible for guarding the arsenal." If he remembered correctly, Su Chi-du knew Ma Sai. It was Su Chi-du himself who had personally ordered Ma Sai to guard the arsenal. How could he not recognize him this time? Upon hearing Ongwa's words, Su Chi-du slapped his forehead. "How silly of me. I've been so angry I've forgotten entirely." He slowly rose to his feet and turned to look at Ma Sai. "What brings you here?" Ma Sai took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and rendered a sharp salute. Reporting General, I have come to accept punishment for my failure. For what reason? The arsenal was attacked in the early hours of the morning. 2 guards were killed. I ordered a search for the attackers and spent the entire night and morning looking, but we failed to find them. I intended to report this to you immediately after the incident, but I thought since only 2 guards had died, such a minor matter, I could handle it myself, so I did not report it. Suchidu never expected troubles to pile up one after another, none of them good. The anger nearly left him speechless. He processed this information for a moment before continuing to ask, then why have you come to report now? Masai reported truthfully. Someone discovered that weapons had gone missing from the armory. I suspect the attackers stole them. I reviewed the surveillance footage from the assault on Madame Lu's villa. The handgun used to kill the guard at the entrance appears to be among the missing weapons. I believe the same individuals attacked both the arsenal and the villa. Given the gravity of this matter, I have come to report. Suchidu fell into brief silence after hearing this. After dozens of seconds of quiet, he suddenly burst into laughter. Those around exchanged bewildered glances. At that very moment, Suchidu, without warning, reached for Ongwa's pistol holster, drew the weapon, and aimed it directly at Masai. Masai's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening to beg for mercy, when suddenly the gunshot rang out. Bang! Masai was struck in the chest and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers, terrified, immediately covered their ears and crouched down. Suchidu hurried forward with the gun aiming at Masai's torso and pulling the trigger repeatedly, blood blooming across his body as he emptied the magazine. After killing Masai, Suchidu still felt nothing but fury. He marched back to the table and swept everything off it with his arm. How many of them were there? He pressed both hands against the table, grinding his teeth as he asked. Ongwa swallowed hard and replied nervously, "T2 people." Hearing this, Suchidu's furious expression suddenly froze. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter again, thoroughly exasperated. 2 people. Just 2 people broke into his arsenal, and after searching for over half a day, they still had not caught them. Not to mention his 6th wife and youngest daughter had been kidnapped by them. Could anything be more absurd? Suchidu was too furious to even curse his subordinates as useless. He barked out an order directly. Deploy the orders. Mobilize every unit stationed in Fan. I want them searching everywhere. Tomorrow at this time bring me either their dead bodies or their living captives, or don't bother coming back at all. Yes, sir. Ongwa responded with a solemn salute and turned to carry out the order. After Ongwa departed, Suchidu gradually composed himself from his rage. Gazing out at the swimming pool, he began pondering who had sent these unidentified armed men. Rival traffickers in the drug trade, or political adversaries, perhaps enemies from rival armed factions. He shook his head. His instincts told him it was none of these, for his enemies were all familiar to him, and if they sought revenge they would strike directly rather than resort to kidnapping. This abduction must be for ransom, yet none of his known rivals would attempt such a thing. They all understood that women and children held no value to him. Therefore it had to be some unknown faction that did not know him, while hoping to extract something through hostage-taking. A bitter smile crossed Suchidu's lips as he considered this. If that was the case, he would make them understand exactly why he had become the king of Kryn State. Several hours passed, and it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Fan Eastern Suburbs. After navigating through winding paths, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin finally arrived at their temporary base, an unfinished 5-story building. They had locked Taya and her daughter Su Pa in the incomplete basement, restrained their limbs, and set up a smartphone for continuous video surveillance. With that done, the two made their way up from the basement to where the computer was stationed. Brother Nan is the next step, calling Suchidu to demand a ransom. Ever since departing from Shangrao and through the entire kidnapping operation, Ma Dapin had been completely unaware of Jin Nan's plan. But once they had abducted Taya and her daughter and learned of their identities, he finally understood. The latter's strategy was to exchange the mother and daughter for Zhou Yuntang from Suchidu. Jin Nan sat leaning against a load-bearing pillar, cradling the laptop, and raised an eyebrow with a questioning look. Do you think having just this mother and daughter is enough? Aren't they Suchidu's wife and daughter? Ma Dapin asked. That's right. Then isn't that sufficient? Ma Dapin replied confidently. Aren't wives and children everyone's weak spot? We now hold his vulnerability in our hands. Trading his beloved family for what he considers a mere commodity, he'll definitely agree to the exchange. Jin Nan couldn't help but laugh aloud. You're far too naive. Ma Dapin furrowed his brows, slightly unconvinced by the criticism. Seeing Ma Dapin's stubborn expression, Jin Nan decided to explain patiently for the sake of their partnership and future operations. When you say men, you mean the average man. But is Suchidu even remotely normal? He rose from humble beginnings, built everything from nothing. Regardless of history or my own observations, people like him share one defining trait. They are ruthless, showing no mercy even to their own kin. Just a woman and a daughter. You really think that would make him bend? You're underestimating him greatly. Ma Dapin fell silent, reluctantly admitting the logic. A regional warlord, if so easily swayed by family ties, would never have risen to this position in the first place. If you know these two cannot force Suchidu's hand, then why kidnap them at all? He voiced his confusion. Su-Chi-do has 17 immediate family members, 6 wives, and 11 children. A single mother and daughter certainly will not suffice, but what if we took them all? He is already 62, he likely cannot father more children. Jin Nan offered a faint smile. From the beginning his plan had never been about kidnapping just a handful of people. It was about capturing every single one of Su-Chi-do's relatives. Ma Dapin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jin Nan. Are you insane? This is far too risky. He simply could not fathom Jin Nan's reasoning. Risking everything to save just one person by abducting over a dozen individuals, all of whom were direct relatives protected by heavy military guards. The employer pays, so it's only right that we take risks, Jin Nan said calmly. No. Ma Dapin, hands on his hips, paced anxiously. This is even worse than storming the compound to rescue the hostages. The armed men in the compound are not as numerous as Sudki's relatives' guards. Jin Nan looked at Ma Dapin with a grave expression. Let me ask you, what is the first principle of hostage rescue? Ensure the safety of the hostages. Ma Dapin blurted out. The military had counter-terrorism training, and the main subject was hostage rescue, with the first principle being to guarantee the hostage's safety. Storming the compound is indeed easier than kidnapping Sudki's relatives. But the problem is we don't know where the hostages are. The last location I traced from the hostage's phone was the KK compound, but many people have been transferred out of there. We can't be sure if our target is still there or has been moved. In that case, if we lock onto a target and fail to find the hostage is at risk of exposure. Once exposed, do you think those ruthless criminals would kill the hostage in retaliation for us killing their armed men? Jin Nan explained his reasoning. But Ma Dapin still didn't understand. How would they know we're coming for that specific hostage, he asked. If we don't find them, we can just leave and look somewhere else. Huh. Jin Nan laughed. Criminals are evil, not stupid. The moment you enter the compound, they'll know we're searching for someone. Once they know that, they'll guess who we're after. It's not hard to guess. Anyone who can hire people with our skills to rescue someone must be from a wealthy family. The scammers probably know the victims' family situations better than the victims themselves. They'll check to see which families have the financial means to hire rescuers. Ma Dapin fell silent again, unable to respond. After a dozen seconds, he found a new counterpoint. We could pretend to withdraw with some people after failing to find them to mislead. Jin Nan cut him off sharply. Shut up. The safety of the hostage is our first principle. Every action must be based on that. If we can't guarantee safety, what's the point of rescue? If you bring back a corpse, can you face the money you're holding? He then looked down at the computer, his tone softening. You're not needed for the rest of the operation. Stay here and guard the hostages. I don't like working with people who constantly question me. Ma Dapin stiffened, a troubled look on his face. Realizing his mistake, he immediately apologized. Sorry, Nango. I was being stubborn. Since I came here with you, I should follow your orders unconditionally. Afraid Jin Nan wouldn't forgive him, he sat on the ground and pleaded. Take me with you, Nango. I won't question anything anymore. Jin Nan hadn't really intended to exclude him from the mission, he just wanted to make clear the rules of following him. He had explained so much earlier only to ensure Ma Dapin understood the plan, not to invite debate. This was a battlefield, not a university thesis defense. We've been at this long enough. Get some rest. I'll call you if needed. Sure, Nango. Ma Dapin let out a long sigh, grabbed a quick bite nearby, and lay down to rest. Jin Nan turned his attention to the laptop, opened a browser, and accessed a global phone tracking system. He entered the phone number of the second target, Susanna, the fifth wife. Last call 3 hours ago. Location: Karen State Civil Military Hospital, No. 12, Ponthi Road, West Pond District. Susanna. Jin Nan murmured the name, closing his eyes to devise a plan. Capturing Susanna wouldn't be like the previous operation with Taya and her daughter, who were off guard. Even if Susanna and Sudki didn't expect him to go after more relatives, their guards would be vigilant. Force was not an option, so he had to rely on wit. Soon he formulated a plan. Time passed swiftly. As the sun set and Pond was enveloped in the dark night, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin moved out, armed only with pistols and grenades, lightly equipped for the city. Under the cover of night, they easily infiltrated the city and reached the outer wall of the Karen State Civil Military Hospital. You know what to do? Yes. Good. Go. The hospital wall was low, without barbed wire or high-voltage lines. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin easily climbed over and entered the hospital. Once inside, they split up and disappeared into the night. Administrative Building, Dean's office. Bring. A personal phone on the desk rang. A beautifully dressed woman in a white coat picked it up, her slender red-nailed finger sliding across the answer button. Hello. Dean Su, we have a uremia patient willing to pay 100 for a kidney transplant. Do you have any in stock? The caller was the director of a private hospital in Japan, an old client of Susanna's. Ha, Susanna sneered. If I claim second in global kidney reserves, no one dares claim first. But 100,000 is too low. She paused, her tone turning serious. You're an old customer. Let's cut to the chase. $50,000. Send me the matching information and I'll deliver within 4 hours. You're too ruthless. Almost zero cost, and you charge this much. The other party complained, but quickly agreed. Arrange the shipment as soon as possible. All right. Susanna smiled as she hung up. She reached for the landline to prepare the operating room. But as her hand touched the receiver, her phone rang again. She looked at the screen, didn't check the caller ID, and answered. Hello, Susanna. A magnetic male voice came through. Susanna frowned. It wasn't that the voice was unpleasant, but the tone irritated her. Everyone who knew her, or even those who didn't address her as Dean Sue or Ms. Sue, being called by her first name was something she hadn't encountered in a long time. What do you want? She said, thinking to herself that if this was someone looking to buy organs, she would demand an exorbitant price. Taya and Supa are dead. I killed them. The man's voice was eerily calm, as if stating something trivial. Upon hearing this, Susanna's pupils contracted sharply as she asked in disbelief, What did you say? You are our next target, the man declared matter-of-factly over the phone. Susanna's heart sank. Just then a dull roar echoed from outside. A violent explosion. Intense flames instantly illuminated the entire hospital, and the cries of people resounded like thunder through the building. I planted a lot of explosives in your hospital, several in the administrative building too. I'm really looking forward to seeing you turned into a charred corpse, the man on the phone said, again, his voice laced with mockery. Boom. Another explosion erupted terrifyingly close. Susanna's face turned pale as the successive blasts made her fully believe the man's words. She immediately dropped the phone, dashed out of her office, and hurried downstairs to flee for her life. By now the hospital was in utter chaos. In the inpatient wards, the administrative building, and the main complex, medical staff and patients alike were scrambling to escape. Susanna pushed past one medical worker after another, her mind consumed by a single thought: flee. Her guards tried to catch up, but the corridors and stairwells were so crowded that she soon shook them off. Alone, she quickly ran out of the administrative building. As she emerged, she saw her Mercedes-Benz special car approaching from the internal road, pulling up steadily at the entrance. Without a second thought, she walked over, opened the rear door, and climbed in, shouting at the driver, Go. Take me to Guishan Yuanlin. The driver said nothing, stepped on the accelerator, and headed toward the main gate. But just before reaching the gate, the car stopped. A stout guard climbed into the passenger seat. Frowning with displeasure, Susanna demanded, Who told you to get in? She then turned to the driver and questioned, Who told you to stop? The driver replied in fluent Burmese, Director, having an extra guard adds a layer of security. I'm only thinking of your safety. Though irritated, Susanna said nothing more and urged the driver to hurry. In her heightened state of tension, she failed to notice that the driver's voice sounded different from usual. The driver pressed the accelerator again and soon reached the main gate. By now a cordon had been set up at the hospital entrance with dozens of armed guards forming a human wall to prevent anyone from leaving. But when the guards saw Susanna's official car approaching, the officer immediately ordered his men to clear the way. The car slipped smoothly through the wall of guards, exited the hospital, and entered the main road. The driver's lips curled into a faint, barely perceptible smile. He pressed the accelerator deeper and deeper, the car's speed increasing steadily. Watching the lampposts flash by, Susanna breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, Those bastards dared to move against me. When I catch them, I'll rip out their hearts and feed them to the dogs. After cursing, she turned her gaze to the driver. You reacted quickly. Once we reach Guishan Yuanlin, I'll put in a good word for you with the general. Thank you, the driver replied with a faint smile. Susanna's brow furrowed. That voice. Why does your voice sound different? She asked, hesitantly, sensing something amiss. The guard in the passenger seat turned to her, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and said with a grin, Of course it's different. Susanna's expression changed abruptly. Just then she spotted several Karen State Border Guard soldiers patrolling outside. She was about to open the window and call for help when Ma Dapin unhesitatingly swung the butt of his rifle at her. With a dull thud, Susanna's head was split open, her eyes rolled back, and she immediately lost consciousness. Jin Nan glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror and said with a light laugh, That was a bit harsh. Ma Dapin shrugged. I had a feeling she was a bad seed. Couldn't hold back. Huh. An hour later, Guishan Yuanlin. In the living room of the bedroom, Saduki, dressed in a yellow Tang-style silk pajama, sat on a mahogany chair sipping tea. His demeanor was calm, his movements natural, betraying no tension over his family's kidnapping. Not far away sat a richly adorned woman in a bright yellow traditional Burmese costume dripping with gold and jewelry. Cradling a black cat in her arms, she watched Saduki's composed manner and asked with a faint smile, Your concubine and your youngest daughter have been kidnapped, and you're not worried. This elegant lady was none other than Saduki's first wife, Du Meiting, the second most powerful figure in Kelen State. What's there to worry about? Their purpose in kidnapping is to gain the right to speak with me. They'll contact me sooner or later, Saduki said, raising his teacup for a gentle sip, then closing his eyes to savor the moment. From the very beginning, he had never been concerned about Taya and her daughter. His anger and indignation stemmed solely from the incompetence of his men. 2 people causing trouble on his turf, yet hundreds couldn't apprehend them. Du Meiting chuckled softly, looking down to stroke the black cat in her arms. Since Saduki wasn't worried about Taya and her daughter, she was even less concerned. In fact, she secretly hoped the kidnappers would kill them both. Commander! Adjutant Ong Duo burst into the living room, rushing up to Saduki. Bad news. The military civilian hospital was attacked, and the 5th lady's whereabouts are unknown. Saduki and Du-mating both looked up at Ong Duo, their brows furrowing in synchrony. What happened? Saduki asked in a low, suppressed voice. Ong Duo replied in detail. According to the Fifth Lady's guards, 2 explosions occurred at the hospital an hour ago, one 100 meters from the administrative building and another 10 meters from its main entrance. After the explosions, the Fifth Lady panicked and ran out of her office. The guards tried to chase her, but too many people were fleeing, so they lost sight of her. They saw her get into her official car and leave the hospital. They assumed she had come to us, but when they arrived at the garden and asked, they found she hadn't arrived at all. They searched several roads, but found no trace of her. They suspect the car was taken over by the kidnappers, and she was abducted. Saduki hurled his teacup onto the carpet, slammed the table, and roared, "A bunch of useless trash. All of you. This is Pawn, our stronghold. The enemy comes to our base, snatches people at will, and leaves as they please. Are our soldiers all just freeloaders?" He turned and pointed a finger at Ong Duo, snarling, "Those guards assigned to the Fifth Lady. Execute them all. Right now? Execute them immediately." "Yes, sir." Ong Duo, startled, snapped to attention, saluted, and left the living room to carry out the order. "Bastard." Suduchi slammed his fist onto the desk, the fury in his eyes almost solidifying into a tangible blaze. Du-mating stood up, cradling her cat, unable to remain seated any longer. It was evident that the assailants were not only targeting Taya and her daughter, but specifically aimed at Suduchi's immediate family, which included herself and her 2 sons and 1 daughter. For safety, Sake, have the women and children in Pawn return. Those not in Pawn should increase their security detail. Do not let another person come to harm, she proposed with a grave expression. Suduchi gritted his molars, reluctant to make such a decision. If he recalled all the women and children from outside, wouldn't it tell everyone that he, the king of Karen State, was intimidated by 2 armed men? In the chaotic warlord landscape of Myanmar, a local warlord's face was of paramount importance. Face represented prestige. With prestige, everyone feared you and viewed you through the lens of kingly dominance. But if it became known that you too could be afraid, some would harbor thoughts they shouldn't. Yet considering his family's safety, he relented. Go make the calls. He wasn't truly worried about his family's safety, rather the families behind several of his wives had complex ties. For instance, the 2nd and 3rd wives came from powerful maternal clans. If they were captured, their families would pressure him, forcing him to compromise with the kidnappers' demands. Du-mating walked to the desk phone, picked up the receiver, and called Suduchi's 2nd wife Xingxia, 4th wife Linla, and 3rd daughter Lanier, who were in Pawn, instructing them to come to the Guishan garden immediately. Afterward, she also called the women and children not in Pawn, telling them to be cautious. Upon receiving the calls, 2nd wife Xingxia, 4th wife Linla, and 3rd daughter Lanier left their private villas that very night, taking escorted cars under guard to the Guishan garden. 4th wife Linla and Lanier, being mother and daughter, shared a private villa and thus traveled in the same car. Their convoy was protected by 4 armed pickup trucks in front and behind, along with a troop transport truck carrying 30 soldiers. Their convoy smoothly exited the city roads and entered the Beijiao Highway. The Beijiao Highway was the only road leading to the Guishan garden. A 4-lane 2-way thoroughfare, wide, but unlit, with no buildings along the way and dense forests on both sides. As the convoy entered this stretch of road, the soldiers on the armed pickups and the troop transport grew tense. Their vision was limited to the road illuminated by the headlights, with no visibility into the dense woods on either side. Having experienced 2 attacks on the general's relatives in a single day, their nerves were stretched to the breaking point, and they grew suspicious, feeling that the forest concealed the assailants. In contrast to the tense soldiers, 4th wife Linla and Lanier, seated in the private car, remained calm and composed. Though they had never engaged in combat, they had witnessed much, and were seasoned individuals unafraid of danger. Moreover, with 4 armed pickups and a truck full of soldiers, how could 2 attackers, no matter how formidable, stand against so many troops and heavy weapons? As time passed, the convoy traveled at 80 kilometers per hour, drawing closer to their destination, the Guishan garden. By 1130 p.m., only 10 kilometers remained. The end seemed near, and they could even faintly see the lights of the garden at the foot of Turtle Mountain. The soldiers gradually relaxed, thinking that the attackers, no matter how reckless, would not dare to strike under the ruler's very nose. However, no one noticed a thin nylon rope less than 100 meters ahead of the convoy. The lead vehicle, an armored pickup, passed over it without suspicion. The nylon rope snapped, and the next second, boom, rumble. Multiple explosions erupted on the road. The lead armored pickup was blown into the air, its soldiers perforated by steel pellets shot from beneath the chassis. The 3 armored pickups behind it were not spared either. One armed pickup's driver was struck in the heart by a steel pellet, causing the vehicle to veer off into the dense forest and overturn. Another armed pickup, its tires hit by the explosion, was flipped over. The 3rd armed pickup, though damaged, was luckier. No one inside was injured. But the panicked driver mistook the brake for the accelerator, ramming the emergency-stopped private car and sending it flying 4 or 5 meters before both vehicles overturned. Only the troop transport truck remained unscathed, coming to a steady halt. But as the soldiers scrambled to disembark, an armed pickup with its lights off burst from the forest on the left side. A 12 7mm heavy machine gun in the cargo bed spewed orange tongues of fire at them. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Soldiers who had dismounted fell in heaps, and those still inside were mowed down by bullets penetrating the truck's body. In half a minute, not a single soldier on the transport truck survived. The armed pickup stopped in the middle of the convoy. Ma Dapin, wielding an AKM assault rifle, went to each armored pickup to finish off survivors. Jin Nan rushed to the overturned private car, shot the driver and the bodyguard in the front passenger seat, then dragged the dazed fourth wife Linla and her daughter from the back seat through the window, pulling them one by one into the back seat of his own armed pickup. Retreat! Jin Nan shouted to Ma Dapin as he slid into the driver's seat. Ma Dapin grabbed a few magazines and ran back, jumping into the cargo bed. The armed pickup started and sped away toward Pond. The entire operation from start to finish took only 3 minutes. I think I heard explosions. Damn, there must be an attack. Quick, get in the car. The explosions reached the Guishan garden 10 kilometers away. The Karen State Border Defense Force guarding the garden immediately mobilized. Within 5 minutes, over a dozen armed pickups and troop transport trucks were racing toward the Beijiao Highway. Suduchi also heard the explosions. He was furious, never expecting the attackers to be so audacious as to strike right under his nose. He ordered the reinforcements to capture the assailants at all costs and dispatched additional troops. Du Mating did not sit idle. She called fourth wife Linla and second wife Xingxia to determine which of them had been attacked. She quickly confirmed through Xingxia's answered call and Linla's unanswered one that it was Linla and her daughter who had been attacked, their fate unknown. Xingxia turned back to Pond immediately. An attack occurred on the Beijiao Highway. For safety, return to Pond first. I'll have the general dispatch a unit to escort you later. Out of caution, Du Mating instructed Xingxia to return to Pond. Xingxia, having heard the explosions and gunfire, ordered the driver to turn around. But it was all too late. As Cynthia's convoy just turned around, Jin Nan caught up from behind. Ma Dapin, without a second thought, opened fire at the rear of the convoy. Even though the distance was over 200 meters, a range where most rifles would miss. Relying on his exceptional weapon control, he used only 30 rounds to suppress an armed pickup truck and bring it to a halt. Cynthia's convoy consisted of only 3 armed pickups with no troop carriers, and its defensive force was relatively weak. However, weak numbers did not mean weak soldiers. The machine gunners on the other 2 armed pickups immediately swung their barrels toward Jin Nan's vehicle and opened fire. Both sides traded machine gun fire while racing at high speed. But the machine gunners of the Karen State Border Defense Force were clearly not as skilled as Ma Dapin. They fired 2 heavy machine guns, yet not a single round hit. Not even the vehicle. Meanwhile, Ma Dapin landed a hit roughly every 3 rounds, and within half a minute he had suppressed another armed pickup, killed the machine gunner on the remaining one, and blown out one of its tires. The armed pickup, now missing a tire, decelerated sharply. Jin Nan closed the gap to within 100 meters. At this range, Ma Dapin was virtually invincible. The heavy machine gun chattered away, and soon the co-driver, the driver, and 2 guards inside were riddled with bullets. Thus only Cynthia's personal vehicle remained from her convoy. Her personal vehicle was a BMW 7 Series with powerful engine performance. Urged by Cynthia, the driver floored the accelerator, and the speed surged to 160 km/h. Jin Nan tried to accelerate, but the armed pickup was too heavy. 100 km/h was its limit. Seeing the prize slipping away, Jin Nan decisively braked to a stop. He picked up the AKM assault rifle that Ma Dapin had tossed in the vehicle, aimed at the BMW 7 Series, which was now over 500 meters away. Can you hit that? Ma Dapin looked at Jin Nan in astonishment. Iron sights on an AKM. Nighttime environment. A moving target at over 160 km/h. Distance over 500 meters. If he could hit that. Damn, what kind of earthly immortal was this? Bang! Even as Ma Dapin was still pondering, Jin Nan had already pulled the trigger, firing one shot after another. After firing 5 rounds, Jin Nan, without looking back, jumped into the driver's seat, tossed the rifle onto the passenger seat, and floored the accelerator to give chase. At that moment, the BMW, now more than 700 meters away, began to wobble. Even from over a kilometer away, Ma Dapin could clearly hear the distant screech of brakes. Holy shit, he actually hit it. Ma Dapin was stunned beyond belief. Boom. After Jin Nan had driven about 100 meters, a loud crash echoed from ahead. Through the BMW's stationary headlights, Ma Dapin deduced that the vehicle had lost control and collided with something coming to a stop. He was deeply shaken. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could hit a vehicle moving at over 160 km/h with an AKM assault rifle using iron sights in the dead of night and actually bring it to a halt. Ma Dapin couldn't help but grow curious about Jin Nan. What unit had he served in before? His skills were simply monstrous. In less than a minute, Jin Nan drove the armed pickup up to the halted BMW 7 Series. Up close, he could see that 3 of the BMW's tires had been blown out. It had crashed into a thick tree trunk with glass shards scattered everywhere. As the armed pickup came to a stop, the front passenger door of the BMW opened from the inside, and a young bodyguard in a suit stepped out. A similarly dressed bodyguard also emerged from the rear seat. Both bodyguards were still dazed. They spotted Jin Nan and Ma Dapin and tried to draw their weapons, but their unsteady bodies betrayed them. They fumbled for a long time without managing to pull out their guns. Jin Nan grabbed the AKM assault rifle from the passenger seat, kicked open the door, and stepped out. He raised the muzzle aimed at the two bodyguards and pulled the trigger. A burst of gunfire, and both bodyguards collapsed. He then quickly advanced, fired through the window to finish off the unconscious driver, and then crawled into the back seat to drag out the unconscious second lady Cynthia. Since the back seat of the armed pickup was already full, he simply threw Cynthia onto the cargo bed where Ma Dapin was standing. Finally, he started the vehicle and sped away. 10 minutes later, Guishan Garden. The landline phone in the living room rang with urgent, insistent tones. Ong Duo, standing beside the phone, immediately picked up. After listening to the report, he let out a soft sigh, turned to look at Su Duqi and Du Mating, who were staring at him, and said, "General, First Lady, the reinforcements arrived too late. The Fourth Lady, the Third Miss, and the Second Lady are missing. All their guards were killed by the assailants." Du Mating's mouth fell slightly open, as she had never expected such an outcome. Su Duqi's eyes blazed with fury, his whole body trembling. 2 days, 2 people had kidnapped 3 of his wives and 2 daughters, killed no fewer than 100 soldiers, and done it all on his own turf, even near his own stronghold. If this got out, all of Myanmar would be laughing at him. General, after kidnapping the victims, the assailants each time fled out of the city, but then launched a second attack in Pon shortly after. This confirms that they never actually left Pon. A fleeing each time was just a decoy. The ladies and the young miss must be hidden in some secluded corner of Pon. Ong Duo then voiced his judgment. Su Duqi shot up from his seat after hearing this, grinding his teeth as he ordered Ong Duo, "Mobilize all available forces and personnel. Start from the city center, conduct a house-to-house search. Leave no stone unturned, no building unsearched. Spare no expense. Find them," he roared. He had to catch those criminals and subject them to 1,000 cuts to assuage his burning hatred. No. Just as Ong Duo was about to snap to attention and salute to carry out the order, Du Mating felt the command was unwise. Su Duqi glared at her for contradicting him. In that moment, a suspicion arose in his mind. Could Du Mating have sent the kidnappers after his wives and daughters? It was not impossible. Lin La and her daughter, along with Cynthia, had been perfectly fine at his villa. It was Du Mating who suggested calling them over to the garden, which led to the attack. If she claimed to have nothing to do with it, he would find it hard to believe. Du Mating, unaware that Su Duqi suspected her, immediately explained after saying, "No. If the assailants are really only 2 people, then they must be top-tier figures in the mercenary or assassin world. If we dispatch all the troops from the garden, they might very well infiltrate it. Perhaps kidnapping Taya and the others is just a diversion waiting for you to pull the troops out of the garden." Su Duqi felt a chill run down his spine. "You mean, their real target is me?" "That possibility cannot be ruled out," said Du Mating. Du Mating spoke. Su Duqi's brow furrowed deeply. He had never feared bandits before, yet after Du Mating's words the unease within him swelled ever stronger, and he could not help but grow anxious for his own safety. He fell silent, lost in contemplation. Several minutes later, he modified the order he had just given. "Besides the garden forces, Pan, Un, and the surrounding border troops and militia shall conduct a carpet search from the city center, digging 3 feet deep, if necessary. We must find that person." Ong Duoli snapped to attention and saluted to receive the order. "Yes, General." He immediately picked up the desk phone and began dialing the troops and militia one by one. An hour later, over 700 soldiers from the Pan and border troops and more than 1,600 militiamen had gathered at the city center square. Altogether, over 2,500 people launched a thorough carpet search throughout the night. This time, whether soldiers or militiamen, everyone searched with utmost diligence, leaving no hole or house unexamined. The entire Pan and was thrown into chaos and uproar. Although their search method was crude, it was the most effective approach under the circumstances. Finding that unfinished building was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Jin Nan had driven back to the unfinished building at this very moment. Together, the two of them hauled Linda, her daughter, and Cynthia from the car into the basement, binding their hands and feet and gagging their mouths. "We're running out of time." Emerging from the basement, Jin Nan caught sight of powerful searchlights sweeping across the distant cityscape. He already understood that Su Duqi had mobilized a massive search operation. It would not be long before they were found here. "What do we do next?" Ma Dapin asked. "We race against time." The next day, 6 in the morning. Bago Province, Puxi County. Puxi County lies on the eastern bank of the Bago River along the Yangon-Mandalay Railway and Highway in southern Myanmar, 70 kilometers northeast of Yangon and 200 kilometers southeast of Panan. It serves as a railway and highway hub connecting Karen State, Bago Province, Pabing, and Yangon, with thriving trade and industry. Particularly renowned for its jade trade, the world's largest jade-producing region of Pabing exports 80% of its jade through Puxi via maritime routes. Puxi is not under the control of the Myanmar government, but is governed by the local ethnic minority, the Puxi people, who maintain their own armed forces known as the Bago Ethnic Alliance Army, comprising over 2,000 militiamen. 25 years ago, Suduchi, then a battalion commander of the Karen State Border Defense Force, married Ma-i, the daughter of the tribal leader, to secure the support of the Pushi people. She is now known as the third Madam of Karen State. After marrying Suduchi, Ma-i frequently traveled between Karen State and Pushi, coordinating relations between ethnic minorities in both regions and beyond, and the Karen State Border Defense Force. The third Madam Ma-i's contributions have been indispensable to Suduchi's rise as the de facto ruler of Karen State. Ma-i had always been an early riser. Even at 6 in the morning, before the sun had risen, she had already awakened, washed up, and brewed a cup of black coffee to refresh herself. After finishing her coffee, just as on any other day, she sent her son, Zwamin, a good morning text message. However, this time, she added an extra line: stay safe. She had already learned of the multiple kidnapping attempts targeting Suduchi's family members in Pannan. Though she did not believe her son Zwamin, as commander of the Mayawati militia, would be kidnapped, she could not resist reminding him once more. She set down her phone and returned to her room to change into her athletic wear, intending to go downstairs to the park for a jog. But as she took out her clothes, the recent events in Pan and suddenly came to mind. For safety's sake, she reluctantly abandoned her morning run plans. But just then a knock came at her door. Hearing the knock, Ma-i walked out of her room and unhurriedly approached the door. She did not bother to look through the peephole before opening it, for although this was a hotel, it was her family's property. This entire floor was her private quarters. Apart from her own room, every other room on this floor was occupied by armed guards carrying live ammunition. Surveillance cameras covered every corner of the entire hotel, even the restrooms. She did not believe she could encounter any danger here. The moment the door opened, she saw that the armed guard standing at the threshold was deathly pale with what appeared to be dark stains on his collar. Just as she opened her mouth to ask what was wrong, the guard suddenly collapsed stiffly forward. It was then that she saw the dagger protruding from the back of his heart. Ma-i's breath caught sharply, every hair on her body standing on end. "Hi, are you Madam Ma?" A leisurely male voice drifted in from outside. The sight previously blocked by the guard's body suddenly opened up, revealing a strange man in a black baseball cap leaning casually against the doorframe. Ma-i was seized with terror. Before she even had time to take in the man's features, her survival instinct drove her to immediately reach for the door to close it. But the moment her fingers touched the handle, the stranger had already acted with lightning speed, a precise chop descending upon the side of her neck. Darkness swallowed Ma-i's vision, and she crumpled softly to the floor. In her last fading moment of consciousness, she only heard the dull thud of her own head striking the carpet. The man stepped lithely over her body. His gaze swept rapidly across the luxurious suite before finally settling on a large Louis Vuitton suitcase in the walk-in closet. He pulled open the wardrobe, took out several expensive coats, and laid them at the bottom of the suitcase. Then he curled the unconscious Ma-i inside, leaving only a tiny crack to ensure she could breathe. The sound of the zipper closing rang especially shrill in the silent room. The man adjusted the angle of his baseball cap and with perfect composure dragged the suitcase out of the room and through the corridor to the elevator. The door slid open and he pulled the suitcase containing Ma-i into the carriage, calmly pressing the button for the lobby. Meanwhile, in the hotel's security monitoring room, Ma Dapin watched through the display screen as Jin Nan dragged the suitcase into the elevator. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and rose to leave. Before departing, he did not forget to pull his Type 97 dagger from the security guard's corpse, wipe it clean with a cloth, and tuck it into his inner pocket. A few minutes later, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin drove away from the hotel entrance in a battered old sedan. It was not until a full hour after they had departed that someone finally discovered Ma-i had been kidnapped. The Pushi tribal chief, upon receiving the news, flew into a violent rage and mobilized all militiamen to conduct a search throughout Pushi. But by this time, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin had already left Pushi far behind, well on their way to Myanmar's capital Naypyidaw, Pan and Guishan Garden. Suduchi, deep in slumber, was roused by the telephone's shrill ring on his nightstand. He sat up with a face full of irritation, picked up the receiver, and answered, "Hello. Suduchi, my daughter, your wife Ma-i. She was kidnapped an hour ago." Listening to his father-in-law's voice on the phone, Suduchi's pupils contracted sharply, his morning grogginess vanishing in an instant. With a mixture of disbelief, he asked, "What did you say?" Ma-i was kidnapped. He felt puzzled. The bandits had launched their attack on the North Suburb Highway just after 10 o'clock last night. How could they have moved to Pushi overnight? What exactly have you gotten yourself into? There are only 2 bandits, but both are masters. One of them killed 9 security guards in the hotel surveillance room, while the other took out 36 bodyguards at Maya. The whole thing was silent and unnoticed. They were gone for an hour before we even realized. Suduchi, are you hiding something from us? I warn you, my daughter must not come to harm, otherwise I will never forgive you. The Pushi clan leader roared into the phone, utterly furious about his daughter's kidnapping. Suduchi clenched his jaw. How many times had he done that in the past 2 days? I can tell you with full responsibility that I haven't provoked anyone. But rest assured, I will definitely rescue Ma-i. He suppressed his anger, trying to calm his father-in-law first. The Pushi clan leader snorted coldly over the phone and hung up with force. Suduchi could no longer suppress his fury. He grabbed the desk phone and hurled it onto the floor. "Damn it, what are they trying to do?" he cursed in anger. To be honest, he was now somewhat bewildered, completely unable to fathom the bandits' intentions. Causing trouble in Pan, then heading to Pushi. What were these two trying to accomplish with all this running around? What happened? Why are you in such a rage so early in the morning? His companion, Du Mating, was awakened by the commotion he had caused. She sat up in bed with a puzzled expression and asked what was going on. Su Duchi's expression turned grim as he replied, "My AI has been kidnapped in Pushi too." What? Du Mating gasped in shock. Weren't they still? Yesterday. Enough, don't say another word. Su Duchi was absolutely exasperated. He cut off Du Mating and left the bedroom to find his subordinates to discuss what the enemy's purpose might be and to devise a solution. This simply could not continue. Hearing the door slam shut, Du Mating snapped back to her senses. She grabbed her private phone from the nightstand and called her children in Naypyidaw: the second son Angji, the third son Kent, the fifth son Eduardo, the sixth son Danzo, and the eldest daughter Tenlai. She warned them to be extra careful in Naypyidaw and to stay home if possible. Her warning call came just in time, but it would prove useless. At 8:20 in the morning, a gunfight erupted in the dormitory building of Naypyidaw Myanmar Medical University. 6 armed personnel were killed in the shooting, and Danzo, a university student, went missing after the incident. 15 minutes later, a gunfight broke out at an entertainment company in Naypyidaw, resulting in 4 deaths. President Eduardo was knocked unconscious in his office and taken away, his whereabouts unknown. At 8:50, a shooting occurred at the Naypyidaw Myanmar Central Bank headquarters, and Supervisor Kent went missing. At 9:15, a shooting took place at Jiangnan City Tower. 16 armed personnel were killed, and Angji, president of the Karen State Mining and Energy Company, was forcibly abducted. In just 1 hour, 4 shooting incidents occurred in Naypyidaw, prompting the local police to take the matter extremely seriously. The entire city went on high alert. Not only did the police set up checkpoints, but the government had already deployed military forces. For a time, everyone in Naypyidaw lived in fear. However, the bandits responsible for all this, Jin Nan and Ma Dapeng, had long since withdrawn from Naypyidaw at the first opportunity, heading toward Mayawati. Pan Turtle Mountain Garden. Crash. The sound of porcelain shattering echoed through the living room. Su Duchi's expression was so gloomy it seemed to drip with dark fury. He could no longer be described as merely angry. He was on the verge of losing his mind. 3 days. 7 sons, 4 captured. 4 daughters, 3 captured. 6 wives, 5 captured. He's declaring war on me, all-out war. He smashed another exquisite tea set, then stood up with a firm expression and declared, "I will never let them off. Whatever they're planning, I will never let them succeed." Sitting nearby, Du Mating opened her mouth, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Just then, Su Duchi's private mobile phone rang. The ringtone helped Su Duchi calm down somewhat. He took the phone from his pocket. Upon seeing an unknown number on the screen, his pupils contracted slightly. He vaguely sensed something and swiped to answer, bringing the phone to his ear. "Hello. Good day, General Su Duchi." A magnetic male voice came through the phone. Su Duchi's eyes narrowed slightly. "My family members. You're the one who kidnapped them, aren't you?" A general is indeed a general, perceptive. Jin Nan laughed lightly. Su Duchi's heart confirmed what he had suspected. He spoke into the phone. "You've targeted the wrong person. You don't understand me at all. Go ahead and kill them all. We have nothing to discuss. In the end, I will definitely avenge them. I'll slaughter your entire family." With that, he hung up and slammed the phone onto the tea table. "You're heartless." Du Mating stood up, staring at Su Duchi with disappointment and fury. Su Duchi clasped his hands behind his back, unperturbed. "Those who are my wives and children must be prepared for this. If I show any weakness to the bandits this time, and let them succeed in the future, countless people will be kidnapped. I intend to use this incident to tell the entire world no one dares to threaten me through my family." Du Mating knew she couldn't persuade Su Duchi, but she couldn't accept his coldness either. She stormed out of the living room in anger. Su Duchi clenched his fists tightly, his expression thoughtful. After a moment, he called on Duo and reported Jin Nan's phone number. "Have someone check where this number is located." On a highway outside Naypyidaw, a black car was speeding along the road. Jin Nan listened to the dial tone from the hung-up call and also fell into deep thought. This old bastard really has a heart of stone. Almost his entire family is in our hands, and sure enough, not a single warlord is simple. The passenger side seats, Ma Dapeng couldn't help but complain. After finishing, he asked Jin Nan, "What now?" Jin Nan thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's start killing." Noon, 12 o'clock. Thailand, Myanmar, border Mayawati. Although Mayawati was merely a town, its population numbered over 100,000. Its economy thrived, primarily supported by gambling and telecommunications fraud. Each year, approximately 1 million people from Myanmar and Thailand came here to gamble. The telecom fraud industry was even more staggering. 40 large and small fraud parks scattered like stars, with the most famous being KK Park, Diamond Park, Fully Park, or Elephant Park, and Phoenix Park. However, the golden age of Mayawati's telecom fraud industry had passed. Since Thailand cut off water and electricity to Mayawati in February and Su Duchi conducted a surprise inspection of the parks under international pressure, most fraud companies had relocated. The number of fraud personnel was less than 3/10 of what it once was. But due to the large base number, there were still 70 to 80,000 fraud personnel operating. The buildings vacated after the fraud personnel's departure had become barracks for the Mayawati militia forces. By now the militia in Mayawati had grown to over 3,000 men. Though these militiamen were merely farmers with guns and lacked heavy weaponry, they were still the most formidable armed force within 100 kilometers. As the commander of this militia, Zwamin was the undisputed king of Mayawati. Zwamin acted with flamboyance and arrogance. On ordinary days he enjoyed patrolling the prosperous districts of Mayawati with his 100-strong guard, much like a lion surveying its territory. And so right after lunch he set out for a stroll with his men. He called it an after-meal walk. Boss, things have been unsettled lately. Maybe we should head back. Zwamin's adjutant Tai Anjuan spoke with a face full of worry. Huh. Zwamin chuckled lightly. What's there to fear? Those people were captured when they had no one around them. But where is this? Mayawati. And I am the sole king of Mayawati. Before his words could finish, a bullet pierced through his neck. Warm blood splattered onto Tai Anjuan's face. His eyes widened as he watched Zwamin, pale-faced, clutching his neck and collapsing. A few seconds later he let out a sharp cry. The boss has been killed. On the rooftop of a building 1,000 meters ahead on the road, Jin Nan elegantly stowed away his 417 Hong Kong dollars long-barrel sniper variant precision rifle, wearing a look of mild dissatisfaction. I missed, he said. He had aimed for the heart. Instead he hit the neck. But the result was the same. The target was dead. Ma Dapin, who was serving as the spotter, put down his binoculars and stared at Jin Nan as if he were a monster. You're playing with a precision rifle like it's a sniper rifle. If he remembered correctly, the effective range of a precision rifle was usually within 800 meters. Yet Jin Nan had used one to hit a target at 1,000 meters. It was downright cheating. Jin Nan ignored Ma Dapin's astonishment, turned and left, reminding him, "Let's go quickly, or we won't be able to." Ma Dapin immediately followed. As they descended the stairs he asked curiously, "Why is it a direct shooting this time instead of a kidnapping?" "We don't have much time left. Shooting is far simpler than kidnapping. I hope this bullet will make that old fool Su Duchi see reason." Han Guishan Garden. In the restaurant, Su Duchi was having lunch with Du Meiting. Seeing the latter's stern expression, he picked up a piece of bloodied beef and placed it on her plate, soothingly saying, "I'm not being cold-hearted, truly. I've seen too many of these thugs. They respond to force, not kindness. If I yield to them, we'll be at their mercy forever." Du Meiting remained silent, her anger unabated. Su Duchi continued to placate and justify himself. "Don't worry, the thugs will contact me again. I'm certain they wouldn't dare harm Ong Ji." Du Meiting paused for a few seconds, then hummed an acknowledgement, picking up the beef and bringing it to her mouth. But before the beef could enter her mouth, the adjutant Ong Duo rushed in hastily. "General Mayawati just called and said." He looked flustered, hesitating. Su Duchi glanced at him, put down his chopsticks in annoyance. "Is woman kidnapped too?" He was now used to hearing about kidnappings. "No, the third young master. He was killed." Ong Duo gritted his teeth and delivered the grim news. Su Duchi and Du Meiting froze simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Ong Duo. The former's lips trembled. "What did you say, Zwamin?" Ong Duo lowered his head and replied, "Mayawati called to say that after lunch the third young master went on patrol and was suddenly shot in the neck. He died on the spot." Su Duchi's face turned pale. He was completely frozen. He had never imagined that the thugs would actually dare to kill his son. "Off!" Su Duchi screamed in madness, stood up and flipped the dining table, causing Ong Duo, Du Meiting and the servants in the room to instinctively step back. Damn it! Damn it! They killed my son. Oh, they killed my son. I'll kill them. I'll kill their entire family." "Off!" Su Duchi roared in fury. The flames of rage in his eyes seemed ready to burst forth. His chest heaved violently, and terrifying veins bulged on his forehead. "Off!" Du Meiting also screamed, clutching her head, because she realized the thugs would indeed kill her second son, Ong Ji. Ong Duo watched the two, one mad with rage, the other screaming, feeling helpless and deeply terrified. His sister Taya could be killed by the thugs at any moment. Just as the restaurant was filled with shouting and screaming, a sudden ringtone broke the atmosphere. Su Duchi's bloodshot eyes scanned the room to see whose phone it was, eager to vent his anger. But after looking around, he realized it was his own private phone. He pulled the phone from his pocket, saw the caller ID was an unknown number, and answered without a second thought, putting it on speaker and shouting, "Bastard! You dared to kill my son. I will kill you. I'll kill your whole family." "Ha!" A hearty laugh came from the phone. It was Jin Nan. Hearing the thug laugh, Su Duchi was so furious he nearly ground his molars to dust. Just as he was about to curse, Jin Nan stopped laughing and said, "You have 6 wives, 7 sons, and 4 daughters. Now 5 wives, 4 sons, and 2 daughters are in my hands, alive, and 1 son is dead by my hand. Right now you only have your first wife, Du Meiting, your eldest son Suo, when your 7th son Rue Man, your eldest daughter Ting Lai, and your second daughter Mia. I want to ask you, do I have the right to negotiate with you now?" "Negotiate?" Su Duchi laughed bitterly. "You killed my son, and you still want to negotiate? Just wait. As long as you're in Myanmar, whether dead or alive, you'll never leave. After I kill you, I'll dig up everything about you and slaughter your entire family. It seems we still can't talk. In that case, I'll kill your eldest son Suawan first. To be honest, killing is much easier than kidnapping. Jin Nan paused, then spoke in a soothing tone. Don't worry, General. By sunset at the latest, I'll kill your eldest son, Suan. After killing Sua, when I'll also have my friend in America kill your youngest son, who is in the 5th grade at Mekong Middle School in San Francisco. On my end, I'll snipe your 2 daughters. Finally, your first wife and last, but not least, you Su Duchi. Su Duchi's face twitched. He clenched his teeth and uttered each word deliberately. Go ahead and try. I've killed a major general of a great power while he was surrounded by thousands of troops. What makes you any different? General, if I want to kill you, it's a piece of cake. Unless you hide in Guishan Garden forever. Once you step out, no matter what armored vehicle you're in, my bullet will blow your head open. I'm not killing you now because I choose not to, but if I truly cannot get what I want from you, then I'll have no choice but to end your life. Jin Nan's tone carried a faint trace of amusement, his contempt utterly undisguised, and the menace in his words was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Su Duchi's fury intensified upon hearing Jin Nan's words, yet amidst his boundless rage a flicker of unease crept in. Jin Nan's repeated assaults had already proven that he might indeed possess the ability to decapitate a leader amidst a legion of soldiers. He also truly had the capacity to slaughter all of his sons and daughters. Su Duchi fell silent, no longer issuing blustering threats as before, for he recalled that he was already 62 years old, and 3 years ago doctors had explicitly informed him that his testicles had ceased producing sperm. Even artificial insemination could no longer impregnate a woman with his child. If the bandit truly murdered all his children, then Su Duchi would be left without descendants. As a ruler, having no heirs meant not only a lack of succession but also the risk of internal strife, much like in a feudal kingdom where a childless king would see his brothers and ministers stirring with ambition. At that moment, he might not perish from the bandit's gunfire, but rather from a cold bullet fired by his own subordinates. After all, in Myanmar, betrayal was all too common. Moreover, he had to consider that among the 5 abducted wives, aside from the 4th, 5th, and 6th, the 2nd and 3rd were not ordinary women. If they were killed, their powerful families would not easily let him off. Tell me, what do you want? The moment these words left his mouth, Su Duchi felt like a deflated balloon, knowing that uttering them had placed him completely at the other's mercy, forced to be led by the nose. Haha, we'll talk later. Jin Nan chuckled lightly and hung up the phone. Su Duchi's hand trembled as he clutched the phone, wishing he could strangle Jin Nan through the signal. But while the thought was tempting, reality was harsh. He was now thoroughly in the other's grasp. All he could do was hope the other's demands wouldn't be too harsh. Su Duchi, I don't care. I want my children safe and sound. Otherwise, I will never forgive you, and I will return to Naypyidaw immediately. Du Mating then issued her ultimatum, adding to Su Duchi's pressure and fueling his rage. He strode over to Ong Duo, drew the pistol from the latter's waist, and fired at the utensils in the dining room. Only after emptying the magazine did his fury abate. He tossed the gun back to Ong Duo, sat down on a chair, and clenched his molars as he waited for the phone to ring. Crack! A sound came from his mouth. His molar had snapped. On the other side, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin had already left Mayawati town, smoothly driving along a narrow rural road. Jin Nan, who was at the wheel, put down his phone and turned to Ma Dapin with a smile. It's done. Nice. Ma Dapin, brimming with exhilaration, punched the car window with his fist, then let out a long, relieved sigh. After all these days of turmoil, things were finally coming to an end. He was already eager to return home, lie in his own humble bed, and sleep for an entire day. Where are we headed now? Back to Pawn, he asked. No, we're going straight to Chiang Mai. I've arranged for a boat there. Once the person is delivered, we'll leave by boat. Jin Nan replied. Now that the upper hand was his, there was no need to stay in harm's way. Got it. Half an hour later, Jin Nan drove to a highway located 46 kilometers southeast of Mayawati and 45 kilometers north of Pawn. There he pulled over, picked up his phone, and sent a picture along with a text message to Su Duchi. After sending it, Jin Nan continued driving. Meanwhile, Su Duchi received the MMS from Jin Nan. He opened it and saw a Chinese beauty with shoulder-length black hair. Frowning, he exited the image and read the text. The person in the photo is named Zhou Yuntang. For months ago, she was lured to Myanmar by her Burmese boyfriend and subsequently fell into a telecom fraud park. The controllers have been demanding 1 million RMB from her parents every month, promising to release her each time, but never following through. I was entrusted to bring her back to China. I give you 6 hours, by whatever means necessary, to deliver her intact to the Chiang Mai dock. If she arrives safely and without issue, I will immediately release your 4 sons. After I successfully leave Myanmar, I will tell you the whereabouts of your wives and daughters. I warn you, don't play any tricks, cooperate obediently. I have installed satellite phone-triggered remote bombs on your wives. If you make any rash moves, I will not hesitate to blow them up. Do not attempt to rescue the hostages or eliminate the bandits. In this regard, we are more professional than you. Assassination is our specialty. After reading the message, Su Duchi's expression grew complicated. He never imagined that the bandit had captured his entire family, killed so many people, even his own son, all to rescue a woman trapped in a telecom fraud park. He felt a sense of overkill, like using a cannon to swat a fly. Ong Duo. Su Duchi called out. Ong Duo, who had been keeping his head down, immediately raised it and stood at attention. General. The bandit has replied. Suduchi let out an involuntary sigh. What did they say? Du mating pressed. Suduchi said somewhat helplessly, their sole purpose in all this is to rescue a Chinese woman trapped in a telecom fraud park. What? Du mating and Ong Duo were both incredulous. They had speculated everything, even imagined ceding territory, but it turned out to be just a rescue mission. No more what? Fortunately, it's not some other condition. Call Yu Zhejiang immediately find a woman named Zhou Yuntang, and have her delivered to the Jikanmai dock within 5 hours. Intact, no missing parts. Suduchi's tone brooked no dissent. Ong Duo saluted and accepted the order, then hesitated, should we? He made a throat-slitting gesture indicating whether to kill the bandit after rescuing the hostages. Suduchi pondered for a few seconds, then said thoughtfully, we'll decide based on the situation then. First deploy troops to the vicinity of the Jikanmai dock and await orders. For now there were almost no conditions favorable for killing the bandit, but if such an opportunity arose he must be slain, ground to dust, and scattered to the winds, to avenge the fallen Zhuo. Understood. Ong Duo strode out of the dining room, took out his personal phone, and called Shi Zhejiang, the leader of Myanmar's telecom fraud industry. Boss, you've caused trouble for the general. The third young master is dead, the other young masters, and the wives are in grave danger. The general orders you to find a Chinese woman named Zhou Yuntang within 4.5 hours, and deliver her to the Jikanmai dock. If she's not there within 4.5 hours, the general will hunt you to the ends of the earth, and your position in Myanmar will be taken by someone else. On a beach in Malaysia, Shi Zhejiang, lying on a chair sunbathing, listened to the extremely grave words on the phone, and his mind briefly went blank. After a few seconds his mind resumed functioning. He sat up from the chair, and asked almost instinctively, Brother Ong Duo, what happened? That's not for you to ask. You just need to find Zhou Yuntang, and deliver her to Jikanmai dock. Your time is running out, 4.5 hours, perhaps the countdown to your life. Ong Duo's tone on the phone was icy, with no attempt to conceal his threat and murderous intent. Shi Zhejiang's expression turned more serious. After a moment of silence he nodded and replied, all right, I understand. He hung up the phone and muttered to himself, Zhou Yuntang. That name sounds familiar somehow. The more he repeated the name, the more familiar it felt. He thought carefully, and soon he remembered. He had met Zhou Yuntang, and not just met. He had slept with her. Looks like her father pulled some strings, haha. A cold smile curled at the corner of Shi Zhejiang's mouth. He picked up the phone to call his trusted subordinate Lu Bo. Lu Bo, his proxy in Myanmar. When he was not in Myanmar, Lu Bo handled all operations of the Myanmar compound. At that moment Lu Bo was playing mahjong with his underlings in a casino in Yangon. Hearing the phone ring, he pushed aside the women on either side, and took out his phone from his pocket. Seeing the caller ID showing boss, he immediately stood up to answer. Hello boss, what's the matter? Where are you right now? What else can I do? Killing time playing mahjong. Lu Bo said with a smile. I'm asking you, did something happen over in Karen State? Lu Bo frowned slightly, recalling, then hesitated. Nothing much, I haven't heard anything. What's up boss? Have you caught wind of something? If you don't know, forget it. Do you remember Zhou Yuntang? Hearing the name Zhou Yuntang, the image of a stunning figure immediately appeared in Lu Bo's mind. He laughed. Of course I remember, she's a rare beauty. Where is she now? I don't know, I had someone sell her, Lu Bo replied. What? Shi Zhejiang's voice on the other end rose a notch. Seeing the boss's tone turn bad, Lu Bo quickly explained. After you gave her to me, I gave her a shot, played with her for a week or so, got bored, and gave her to the brothers under me. After a few days they also got tired of her, so I had someone sell her. Sold her for 1.5 million plus the 3 million that old Wu from KK extorted from her parents. That little girl made us for 5 million. As he explained, he couldn't help bragging about his achievements. Where was she sold? I don't know, I'll have to ask. After answering, Lu Bo couldn't help asking, boss, what's going on? Why are you bringing her up all of a sudden? Cut the crap, I'm telling you, within 4 hours you find Zhou Yuntang by any means, and deliver her to Jikanmai dock. Otherwise it's not me who won't let you off, it's General Suduchi who won't let you off. Hearing Shi Zhejiang's stern words, Lu Bo immediately realized the gravity of the situation. With a solemn expression he replied, I understand boss. I'll notify everyone right away. Ayeyarwady region, capital city Dongji. Dongji is located on the east bank of Myanmar's largest river, the Ayeyarwady, about 100 kilometers northwest of Yangon, the country's largest city. It is a city whose economy is centered on agricultural trade, with few tourists, but countless agricultural merchants and farmers come here every year to trade grain. Because the surroundings are vast farmland, the pace of life is slow, and there are few entertainment venues. Many people's only entertainment here is visiting brothels. Dongji has over 70 red light establishments operating under the guise of inns, the largest of which is the Mae Zagong Hotel. The women at Mae Zagong are the best quality in all of Dongji because its owner imports beauties every year from big cities like Yangon and Naypyidaw. On the 6th floor of Mae Zagong room 6011, the door opened, and an elderly man with graying hair, wearing a white vest, nearly 60 years old, walked out. A look of satisfaction and lingering pleasure on his face, he shuffled away leisurely in slippers. Inside the room, on the messy sheets, a naked woman covered in bruises with shoulder-length black hair was vigorously inhaling drugs. Her hand holding the lighter trembled constantly. As the smoke entered her lungs, her pupils dilated and her expression was one of pleasure, but seconds later her gaze became dazed and vacant. To sustain the pleasure, she kept repeating the inhalation motion until the remaining supply was exhausted. Then she stopped and collapsed weakly onto the bed. Zhou Yuntang silently waited for the next customer to arrive. After a few minutes, instead of a customer, the owner of Maizagong came. The owner of Maizagong was named Maizagong, a local under 40. Covering his mouth and nose, he walked to her bedside and said with a disdainful expression but a tone hinting reluctance, "Put on your clothes and come with me quickly." Zhou Yuntang didn't know what Maizagong wanted to do, but her spirit was already numb like a soulless husk, or rather like a marionette doing whatever the master commanded. She got up, put on her clothes, and obediently followed Maizagong out of the room. Zhou Yuntang thought Maizagong was taking her to a customer's room, but to her surprise, he led her out of the hotel. She didn't know how long it had been since she last saw the sun outside. When the warm sunlight fell on her, she felt a little lost, standing dumbfounded at the hotel entrance, staring at the azure sky. Just then a flock of birds flew across the sky, and a look of envy appeared in her eyes. She had once been a bird, too free and unrestrained. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car quickly." Maizagong walked over to a Mercedes-Benz and urged Zhou Yuntang impatiently. Zhou Yuntang's eyes returned to numbness, and she got into the car unhurriedly. Maizagong started the engine and drove onto the road. The car was driving very fast. Even in the city, it reached 90 kilometers per hour. After leaving the city, it hit 130 kilometers per hour. Maizagong seemed to be in a hurry. Zhou Yuntang sat in the back seat, leaning against the window, staring blankly outside. She probably guessed that a wealthy man had ordered an in-home service, which was why Maizagong was driving so fast. She didn't think too much about it. She was used to and indifferent to whatever might happen next. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. 3 hours later, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jikamai dock. The dock was filled with boats of all sizes. On the pier in front of a brand new speedboat, a black car was parked. In principle, vehicles are not allowed on the pier, but the temporary owner of the car held the principles in his hands. Jin Nan and Ma Dapeng sat in the car, smoking cigarettes, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time, and checking the time on their phones. 3.5 hours, Brother Nan. They won't cause trouble, will they? Ma Dapeng asked after checking the time. Jin Nan took one last drag of his cigarette and flicked the butt out the car window, replying calmly, "We gave them 6 hours. Only half the time has passed. No need to rush." The moment he finished speaking, a black Mercedes appeared in the rearview mirror. "They're here." Jin Nan stared intently at the rearview mirror, watching every movement of the black Mercedes. Ma Dapeng spotted it too, his grip tightening on the MG-42 general-purpose machine gun. Under the watchful gazes of the two men through the rearview mirror, the black Mercedes slowly pulled up behind their car. A middle-aged man then stepped out of the vehicle, standing beside it and hesitating as he looked at the car ahead. Jin Nan and Ma Dapeng exchanged glances and simultaneously got out of their car. The moment Ma Dapeng got out, he mounted the machine gun on the car roof, aiming the barrel at the middle-aged man and the Mercedes. Jin Nan approached while gripping a pistol in one hand. "Did you deliver the person?" Jin Nan asked as he walked up to the middle-aged man. Maizagong raised his hands in fear. "It's got nothing to do with me. I was just helping them deliver the person." He had no idea what the real situation was, but his habit was to distance himself from any responsibility. "Where's the person?" Jin Nan cut straight to the chase. Maizagong immediately stepped back several paces, opened the rear car door, and woke the sleeping Zhou Yuntang. Barely had Zhou Yuntang opened her eyes when Maizagong dragged her out of the car before she could even understand what was happening. She dazedly stared at Jin Nan and Ma Dapeng, who stood behind him with a mounted machine gun, her eyes filled with bewilderment. But quickly understanding dawned on her as she thought to herself. It seemed they were here to go yacht cruising for entertainment. Jin Nan noticed Zhou Yuntang's gaunt frame and listless spirit, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze. He stepped forward, took her wrist, and quickly guided her to Ma Dapeng's side. "Get her onto the speedboat first." "Got it." Ma Dapeng glanced at Zhou Yuntang, gave his affirmation, then lowered the machine gun and helped her onto the speedboat. At this moment, Jin Nan turned to Maizagong. "You can get lost now." Hearing this, Maizagong quickly made his escape, hurrying to his car and reversing away from the dock. After he left, Jin Nan took out his phone to call Su Duchi, but the moment he pulled it out, Su Duchi's call came through. Previously, he had marked Su Duchi's number, allowing his calls to come through. Jin Nan saw the incoming call, looked up toward the front of the dock, and acutely sensed that Su Duchi's troops had already surrounded the dock. Every move he made was now under his surveillance. Jin Nan swiped to answer, placing the phone to his ear. "Thank you, General, for handing over the person to me." "Where are my people?" came Su Duchi's icy voice through the phone. Jin Nan set the phone on the car, had walked to the rear of the vehicle, opened the door, and dragged Su Duchi's 4 sons out of the car, laying them on the pier. "You should have seen them. I'm giving you these 4 sons first. As for the others, I'll send you their location after I've left," Jin Nan said, walking back to the front of the car and picking up the phone. "No, you need to tell me right now, or you won't be able to leave. To be honest with you, my troops are right here at the dock with over a dozen sniper rifles aimed at you. If you don't reveal the location, you won't stand a chance of leaving." Su Duchi spoke in an unwavering tone. Jin Nan smiled faintly. Well then go ahead and shoot. He wasn't falling for Su Duchi's bluff at all. Su Duchi fell silent, and Jin Nan simply hung up the phone. He pocketed his phone, retrieved his 147 Hong Kong dollars precision rifle from the car, and jumped onto the speedboat. True to his expectations, no gunfire erupted from the dock. Soon Jin Nan piloted the speedboat away from the dock, racing southward at high speed. After he sailed far enough away, soldiers from the Karen border force who had been lying in ambush at the dock emerged one by one. They rushed to the pier, helplessly watching the speedboat's silhouette grow smaller and smaller in the distance. Far away at Guishan Gardens, Su Duchi watched the footage on the video and felt equally helpless. Beyond the frustration, he was filled with indignation. Never in his life had he suffered such a humiliating defeat. General, the young masters are all unharmed. They're alive. I understand. Spread the word. This incident never happened. No one is to speak of it externally. If anyone reveals what transpired, they would be slapping my face, and those who slap my face must die. Are we just going to let this matter go? Of course not. He killed my son. This blood debt must be repaid. Investigate him. Spend whatever it takes. Find out everything about him, then strike. Yes, General. 2 hours later, 7 in the evening. The vast ocean lay shrouded in impenetrable darkness. After 2 hours of high-speed sailing, Jin Nan had navigated the speedboat 90 kilometers to Motari Bay, a place belonging to no nation in international waters. Upon reaching this point, Jin Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He called Ma Dapeng to take over the helm, letting him steer for a while. Then he walked over and sat down in front of Zhou Yuntang. Before he could speak, she beat him to it. Do you have any ice? Let me take a hit before we have fun. She gently lifted her hand to push the strap of her gray dress off her shoulder, exposing purplish-red marks on her shoulder. Jin Nan sighed and asked, did they force you to take drugs? Do you want to pity me? Zhou Yuntang said with a soft laugh. If you feel sorry for me, then give me more. Watching her numb reaction, Jin Nan's emotions churned with complexity. After several seconds of silence, he said, your parents hired me. You're safe now. You'll be returning home soon. Mom and Dad. Home. Zhou Yuntang's lips parted slightly, her dazed pupils flickering with some change. She froze completely, at a total loss for what to do. Jin Nan stood up and walked away from her. He understood that for someone who had been tormented for 4 months, this news, even though it was good, would be difficult to accept. She needed time to absorb it. 5 hours swiftly passed. Midnight. The speedboat had traveled from Motari Bay to the South Pre-Paris Strait. Jin Nan personally piloted the speedboat, approaching an island in the strait where lights were visible. He didn't know what this island was called, but upon approaching he discovered there was a dock for refueling ships. The refueling dock was operated by Indians. In principle, documents were required to get fuel here, but Jin Nan held the power of truth in his hands. Not only did he successfully refuel, but he did so without paying, getting fuel on his own terms. After refueling, Jin Nan immediately took off, heading north. 10 hours later, 10 o'clock the next morning, Jin Nan and his group disembarked at the Galabarafid dock in the southern coastal city of Minglaja. The first thing Jin Nan did after landing was sell the speedboat to a local second-hand boat dealer. The speedboat he had purchased for 5 RMB was sold to the dealer for 3 USD, equivalent to 2 RMB. After selling the boat, the next step was to find a car. Following the coordinates provided by the Automobile 4S store, he located the off-road Jeep in the dock parking lot. The vehicle he had purchased for 6 RMB. The car shop was decent. The tank wasn't just full, with 2 additional jerry cans of fuel stashed in the trunk. Around 1130 a.m., after having lunch in Gorabara, Jin Nan and the group officially began their journey home, first traveling 300 kilometers northeast to the Bangladesh-India border, where they paid $10,000 to bribe both sides' border checkpoints, entering India's 6 northeastern states. Heading eastward through India's 6 northeastern states, they traveled another 300 kilometers to the India-Myanmar border, again paying $10,000 to bribe both sides' border checkpoints, and entering Myanmar's Kachin state. Another 300 kilometers later, at around 9 p.m., Jin Nan and the group arrived at the China-Myanmar border near Myitkyina in Kachin State, Myanmar, and Tungchong in Yunnan Province, China. Clearly unable to return through the official border crossing, Jin Nan decisively drove the car, leading Ma Dapeng and Zhou Yuntang through the jungle overnight, successfully crossing into Chinese territory by 7 a.m. the next morning. After entering China, they first walked to a nearby village, paying 1,000 yuan to locals who arranged transportation to Tungchong. At 9:30 a.m. the group arrived in downtown Tungchong. Jin Nan then located his Mercedes E350 parked by the roadside, only to discover it had been ticketed. A parking fee collection notice. As a law-abiding citizen, Jin Nan pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code on the notice, paid the 120 yuan parking fee, and drove away. Heading eastward. Destination, Shangrao, Jiangxi Province. 1 day later at 7 p.m., Shangrao City Center. Jiangnan Shuefu Residential Community, Building 7, Apartment 1305. The brightly lit living room glowed with warmth. Inside the spacious 80-square-meter parlor, Zhou Jianbang and his wife, Du Jianwei, sat on the sofa, watching Myanmar television. Not the news nor a film, but whatever was broadcasting on that channel. Unable to reach Jin Nan by phone and unaware of what was happening in Myanmar, they could only attempt to piece together his whereabouts through this method. But to their disappointment, after watching for several days, they found no useful information on the Myanmar television station. Du Jianwei picked up her phone from the table, checked the time, and sighed, saying, "He said it would take about a week to bring her back. Today marks the end of that week. Do you think he might have?" Zhou Jianbang remained silent, but the worry etched across his face betrayed his thoughts. He and Du Jianwei were both terrified of the same possibility. "How I wish our doorbell would ring right now, and when we open the door our daughter would be standing there." Du Jianwei gazed toward the entrance, her eyes welling with tears. Zhou Jianbang gripped his wife's hand tightly, offering silent comfort. Knock knock. At that moment a sound came from the front door. Both Du Jianwei and Zhou Jianbang shuddered in unison. The couple exchanged glances, then eagerly rose from the sofa and rushed toward the entrance. It must be their daughter, surely their daughter. The couple prayed fervently in their hearts. Reaching the entrance, Zhou Jianbang activated the video intercom. On the screen, 2 men and 1 woman stood outside. Du Jianwei immediately exclaimed with excitement, "My daughter!" She quickly opened the door and threw herself onto Zhou Yuntang, embracing her tightly, while crying out, my daughter, you're finally home." She was so overcome with emotion that she nearly fainted. Zhou Jianbang, tears streaming down his face, approached Zhou Yuntang, wanting to embrace his daughter but not knowing how, he awkwardly raised his hands, also weeping openly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuntang's mind went completely blank, showing no movement or expression whatsoever. Ever since boarding the speedboat, everything she had experienced on the journey felt like a dream, and seeing her parents with her own eyes now made it feel even more surreal. She couldn't help but feel terrified. Terrified of waking back up in that windowless room, terrified of feeling yet another man crawling over her body. Up. Zhou Yuntang covered her head and let out a desperate, piercing scream. Zhou Jianbang and Du Jianwei stood paralyzed, utterly clueless about what their daughter had endured in Myanmar, but from her breakdown, they could read that she had suffered unspeakable torment. Take her into the bedroom. A familiar room might help her feel a bit more at ease. Jin Nan, who had been standing behind Zhou Yuntang, spoke up. Hearing this, Du Jianwei immediately supported Zhou Yuntang into the room. Zhou Jianbang didn't follow. Instead, he bowed deeply to Jin Nan, his eyes brimming with tears, saying, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might never have seen Yuntang again. No need for thanks. We were paid to do this job. I hope Mr. Zhou will honor his promise and from now on pretend we were never seen," Jin Nan said with a serious expression. Zhou Jianbang nodded. "Rest assured. Integrity has been my guiding principle throughout my life." Jin Nan nodded in satisfaction, turned, and left with Ma Dapin following closely behind. Watching the 2 men disappear, Zhou Jianbang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, sighed softly, and turned back into the house to help his wife comfort their daughter. A few minutes later, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin took the elevator down to the basement and got into the Mercedes. As soon as he buckled his seatbelt, Jin Nan asked, "What's your bank card number?" Ma Dapin understood immediately that Jin Nan was about to pay him, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. No need." Jin Nan raised an eyebrow. "You risked your life for this job, and you don't want the life-risking money. What kind of logic is that? You helped save my family. I went to Myanmar to repay you for what you did." Ma Dapin spoke from the bottom of his heart. From beginning to end, he had never thought about taking any money. Insisting on accompanying Jin Nan to Myanmar was simply the only way he knew to repay the favor. Jin Nan chuckled lightly. "Just because of this you're willing to take a bullet for me?" Ma Dapin gazed out the window and said, "Gratitude knows no distinction in size." Jin Nan said nothing more, started the engine, and drove out of the basement, heading back to Beihu Huayuan residential community. On the way, when passing a liquor store, he briefly stopped to buy 4 bottles of baijiu and 2 bags of peanuts. The liquor was Matai 1,700 yuan per bottle. The mission was complete, and there was money in his pocket, a small reward for himself. Around 7:30 p.m. Jin Nan brought Ma Dapin back to his home, and the 2 of them immediately started drinking in the living room. After finishing 2 bottles of Matai, they began talking more and more freely. Ma Dapin shared many of his own experiences, and Jin Nan also mentioned some of his past, though not revealing too much, only mentioning that he had joined a secret special forces unit. After eating and drinking their fill, Jin Nan took the initiative to add Ma Dapin on WeChat and transferred 200,000 yuan to him. Not because he only wanted to give that much, but because WeChat's single transaction and daily transfer limit is exactly 200,000 yuan. Ma Dapin received the money but still didn't want it, attempting to return it. In the end, Jin Nan insisted that he keep it. The 2 continued chatting for a while longer until 11 p.m. Ma Dapin, with both ears red, bid farewell to Jin Nan. Jin Nan saw him into the elevator and only turned to go home after watching it descend. But just as he reached the doorway, the door of room 602 swung open. Hearing the sound, Jin Nan instinctively turned his head. There was Xiao Ba stealthily stooping low, cautiously stepping out. She first waved at him, then carefully closed the door without latching it, wedging a shoe at the threshold to keep it ajar. "Nan Gu," she called softly, trotting over to him. Watching her lively demeanor, Jin Nan couldn't help but think of Zhou Yuntang. Both had been victims of the same telecom fraud syndicate, yet Zhou Yuntang's fate had been far more cruel. Not sleeping so late. Going out to play? He asked casually, his hand already resting on the door handle. Xiao Ba pursed her lips, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she murmured, I was waiting for you. She had spotted him the moment he came home. In fact, ever since Jin Nan left for Myanmar, she would frequently check the peephole during the day, and at night, she would go downstairs to see if the light in his room was on. Waiting for me. Jin Nan couldn't help but chuckle, a thought crossing his mind. Could she have developed feelings for him? It wasn't entirely impossible. Not only were rescued individuals prone to developing a special attachment to their savior, but his own moderately handsome features were enough to captivate countless young beauties. With that thought, he couldn't help but appraise Xiao Ba. To be honest, she was blessed with remarkable looks, a perfect figure, a beautiful face, and an educated mind. If she were his girlfriend, he would certainly not be at a loss. To be perfectly honest, as a man with normal sexual orientation and now with some money in his pocket, Jin Nan was quite eager to start a romantic relationship. Moreover, he was already 27, long past the age to find a girlfriend. If not for the fact that his parents had passed away early following the early marriage custom of Shangrao, his children would already be old enough to run errands. I've been admitted to the Army General Hospital, Xiao Ba announced. I'll be heading north in a few days. Hearing this, the mischievous thoughts Jin Nan had just entertained about Xiao Ba were instantly suppressed. He realized that if they were to date, it would either be a long-distance relationship or he would have to move north with her. Neither option appealed to him. Besides, Xiao Ba's admission to the Army General Hospital indicated a bright future ahead, while his own prospects were uncertain. Congratulations, he said with a faint smile. Nangu, I. Xiao Ba stammered, her head bowed, as if about to utter something that made her feel shy. Jin Nan looked at her, wondering if she was about to say I love you. Let's exchange WeChat, she finally blurted out after a long pause. When I'm up north, I won't be able to see my parents. I can ask you about how they're doing. Having said that, she fell silent. Jin Nan offered an awkward but polite smile, pulled out his phone, and brought up his WeChat QR code. After scanning the QR code, Xiao Ba scurried back into her room like a startled rabbit. Jin Nan looked at the friend request notification on his phone, then returned to his own room. He brushed his teeth, took a shower, tossed his clothes into the washing machine, and collapsed onto his bed exhausted. Before long, he was fast asleep, snoring softly. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to his peaceful slumber, Xiao Ba lay in bed, next door, unable to sleep. She was consumed by regret and fear. Regret that she hadn't been braver, and fear that this cowardice might lead to a lifelong regret. The more she tossed and turned, the more agitated she became. She grabbed her phone, opened WeChat, and stared at the user with the dagger avatar that now read friend request accepted. Taking a deep breath, she tapped into the chat window, pulled up the input panel, and typed 3 characters. But just as she was about to send it, fear seized her. She quickly deleted it. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she retyped the 3 characters only to delete them again. Back and forth, she went typing and deleting 7 or 8 times. On the 9th attempt, she finally mustered her courage and, gritting her teeth, sent the message. 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As the minutes dragged on with no reply, Xiao Ba's anxiety peaked, leaving her breathless. In a panic, she withdrew the message. You coward. She cursed herself, burying her face in her pillow in frustration. The night passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jin Nan woke up after a wonderfully restful sleep. The first thing he did was grab his phone and open WeChat, where he transferred another 2 RMB to Ma Dapin. No matter what Ma Dapin's motives were for following him to Myanmar, he had to pay the man. This was blood money earned at the risk of his life. Besides, Ma Dapin's family was in dire financial straits. Take the money, and don't you dare send it back. Otherwise, you'll never have a good day at the security office. I'll have you on watch duty 24 hours a day. Jin Nan sent a voice message, then switched to another chat. That's when he noticed the message recalled notification in his chat with Xiao Ba. He was curious, but didn't dwell on it. He got up, washed up, put on his uniform, and went downstairs to work, feeling refreshed and energetic. Ma Dapin arrived at work right on time as usual, but compared to his previous listless demeanor, he now appeared much more spirited and confident. Many of their colleagues were amazed and asked him what had happened during the past week. Jin Nan, who knew the inside story, sighed inwardly at how money could truly transform a person. And so Jin Nan resumed his leisurely, dignified life as the head of security. During work hours, he would patrol with Ma Dapin, catching illegally parked cars and finding delivery drivers who broke the property management's rule against riding bikes into the compound. On his days off, he went fishing, occasionally bringing Ma Dapin along. It must be said that fishing was incredibly addictive. Initially, Jin Nan had only tried it as a hobby, but after just one catch, he was hooked. He bought a mountain of fishing gear online and even dragged Ma Dapin into the hobby, costing him a considerable sum as well. Time flowed gently by, and before they knew it, 2 months had passed. One night at 11:30, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin were returning from a night fishing trip. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ma Dapin stretched and said, "This kind of life is getting so boring." Boring? Jin Nan didn't agree. He kept his eyes on the road as he drove. "I'm actually enjoying it." Ma Dapin was silent for about 10 seconds, then he turned to Jin Nan and said, "Nangu, how about we start a business together?" "What kind of business?" Jin Nan glanced at him. "How about forest farming?" We could lease a large tract of woodland and raise pheasants, stone partridges, and rabbits. If we could also get a reservoir, we could raise fish, shrimp, and waterfowl. As Ma Dapin spoke, his face lit up with anticipation, as if he could already see his livestock empire taking shape. He continued, imagine, a huge forest area all ours. We could do whatever we wanted, roam freely, and no one could boss us around. We could even build a ranch, have barbecues now, and then like a permanent vacation. We could also apply to open a shooting range. When we have nothing to do, we can practice target shooting or sneak out to hunt wild boars. Out in the remote countryside, no one would question us anyway. Ma Dapin sketched out a vision of pastoral freedom, like something from a golden age idyll. Jin Nan fell silent, his mind turning over the idea. After some deliberation, he had to admit that such a life did sound rather appealing. Alright, let's do it. But just so we're clear from the start, you handle the main operations. I won't be managing anything. Jin Nan was decisive. Once he saw it was a good plan, he nodded without hesitation. You got it. Ma Dapin was over the moon. He had been itching to start underforest farming for ages, but never dared tackle it alone. He feared catastrophic losses that would wipe him out overnight. Now that Jin Nan was willing to partner with him, he felt both reassured and infinitely more confident. The following day, Ma Dapin submitted his resignation to Changlong Security Company. Since the security guard position required no formal handover, he left on the very same day he quit. After leaving the company, Ma Dapin went straight to the Administration for Market Regulation and registered a firm named Jingji Agriculture Company. He then used that company as the nominal entity to register Zhanshan Shooting Range with a business scope that included live ammunition shooting services, competitive shooting sports services, and sports venue management, among other similar activities. They had secured the business license, but that alone didn't mean the shooting range could be opened. Additional permits were required. A special industry license from the state, firearms carrying certificates for personnel, shooting instructor qualifications, security certification, and more. The day after Ma Dapin resigned, Jin Nan also submitted his resignation to his company, same day departure. Once free, he joined Ma Dapin at the bank to open a corporate account. Both parties agreed to contribute 3,000 yuan each up front, with the company split 50-50. Should further funding be needed in the future, Jin Nan would cover the cost in exchange for additional equity from Ma Dapin. On the third day of the company's founding, the two traveled to Dexing County in Shangrao. There, Damao Mountain sits at the geographic heart, surrounded by Sanqing Mountain, Longhu Mountain, Yuan, and Jingdezhen. It stands east to west opposite Sanqing Mountain, covering 154 square kilometers. At present, only about 5% of the area has been developed into a 5A tourist zone. The rest remains untouched wilderness. Damao Mountain was their destination. They planned to contract part of the mountainous area for underforest farming and intended to build a shooting range and manor at the foot of an uninhabited slope. Upon reaching Dexing County, they first visited the Forestry Bureau to negotiate the contracting terms. The local Forestry Bureau welcomed the underforest farming project enthusiastically. Because the practice wouldn't damage the forest and the manure from farmed animals would enrich the soil, they offered a remarkably generous rate of 10 yuan per mu per year. After conferring, Ma Dapin and Jin Nan decided to contract 3,000 mu of mountain forest, an annual rent of 30,000 yuan. They finalized the deal and signed a contract on the same day. The term was 10 years with 1 month's deposit and the first year's rent paid up front. After handing over 60,000 yuan in total, 30,000 for rent and 30,000 as a security deposit, they successfully secured 3,000 mu of uninhabited mountain on the southeastern side of Damao Mountain. Notably, at the center of the 3,000 mu tract lay a 40 mu reservoir. The Forestry Bureau bundled it into the project, offering it half as a gift and half at the forest land rate. Next, the two went to the Environmental Protection Bureau to file their registration, after which they were cleared to begin farming. However, rather than rushing to purchase livestock immediately, they signed up for the National General Administration of Sports Shooting Instructor Examination. First, they traveled to the Jiangxi branch of the National General Administration of Sports in Nanchang for training. Over 300 hours of training were required before sitting for the exam. The fees were steep. At 400 yuan per hour, the full 300-hour program cost 100,000 yuan. Ma Dapin did not have that kind of money. Jin Nan covered his training fees instead. After 13 days of training at the Nanchang branch, the two followed the administration's arrangements and headed to Nanjing to take the shooting examination. As veterans, both distinguished soldiers in their time, they passed every test with ease. 3 days after the examination concluded, they smoothly obtained the shooting instructor qualification certificate issued by the National General Administration of Sports. They then took their instructor certificates to the Shangrao Public Security Bureau to apply for security qualifications. After a 4-day review, the security certificates were successfully issued. The next step was applying for firearms carrying certificates as special operation personnel. They submitted their shooting instructor qualifications, security certificates, and detailed health records to the Provincial Public Security Department. Applying for a firearms carrying license was undoubtedly the most arduous of all the procedures. Setting aside everything else, the daily summons to the department for questioning alone was enough to test anyone's patience. After about 10 days of back and forth, the special operation firearms carrying certificates finally came through. Immediately thereafter, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin applied to the Shangrao Administration for Market Regulation for a special industry business license. Because staff had clearly warned that this license would take considerable time to process, the two decided to move forward with building the farming park manor and shooting range in the meantime. Ma Dapin intended to allow completely free-range grazing, so he would construct no sheds or enclosures. Only a perimeter fence fitted with netting around the farming area to prevent the animals from wandering off. The chain-link fence stood 15 meters high and stretched 8 kilometers in total. That single item consumed 150,000 yuan, leaving the company account with 19,000 yuan remaining. To keep things running, Jin Nan transferred 2 million yuan into the corporate account, while Ma Dapin relinquished 20% of his shares to offset the amount. Once the 2 million yuan hit the account, Ma Dapin began selecting livestock. After a day or two of careful consideration, he settled on civet deer, Chinese water deer, goats, rabbits, pheasants, silky chickens, stone partridges, wild ducks, white minks, crayfish, freshwater bass, Chinese softshell turtles, grass carp, and black carp. 4 subadult civet deer, they purchased 2 males and 6 females. 8 heads in total, at 3,000 yuan, each costing 24,000 yuan. 4 subadult Chinese water deer, they again bought 2 males and 6 females. 8 heads, at 4,500 yuan, each totaling 36,000 yuan. 4 subadult goats, they acquired 5 males and 20 females, 25 heads, at 1,000 yuan, each costing 25,000 yuan. 4 adult rabbits, they purchased 100 males and 500 females, 600 heads, at 20 yuan, each totaling 12,000 yuan. 4 adult pheasants, they bought 100 males and 300 females, 400 heads, at 40 yuan, each costing 16,000 yuan. 4 adult stone partridges, they purchased 100 males and 400 females, 500 heads, at 35 yuan, each totaling 17,500 yuan. 4 adult wild ducks, they acquired 100 males and 200 females, 300 heads, at 30 yuan, each costing 9,000 yuan. 4 subadult white minks, they purchased 20 males and 100 females, 50 heads, at 300 yuan, each totaling 45,000 yuan. The crayfish, freshwater bass, Chinese softshell turtles, grass carp, and black carp were all purchased as fry, 20,000 of each variety at a combined cost of 120,000 yuan. The total expenditure on livestock and seed stock came to 308,500 yuan, leaving the company account balance at 1,881,500 yuan. With the stock purchased, the two wasted no time in issuing bids for the construction of the manor. Situated at the foot of the mountain within the forestry zone, the estate covered 1,000 square meters. The main structure was a 2-story villa complemented by a swimming pool, a garden, and a small plaza. After the bidding notice was issued, a construction firm submitted a quote of 2 million yuan. After several days of negotiation, Ma Dapin haggled the price down to 1.8 million, and the deal was sealed. The project broke ground. Arriving here, Jin Nan felt a bit dazed. Before anything started, he had thought 2 million would be enough to cover everything. But now, before the shooting range had even begun construction, he had already spent 2 million. Adding the 2,000 yuan training fee, the total came to 2.4 million. All he had left in his pocket was 1.3 million. If he continued with the shooting range, that money would not last long either. But if he walked away, all the effort he had invested in obtaining permits and filing applications would go to waste. With no choice, Jin Nan gritted his teeth and transferred another 1.2 million into the company account, keeping only 1,000 for himself. The very next day after the transfer, Ma Dapin brought forward the shooting range construction proposal. The shooting range was built adjacent to the manor facing the breeding forest. It consisted of both indoor and outdoor facilities. The indoor building covered 300 square meters on a single floor, while the outdoor range was far larger, measuring 120 meters wide by 800 meters long. Over the following weeks, the two men kept a watchful eye on the construction progress while releasing the newly arrived animals into the breeding forest. In this manner, a month passed in constant busyness. Within the month, all the animals, including sika deer, water deer, goats, rabbits, pheasants, silky chickens, rock partridges, wild ducks, white martins, crayfish, freshwater bass, Chinese softshell turtles, grass carp, and black carp, had been released. The main structures of both the manor and the shooting range were also complete. Only wall construction remained, and the facilities would be finished in approximately another month. It was undeniable that modern construction technology had advanced rapidly. In the past, building such structures would have taken at least 3 months. Now they could be completed in just 2. That same noon, an unfamiliar Maybach arrived at the entrance of the manor construction site. Since Jin Nan and Ma Dapin had set up their temporary camp right there, they spotted the vehicle as soon as it appeared. The two emerged from the tent, confusion etched on their faces, their eyes locked on the Maybach without blinking. The luxury car came to a smooth stop in front of their camp. A woman wearing a face mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap stepped out. She spotted Jin Nan and Ma Dapin and approached them with light, graceful steps. "Who are you?" Ma Dapin called out loudly before she could reach them. The woman said nothing and did not slow her pace. She continued walking until she stopped 2 meters in front of them, then removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing her true face. Upon seeing the woman's face, both Jin Nan and Ma Dapin were taken aback. It was not her beauty that startled them, but the realization that she was Zhou Yuntang, the very woman they had rescued from Myanmar 4 months earlier. 4 months had transformed her completely. Her aura and spirit had undergone a dramatic change, reshaping her back into a young lady of noble bearing, though her piercing gaze carried a trace of coldness and lethal intent. How did you end up here? Jin Nan asked curiously. And how did you find this place? Ma Dapin added, equally puzzled. Zhou Yuntang first bowed deeply to her 2 benefactors, then spoke in a chillingly cold tone. You saved my life, and I have wanted to thank you ever since. After I was discharged from the rehabilitation center, I went to your homes, but no one was there. I then asked my father to look into it, and he told me you were here. The day she returned, her father Zhou Jianbang took her to the police station to file a report, and then to the rehabilitation center, where she stayed for 4 full months. Ma Dapin nodded in understanding, murmuring to himself how it all made sense. Jin Nan, after listening, replied in a light tone, there is no need to thank us. We were only doing what we were paid to do. It was our duty. Regardless, I still want to thank you. Zhou Yuntang said, her tone equally cold. But Jin Nan did not mind her manner. After all, he and Ma Dapin knew better than anyone what she had endured. However, her next move caught both men completely off guard. Take me on as your apprentice. Teach me how to kill. Zhou Yuntang suddenly knelt on the ground, her delicate knees grinding hard against the gravel. Her expression was resolute, and though her voice remained calm, it carried an unmistakable firmness. Jin Nan was startled and quickly stepped forward to help her up, but Zhou Yuntang pushed him away with great force and shouted loudly, unless you accept me as your disciple, I will not rise from this spot. Her final words carried a slight tremor of sobs. Ma Dapin glanced at Jin Nan, unsure of what to do. Jin Nan looked down at Zhou Yuntang kneeling and quietly sobbing, and let out a sigh. He knew that although she had escaped from the hellhole in Myanmar, the seeds of hatred had already taken root in her heart. I have not endured the same suffering as you, so I have no right to tell you to let it go. But I will not teach you, Jin Nan said with a serious expression. He did not want to take on any apprentices, and he certainly did not want to teach Zhou Yuntang how to kill. Doing so would only harm her. Once she believed herself capable, she would inevitably rush back to Myanmar. Whether she could actually kill her enemies was uncertain, and even if she succeeded, she would most likely never return alive. Why won't you teach me? Zhou Yuntang lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked face. Her wet, reddened eyes stared directly at Jin Nan. You know what I went through, but you do not know that since I returned, every time I close my eyes, that scene fills my mind. I hate them with every fiber of my being. I will kill them all. She bit down hard on her lower lip until it drew blood. She then continued, I will not let you teach me for nothing. I will pay you 3 million for 3 months of training. 3 months later, I will give you another 7 million. You will take me to Myanmar, kill them, and when it is done, I will give you another 5 million. The total will be 15 million. 15 million. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin both involuntarily swallowed. Without a doubt, 15 million yuan was an astronomical sum for either of them, perhaps money they would never see in their entire lives. Both men were tempted. The reason went beyond the sheer amount of money. There was another factor: they were currently short on funds. Although the manor and shooting range projects were underway, they had already run out of money for the subsequent renovation work. Does your father know about this? Jin Nan asked before agreeing, wanting to know whether Zhou Jianbang was aware of the matter. If he did not know, I would not be able to raise this much money, Zhou Yuntang replied. Jin Nan thought carefully for a moment, exchanged a glance with Ma Dapin, and upon receiving a subtle nod of approval from the latter, he took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yuntang, all right, I will accept you as my disciple. Besides, the shooting range will open in a few weeks, so we can use it for your training right here. Seeing that Jin Nan had finally agreed to take her on as his disciple, tears welled up in Zhou Yuntang's eyes once more. She lowered her head and sobbed, thank you. Ma Dapin stepped forward and said awkwardly, could you? Would it be possible to make the payment first? We are a bit tight on cash right now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuntang immediately pulled out her phone. Jin Nan helped her to her feet, noticing that her knee was scraped and bleeding. Ma Dapin also saw this and returned to the tent to fetch a bottle of water, rinsing the wound on her knee. Zhou Yuntang then asked for Jin Nan's bank card number and transferred 3 million yuan to him on the spot. Did you receive it? Zhou Yuntang asked Jin Nan. Jin Nan took out his phone and opened it, seeing the bank deposit notification. Yes, I received it. When do we start? Zhou Yuntang asked with impatience. Jin Nan looked around. Although the area was still under construction, the open space was considerable, and the mountain road leading in was 7 or 8 kilometers long, providing enough room for training. After a moment of thought, he said, go back first and prepare 2 sets of training uniforms and a military tent. Training begins tomorrow. In that short span of time, he had already tailored a training regimen for Zhou Yuntang in his mind. First, physical conditioning. Once the shooting range was built, they would move on to firearms practice. All right, I'll take my leave then. Zhou Yuntang came and went in a hurry. Soon she got into her S600 Mercedes Maybach and left the construction site, heading back to Shangrao to prepare the items Jin Nan had requested. A rich lady indeed, Ma Dapin remarked, gazing at the taillights of the Maybach. Jin Nan, exasperated, punched him on the shoulder. He had truly been dragged into a pit by him. Originally, he had planned never to go to Myanmar or any other foreign country again after finishing the job for Zhou Jinbong. But now he was stuck with him doing underforest farming, having spent all his money and once again unable to resist the lure of money. Ouch! Ma Dapin winced, clutching his shoulder, puzzled as to why Jin Nan had hit him. Then Jin Nan operated his phone, transferring 2 million yuan into the company account, and said, "I just put 2 million into the company's account. You handle the decoration." Ma Dapin, beaming with delight, made an okay gesture. The next day before dawn, Zhou Yuntang returned to the place. Perhaps because she had driven this mountain road the previous day and found the sedan inconvenient, she arrived in AG 500 today. Hearing the noise of the vehicle outside, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin woke up. Pulling open the tent flap, they saw Zhou Yuntang standing outside. She was wearing a form-fitting camouflage training uniform, her hair slightly shorter, ending at her chin, which made her look more capable and more like a soldier. "Wait a moment," Jin Nan said to the outside, then pulled the curtain closed. A few minutes later, he and Ma Dapin came out wearing the same clothes they had worn on the mission to Myanmar. "Let's start with 5 kilometers, Jin Nan said with a light smile. Zhou Yuntang nodded seriously. "You take her along for the run. It's also a good chance for you to lose weight." Jin Nan then turned to Ma Dapin, who was taken aback. "Huh." Before long, Ma Dapin led Zhou Yuntang in a run along the mountain road, 5 kilometers out and 5 kilometers back, totaling 5 kilometers. Jin Nan used his phone to time them, then set up an outdoor stove to prepare breakfast. Time passed slowly. The sun gradually rose from the east, and the earth was bathed in light. When the sky was fully bright, Jin Nan checked the timer on his phone. 50 minutes had passed, and the two had not yet returned. He shook his head. Zhou Yuntang's physical condition was too poor, as she had probably been worn out during her time in Myanmar. He waited another 10 minutes, and finally the figures of Ma Dapin and Zhou Yuntang appeared in his line of sight, one after the other. Ma Dapin had stopped running and was walking while Zhou Yuntang was still running, but her pace was slower than Ma Dapin's walking speed. Her face was pale, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet she did not give up. No matter how slow her speed or how exhausted her body, she maintained her running posture. Ma Dapin walked beside her, watching her closely and constantly shouting encouragement. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang finally reached Jin Nan. At the finish line, she stumbled and fell. Ma Dapin quickly helped her up, while Jin Nan handed her a cup of hot porridge. "Finish it within 5 minutes, then stand at attention for an hour." Zhou Yuntang took the bowl, without a word, gulped down the porridge in 2 mouthfuls, then walked to an open space a dozen meters away and stood straight in military posture. Jin Nan walked over to her, adjusted her posture, then returned to the tent entrance where he and Ma Dapin ate breakfast while watching her stand at attention. "After running with her, what do you think of her?" Jin Nan asked, chewing on the porridge. Ma Dapin, holding his bowl, stared at Zhou Yuntang for a few seconds of careful thought before saying seriously, "Poor physique. She couldn't go on after the first kilometer. The last 4 kilometers were pure grit. But she's got tenacity. If she keeps it up, she'll improve quickly." Jin Nan concurred with his assessment. "Hope she can maintain that grit." 50 minutes later, a dull thud was heard. Zhou Yuntang had fainted. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin carried her to the shade near the tent entrance, woke her up, had her drink another bowl of porridge, then did 5 minutes of stretching, rested for 10 minutes, and continued to stand the remaining 10 minutes of the hour. After standing at attention, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Jin Nan asked her to do 100 push-ups. Zhou Yuntang's stamina was limited, she could barely manage a dozen before stopping, but she gritted her teeth and completed the 100 push-ups intermittently within an hour. After another 10-minute rest, the third exercise began 10 sprints of 100 meters. Zhou Yuntang completed the 10 sprints in 40 minutes. At 9:50, Zhou Yuntang started the fourth exercise, 200 squats. She finished the 200 squats at 1130. After completing this exercise, her physical strength had reached its limit. To what extent? When Jin Nan told her to find a place to sit and wait for lunch, she leaned against the tent and fell asleep in less than 10 seconds. At noon, Ma Dapin had prepared lunch. Before Zhou Yuntang arrived, the two of them had been eating simply instant noodles or compressed biscuits. But after Zhou Yuntang came and left the previous day, Jin Nan had driven out of the mountains to a nearby town to buy fresh vegetables, beef, lamb, and pork, knowing that high-intensity training required proper nutrition to avoid draining the body. So today's lunch was especially hearty: a plate of braised pork, a plate of scallion beef, a plate of stir-fried beef with radish, and a plate of stir-fried mushrooms with greens. Jin Nan woke Zhou Yuntang and told her to eat. After a morning of exertion, her stomach was empty and churning with acid. She ate 3 bowls of rice and devoured half of the 5 dishes. After lunch, she gradually regained her energy. So half an hour after the meal, Jin Nan began the afternoon training session. First, stand at attention for half an hour to aid digestion. Then 100 push-ups. Compared to the morning's performance of 100 push-ups in 1 hour, Zhou Yuntang did not improve, instead she regressed. The afternoon's 100 push-ups took 1 hour and 15 minutes to complete. Jin Nan knew this was normal for training, always inflicted injury before building strength. Her body, already damaged in the morning, remained in an injured state by afternoon. Compounding strain upon strain, poor performance was only to be expected. After completing the push-ups, she rested for 10 minutes before beginning 200 squats, continuing until 4 in the afternoon. Much like the push-ups, her performance lagged even further behind than in the morning. With that, Jin Nan called a halt, ending today's training. Zhou Yuntang's physique had its limits. Blind high-intensity training would only backfire. Even special forces emphasized scientific methodology over reckless exertion. That approach was reserved for training suicide squads. At 5 in the afternoon, Jin Nan, Ma Depin, and Zhou Yuntang shared dinner together. Afterward, Ma Depin retreated to the command tent to monitor the breeding forest area, for after sunset the deer and sheep grew active. They needed observation. Any abnormalities required entering the mountains to capture and intervene manually. Jin Nan assisted Zhou Yuntang in setting up her military tent after dinner, fetching 2 barrels of water from the construction site for the 3 of them to bathe. Once the water was drawn, he turned to Zhou Yuntang and said, "When you're done bathing, let me know. I'll give you a massage." Massage. Zhou Yuntang seemed uncomfortable with physical intimacy. She hesitated. "Could we skip the massage?" Jin Nan understood her reservations and patiently explained, "High-intensity training damages the body. Training and recovery must proceed in tandem, otherwise hidden injuries may develop. Severe cases could even result in paralysis." He paused. "Rest assured, no need to remove your clothes. It'll be done through them." Zhou Yuntang gave a slight nod. "Then very well." 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang had finished bathing. Jin Nan entered her tent, and to avoid any misunderstanding, deliberately left the flap open. He then crouched behind her and began a full-body massage. This was no ordinary massage from a foot bath parlor. It was a technique devised by an old military physician from the Dark Arrow Special Forces, specifically designed to regulate the body's recovery mechanisms and effectively accelerate muscle repair. The entire session lasted an hour. Afterward, Jin Nan emerged and returned to his tent to review the surveillance footage alongside Ma Depin. Watching the Sika deer herd on the monitor, Jin Nan couldn't help but ask, "Have they mated?" "Brother, they're still subadults. They won't reach maturity for another 2 months. Mating only occurs after adulthood." Ma Depin replied with an exasperated expression, but then his face lit up with delight as he switched to another camera feed. On screen, 5 pheasants sat motionless upon a straw nest. "The deer haven't mated, but our pheasants have already laid eggs. Look, they're incubating now." Jin Nan cast a skeptical glance at Ma Depin. "I know nothing about breeding, but I've watched wildlife documentaries. Don't animals typically mate in spring and summer? It's winter now. Are you certain they aren't merely resting on the nest?" "That's where you're mistaken," Ma Depin explained. "Spring and summer mating is common, but not absolute. That's why among our hundreds of pheasants, only these few have begun laying." Jin Nan nodded thoughtfully, a look of longing crossing his face. "I hope this project of yours can help the both of us escape poverty." "Absolutely," Ma Depin declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Chickens lay eggs, eggs produce chickens. Before long, the entire forest will be teeming with them." Jin Nan smiled faintly, but said nothing. He lacked Ma Depin's confidence, feeling that under-forest farming would prove difficult. Yet words were useless now. They had already boarded the ship and could only see it through to the end. The following morning at 6, awakened by birdsong, Jin Nan rose early to rouse Ma Depin and Zhou Yuntang, giving them 10 minutes to freshen up and straighten their quarters. At 10 past 6, Jin Nan had Ma Depin lead Zhou Yuntang through another 5-kilometer cross-country run while he remained at camp to start the fire and prepare breakfast. Yesterday's 5-kilometer run had taken Zhou Yuntang an hour, but this time she completed it in 50 minutes. Though still far from the passing standard, her progress, compared to yesterday, was remarkable. After the cross-country run, Jin Nan first had her perform 10 minutes of stretching exercises, then allowed her to eat breakfast, 2 bowls of porridge as before. In the eyes of some experts, porridge was considered nutritionally worthless. In truth, it was merely singular in its nutritional content, not devoid of it. Porridge is made from rice, whose primary component is carbohydrates, which the human body converts into glucose, providing energy and stamina. It was exceptionally suited to high-calorie burn individuals such as soldiers. For those who did not engage in heavy physical labor, however, porridge in the morning was indeed unsuitable, as the sugars could not be consumed and would more easily lead to weight gain. After breakfast, Ma Depin drove Jin Nan's Mercedes E350 to a nearby township to purchase groceries, while Zhou Yuntang, under Jin Nan's direction, stood at attention beneath the morning sun. Yesterday she had fainted after 50 minutes of standing, but today she did not. For 100 push-ups, she had required an hour yesterday, but accomplished them in 45 minutes today. For 200 squats, she had needed nearly 2 hours yesterday, but completed them in 1 hour and 30 minutes today. Progress was plainly visible. In the afternoon, Jin Nan followed the same routine as yesterday, standing at attention push-ups and squats. Her performance on both push-ups and squats declined compared to the morning session, mirroring yesterday's afternoon pattern. 50 minutes for push-ups and 1 hour and 50 minutes for squats. Upon completing these exercises, Zhou Yuntang's legs trembled uncontrollably. She could no longer stand upright and could only lie down. Yet Jin Nan did not allow her to end training as he had the day before. Instead, he added extra work. After a 30-minute rest, he personally led her through another 5-kilometer cross-country run. During the run, Jin Nan taught her a breathing technique suited to her rhythm through observation of her breathing patterns. Breathing methods varied, each individual adapting to different approaches. Alongside breath control, he also instructed her on a running posture appropriate for her. 50 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang completed the 5-kilometer run 5 minutes slower than her morning attempt. Had the breathing technique and running posture proved ineffective? Come now, this was no sorcery. It could not take effect so swiftly. She needed time to gradually master it herself. Zhou Yuntang, thoroughly spent by this final 5-kilometer run of the day, fell asleep before 7 after dinner, a bath, and her massage. The following day, once again at 6 in the morning, Zhou Yuntang began her third day of physical training, 5-kilometer cross-country, standing at attention push-ups and squats. Her progress was substantial. She completed the morning 5-kilometer run in 43 minutes, setting a new record since training began, a pace approaching that of a beginner fitness runner. In the afternoon, she ran the 5 kilometers in 50 minutes, matching yesterday's time. Morning push-ups took 44 minutes, afternoon push-ups took 48 minutes. Morning squats required 1 hour and 25 minutes. Afternoon squats took 1 hour and 26 minutes. On the fourth day, the 2 5-kilometer cross-country runs averaged 42 minutes, the 2 sets of push-ups averaged 40 minutes, and the 2 sets of squats averaged 1 hour and 22 minutes, gradually bringing her physical fitness level to that of an ordinary person. In the following days, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin took turns training Zhou Yuntang while managing the forested breeding area and supervising the construction site. Days passed in a fulfilling manner, and before they knew it, a month had gone by, bringing them to November. The weather grew increasingly cold. The construction of the manor and shooting range was finally completed. Ma Dapin seamlessly arranged for a renovation company to carry out a full decoration of both facilities, costing 1.6 million yuan. However, due to budget constraints, the renovation was merely simple, without elegant lighting or finely textured marble floors. The lights and tiles were all inexpensive. The manor's garden and swimming pool were also omitted. Only the small plaza at the center of the garden was built. Yet Ma Dapin spent an additional 300 yuan to pave a concrete road on the open space in front of the shooting range and manor to serve as a parking lot. It was expected to accommodate 100 vehicles once completed. The once prosperous company account was suddenly drained of funds again. Jin Nan reluctantly transferred another 600 yuan into the company account, causing his shares to increase in value proportionally, while Ma Dapin's shares were diluted to only 10. If Jin Nan had cared about equity, Ma Dapin would have been left with less than 1% based on his capital contribution. As for Zhou Yuntang, after a month of training, her physical condition had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her average time for a 5-kilometer light cross-country run was 25 minutes, 100 push-ups averaged 13 minutes, 200 squats averaged 30 minutes, and she could maintain a standing military posture for an hour without moving, as steady as Mount Tai. Her current performance had surpassed that of most ordinary people and reached the level of a new recruit in basic training. However, it was still far from meeting the standards of regular troops. In the military, the passing time for a 5-kilometer light cross-country run for infantry in conventional units was 23 minutes, and the bar was even lower for elite units. For instance, in the Shadow Aero Special Forces, the passing time for a 5-kilometer light cross-country run was 17 minutes and 30 seconds, while for a 5-kilometer run with a 15-kilogram load, it was 20 minutes. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the shooting range was not yet ready, Jin Nan began to intensify her training. The 5-kilometer light cross-country run was upgraded to 10 kilometers, 100 push-ups to 200 squats to 300, and standing military posture was extended to 2 hours. Every day, Zhou Yuntang was left utterly exhausted. But Zhou Yuntang never uttered a single complaint. She barely spoke each day, and even when injured, she remained silent like a robot, submitted to the torment of her instructor Jin Nan. Time quickly reached mid-November, and Zhou Yuntang had been undergoing intensified training for half a month. Seeing that she could handle it with ease, Jin Nan began to require her to train with weights. The first few days started with a 5-kilogram load, and after she adapted to a week of weighted training, the load was directly increased to 15 kilograms. Zhou Yuntang's first 5-kilometer cross-country run with a 15-kilogram load clocked in at 30 minutes, a rather impressive result. Jin Nan had to admit that she was the fastest progressing recruit he had ever trained. Half a month later, in early December, the manor and shooting range, after a month of decoration, were completed. On the same day, the Shangrao Administration for Industry and Commerce delivered good news. The Provincial Approval Authority had granted the special industry permit. Ma Dapin and Jin Nan were overjoyed at this news. With this special industry permit, the shooting range could open for business. They had lunch together that day, and then drove to the Shangrao Administration for Industry and Commerce to collect the permit. Before leaving, they assigned Zhou Yuntang a task to tidy up the manor during her training breaks, preparing 3 rooms so that they could move in directly upon their return. At 1:30 p.m., Jin Nan and Ma Dapin arrived at the Shangrao Administration for Industry and Commerce. At the special industry permit counter, they obtained the long-awaited permit along with a letter of recommendation from the Nanchang branch of China North Industries Group. The recommendation letter allowed them to purchase firearms and ammunition from designated companies. Without a moment's hesitation, the two drove straight to Nanchang, a 2-hour journey, as soon as they stepped out of the administration building. They arrived at the Nanchang branch of China North Industries Group at 3:20 p.m. With the provincial recommendation letter, they entered the facility smoothly and, guided by a professional escort, were led to the weapon exhibition hall. There was a vast array of weapon models. The pistol models included domestic NP-22, NP-34, CF-98 military pistols, QSC 92 police military pistols, and imported Glock 17, SIG Sauer P226, and Beretta 92F pistols. Rifle models included the Ruger 1022 semi-automatic rifle, Mauser 98K, Zhongjing rifle AK, 47 civilian semi-automatic AK, 74 civilian semi-automatic M1 Garand AR, 15 civilian semi-automatic M16, civilian semi-automatic M4 civilian semi-automatic, and Type 95 civilian semi-automatic rifle. Sniper rifle models included the domestic Type 26-7. 62mm high-precision sniper rifle imported are 93-7. 62mm Seiko TRG-7. 62mm Tikka T36. 5mm O and AWM sniper rifles. Machine gun models included the domestic QJB 95 squad automatic weapon, imported M240 general purpose machine gun, and MG3 general purpose machine gun. All the firearms displayed here are available for selection, the guide said. But I must clarify that these guns are not for sale, only for rent. Rent? How does that work? Ma Dapin asked curiously. The first month is free, as subsequent months are charged at the normal rate, the guide replied. The guide gestured toward the pistol display. These pistols rent for between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan per month. They are all 9mm. Ammunition must be purchased separately, sold in lots of 100 rounds at 2 yuan each. Ma Dapin nodded in satisfaction, finding the price reasonable. However, Jin Nan, who had experience with overseas firearm prices, thought it was expensive. 20 to 30,000 yuan is equivalent to 4 to 5,000 US dollars, enough to buy any of the pistols on display outright abroad. Nevertheless, considering that China strictly prohibits firearms, comparisons were irrelevant. A monthly rent of 20 to 30,000 yuan was still acceptable. Rifles rent for between 5,000 and 1,000 yuan per month. 7. 62mm ammunition costs 5 yuan per round, and 7. 92mm ammunition costs 6 yuan per round. The guide continued, moving his hand toward the rifle display. After explaining the rifle rentals, the guide raised his hand toward the sniper rifle display wall. Sniper rifles are more expensive, ranging from 1,500 to 3,000 yuan per month. 6. 5mm ammunition costs 10 yuan per round. Ridiculous. The monthly rent costs as much as a firearm itself. Jin Nan muttered to himself. All right. What about machine guns? Ma Dapin found the price reasonable and eagerly inquired about machine guns. The guide walked over to the machine gun display wall and said with a smile, the monthly rent for machine guns here ranges from 1,000 to 1,500 yuan. 5. 56mm rounds cost 3 yuan each, and 7. 62mm rounds are 5 yuan each. Ma Dapin turned to Jin Nan after hearing this. Nangu, which guns should we get? Jin Nan fell into deep thought, gazing at the dazzling array of firearms. The guide interjected with a reminder. I suggest you choose guns based on local purchasing power. Otherwise, even if you take them, people won't be able to afford them if they're too expensive. Also, I must warn you, if the firearms are damaged, you'll have to compensate. The compensation amount is 10 times the monthly rent. Of course, if the damage is due to natural wear, and Tier will repair it for free or replace it with a new one. But if it's intentional, like knowing the barrel can't overheat and can't be fired continuously, yet you still blast away, then you'll have to pay. Same goes for collision damage or smashing. Jin Nan pondered for a few seconds and said, how about we rent a Beretta 92F, a Glock 17, an M4 civilian semi-automatic, and our 93 sniper rifle, and an M240 machine gun. The firearms he selected were all foreign-made. There was a reason for this. When they truly needed to use guns, it would often be abroad, and in foreign countries domestic weapons were neither available nor purchasable. By training with foreign firearms at the shooting range, they would be able to use familiar weapons overseas, which would be advantageous in combat. I think that's fine. Let's start with these. We can come back and rent the rest once we've made some money. Ma Dapin agreed. The two reached a consensus. Since we've decided, let's sign the contract. The firearms will be delivered to your shooting range by our professionals within 3 days at the latest. Good. Without further ado, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin quickly followed the guide to their meeting room and signed the firearm rental agreement with the business department staff. 1 contract per firearm, 5 in total, amounting to a monthly rent of 4,700 yuan. After signing the rental contract, the next step was to buy ammunition. 2,000 rounds of 919mm parabellum pistol ammunition, 2,000 rounds of 5,645mm NATO rifle ammunition, and 4,000 rounds of 6,251mm NATO machine gun sniper ammunition, totaling 3,000 yuan. These purchased rounds would be delivered to the shooting range along with the firearms by a professional transport team. The next day Jin Nan and Ma Dapin returned from Nanchang to Shangrao to register for taxes at the tax bureau. Both the agricultural company and the shooting range needed tax registration. Through the tax registration, they learned that for agricultural breeding the tax rate was exempt for annual income below 1 million yuan, a 3 rate for income between 1 million and 5 million, 5 for between 5 million and 10 million, and 20 for over 30 million. Compared to agricultural breeding tax, the shooting range's tax rate was exorbitantly high, taxable from 0 income, 10 for annual income below 1 yuan, 20 for below 1 million, and 60 for above 2 million. After learning about the shooting range's tax rate, Jin Nan finally understood why some shooting ranges sold bullets at over 10 or even dozens of yuan per round despite their low purchase cost. Because if bullets weren't sold at a high price, they truly couldn't recoup their costs. Jin Nan decided on the spot that after opening, if anyone came to play 9mm bullets would be sold for 15 yuan per round, 5. 56mm for 30 yuan, 0 and 7. 62mm rounds would be divided into machine gun rounds and sniper rounds. Although they were the same model, machine gun rounds would be sold for 35 yuan each and sniper rounds for 80 yuan each. Otherwise there would be no profit. At 11 o'clock in the morning after lunch, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin drove back to Dumao Mountain in Dexing, arriving at 2 in the afternoon. The cement road in front of the manor and the shooting range had already been paved. Jin Nan drove directly into the manor. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Yuntang doing push-ups on the small square with beads of sweat dripping onto the ground, soaking a large patch, and her training uniform was drenched. This girl is really putting in the effort. Ma Dapin sighed in admiration, feeling inferior. Jin Nan said nothing, parked the car by the small square, got out, and asked Zhou Yuntang, "Are the rooms tidied up?" Zhou Yuntang jumped up, stood at attention, and shouted, "Report. All tidied up. I couldn't tell which bedding and necessities belonged to which instructor, so I left them in the living room." Jin Nan nodded with satisfaction. "Continue." With that he walked toward the villa's entrance. Zhou Yuntang resumed her push-ups. Ma Dapin glanced at her with admiration, then quickly followed Jin Nan. The two entered the villa and began organizing their belongings, placing them in their respective rooms. From now on they no longer had to sleep in tents. They could sleep in a large bedroom with air conditioning, a spring mattress, and an area of over 70 square meters. After finishing his personal affairs, Jin Nan returned to the small square and asked Zhou Yuntang, who was still doing push-ups, "How many now?" Zhou Yuntang answered while continuing, "Report 230. "What's the current record?" "Report last night before bed, I did 320. "Don't stop. See if you can break the record." Jin Nan moved to stand in front of Zhou Yuntang, hands behind his back, looking down at her. "The firearms will arrive in a few days. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns. Which one do you want to focus on?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuntang didn't hesitate. Sniper rifle. Every night, she pictured herself holding a sniper rifle, blowing her enemies' heads off one by one. "All right," Jin Nan said, unsurprised by her choice. He added, "Sniper rounds cost 80 yuan each. Can you accept that?" "Yes," Zhou Yuntang answered without a moment's hesitation. 80. 800 was fine with her. "Good. Take tomorrow off. The day after we'll have a full assessment." "Yes, sir." Jin Nan soon left the small square, letting Zhou Yuntang train on her own. He and Ma Dapin moved the monitoring lines and display screens for the breeding forest area to the villa's living room. Then they ordered custom price display boards for the shooting range online and listed the shooting range on Meituan Dianping and Douyin, opening the booking channel and publishing group packages. 1-hour handgun package, 200 yuan, includes Glock 17 and Beretta 92F with 3 complimentary 9mm rounds. 1-hour rifle package, 300 yuan, includes M4 semi-automatic rifle with 5 complimentary 5.56mm rounds. 1-hour sniper rifle package, 500 yuan, includes our 93 sniper rifle with 1 complimentary 7.62mm round. 1-hour machine gun package, 300 yuan, includes M240 machine gun with 5 complimentary 7.62mm rounds. A 17-round 9mm ammunition full magazine bundle at 255 yuan or 20 yuan per round individually. A 30-round 5.56mm ammunition full magazine bundle at 900 yuan or 35 yuan per round individually. A 100-round 7.62mm machine gun ammunition full magazine bundle at 450 yuan or 40 yuan per round individually. A 5-round 7.62mm sniper ammunition full magazine bundle at 400 yuan or 100 yuan per round individually. "So expensive, brother. Nan, do you really think anyone will come?" Ma Dapin gazed at the group buying packages for the God of War shooting range on Meituan. The screen was flooded with crimson 3-digit numbers, making his scalp tingle and his confidence waver. It felt far too pricey for ordinary people to afford. "I don't know," Jin Nan replied casually. "If no one shows up and we lose money, we close the shop. What's the big deal?" Ma Dapin pressed his palms together and prayed earnestly to the heavens. "Oh Lord, please help me make a fortune." The day passed quickly. The next day, before dawn, Ma Dapin rose early to prepare for the opening, leaving the manor to arrive at the shooting range for cleaning, mopping the floors, and wiping the windows. Jin Nan also did not sleep in rising around the same time as Ma Dapin. He woke Zhou Yuntang, and the two of them went to one side of the outdoor shooting range to craft obstacle rails and crawling training grounds from leftover pine trees and wire from the manor and range construction, all in preparation for Zhou Yuntang's future training. After a full day of preparations at 7:00 the following morning, Jin Nan administered 3 assessments to Zhou Yuntang: a 5-kilometer loaded cross-country run, 100 push-ups, and 200 squats. The first assessment was the 5-kilometer cross-country run. Zhou Yuntang's usual average was 22 minutes and 15 seconds, with her best time at 21 minutes and 45 seconds, nearly approaching the elite standard of under 21 minutes for conventional forces. For this assessment, she did not disappoint Jin Nan, completing the 5-kilometer loaded cross-country in 20 minutes and 36 seconds, reaching the caliber of top-tier conventional military personnel. Her results on the 100 push-ups and 200 squats were also outstanding. In a military unit, she would undoubtedly be a prized asset that elite squad leaders would compete to recruit. Immediately after the assessment for Zhou Yuntang concluded, an armed transport vehicle from the Nanchang branch of China North Industries Group arrived at the God of War shooting range with the firearms they had leased and ammunition they had purchased. As soon as the firearms and ammunition arrived, Ma Dapin immediately set the opening for the next day and recharged 200 yuan on Meituan and Dianping for marketing exposure. However, the results were poor. By opening day the following day, not a single reservation had come in, leaving Ma Dapin quite dejected. Jin Nan, however, paid it no mind. Now that he had firearms, he added an hour of daily shooting training, 400-meter obstacle patrols, and crawling drills to Zhou Yuntang's routine. Although Zhou Yuntang had requested to learn sniper rifles, her shooting training encompassed far more: pistols, rifles, and machine guns alike. After all, going without a sniper rifle on the battlefield was quite normal, and in those moments other weapons had to suffice. From the first day to the 10th day of the shooting range's opening, Zhou Yuntang fired 54 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition, 90 rounds of 5.56mm rifle ammunition, and 120 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition daily, 100 rounds through the machine gun and 20 through the sniper rifle. Facts proved she possessed no natural shooting talent, but she made up for it through tireless effort and deep pockets. Over 10 days of live-fire training, her marksmanship improved from missing every shot beyond 10 meters to consistently hitting targets within 100 meters, with remarkable progress each day. Worth noting is that throughout the 10 days since the shooting range opened, Zhou Yuntang was the sole customer. No one else had come to shoot. Fortunately, Zhou Yuntang was a substantial client. Time flew quickly, and soon it was January. The shooting range had been open for a month, and Zhou Yuntang's cumulative training had reached 3 months. Therefore, on this morning at the start of the month, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin conducted her second assessment together at the outdoor shooting range. This assessment focused solely on marksmanship. Zhou Yuntang stood rigidly behind the shooting bench in tight camouflage fatigues, her hands clasped behind her back, with Jin Nan and Ma Dapin positioned on either side of her. Seeing she was ready, Jin Nan wasted no words and issued the command, "Start with the pistol." At the command, Zhou Yuntang picked up the Beretta 92F pistol from the bench, assumed a slight horse stance, and aimed at the 10-ring target 10 meters ahead with both hands. "Fire!" Jin Nan barked sharply. Zhou Yuntang squeezed the trigger, and with a crack, a tiny black hole appeared at the center of the 10-meter target. 10 rings. Jin Nan nodded approvingly, and continued. 20 meters, fire. Bang! After the shot rang out, Jin Nan and Ma Dapin raised their respective binoculars to inspect the targets. This time it was not a 10, it was a 9. Not perfect, but a solid result. 30 meters. Jin Nan immediately issued the next command. Bang! 30 meters, 7 rings. 40 meters. Bang! 40 meters, 8 rings. 50 meters. Bang! 50 meters, 4 rings. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin lowered their binoculars and could not help but applaud. A pistol's effective range is typically only 50 meters, and the Beretta 92F was no exception. Most shooters beyond 30 meters would have their rounds drifting unpredictably. That Zhou Yuntang could hit a 50-meter target with a pistol, even at 4 rings, was impressive. If she were aiming at a person, a 4-ring hit would land on the torso, and while it might not be lethal, it could wound and disable an enemy. Listening to her two instructors applaud, Zhou Yuntang's expression remained cold and emotionless. She asked in a frosty tone, "May we proceed to rifle shooting?" "Begin." Jin Nan responded quickly. Zhou Yuntang set down the pistol and picked up the M4 semi-automatic rifle from the bench. She first squared the muzzle, then aimed at the 50-meter target and rapidly squeezed the trigger, firing 3 shots in succession. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin raised their binoculars once more to inspect the targets. 10 rings, 5 rings, 3 rings. The results were mediocre, but passable. Next, Jin Nan had her shoot at a 100-meter target again, firing 3 shots in succession. 1 9-ring, 1 2-ring, 1 miss. Jin Nan did not have her continue attempting the 150-meter target. There was no need. Instead, he switched her to the machine gun, starting with a 50-meter target and 10 shots in succession. Her machine gun training had been conducted by Ma Dapin, though what exactly he had taught her remained unclear. At 50 meters, she scored 7 hits and 3 misses with the machine gun. She handled the machine gun better than the rifle. Jin Nan then had her shoot at a 100-meter target expecting some surprise, but instead she managed only 1 hit out of 10 with 9 misses. Ma Dapin scratched his head awkwardly and grinned. Not enough time. Jin Nan found it amusing, then instructed Zhou Yuntang to switch to a sniper rifle for target practice, starting with the 100-meter target. The sniper rifle was Zhou Yuntang's forte. She fired 5 consecutive shots at the 100-meter target, each hitting the bullseye. At 200 meters, she fired 5 rounds, 3 bullseyes, 2 9-point hits. At 300 meters, 5 rounds, 2 bullseyes, 1 9-point, 2 8-point hits. Within 300 meters, Zhou Yuntang's shots were consistently accurate, but beyond that distance her performance was mediocre at best. The best she achieved was a 4-point hit, never a 10. Judging by her scores across various firearms, her shooting level was comparable to the mid to upper tier of conventional troops. A truly remarkable achievement, given she had only been practicing for less than a month. Instructor, I've completed 3 months of military training under you. May I ask when we will go to Myanmar? Zhou Yuntang asked, setting down the sniper rifle and turning to face Jin Nan. She believed she had already acquired the ability to assassinate her enemy. Jin Nan, observing the resolve and confidence in her eyes, said calmly, "Prepare for a day tomorrow, we depart the day after." In truth, Zhou Yuntang's skills were still insufficient. Adequate for the battlefield, but not for behind enemy lines operations, especially for assassination missions. If she went to Myanmar alone, she would certainly never return. The problem was that she wouldn't be alone with him and Ma Dapin accompanying her. As long as she didn't hold them back, it would be enough. Jin Nan also wanted to get the mission done early, finish the work, and enjoy the reward sooner. He turned to Ma Dapin and said, "I didn't discuss this with you in advance. Any objections?" Ma Dapin shrugged his shoulders indifferently and replied, "The shooting range has no business and the forest area doesn't need my feeding. What objections could I have?" There was a hint of bitterness in his words. Since the shooting range opened apart from Zhou Yuntang as a regular customer, not a single other patron had come. What was worse, even with Zhou Yuntang spending nearly 10,000 daily, it still wasn't enough to cover the 4700 yuan in firearms rental fees due this month. He had calculated the accounts last night. The shooting range would lose about 1700 yuan this month. This had severely dented his confidence. He was already planning to hold out for another month and discuss with Jin Nan about shutting down the range. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion came from the main entrance of the shooting range. Ma Dapin's eyes lit up at the sound. A customer? He quickly strode toward the door. When he reached the reception hall filled with anticipation, he saw dozens of middle-aged men and women of all types standing there. Ma Dapin was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Welcome to the Warriors shooting range. We are the only shooting club in the city equipped with high-precision sniper rifles, and our prices, are quite reasonable." He displayed an awkward yet polite smile. The middle-aged men and women stared at Ma Dapin in silence, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the room. Baffled by the situation, Ma Dapin felt utterly confused. Just as he was at a loss, a man in a suit draped in a black wool coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out from the crowd. "President Zhou." Ma Dapin raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Is Jin Nan here?" Zhou Jianbang asked, his expression stern. "Ah, yes." Ma Dapin turned toward the outdoor shooting range and shouted, "Nan Gu, President Zhou Jianbang is here to see you." Coming. Jin Nan and Zhou Yuntang entered the reception hall one after the other. Seeing Zhou Jianbang and the crowd behind him, Jin Nan was also taken aback. "What is this? President Zhou, what's this about?" With a dull thud, Zhou Jianbang suddenly knelt on the ground. Jin Nan and Ma Dapin were at a loss, and then Zhou Jianbang spoke. "I'm sorry. Behind me are the families of those trapped in the telecom fraud park. I couldn't bear to keep silent, so I broke my promise and told them about how you rescued Yuntang and the Zhang family's daughter." Frowning with displeasure, Jin Nan felt deeply dissatisfied, but since Zhou Jianbang was already kneeling, he didn't know what to say. His gaze involuntarily swept over the families behind Zhou Jianbang. When they saw Jin Nan looking at them, they imitated Zhou Jianbang and knelt down. "Please save my son. My son was lured by a high-paying job. We're truly desperate. My daughter called yesterday asking for a ransom of 800 yuan." In an instant, the reception hall was filled with cries and wails as the victims' families knelt on the ground weeping and recounting their children's ordeals. Jin Nan let out a long sigh and shook his head, saying, "I sympathize with your plight, but I'm afraid I cannot help." A woman suddenly stood up and rushed toward him, hands clasped in supplication, pleading, "I know you won't go for nothing. I'm willing to pay. Just name your price, I beg you." "We'll pay too." "Yes, we'll pay." The others chimed in, still kneeling, their eyes full of hope. "Please leave. Don't put me in this position." Jin Nan remained firm in his decision, unwilling to take such a risk. After all, this wasn't about saving one person. It was a group possibly scattered across different areas. He would have to rescue them one by one and then escort them to safety. If even one person slowed them down, they could all die. The risk was too great. He valued his own life too. After completing Zhou Yuntang's mission, he would basically achieve financial freedom, so there was no need to risk his neck for money that didn't mean much to him. Seeing Jin Nan's unwavering resolve, the victims' families didn't know what else to do. They could only turn their gaze to Zhou Jianbang, who had brought them here, hoping he would find a way. Zhou Jianbang believed in seeing things through to the end. Since he had brought them here, he wouldn't easily take them away. After organizing his thoughts, he said to Jin Nan, "Brother Jin Nan, I've already wronged you, so anything I say might fall on deaf ears. But these people truly need your help. Only you can save them. You know very well how pitiful those children trapped in the telecom fraud park are. They are no longer treated as humans, even less than dogs. And their families live in constant fear and anxiety. The criminals extort ransom from them every few days, threatening to cut off fingers or inflict torture. Have mercy on them. I'll kowtow to you. I'll kowtow." With that, Zhou Jianbang began to kowtow without hesitation. The dozens of victims' families also pressed their hands to the floor and kowtowed vigorously, the hall echoing with the sound of thuds. Ma Dapin's face showed unease. He walked over to Jin Nan, wanting to persuade him, but hesitated. He felt that this was not the time to fuel the fire or play the good guy, as that would only make Jin Nan appear heartless. Zhou Yuntang also wanted to persuade him, but suddenly realized she had no right to do so, so she remained silent like Ma Dapin, watching Jin Nan. At this moment, Jin Nan was also deeply hesitant. On one hand, he didn't want to invite trouble, on the other, he wasn't made of stone. Having served in the military for 8 years, he had been instilled with the ideology of serving the people. Even though he had taken off his uniform, that mindset hadn't been shed. "I won't do this for free. 300,000 per person payment up front." Jin Nan's heart softened in the end. He decided to take on this task. Considering that the families before him were not wealthy, he set a uniform price of 300 RMB. Ma Dapin revealed a relieved smile and immediately shouted to the crowd who were still kowtowing, "What are you still kowtowing for? Brother Nan said he'll take the job. 300,000 per person pay up front." Hearing this, the family members stopped kowtowing. At that moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and a glimmer of hope emerged in their desperate eyes. "Please, my son's return depends entirely on you," a family member said tearfully. The rest of the family members also wanted to express their gratitude, but before they could speak, Jin Nan interrupted impatiently. "Enough with the nonsense. Go back now. Tomorrow morning, bring the money, your children's photos, phone numbers, and any information you have. Don't come together." He paused and pointed at Zhou Jianbang. "He brought you here, right? Give him all the things I need and let him deliver them." All right. Yes. The family members agreed, without hesitation, none showing any reluctance. Zhou Jianbang also stood up and said to everyone, "Go back now. Prepare everything that's needed, and we'll communicate in the group." They responded while rising and quickly left the hall, departing the same way they had come. After everyone had gone, Zhou Jianbang walked over to Jin Nan. He first looked at him with a shameful expression, then wanted to kneel and apologize. Jin Nan had anticipated this move and immediately raised his hand to support his arm. "You two are really father and daughter, so fond of kneeling," Jin Nan said with a hint of exasperation, then continued, "What's done is done. I don't want to say anything more. Anyway, you communicate with the family members. Tell them that since they chose me, they must trust me unconditionally. Don't come to the police station after a few days without news to report me for fraud." He made a preemptive warning, which was necessary because he feared this kind of situation the most. And the likelihood of it happening was high, as this time it wasn't a single family commissioning the task, but a group of families. Who knew if there was such a person among them? If there was, it would be troublesome. Zhou Jianbang immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, I will never let this happen. If it does, I'll give you half of my assets. If I don't, you can shoot me with a gun." He leaned in and whispered, "I have a friend in the municipal bureau." Jin Nan nodded slightly, feeling a bit more at ease. Zhou Jianbang straightened up and said to Jin Nan, "This time it was my lead that put you in a passive position. To express my apology, I'll add an extra 2 million as a sponsorship for you to buy equipment." Hearing this, Jin Nan's anger dissipated significantly. Putting aside everything else, Zhou Jianbang's attitude in apologizing was sincere. He took the initiative to extend his hand, and Zhou Jianbang, not understanding, raised his hand. Jin Nan grasped his hand and said with a light smile, "Thank you, President Zhou, for the sponsorship and for bringing this order." Zhou Jianbang laughed awkwardly. Jin Nan let go of his hand and pointed toward the door. "If there's nothing else, President Zhou, please return." All right, I won't disturb you anymore." Zhou Jianbang backed away while speaking, not forgetting to wave at his daughter. "Zhou Yuntang, sweetie, Dad is going back now." "Drive slowly," Zhou Yuntang reminded him. Zhou Jianbang waved to her one last time, quickly left the reception hall, and disappeared from the trio's sight. "I never thought so many people from our Shangrao would be tricked into going to Miandian," Ma Dapin said, pulling a pack of Bailecan cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Jin Nan. Jin Nan took the cigarette, lit it with his own lighter, took a gentle drag, and wanted to say something, but didn't. "Are we still departing according to the original plan?" Zhou Yuntang asked Jin Nan and Ma Dapin with a serious expression. Jin Nan turned to look at her. "Thanks to your father, we probably won't be able to go for a few days. How are you going to handle it?" Ma Dapin asked curiously. Jin Nan took a deep drag, slowly exhaling smoke. At this moment, he wasn't smoking a cigarette, he was smoking a plan. After about a minute of contemplation, he spoke. "With just the three of us, trying to carry out a sniper assassination and rescue people at the same time is a pipe dream. We need to find some helpers. Ma Dapin nodded in agreement. If it were just assassinating a few people, 3 would be enough, but for rescuing so many people, 3 were far from sufficient. He hesitated and asked, "Do you have anyone in mind?" Jin Nan casually tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and strode out of the hall, leaving behind a sentence. "I'm going out. I probably won't be back. Tomorrow you handle the handover with President Zhou. I'll wait for you," Ma Dapin shouted after his retreating figure. An hour and a half later at 10 o'clock in the morning, 90 kilometers from Damao Mountain in Hongtang Town City, a Mercedes-Benz E350 stopped in front of a shop named Linzahenda Fishing Tackle Store. The shop was so small that half the car's body completely blocked the entrance. Jin Nan got out of the driver's seat wearing sunglasses. He stood still, first glanced at the signboard, then looked across the street. Directly opposite the shop was a broad river, its flow slow, the water clear to the bottom, and on the other side of the river lay a stretch of woods. What a fine place for healing, Jin Nan murmured to himself. Then he turned to look inside the shop, which was empty. He called out tentatively, "Anyone here, boss?" No response. "Buying fishing gear, boss?" Jin Nan called out again. Still no response. Just then an elderly woman passed by. Seeing that Jin Nan had called out twice with no reply, she pointed toward the river and said, "The boss should be fishing down there." Jin Nan immediately walked to the roadside and looked down at the riverbank. Sure enough, a familiar back figure sat on the dock fishing. He smiled, picked up a small stone from the roadside, and tossed it over. At that moment, Lin Rue was staring intently at the float. He had been fishing for an hour and still hadn't caught anything. Suddenly, with a thump, a large splash of water erupted beside the float. Lin Rue's eyes widened. He turned to look up at the roadside, and upon seeing a man wearing large sunglasses with a mischievous grin, he couldn't help but curse, "Fuck you, are you retarded?" The man bent down, picked up another stone, and threw it over. Damn it. Lin Rue could no longer stand it. He put down his fishing rod, got up, and ran over, ready to teach him a lesson. Soon he reached the road and strode swiftly toward the man a dozen meters away. Just as he was about to step in front of the man and throw a punch at his face, the man took off his sunglasses. Huh. Seeing the familiar face, Lin Rue froze with his fist still raised in midair. "What are you doing here?" Lin Rue was both surprised and delighted, never expecting the visitor to be Jin Nan. "Why can't it be me?" Jin Nan put his sunglasses back on and smiled faintly at Lin Rue's raised fist. "What's the matter? Looks like you want to punch me." Lin Rue lightly punched Jin Nan's chest. I want to beat you to death." His gaze then fell on the Mercedes parked in front of his shop. He couldn't help cursing. "Damn, whose car is this? How is it parked? Right in front of my shop. How am I supposed to do business?" Muttering to himself, he walked toward the Mercedes. First he peered through the window, saw no one inside, then went to the hood to check for a phone number to move the car, but there was none. Just as he was growing impatient, unsure how to handle the car, the Mercedes beeped twice, and the exterior lights flashed. He thought the owner had arrived, but there was no one on the road. A sudden thought struck him. He turned to look at Jin Nan, who was indeed grinning, holding the Mercedes key fob. Lin Rue's mouth twitched. He asked in disbelief, "Yours?" Jin Nan shrugged, walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. He started the engine and moved the car forward a bit, clearing the shop entrance, then got out and entered the shop with Lin Rue. The shop was tiny, not even room for a table. The two had to squeeze behind the narrow counter to sit. Lin Rue handed Jin Nan a bottle of water. "I don't have any tea here. Don't mind it." Jin Nan took the water and took a symbolic sip. Lin Rue then asked, "So you've been discharged?" In his memory, Jin Nan's family wasn't well off. He couldn't afford a Mercedes. The only possibility now was that he had bought it with his discharge pay. "Don't ask about me first. How are you doing?" Jin Nan's words carried concern. Lin Rue, born in 1995, enlisted in 2013, joined the Dark Arrow Special Forces in 2015 with the code name Sand Scorpion. He was a professional sniper who had won second place in the individual extreme shooting category at an international sniper competition and had eliminated a key target from 190 meters away under extreme weather conditions. Skilled in camouflage, stealth, and ultra-long-range precision strikes, he possessed an exceptionally stable mental fortitude and could lie in ambush for days under extremely austere conditions. Before Jin Nan joined the Dark Arrow, he was the unit's most elite sniper. He had a bright future ahead, but during an overseas mission he shot and killed what appeared to be a suicide bomber, but was actually an innocent teenager. The unit issued a public reprimand and recorded a major demerit. He was also traumatized internally and voluntarily retired a month later. Counting the time, he had been retired for 4 years. "I've let go of the past." Lin Rue wore a bitter smile. "But life's problems have come. When I retired, the unit gave me 3 options: a one-time discharge payment of 3 million, a monthly subsidy of 10,000 for 30 years, or a job placement in the local public security bureau. I chose the first option and took the 3 million. To be honest, at that time, having so much money in hand, I didn't know how to spend it. I thought I was set for life." He took out a pack of 10 yuan soft Jinxing cigarettes from the counter drawer, lit one, and continued, "I originally planned to use that money to get married and build a small villa in my hometown, living a stable life. But before long I got hooked on stocks. At first I played with a few thousand, then tens of thousands, and over 2 years I lost 1 million. The girlfriend I had been dating for over a year also broke up with me because of it. Jin Nan took a cigarette from his pack and lit it quietly, listening to his story. After losing in stocks, I stopped playing. But I was afraid that if I kept the money I might be tempted again, so I spent $1.8 million to buy a house from Evergrande in full. Hearing this, Jin Nan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Lin Rui laughed self-deprecatingly. Actually, Evergrande had already defaulted by then, but I thought such a big group couldn't just collapse. Also, Evergrande's houses were really cheap at the time. I took a gamble. Who knew? A group that big could fall apart just like that. They promised to deliver in 2026, but now it's 2026, and they haven't even laid the foundation. Jin Nan laughed and added, and then you used the remaining 100-something thousand or 200,000 to buy a small shop and started selling fishing gear. Lin Rui nodded. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. The things I learned in the army are useless in society. He took a deep breath and continued, to be honest, I even thought about going to Russia to be a mercenary recently. I heard you can earn over 10,000 a month there, but I'm afraid I might not come back. My parents only have me as their son, and they're counting on me to carry on the family line. Jin Nan couldn't help but sigh, inwardly feeling a deep empathy, especially for his words. The things learned in the army are useless in society. I've said my piece. Now tell me about yourself. When did you get discharged? Lin Rui turned to ask about Jin Nan's current situation. Jin Nan confessed, I've been discharged for about half a year. I'm doing well now. I made a few deals and earned a couple of million. Now I'm working with a buddy I met outside on an underforest farming project, and I've also set up a shooting range. Lin Rui cast an envious look at him. You really beat me at everything, he said with a sigh. He had joined the Dark Arrow 2 years before Jin Nan. Before Jin Nan entered the team, he was the absolute #1 in sniping. But ever since Jin Nan joined, he was outclassed in every aspect, always the eternal second place in sniper competitions. Being suppressed in the army was one thing, but being outdone by him in civilian life was another. The other guy made millions in half a year after retiring, while he after 4 years only had this tiny fishing tackle shop left. Envious and pained with a hint of jealousy. Can't help it. The strength is right here. Jin Nan blew smoke rings and then asked, have you let your skills rust? Lin Rui raised his belly, lifted his shirt to reveal a small pot belly. What do you think? And sniping? Can you still shoot? Jin Nan asked again. I haven't touched a gun in 4 years. What do you think? Lin Rui replied irritably, but soon he sensed something was off. Frowning, he asked seriously, why are you asking all this? Jin Nan stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Lin Rui gravely. Someone has asked me to go to Myanmar to rescue people. Come with me. The reward after the job is no less than 2 million. Rescue in Myanmar. 2 million. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Lin Rui's eyes, and his already restless heart began to stir. 2 million, really? Lin Rui fought to remain calm. Would I lie to you for an extra bowl of rice? Jin Nan slapped the car keys onto the counter. Stop wasting time. Are you in or not? If not, I'm leaving now. If you are, we go together. This is way too sudden. Lin Rui looked around in bewilderment, thinking for a few seconds before asking. You're supposed to be in your desensitization period, right? Can you even go abroad? Jin Nan rolled his eyes. Do people in our line of work ever get to step through national borders? Lin Rui was at a loss for words. So the millions you mentioned earlier, did you make them from this rescue business? Let's go. Stop stalling. Jin Nan urged impatiently. Lin Rui thought for another few seconds. All right, I'm in. But you promised, no less than 2 million. He emphasized the payment. Jin Nan sprang to his feet and waved as he walked out. Lock up. I need to find another old friend. Who else? 2 hours later in Linjiang District, Fuzhou City, 100 kilometers from Hongtang Town, Ningtan. At the Violent Tiger Boxing Gym. Thump, thump. On a boxing ring, a bald man, who stood over 6'3" and was built like a bear, was swinging his fists at a heavy bag. Each punch carried a fierce gust of wind, making the bag boom with deafening force. He lost count of how many punches he threw until the bag burst open, spilling sand. Damn it, I lost control again. Lei Hu stared at the leaking sandbag with a pained expression. Each sandbag cost several hundred yuan, and his gym hadn't had a single customer in a long time. He turned his head to look at the empty gym, a faint trace of worry creeping across his sweat-drenched face. The economy had taken its toll too. Before there were still enthusiasts coming to learn boxing, but now he barely got a few in a month. After deducting rent and food expenses each month, he barely saved 1,000 or 2. He couldn't even afford to hire an employee. He had to come an hour early to clean the place himself. If this continued, he would have to close the gym. A manual labor job would pay more than this. Sigh. Lei Hu took off his boxing gloves, dragged the sandbag under the ring, and grabbed a vacuum cleaner to clean up the sand scattered on the platform. As he was absorbed in cleaning, he suddenly felt a surge of wind from behind. Instinctively, he swung the vacuum cleaner backward, but it was abruptly caught by some force. Before he could turn around, a wave of alarm washed over him. He quickly let go, rolled backward, and a descending kick grazed the back of his head. Lei Hu steadied himself, but before he could get a good look at his assailant, the vacuum cleaner flew toward him. Enraged, he clenched his fist and swung fiercely, snapping the vacuum cleaner's rod in half. Yet in the next moment, the attacker's fist was already right behind it. The speed of the punch was lightning fast, too fast for him to block. He raised his arm to parry, but it was too late. His face took the full impact. Though he could take a hit, the force of this punch was beyond his imagination, sending his 260-pound frame crashing to the ground. You son of a bitch. Sneak attacking your grandpa. Lei Hu cursed, springing up with a kip up, his fierce glare fixed on the man wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses. He didn't care who this man was anymore. All he wanted to do now was beat him to a pulp. He assumed a horse stance, then exploded forward without warning, charging at the sunglassed man like a cannonball and throwing a punch. The sunglassed man remained utterly still until the punch came, then reacted. He first hooked his left hand to strike the wrist, then immediately followed up with a right fist. Lei Hu raised his arm to block, but the expected punch never came. Realizing what was happening, he tried to lift his leg, but was a fraction too slow. A sweeping leg tackle sent him crashing down. This time Lei Hu didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes lit up because the technique was all too familiar. Feints within feints, illusions within truths, and boundless power. Only one person in the world used this kind of move. Jin Nan. Stop. I surrender. Lei Hu got up, waving his hands and shouting. Jin Nan halted, his punch hands in pockets, and smiled faintly. You've slacked off, fierce tiger. You used to last over a dozen rounds with me. Now you can't even make it through two. Lei Hu, codenamed Fierce Tiger, was born in 1996. He enlisted in 2013 and joined the Dark Arrow Special Forces in 2014, becoming the team's strongest frontal assault specialist. He was proficient in all kinds of firearms and CQB, possessed explosive physical strength, lightning-fast reflexes, and top-tier close-quarters combat skills. In a hostage rescue mission, he single-handedly breached the compound, neutralized 6 armed militants in 10 seconds, emerged unscathed, and rescued all hostages, earning him a first-class merit. But because of his straightforward nature, he was dissatisfied with the higher-ups' decision to demerit Lin Rue, leading to an irreconcilable conflict. Half a year after Lin Rue was discharged, Lei Hu voluntarily took off his uniform and retired as well. Ha, I knew it was you. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lei Hu's face crinkled into a happy grin. He walked over and snatched off Jin Nan's cap and sunglasses. Playing this game when meeting an old comrade. He put the cap and shades on himself. Jin Nan gave a ritual fist bump to his chest. I didn't come alone. As he spoke, a whistle came from the entrance. Lin Rue strolled in with his hands in his pockets, waving at Lei Hu. My little tiger, long time no see. Sand Scorpion, you're here too. Lei Hu's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped off the ring to embrace Lin Rue. Jin Nan chuckled. In the army, Lei Hu and Lin Rue were notorious as best buddies. Their most famous story being the time they got caught by the squad leader during a room inspection. Of course, both of them had normal sexual orientations. It was just that military life was unbearably dull, and neither had ever been in a relationship, so they helped each other out. You two look like you haven't seen each other since getting discharged. What's the deal? One's in Fuzhou, the other in Yingtan. So close, yet you never hung out. Jin Nan also jumped off the ring, walked over to the two, and asked curiously. Lin Rue pushed Lei Hu away, then slapped his shoulder with a displeased look. Exactly. If Jin Nan hadn't told me, I wouldn't have even known you'd retired. You've been out for 3.5 years and didn't come to see me. That's not cool. Lei Hu gave an embarrassed smile. I didn't want to make you feel bad. Idiot, Lin Rue said, his eyes glistening. He couldn't help but pull Lei Hu into another hug. Brothers for life. Brothers for life. Lei Hu hugged him back tightly. Watching the two vent their emotions, Jin Nan felt a bit awkward. He teased, should I step out and book a room for you two? Hearing this, they pushed each other away at the same time. Lei Hu quickly changed the subject. Why did you guys suddenly show up? Oh right, Jin Nan, are you retired too? Been retired for half a year, Jin Nan replied. Did you become squad leader after I left, eh? Lei Hu pressed on. Jin Nan shrugged his shoulders. Old Zhu was supposed to be promoted by Commander Jiang to serve as deputy brigade commander of the Western Theater. Since he refused, I ended up as acting deputy team leader until my discharge. That old Zhu who knows what he's after, Lin Rue couldn't help but grumble, likening him to someone hogging a latrine seat. Lei Hu also complained. I find old Zhu the most unbearable. He values rules more than anyone. Back then he only needed to turn a blind eye and Scorpion would have been fine. But he insisted on reporting it. Damn it, if it were him, he would have opened fire too. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Seeing the situation escalating, Lin Rue quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Come on, let's not talk about it anymore. His actions back then weren't wrong. My retirement wasn't entirely due to major faults. It was my own psychological burden. Fuck if I knew when he was leaving the service I'd track him down and challenge him to a fight. Lei Hu's anger wouldn't subside. Every time he thought about it, he got even madder. This time Lin Rue changed the subject. Jin Nan and I came to you this time because we want to invite you to go to Myanmar. Jin Nan has taken on a mission from some distressed families to rescue their children who are trapped in fraud parks. You in or out? Jin Nan chimed in. The pay is no less than 2 million. Rescuing people in Myanmar. Lei Hu raised an eyebrow. That sounds thrilling. He waved his hand. We're brothers, so let's not talk about money. I'm in. Anyway, my boxing gym has no business. If you guys are making money, bring me along. What reason would I have to refuse? He hardly hesitated at all. On one hand, there were indeed financial difficulties. On the other, he missed those days when he fought alongside Jin Nan and Lin Rue. Now that he had another chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with them again, he didn't even need to think twice. Jin Nan smiled and patted Lei Hu on the shoulder. Pack up, we're leaving now. Nothing to pack. Just lock the door, and we're good to go. Lei Hu said with a grin. Soon the rolling shutter of Baohu Boxing Gym was pulled down, and Lei Hu and Lin Rui got into Jin Nan's Mercedes heading for the next destination. A Mercedes is a Mercedes. Riding in this is truly comfortable. Jin Nan, looks like you've made quite a fortune since retiring. Have you spent all your severance pay? Don't mention it. I bought 2 Evergrande properties hoping to hit it rich. That's hilarious. You two are identical. Both got scammed in the exact same way. Oh, Shaxie, you bought some too. Don't bring it up. It's the stain on my reputation for life. 3 hours later, 3:30 p.m. Pingxiang City, Donyuan Township. Jiuzikong Village. The village sat halfway up a mountainside with only 20-odd households. Inside one of the 2-story brick houses, a man was fiddling with a thick tubular device and a conical cylindrical object. He added some black granules and other powdery substances into the conical cylindrical object, then stuffed it into the tubular device. Walking to the doorway, he aimed at the barren mountainside 300 meters away and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A thick cloud of smoke erupted from the tubular device, and the conical cylindrical object shot out like a cannonball. The man choked on the smoke and coughed violently, yet his eyes remained fixed on the conical cylindrical object mid-air, watching its crooked trajectory soar erratically, now high, now low, swerving left and right. Hit it, hit it. The man prayed silently to himself. Suddenly, at that very moment, the conical cylindrical object veered off course. Seeing it stray from its path, the man was both shocked and terrified. Over 10 seconds later, a deafening boom echoed from the highway below the mountain. We're done for. The man's face went pale. He quickly set down the tubular device on his shoulder, mounted his electric scooter, and headed out of the house down the mountain. 3 or 4 minutes later, as he rounded a bend in the mountain road, he spotted a Mercedes overturned on the roadside with a conspicuous scorched mark several meters away from the vehicle. The man's complexion grew even more ashen. Not only had he injured someone, but he'd also destroyed a Mercedes. This wasn't just about compensation anymore. He might actually go to prison. He quickly dismounted and sprinted toward the car while praying the occupants were safe. Just then the rear door of the Mercedes flung open and a burly bald man climbed out. Once outside, he gripped the window frame and heaved with all his might, managing to shift the multi-ton vehicle. With a deep breath from his dantian, the bald man roared and exerted tremendous force. With a heavy thud, the overturned Mercedes was flipped back upright. After the car righted itself, 2 men emerged from the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively, each cursing loudly. Where the hell are we? Who the fuck put us here? Are we in China or abroad? Who set off that explosion? My damn Mercedes. Jin and Lin Rui Lei Hu. Lei halted in his tracks. As he took in the faces of the 3 men stepping out of the car, he stood frozen. Jin Nan, Lin Rui, and Lei Hu turned to face him, removing their sunglasses in perfect synchrony, and called out in unison, Lei. Lei, codenamed Stubborn Stone, was a prodigy when it came to explosives, capable of crafting explosive devices of varying effects using extremely limited materials. He specialized in demolition bomb disposal and trap making, having successfully defused an extraordinarily complex chain explosion device planted by extremist organizations to protect key facilities. He was also a genius with artillery, mortars, recoilless rifles, rocket launchers, and could DIY any of them given the right materials. Over 10 minutes later, Jin Nan's party entered Lei's home. Upon stepping into the living room, they immediately spotted a black and white portrait of an elderly woman displayed on the incense table. The 3 men paused, their expressions growing contemplative, and offered a respectful bow. Come have some tea. Lei brought over 3 ceramic cups and distributed them to Jin Nan and the others. Jin Nan took his teacup and asked, "When did your grandmother pass away?" Lei had retired 3 years prior due to family circumstances. His parents had passed away when he was young, and his grandmother had raised him, forming an exceptionally close bond. As she grew older and frail with numerous health issues, there was no one to care for her, so he chose to leave the military and return home to tend to her filially. 3 months ago, she passed away with a smile. Lei replied softly, his expression free of sorrow. Compared to other elderly people in the village, his grandmother had departed peacefully, and before she died, he had taken her to travel to several cities, ensuring no regrets remained. Jin Nan nodded, gently satisfied. Make yourselves comfortable here. Lei led the 3 to a square table where they could sit and chat, then disappeared into another room to retrieve dried fruits and snacks. Lin Rui grabbed a handful of melon seeds, cracking them as he complained, "I'm truly speechless at you. Setting off fireworks in broad daylight. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Lei sat down as well, offering an embarrassed smile. "I've got nothing but free time, so I'm finding some entertainment for myself." "Did you target us specifically?" Lei Hu retorted sharply. "We were only 2 or 3 meters away. The car window got smashed. It's been a while since I handled this kind of gear. I'm a bit rusty. An accident happened. I was supposed to be blowing up a hillside." Lei apologized repeatedly. "I'm truly sorry. None of you are leaving tonight. I'm taking you all to a restaurant. Eat and drink your fill." Jin Nan tossed the car keys onto the table, looking at Shirley with a serious expression. You should buy this car from me. I'll sell it to you for 300,000. Lin Rui and Lei Hu watched Shirley with amused looks. Shirley showed an embarrassed expression. Brother, let me off. I have no money right now. I've spent all my severance pay. I'm planning to look for a job these days. He had 3 million in severance pay, but he had spent it all in the past 3 years on traveling and dining. What the hell are you looking for a job for? Lin Rui spat out a melon seed shell. Pack your things now and come with us. Where to? To Myanmar to rescue people. Jin Nan put away the car keys. If you don't go, you'll have to pay compensation. If you go, we'll waive it. Shirley was a bit stunned, it was too sudden. But Jin Nan's group didn't give him any chance to think. They dragged him into the car, and before leaving they didn't forget to close his gate for him. 2.5 hours later at 6 in the evening. The breeding area under the thorn forest at Damao Mountain. The battle-damaged Mercedes-Benz E350 stopped steadily at the entrance of the manor. Jin and Lin Rui, Lei Hu, and Shirley got out one after another. Ma Dapin and Zhou Yuntang also jogged over from the manor. Brother Nan, you're back. Ma Dapin greeted Jin Nan and couldn't help but look at Lin Rui and the other two. Jin Nan immediately introduced them to him. Lin Rui, retired major sniper. Ma Dapin stood at attention and saluted. Hello, squad leader Lin. Lin Rui raised his hand in return. Lei Hu, retired major assault soldier. Ma Dapin faced Lei Hu, saluted and shouted, Hello, squad leader Lei. Lei Hu smiled and raised his hand in return. Shirley, retired major demolitions gunner. Hello, squad leader Shir. Ma Dapin saluted again. Hello. Shirley saluted with a smile. After introducing Lin Rui, Lei Hu, and Shirley, Jin Nan then introduced Ma Dapin to them. Ma Dapin, 2-year conscript. Although he's only a 2-year conscript, he's very capable, especially with machine guns. He shoots better than any of us. Jin Nan rarely gave such high praise to anyone. Lin Rui and the others couldn't help but feel some respect for Ma Dapin. This is Zhou Yuntang, both our teammate this time, and one of our employers. Jin Nan raised his hand toward Zhou Yuntang as he introduced. Lin Rui and the other two politely saluted Zhou Yuntang. Zhou Yuntang nodded in acknowledgement. Is it just us? Shirley asked. Jin Nan took out his phone and glanced at the time, smiling slightly. There's one more. Should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel expectant. Just then the sound of tires rolling came from the unseen mountain road not far away. Everyone present turned to look at the intersection. About a minute later, a black Volkswagen Magotan appeared in their sight, driving crookedly, neither fast nor slow. The car stopped a few meters in front of the group. A tall crew-cut man got out. Seeing Jin Nan and the other familiar faces, he opened his arms and smiled. Brothers, did you miss me? Emoja, codename Ghost Eye, electronic support specialist of the Dark Arrow Special Forces. He excelled in signal interception, radio eavesdropping, battlefield information integration and analysis, and was a top expert in drone operation, handling both small reconnaissance drones and armed drones with ease. His classic battle was during an overseas encirclement operation. He controlled a swarm of drones for continuous three-dimensional reconnaissance, accurately marked all enemy positions and firing points, cut off enemy communications through electronic interference, and used modified drones to precisely drop smoke grenades and flash grenades, creating perfect attack conditions for the assault team, ultimately completing the mission with 0 casualties. The intelligence he provided was praised by superiors as like having a god's eye view on the scene. His reason for retirement was lamentable. His girlfriend of 4 years had cheated on him. Upon learning the news, he deliberately injured himself during a mission, escaped, while recuperating in the hospital, went home, and severely beat both of them. The woman lost her fertility and suffered facial disfigurement. The man had both legs crippled and would be in a wheelchair forever. After the incident, he was sentenced to 6 months by a military court and discharged from military service. Only last year did he get out of military prison. After his release, he found a job at a logistics company in his hometown Zhuzhou. Jin Nan was well aware of how important electronic support was in modern warfare, especially for a mission to rescue a large number of hostages. It was indispensable. So when he set out to find Lin Rui, he had sent a message to Emoja. Because Emoja was discharged from military service like Jin Nan, he had no severance pay. The wages he had saved were also paid out as medical compensation in the court ruling. He was living a hard life, so when Jin Nan contacted him, he agreed without hesitation and immediately drove over in his second-hand Volkswagen Magotan. Haha, Ghost Eye, it's you. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, and Shirley were overjoyed to see Emoja and ran over to embrace him. At this moment, Ma Dapin handed a bank card to Jin Nan. This was sent by President Zhou this afternoon. Inside there's 1 million from 17 families plus President Zhou's 2 million, totaling 1 million. So fast. Jin Nan took the bank card and then asked, have the victim information been sent? I placed it on the table in the villa hall. Ma Dapin said. Jin Nan nodded. Okay, I see. Hey guys, don't gather here. Let's go inside and talk. He turned to Emoja and the others not far away and called out. Emoja and Lin Rui raised their hands to signal acknowledgement. Soon the group entered the manor and arrived at the villa hall. The hall had little furniture, only 2 rows of monitors and a long wooden table. Jin Nan sat down casually at a spot, and the others followed suit. Jin Nan's attention was drawn to a stack of documents on the table. He picked one up and opened it. It was detailed information about the victims. He said, "Each person take one and read it, then pass it to the next person. Take turns. After reading, we'll discuss the operation plan." After Jin Nan finished speaking, except for Zhou Yuntong, Ma Dapen Lin Rui Lei, Husher Lei, and Mo, Zhe each picked up a document and read it carefully. The 6 people read for over 10 minutes and finished all 17 victim profiles. There were 17 victims in total, 10 men and 7 women. 1. Zhang Wei, 28, male programmer. According to his family, 5 months ago, he was attracted by a recruitment ad for a high-paying IT job in Singapore. After passing an online interview, the other party helped him obtain a tourist visa to Thailand, claiming he needed to attend short-term onboarding training in Bangkok. After arriving at Bangkok airport, he lost contact. 3 days later, his family received a call from the scam gang, demanding a ransom of 6,000. The family paid the 6,000, but there was no further news. 2. Wang Haochen, 25, male recent graduate. He met an upperclassman online who claimed her boyfriend had opened a trading company in Myanmar and urgently needed new people with high salary and fast promotion. His family said they had tried to dissuade him, but he was convinced. On the night of August 15, 2025, he secretly left home and was never heard from again. Li Chong, 22 years old, male food delivery rider. 3 months ago, he met a big brother in an online gaming guild who invited him to do logistics work on the Yunnan border. 1 month there equals half a year back home, and promised to reimburse his travel expenses. The man then vanished. His family suspects he was deceived into going to Myanmar. After reporting to the police, his suspicions were confirmed. Lu Jiaming, 35 years old, a male small shop owner. After his business failed, he was drowning in debt. He saw an online recruitment ad for Myanmar casino high-paying dealer positions, room and board included, wages can be advanced. Desperate to pay off his debts, he ignored his family's objections and took the risk. He then disappeared without a trace. Lina, 27 years old, female office worker. Her family says she fell into an online romance with someone claiming to be a successful businessman working on engineering projects in Myanmar. The man was extremely attentive and invited her to come play in Myanmar and meet the parents on the side. Her family strongly opposed, but she sneaked away at midnight. The next day, they discovered she had crossed into Myanmar. Wang Jingwen, 23 years old, female beautician. 4 months ago, she was attracted by a job posting for Myanmar high-end beauty salon high-salary headhunting. The other party promised an annual salary of 3,000 yuan, plus visa sponsorship. After she went there, her family received nude photo threats and was extorted for 2,000 RMB. Zhao Feng, 31 years old, a male auto mechanic. A long uncontacted fellow villager invited him to Thailand to inspect the market with the promise of opening a Chinese restaurant where he could become a manager with a share in the business. He went missing shortly after entering the country. Chun Junjia, 24 years old, male, unemployed. He believed a false online advertisement for Myanmar KTV high-paying male host recruitment, just need to pour drinks. Fantasizing about easy money, he went missing shortly after entering the country. Sun Chao, 29 years old, a male photography enthusiast. In a photography group, someone organized a free Myanmar northern photography tour, claiming to cover airfare and accommodation solely to promote local tourism. He went missing shortly after entering the country. Zhou Yuhang, 19 years old, male vocational school student. Wanting to earn money as a game booster, during summer vacation, he met a boss online who claimed to have a gaming studio in Myanmar and invited him to come grow stronger together with daily wages. Shortly after he entered the country, his family received extortion messages from Myanmar. Wu Yang, 26 years old, male fitness coach. A former member recommended a newly opened Myanmar resort recruiting personal trainers with extremely high compensation and sent him fake photos and videos of luxurious work environments. Tempted, he obtained a tourist visa and traveled there. He went missing shortly after entering the country. Su Lei, 33 years old, male factory technician. Dissatisfied with his low salary, he applied for a Thailand factory technical instructor position through an illegal agency. The agency falsely claimed the process was legitimate and tricked him into obtaining a tourist visa. He went missing shortly after entering the country, and his family received extortion messages from Myanmar. Lu Min, 30 years old, female, single mother. To earn better living expenses for her child, she was deceived by a Yunnan border handwoven crafts workshop recruitment ad. The other party claimed the work was simple with high piece rate wages. Upon arriving in Yunnan, she was taken to the border under the pretense of taking you to see the factory, then forcibly transported across the border. Her whereabouts remain unknown. Zhang Li, 21 years old, female college student. Wanting to work during summer vacation, she found a Yunnan hotel front desk job online. The recruiter proactively sent her 500 yuan as a travel deposit. Upon arriving at the designated location, she was abducted into a van and transported to Myanmar. Zhao Siki, 18 years old, female college entrance exam failure candidate. Feeling down, she met an understanding sister online who continuously comforted her and suggested getting away to clear her mind. She was invited on a free 7-day Myanmar tour and was deceived into being smuggled across the border. Her family was then extorted for a massive ransom. Shen Ting, 26 years old, female English major graduate. She applied for an administrative assistant position at a cross-border trading company, whose headquarters claimed to be in Thailand, requiring an initial 3-month Southeast Asian internship. She obtained a business visa and traveled there. She went missing upon landing, and her family received demands for a massive ransom. Yang Lily, 25 years old, female microbusiness seller. Deceived by an agent claiming, "There are cheap jade sources in Myanmar, it's more cost-effective to select in person," she went missing upon entering the country. 17 victims, each deceived through different methods. Every single one was lured there through tailored tactics, demonstrating how telecom fraudsters employ highly targeted schemes designed to exploit each person's specific vulnerabilities. Emoja take these materials and try to locate their positions. Jin Nan placed the documents back on the desk and spoke to Emoja. Emoja nodded. "Consider it done. I also have some materials here." Zhou Yuntang suddenly spoke up. Amid everyone's gazes, she took out a sheet of A4 paper from her pocket and handed it to Jin Nan. Jin Nan unfolded the A4 paper and examined it. Written on it were 17 names, each accompanied by some information. Yu Zhejiang, International Red Notice Fugitive Myanmar Telecom Fraud Mastermind. Lu Bo, Yu Zhejiang's representative, general manager of the Myanmar Telecom Fraud Park. Gao Jijun, KK Park manager Zhou Jianjun. KK Park HR director Wei Aihu, Zhou Zhuahao Tang Pibang, Zhang Shenggu. KK Park enforcers. Lu Patzi, Yangon Park manager Wei Lai, Lu Patzi's deputy, Huzi Taiyong Kaizi Xiaolong Dajuan. KK Park enforcers. And Shihong, armed team leader of Mayawati Park, Dan Rue, deputy leader. Seeing these names, he knew without asking that these were all Zhou Yuntang's tormentors. He handed the list to Emoja. "Look into these people too." Emoja took the list without looking at it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Jin Nan pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and tossed the pack onto the table for everyone to share. Jin Nan lit his cigarette and took a drag. Pinching the cigarette between his fingers, he said, "Now let me explain our mission. Save 17, kill 17. My idea is to rescue while killing. No need for a second trip. I'm at your command. Whatever you say, I'll do." Lin Rue declared. The others also nodded in agreement, all acknowledging Jin Nan as the commander. After all, during their time in the Hidden Arrow Special Forces unit, Jin Nan's role was second in command. "All right, then I'll assign the missions directly." Jin Nan was straightforward and decisive. He turned to Zhou Yuntang and said, "You're responsible for purchasing 7 sets of combat gear, ballistic vests, tactical camouflage uniforms, tactical gloves, ballistic helmets, individual night vision devices, infrared equipment, walkie-talkies, monocular telescopes, 4 2x scope mounts, 2 6-10x scope mounts, and 6 military combat knives. Pay first, we'll deduct it from the reward later." "Got it." Zhou Yuntang agreed without hesitation, took out her phone, and opened the notepad to jot down the equipment she needed to purchase. Jin Nan turned to Emojo. "Drones, computers, whatever you need, buy it. Send me the total when you're done, and I'll transfer the money to you." "Receive." Emoja nodded in acknowledgement. "Ma Dapin, go to the Shangrao 4S dealership later and buy 2 off-road vehicles. They don't need to be too fancy, just around 2 or 300,000 yuan. Try not to buy the same model, or it'll draw too much attention." "Got it." "Surely you should still remember the Burmese arms dealer we contacted during one of our previous missions. Try reaching out to him and have him prepare a high-precision sniper rifle, an anti-material sniper rifle, a mortar, a rocket launcher, 7 automatic rifles, 7 handguns, a 7.92mm general-purpose machine gun, and as much ammunition as possible." "Understood." "Lin Rue, you work out the evacuation route and have the vehicles ready for withdrawal. Let me know how much you need, and I'll transfer it." "Got it." "Lehu, get our wilderness survival supplies and medical supplies ready." "Understood." Jin Nan swiftly assigned each person their tasks. Once the assignments were complete, everyone dispersed, some to purchase equipment, others weapons or vehicles, each fulfilling their role with practiced coordination and methodical efficiency. Though they were merely a newly formed 7-person squad, an unspoken understanding had already taken root among them. The next day arrived. Ma Dapin completed the vehicle procurement task, purchasing a BJ-40 for 1900 yuan off the lot, and a tank 300 for 200 yuan, both economical off-road models, spending a total of 4100 yuan. Shirley successfully contacted his acquaintance in the Burmese arms dealing network and placed the order, paying 300 yuan in advance as a deposit, with the remaining 700 yuan to be paid upon delivery. Emoja also completed the intelligence investigation task, having identified the locations of 17 victims and 17 target individuals. 6 victims were in Mayawati and 11 were in Yangon, but the locations were only approximate rather than precise. They would require considerable effort to locate. Accurate locations did exist, but they were signal locatings from quite some time ago, and their reliability was extremely low. The locations of the 17 target individuals were 6 in KK Park, 10 in Yangon, and 1 in Naypyidaw. Their positions were also only approximate, as their signal locatings changed frequently with complete randomness. They would narrow the search area based on signal locatings when the time came. In addition to the intelligence investigation task, he also completed the procurement of drones and computers, purchasing, according to his own perceived needs, 3 DJI Mavic 3 Pro aerial photography drones, 2 DJI Mini 4T thermal imaging infrared HD aerial photography drones, 1 DJI FC-100 large capacity cargo drone, 2 Alienware laptop computers, 1 electronic signal jammer, 3 signal amplifiers, spending 1,000 yuan. Lei, who also completed the procurement task, purchasing military tents, tarps, sleeping bags, insect repellent spray, painkillers, anti-inflammatory medications, and some ready-to-eat food from physical stores in Shangrao, spending 3,000 yuan. Lin Rui also finalized the evacuation route, spending 1,000 yuan on arranging vehicles. Within a single day, most of the preparations were complete. Only the individual equipment that Zhou Yuntang was responsible for was still missing, as she had purchased imported items that would take another day or two to arrive. During the following days, Jin Nan had Lin Rui and the others, who had been retired for years, go to the shooting range for target practice to find their touch again. Jin Nan himself was not idle either. Once Emoja had located the positions, he began formulating the specific operational plan and the route into Myanmar. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At noon that day, after everyone had just finished lunch at the manor, a black commercial vehicle appeared at the manor gates and came to a stop. The equipment has arrived. Zhou Yuntang recognized the commercial vehicle as belonging to her family's company. Upon hearing this, everyone filed out of the manor and gathered beside the vehicle. The driver stepped out first, greeting Zhou Yuntang before opening the trunk to reveal it filled to the brim with black crates. Jin Nan shouted for them to start unloading, and everyone worked together to move all the crates down. The crates were extremely heavy, all made of metal. Once all the crates had been moved to the villa's living room and the unloading was complete, the driver departed. Jin Nan's group gathered around the living room and began opening the crates one by one. Oh my god, a Klein Precision AVS body armor. Lei, who opened one of the crates, and upon seeing the Klein Precision AVS body armor, inside his eyes lit up with excitement. The Klein Precision AVS body armor was arguably the finest in the world. Its revolutionary split load-bearing suspension system transferred the weight of the ballistic plates from the shoulders to the waist and hips, providing unparalleled comfort and mobility. It was particularly suited for extended wear and high-intensity combat, and was widely adopted by elite special forces units worldwide. The Dark Arrow Special Forces also used similar domestic body armor, which typically sold for over 3,000 yuan. Klein Precision 4th Generation Camouflage Combat Uniform. Good stuff. The crate Lin Rui opened contained Klein Precision 4th Generation Camouflage Combat Uniforms. This combat uniform featured an all-terrain camouflage pattern that was widely recognized as one of the most effective camouflage designs globally. Beyond its camouflage capability, its 3D tailored cut, integrated knee and elbow pad compartments, reinforced wear-resistant fabric, and excellent breathability made it a benchmark for functional tactical apparel, typically selling for no less than 2,000 yuan. Mechanical tactical gloves. I like these. The crate Emoji opened contained mechanical tactical gloves. These gloves provided impact protection at the knuckles and critical areas, while maintaining exceptional finger dexterity and touchscreen functionality. Made with higher-grade materials such as carbon fiber protection and ergonomic design, they were classified as high-end tactical equipment, typically selling for no less than 1,000 yuan. OpsCore Fast SF High-Cut Helmet. The crate Shirley opened contained an OpsCore Fast SF High-Cut Helmet. This was also top-tier equipment, utilizing the most advanced ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene materials to achieve extreme lightweight construction, while providing the highest level of protection, typically selling for no less than 1,000 yuan. Moreover, they were complete helmet systems featuring abundant rail interfaces for mounting night vision goggles, headsets, and other accessories, and their suspension and cushioning system was also industry-leading. Jin Nan opened 2 crates by himself, one containing a monocular night vision device, and the other an infrared thermal imaging indicator. These 2 pieces of equipment were also far from ordinary. They were among the finest in the world. The monocular night vision device was an L3 Harris 4-eyed panoramic night vision goggle capable of providing an extraordinary field of view of up to 97 degrees, and nearly the natural field of view of the human eye, granting the wearer unmatched situational awareness. It was the very embodiment of technological supremacy, typically selling for no less than 1,500 yuan. The infrared thermal imaging indicator was a PQ-15 advanced target pointer illuminator aiming laser. The PQ-15 was standard issue for the U.S. military, setting the industry standard with its exceptional reliability and ruggedness, and featured an ergonomically designed side-mounted button, superior laser waveforms, and dynamic adjustment functions. Typically selling for no less than 3,000 yuan. Ma Dapin and Zhou Yuntang opened the other cases, which contained Motorola APX next two-way radios, a Swarovski optic NL Pure 8x42 monocular, an Aimpoint COMPM 5S red, sight, a E-Sure G45. MAG5X magnifier, a Schmidt Bender PM2 ultra short 5-25x56 rifle scope, Salomon Quest 4D GTX tactical boots, and military knives. All top-tier gear. Lin Rue and the others gazed at the array of premium equipment with intense fervor, never dreaming they would one day don such advanced individual combat gear. Jin Nan, however, felt a mixture of joy and worry. With a hint of unease, he asked Zhou Yuntang, "This equipment must have cost a fortune." 8 million. Zhou Yuntang uttered the number coldly. 8 million. Everyone fell silent, and Jin Nan was silent too. 7 people's gear, 8 million, not including weapons. Spread across each person, the equipment on each individual was worth over 1 million, like wearing a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment on their bodies. Jin Nan felt a headache coming on. Originally this job would have turned a profit, but after buying this equipment, there wouldn't be much left. Just then Zhou Yuntang added, "Consider the equipment my treat. I'll still pay the agreed amount afterward." Lin Rue, Lei Hu, Lei, and Emoja couldn't help but cast an extra glance at her, awed by her magnanimity. Ma Dapin gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Boss, you're awesome." He was naturally delighted, as this meant he would get a larger share later. Jin Nan was also pleased and thanked her. "All right, brothers, the gear is here. Each of you adjust your equipment, then load it into the vehicles. Let's move out," Jin Nan announced to the group. "Yes, sir." The group responded in unison and swiftly began adjusting their gear. By adjusting, they meant inspecting the items to verify their quality, while also assembling the components that needed to be connected, such as attaching night vision goggles and infrared modules to the helmets. It took them half an hour to assemble and adjust the equipment. Then they loaded everything into the trunks of 2 SUVs. Besides the top-tier individual gear, they also loaded the drones and computers Emoja had bought, as well as the military tents and other wilderness survival supplies Lei Hu had purchased. The trunks of both vehicles were stuffed full, and they had to occupy half of the back seat space to fit everything. At 2:00 p.m. the 7-man team officially set out. This time Jin Nan planned to enter Myanmar not from Tengchong, but from Pu'er, because the retreat route Lin Rue had devised was to return to China from Shan State, which borders Pu'er. After 19 hours at noon the next day, the 7-man team arrived in Menghai County, Pu'er City. They parked their vehicles in a roadside parking lot in the urban area, then each shouldered a 20-kilogram backpack, posing as wilderness survival enthusiasts, and trekked 40 kilometers to the China-Myanmar border. Lin Rue and Lei, having been retired from the military for years, found their physical fitness deteriorated. After walking 25 kilometers they were exhausted and nearly collapsed. Fortunately Jin Nan was in no rush. He ordered everyone to rest on the spot, eat, and drink. After an hour's break, they continued on foot. Around 3:30 p.m. the 7-man team traversed the jungle and successfully crossed into the Shan State of Myanmar. At 5:00 p.m. the group arrived at Mengyang Town in Shan State, 30 kilometers from the China-Myanmar border. This town served as a transit point for illegal immigrants into Myanmar, so despite having a local population of less than 3,000, it saw heavy foot traffic, abundant trade, and most importantly well-developed transport, with unlicensed return vehicles heading to various destinations. In Mengyang, Jin Nan first exchanged 1 RMB for 29 million Myanmar kyat, then used 1 million kyat to charter 3 unlicensed return vehicles to Papen. Papen, the capital of Kaya State, lies 180 kilometers from Mayawati and 200 kilometers from Yangon, forming a triangular position with both locations, a convenient transit hub, and also a venue for arms deals. Papen was over 500 kilometers from Mengyang, a long distance, and the roads were in poor condition. It took nearly 9 hours to reach Papen, arriving at 2:00 a.m. the next day. Upon reaching Papen, Jin Nan rented a single room in a local inn. Yes, 7 people in one room. This was not to save money, but for safety. When on a mission, sleeping together is the safest. If something happens, they can immediately organize a counterattack. If they slept separately, they might not even know if a teammate was in trouble. Of course, to avoid being wiped out in one go, they didn't all crowd together on the bed. 2 slept on the bed, 1 on each side under the bed, 1 in the bathroom, 1 on the balcony, and 1 by the door. At 8:00 a.m. the next day, Jin Nan sent Lei and Lei Hu to retrieve the weapons while he and the rest stayed in the room. About 2 hours later at 1:00 a.m. Lei contacted Jin Nan via a Motorola two-way radio, informing him that they had obtained the weapons and had stored them elsewhere. Upon receiving the address, Jin Nan immediately led Ma Dapin and the others out of the room, carrying their large packs of equipment to rendezvous with Lei and Lei Hu. At 1:10 a.m. Jin Nan led the group to a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts. Lei and Lei Hu, who had been waiting for some time, waved when they saw the others arrive. "Guys, all top-notch stuff." Lei Hu grinned. "Let me see what goodies we have." Lin Rue couldn't contain his eagerness. He walked up to a rectangular metal case, opened it expertly, and laid eyes on a brand-new Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle resting quietly in the foam cutout. He carefully lifted the Barrett sniper rifle, admiring it like a rare treasure, studying the weapon that held such destructive power. Truly a fine piece. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuntang, Mo and the others opened the other cases. They contained a Macmillan TC-50 high-precision 12.7mm sniper rifle, an American M2 24 60mm mortar and RPG, 7 rocket launcher, an MG42 general-purpose machine gun, 7 M4 carbines, and 7 SIG P226 pistols. 3 more cases held magazines and ammunition, 400 rounds of 12. 799mm NATO ammunition for the Barrett M82A1, 30 rounds of 60mm high-explosive fragmentation shells, 10 rounds of 40mm anti-tank high-explosive shells, 20 rounds of PG fragmentation shells, 0 rounds of 7.92mm ammunition, 300 rounds of 5,645mm NATO standard cartridges, 100 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition, 5 empty machine gun belts, 3 machine gun barrels, 35 rifle magazines, and 21 pistol magazines. Another case contained suppressors for the rifles, pistols, and the TAC-50. Stop gawking. Start gearing up. Jin Nan called out as the team immersed themselves in admiring the various weapons. Upon hearing Jin Nan's command, everyone immediately began to equip themselves. They donned camouflage combat uniforms, body armor, tactical helmets, tactical gloves, tactical backpacks, and combat boots. They equipped weapons and ammunition, 1 rifle per person, 5 rifle magazines, and 3 pistol magazines each. Zhou Yuntang was issued a TAC-50 sniper rifle, Lin Rue a Barrett sniper rifle, Shirley a mortar and rocket launcher, and Ma Depin an MG42 general-purpose machine gun. The 12.7mm ammunition was assigned to the 2 snipers, and the mortar shells to Shirley alone, while rifle and pistol ammunition was distributed equally among everyone. Since Shirley could not carry all the equipment by himself, Lei Hu and Mo shared some of the burden. After the 7-person squad completed their equipment, Jin Nan led them out of the warehouse. They stole 2 vehicles and set off for Mayawati. At 3 in the afternoon, the 7-person squad arrived at the outskirts of Mayawati. Everyone got out of the car and headed straight into the mountainous area near Mayawati, then set up camp on a hill. Emoja synchronously set up the drone flight control platform and the communication interception platform. At 4 in the afternoon, Emoja launched a drone for reconnaissance over Mayawati. From the aerial overview, Mayawati could be roughly divided into 2 sections. One part was the telecom fraud compound, and the other was the local residential area. The fraud compound covered 3 times the area of the residential zone. The fraud compound was rectangular in shape and also divided into 2 parts. KK Park was the largest, standing independently within the compound, while the other parks were clustered tightly together. To everyone's surprise, the KK Park, covering over 1,000 square meters with 10 floors, had only one main entrance and no back door. It was likely designed this way to prevent those inside from escaping, but this greatly facilitated the 7-person squad's operations. As long as they blocked the main gate, no one inside could get out. After studying the architectural layout of the KK Park, Emoja continued to operate the drone to survey the park's armed situation. Through the drone's high-definition camera, it was clearly visible that the entire compound was surrounded by high walls with only one main entrance. The gate had 2 sentry posts manned by 2 armed individuals. There were no patrol teams on the outer walls, but inside the perimeter there were 2 10-man armed patrol units on each side, all infantry, without vehicles. This was the overall troop deployment of the compound. As an independent sector within the larger park, KK Park was similarly surrounded by 3 to 4 meter high walls. 4 armed guards stood at the gate, while 3 to 4 armed personnel patrolled each side, both inside and outside the walls. Frankly speaking, this troop strength was nowhere near enough to pose a threat to the 7-person squad. But everyone knew these were merely surface-level forces. Once gunfire erupted or things got loud, the Mayawati militia would rush over to reinforce them. The Mayawati militia numbered 1 to 2,000, and their headquarters was located in another park building less than 500 meters from KK Park. Although the militia headquarters would normally not have too many troops on site, since the militia's primary duty was defending against Thailand to the east rather than protecting the compounds, with most forces stationed along the Thai-Myanmar border, they could still mobilize a major force within half an hour. So the operational pressure was considerable. Jin Nan asked Zhou Yuntang about the floor layout of the KK Park. Zhou Yuntang was not entirely clear on the details either. She only knew that the 1st and 2nd floors were activity areas for the park's enforcers. The 3rd floor housed the executives' offices. The 10th floor was the torture room. The 9th floor was the employee dormitory. The 8th floor was the cafeteria, and the 7th floor was used for making phone calls. She had never been to the other floors. The operation time is set for 7 o'clock in the evening. Jin Nan quickly ran through the action plan in his mind, then looked at Lin Rue and Zhou Yuntang and said, "You two form a sniper team with Lin Rue as the team leader. Find a suitable sniper position facing the main gate. When the operation begins, you will eliminate the sentries at both the park entrance and the KK Park gate. Take out the sentries quietly using suppressors." With that, Jin Nan turned to Lei Hu and Ma Depin. "Then Lei Hu and Ma Depin will form the assault team for a frontal entry. We will first clear out the armed patrols inside and outside the KK Park walls, then breach the park building." Lin Rue, Zhou Yuntang, Lei Hu, and Ma Depin all gave a slight nod to indicate understanding. "Surely you find a concealed position facing the main gate as well. Emoji, you will coordinate with him. Once our assault team breaches KK Park, if the enemy reacts and attempts to reinforce, you will use the drone to call out their positions to him and use the mortar to stop their advance. Regardless of the situation, you two outside must ensure the enemy cannot enter KK Park. Jin Nan continued addressing Shirley and the others. Shirley and Emoja nodded to show they understood. That is the plan. We rescue the 6 hostages, eliminate those who deserve to die, and make our getaway by vehicle immediately. Handle the specific details as you see fit, and stay in constant contact via radio. Jin Nan's expression grew serious. Yes, everyone replied with equal solemnity. By 5:30 in the evening, the 7-person squad began their dinner. The meal was simple: 200 grams of compressed biscuits, 50 grams of beef, and 500 milliliters of mineral water. After dinner, they rested briefly until 6 o'clock. As darkness fell, the team split up. Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Depin formed one group to infiltrate Mayawati, while Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang approached from another direction to find suitable sniper positions. Shirley carried the mortar on his shoulder with 10 rounds of ammunition and a rifle strapped to his back, making his way through the forest to locate an appropriate artillery position. Emoja remained at the camp operating 3 DJI Mavic 3 Elite drones simultaneously from a laptop to monitor the surroundings of all 3 teams, serving as an early warning system. At 6:30 in the evening, Jin Nan led the assault team to an abandoned, unoccupied house 200 meters to the left of the park's main gate. Assault team in position. Jin Nan reported into the radio. Copy that, assault team. Environment secure. Emoja scanned the area around the abandoned house via the drone feed and confirmed the surroundings were safe. The 3 members of the assault team settled into concealed positions and waited for the designated time. At 6:35 in the evening, the sniper team formed by Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang found their position on top of a water tower directly facing both the park's main gate and the KK Park entrance, 800 meters from the park gate and 1100 meters from the KK Park gate. Sniper team in position. At 6:40, after climbing to the top of the water tower, Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang reported to the entire team. Copy that. Sniper team, environment secure. At 6:50, Shirley's voice came through the team channel. Mortar team in position. His location was in a bamboo grove 1500 meters east of the park, well concealed by dense bamboo foliage. Visibility was poor and he could not see the park directly, but with Emoja's coordination, the lack of a visual line of sight did not matter. Copy that. Mortar team, environment secure. With that, all 3 combat groups were ready. Emoja retrieved the 3 drones after the 3 assault teams were ready and quickly activated 2 DJI 4T infrared thermal imaging drones. Their rotors emitted an almost imperceptible low hum as they quietly ascended into the sky. One swiftly flew toward the area where the assault team and sniper team were positioned, circling to monitor surrounding heat signatures. The other silently approached above the compound, clearly transmitting every moving thermal signal from outside the buildings. In the infrared display, sentries patrolling the perimeter of the compound appeared as bright orange silhouettes against the cool-toned background, impossible to conceal. Can you make that shot at this distance? Above the water tower, the night wind carried a chill. Lin Rui lay prone on the tank surface, holding night vision binoculars to survey the compound, while quietly asking Zhou Yuntang, who was positioned beside him. Zhou Yuntang hesitated for 2 seconds before handing over the TAC-50 sniper rifle fitted with a suppressor. Lin Rui set down his binoculars and carefully placed his Barrett M82A1 beside him, then took the sniper rifle she offered. He shouldered it expertly, cheek pressed to the stock, and peered through the 8-power infrared thermal scope. The crosshairs settled steadily on the chest of a sentry at the compound entrance who was lighting a cigarette. Time. Lin Rui's voice was calm and steady, his breathing deliberately slow. Zhou Yuntang raised her wrist, the luminous dial casting a faint green glow. 6:59. Lin Rui pressed the radio earpiece with his fingertip, requesting fire. Environmental clear, Emoja replied in crisp, concise tones. Jin Nan's voice followed immediately through the channel, permission granted to engage. Lin Rui's index finger applied steady rearward pressure until the trigger brake. A soft click echoed, barely more than a whisper, tearing through the night sky. The 12.7mm subsonic sniper round spiraled from the suppressor, traveling below the speed of sound, without a trace across the long distance. 1.5 seconds later, the sentry on the left side of the compound entrance convulsed. With a dull thud, his chest cavity burst open, blood and torn tissue spraying backward, blooming like a blazing white-hot spot in the infrared image. The second sentry on the right froze in shock, his mind going blank for 2 full seconds, unable to react. The moment he snapped back to awareness, pupils contracting as he instinctively raised his weapon to fire a warning shot, the second bullet found its mark, kissing his neck. His head separated from his body, without a sound, rolling across the ground. The headless torso swayed for a moment before crashing down heavily. Impressive shooting. Jin Nan's voice carried a barely perceptible note of approval. He lowered his quad-lens night vision thermal imager, gestured, and together with Ma Depin and Lei Hu, they emerged from the ruined building like silent predators. The 3 moved in tactical formation, using shadows to close rapidly on the compound's main entrance. Within a minute, the assault team reached the exterior of the gate. Emoja's voice came through the earpiece again. Go ahead, the area is clear. Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Depin immediately slipped through the gate, moving swiftly toward the main building entrance of the KK compound. From his position on the water tower, Lin Rue made a final minor adjustment to his aim. The crosshairs in his scope locked onto two more sentries at the KK compound entrance who seemed to sense something wrong and were scanning nervously. Click, click. Two more suppressed shots rang out, and the two sentries dropped. Move, move, move. Jin Nan urged in a low voice, never breaking stride. The three sliced through the KK compound like a blade, breaching the first floor of the main building in an instant. The interior blazed with electric light, creating a stark contrast against the darkness outside. In the vast lobby on the first floor, over a dozen compound enforcers and 6 armed men clutching Type 56 assault rifles gathered around card tables, smoking and shouting as chips clattered and bets were called. Not far away, an entire wall of surveillance monitors displayed feeds from every corner of the compound, yet no one noticed the 2 door indicators that had just vanished from the screens. The men, lost in their gambling game, remained completely unaware that death had already arrived among them. Jin Nan and Lei, who showed no hesitation, raising their M4 carbines fitted with suppressors almost simultaneously. 2 quick bursts rained down, and the 6 armed men collapsed to the ground before they could even identify their attackers. The thugs at the card tables were paralyzed by shock, chips slipping from their fingers. Terrified faces instinctively surged upward, mouths opening to scream or fight back. Hands up, freeze. Move and you die. A voice, low but loaded with authority, cut through their panic. Staring at the 2 barrels, still wisping thin smoke and the blood spreading across the floor, the enforcers, who normally bullied the weak, froze, their hands trembling as they raised them in surrender. Jin Nan advanced with his weapon trained forward, his gaze cold and sweeping across the group. Which of you are Wei Ai Hu Zhou Zhuahao Tang Bibong and Zhang Shungo? A dead silence rippled through the crowd, and many eyes instinctively drifted toward 4 men standing in the center. Step forward. Jin Nan barked sharply. 4 middle-aged men of varying ages and dressed in different clothes emerged shakily, their faces drained of color. Jin Nan felt a surge of satisfaction. His targets were complete, sparing him considerable trouble. His eyes swept across the remaining enforcers. Find some rope. Tie these 4 up secure to that pillar over there. Gag them. Cooperate, and you live. The will to survive crushed whatever notion of brotherhood existed among them. Several enforcers scrambled to fetch thick hemp ropes, binding the 4 men tightly to the load-bearing pillars with practiced efficiency before stuffing their foul-smelling socks deep into their mouths. The 4 could only emit desperate, muffled cries. Where are Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun? Jin Nan continued. Tadish, they're both on the 3rd floor in the offices, a quick-witted enforcer blurted out, eagerly hoping to curry favor. How many on the 2nd floor? About 12 or 13. Some have firearms. Be precise. About 7 or 8 guns. The rest have clubs and machetes. 3rd floor, 8 people. They all have weapons. Other floors. Every floor has men watching the prisoners, roughly 10 per shift, and they all have guns. Jin Nan nodded. Good cooperation. He paused, and at the brief moment when the enforcers allowed themselves to relax, he added coldly, but you've been deceived by me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, with terror suddenly seizing the enforcers' eyes, Jin Nan and Lei, who pulled their triggers simultaneously. The suppressors spat deadly fire once more, each bullet finding its mark with precision, center mass or between the eyes. The muffled gunfire echoed like death's steady, monotonous knock, swift and efficient. In moments, no living soul remained standing in the hall except the 4 bound to the pillars. A thick, coppery stench of blood filled the air. The 4 men's wide eyes held pure terror as their trousers darkened with warmth, urine streaming down their legs to pool in the blood beneath them. Jin Nan smoothly ejected the empty magazine, slapped in a fresh full one, and ordered Ma Depin. You stay behind, watch the monitors, and report immediately. Understood. Ma Depin gripped the light machine gun and quickly moved to the monitor screen, his sharp gaze sweeping across dozens of split screens. Leihu, let's go. Move out. The 2 advanced in formation, 1 leading and 1 following, maintaining tactical readiness as they moved swiftly and silently up the staircase. A hushed voice crackled through the earpiece from Ma Depin. 2 at the 2nd floor, stairwell entrance, 5 in the corridor, spread out. You can see them as soon as you exit the stairs. The rest should be in the rooms on either side. Receive. Jin Nan and Lei, who advanced shoulder to shoulder, weapons trained upward along the stairs, their footsteps as silent as cats. As they neared the 2nd floor landing, faint footfalls echoed above. The armed men had detected something and were leaning over the railing to peer down. Fut! Fut! Without exchanging a word, both Jin Nan and Lei, who opened fire simultaneously. 2 armed militants, barely exposing their faces, collapsed instantly, with bullet wounds to their foreheads, falling backward without a sound. The 2 swiftly took the 2nd floor landing. The corridor matched Ma Depin's intel exactly. 5 militants scattered throughout. 2 huddled together, lighting cigarettes. 3 more leaning against the wall, absorbed in their phones, the screen glow illuminating their unguarded expressions. 3 on your left, 2 on my right, Leihu murmured. Before the words finished leaving his mouth, Jin Nan's trigger was already pulled. 2 near simultaneous suppressive shots rang out, and the 2 militants on the right dropped where they stood. At the same moment, Lei Hu's rounds found their marks with precision among the 3 targets on the left. Within 2 seconds, silence reclaimed the corridor. With practiced coordination, both men switched to pistols fitted with suppressors and began clearing the rooms systematically. Jin Nan approached the first room, listening intently for movement. The sound of shuffling cards and raucous laughter drifted through the door. He turned the handle with the quietest possible touch and burst inside, like a striking viper. 4 men sat around a mahjong table deep in their game, none of them bothering to glance toward the doorway. Jin Nan holstered his pistol and drew his knife in one fluid motion, his figure passing through the room like a specter. Steel flashed as the blade carved through throats or pierced hearts with ruthless efficiency. The 4 men managed only brief wet gurgles before collapsing onto the mahjong table, their blood spreading across the green cloth and scattered tiles in dark spreading patterns. Jin Nan swept the bathroom and closet with methodical precision, finding nothing, then slipped back out without a sound. The subsequent rooms yielded similar results. Some empty, others occupied by 1 or 2 guards lost in sleep, or their phones all neutralized before they could even register what was happening. 5 minutes later, the second floor was clear. Jin Nan and Lei Hu regrouped at the stairwell, the acrid scent of blood hanging heavy in the air. A single nod passed between them. No words needed, just a look that said everything. Moving with the same calculated precision, they pressed upward toward the 3rd floor, where Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun awaited. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, inside an office marked with a manager's plaque. In the adjoining lounge for young women hung suspended from wooden stakes, their wrists bruised purple from the bindings. Before them stood Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun, cigarettes dangling from their lips, whips coiled in their hands, twisted grins plastered across their faces. Cry. I want to hear you sob. Gao Jijun lashed out with vicious force, the whip carving a livid stripe across her pale cheek. She had been weeping bitterly enough, but the fresh wound wrung louder, more desperate cries from her throat. A wheezing laugh escaped them. There was something deeply wrong with how the sound of her weeping fueled their arousal. Smile? Give me a smile. Zhou Jianjun turned his attention elsewhere, cracking his whip toward another woman. Tears streaked her face as she forced a grotesque grin, but it wasn't enough. Another strike came down, and she broke into hollow laughter, sobbing through the pain. The sight of their broken compliance sent them into fresh paroxysms of laughter, the women's anguished cries, and their own cruel mirth echoing off the cramped walls in a nauseating harmony. Mid-rampant in their sadistic sport, reveling in the sick satisfaction of absolute control, the office door slid open without so much as a whisper. 2 figures clad in full combat gear moved through the threshold like phantoms, their military precision and lethal demeanor cutting through the corrupt atmosphere like a blade. The door to the adjoining room stood ajar, laying bare the entire scene of torture to their eyes, without mercy. Their gazes locked in instant understanding, a shared torrent of rage and disgust passing between them. Lei Hu exploded forward like a cornered predator, his massive hand clamping around Gao Jijun's throat with vice-like force before he heaved the man aside, like refuse, sending him crashing across the floor with a heavy thud. The sudden violence froze everyone in place. Zhou Jianjun's movements halted mid-stroke, his mind going blank as he stared at the towering figure of Lei Hu. Who the hell are you? Zhou Jianjun's words died in his throat as Lei Hu closed the distance in a single stride, his gloved fist closing around the man's windpipe with crushing force that stole away his breath and any chance of resistance, pinning him face down against the cold floor as the man's gasping pleas echoed from behind the barrier of carpet. Gao Jijun staggered to his feet, dazed and bleeding from the scalp, his voice cracking with false bravado as he roared at the towering figure before him. Jin Nan's expression didn't flicker as he reached out and tapped Gao Jijun's shoulder, a gesture that prompted the man to whirl around in blind fury, only to meet a fist like a sledgehammer driving into his face. The impact shattered his nose with a sickening crack that rang through the room. Gao Jijun never got so much as a groan out before he was launched backward, crashing into the bed frame before sliding to the floor like wet clay, his hands pressed to his shattered face as agonized wails tore from his throat. Jin Nan didn't spare the crumpled form on the floor a second glance, his steps measured as he crossed into the room thick with the stench of sin. His cold eyes moved methodically. Over Gao Jijun, huddled like a curl of shrimp, past Zhou Jianjun, strangled and flushed beneath Lei Hu's grip, then across the 4 women bound to stakes, terror frozen in their wide eyes. He reached the stakes and untied the ropes binding their wrists, pressing a finger to his lips in a silent command. Go to the bed. You can watch. Don't speak. Without another word to the women, he dragged over an intact chair and settled beside the whimpering Gao Jijun. With unhurried deliberation, he produced a cigarette from his breast pocket, clicked a lighter to life, and drew deeply, letting the nicotine cut through the foul air. Amidst the swirling smoke, his cold voice descended like the whisper of death. I need a few of your people. Are you going to cooperate? Cooperate with your mother. Gao Jijun's arrogance had not yet fully subsided and the curse slipped out, but before the last syllable left his lips, Jin Nan's hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing one of his fingers and ruthlessly bending it backward with a sharp snap. A crisp, teeth-grinding crack. Gao Jijun let out a blood-curdling scream, the excruciating pain instantly engulfing his entire body, causing his legs to thrash wildly, as cold sweat poured like a waterfall, soaking the floor beneath him. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. Ow. It hurts. Let go. I said I'll cooperate. He was a mess of tears, and snot, his dignity shattered, begging incessantly. Jin Nan released the now twisted finger, and turned his gaze to Zhou Jianjun, who was lying face down on the floor, having witnessed the whole scene. What about you? Zhou Jianjun was terrified out of his wits, blinking frantically, and making husky sounds from his throat as he desperately tried to nod, afraid that a second's delay would bring him the same fate as Gao Jijun. Jin Nan nodded with satisfaction, and without a second thought stubbed out the cigarette he had just taken a puff from on Gao Jijun's uninjured forehead. A sizzling sound filled the air as the smell of burnt flesh spread, accompanied by another suppressed cry of pain from Gao Jijun. Jin Nan ignored his reaction, his voice still steady, but carrying an undeniable pressure. I want 5 people from you. Yang Lily 25, Zhao Siki 18, Wu Yang 26, Sun Chao 29, Zhou Yuhang 19. We have reliable intelligence that these 5 are right here with you. I'll give you 1 minute to recall whether they are here or not. As he spoke, he drew his tactical knife with a swift motion, the cold blade glinting under the light, pressing it against Gao Jijun's cheek. 1 minute. If you're 1 second late, you get a cut on your face. 10 seconds late, and you'll be missing limbs. The clock starts now. 1, 2, 3. Jin Nan's voice rang like a death knell, each number hammering into the hearts of Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun. Both men were in extreme panic, the threat of death sending their adrenaline skyrocketing, their minds racing at unprecedented speed, desperately searching the chaotic memories and lists for the names Jin Nan had mentioned. 1819. When Jin Nan reached the 20th second, Zhou Jianjun, the HR director who had handled almost all personnel files, finally grasped a lifeline from the immense fear. Using every ounce of air in his lungs, he hoarsely shouted, I know them. I remember. Lei, who grabbed him like a chicken and dragged him in front of Jin Nan, forcing him to kneel. Jin Nan pressed the cold blade against his wildly trembling atoms. Apple, his voice devoid of warmth. Where are they? There, right here. In this compound. Zhou Jianjun swallowed a mixture of blood and fear, answering with difficulty. Which floor? Exact location. Jin Nan pressed the blade, exerting slight pressure. They should have finished work by now. They're all in the employee dormitory. On the 9th floor. The East Side Collective Dormitory on the 9th floor. Zhou Jianjun dared not conceal anything, spitting out the location rapidly. After obtaining the answer, Jin Nan neatly sheathed his knife, and without a word grabbed Gao Jijun by the neck, like livestock, roughly lifting him and dragging him out of the office. Lei, who similarly grabbed Zhou Jianjun by the neck, following closely like a prisoner escort. We're taking hostages up to the 9th floor. Expect heavy gunfire. All units prepare. Jin Nan issued clear, calm orders into his microphone as he moved swiftly. Sniper team received. Artillery team received. UAV reconnaissance team received. Monitoring perimeter activity. Ma Dapeng received. A minute later, Jin Nan and Lei, who holding the nearly naked and disheveled Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun, arrived at the 3rd floor stairwell. After a quick confirmation from Ma Dapeng that the stairs were safe, they immediately began ascending with their hostages. Everything had been relatively calm for a moment as the compound's thugs on various floors seemed unaware of the upheaval downstairs. However, just as they reached the 5th floor landing, a piercing, heart-wrenching female scream erupted from the 3rd floor. Someone's dead. Help. Dead bodies. So much blood. It was the 4 women who had run out of the office. They had tried to escape the den of evil, but as soon as they stepped out, they stumbled upon the bodies of the guards lying in the corridor, whom Jin Nan and his team had silently taken down. Overwhelming fear instantly shattered their nerves, triggering instinctive, ear-piercing screams that echoed through the building. Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun, still in captivity, saw a flash of wild joy in their eyes at that moment, believing that chaos was their chance to escape. Indeed, the scream from downstairs was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. From the 4th floor and above came the sound of dense, chaotic footsteps mixed with alarmed shouts and curses from the compound's thugs. Movement on the stairs, both from above and below. Ma Dapeng's urgent warning nearly exploded in the earpieces of Jin Nan and Lei, who at the same moment. The footsteps from above and below beat like drums of death. Jin Nan and Lei, who instantly entered combat mode, back to back, raising their rifles, steadily aiming at the upper and lower stairwells respectively. A few seconds later, the fire door on the 5th floor was violently pushed open and 2 thugs wielding machetes rushed out first. Bang! Bang! Jin Nan reacted like lightning, firing 2 precise shots. The bullets tore into their chests and they fell without even a groan. Almost simultaneously, a man with a pistol rushed up from the 4th floor below. Lei, who without a glance swung his gun and fired a short burst, the bullet hitting the man's head with deadly accuracy, sending him tumbling back down. I'll take the lead. Lei, who growled, turning and stepping forward, his gun pointing upward as he moved, and fired rapidly, clearing a path for his teammate behind him. Jin Nan understood immediately, slinging his rifle behind him and drawing his pistol, using one hand to control Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun while following Lei, whose assault upward. Lei, who played the role of the assault specialist to perfection. With each floor they ascended, he was the first to seize the stairwell, using precise and lethal shots to instantly clear the corridor of thugs who had come running to block them, creating a brief safe window for Jin Nan and the hostages behind him, ensuring their rear wouldn't be riddled with bullets. Someone's broken in. Fuck. Who's that bold? Grab your weapons. To the stairs. They're on the stairs. Block them. The commotion snowballed into a massive uproar. By the time the two had fought their way to the 7th floor, the entire building's thugs were roused. Armed men from every floor poured out, swarming toward the stairwell like a stirred hornet's nest. But these rabble were far from enough to satisfy a powerhouse of Lei Hu's caliber. Barely showing their heads before they could even glimpse their opponents, they were instantly felled by precise bullets. The true worth of an elite commando from the Shadow Arrow Special Forces was on full display. Yet the unmistakable harsh roar of the AK rifle could not be muffled any longer. The gunfire, like an alarm, tore through the false tranquility of the compound night. Inside and outside the compound walls, all the patrolling armed men, along with those roaming elsewhere, were drawn by the sudden fierce exchange. Like sharks scenting blood, a massive wave of armed personnel surged from all directions toward the main building's entrance. Heads up. Main gate. Numerous targets. On the water tower, about 1,100 meters directly in front of the KK Park, Lin Rui had swapped back with Zhou Yuntang to his Barrett heavy sniper rifle, exuding an aura of death. Through the high-powered scope, he spotted over a dozen armed patrolmen advancing in skirmish lines toward the park gate. Without hesitation, he calmly calculated wind and distance, then slowly squeezed the trigger. Boom! The Barrett let out a deafening roar like the howl of the Grim Reaper. 3 seconds later, an armed man bending forward had his upper body struck as if by a sledgehammer, bursting into a cloud of blood. The 12.7mm round, carrying devastating kinetic energy, punched through and tore off the leg of the next man behind him. This horrifying sight instantly terrified the other armed men. They screamed and scrambled for cover, not daring to show their heads again. KK Park is under armed attack. Repeat. KK Park is under heavy armed attack. Requesting backup. Urgent backup. They have heavy firepower. The remaining armed men hiding behind walls and vehicles screamed frantically into their radios. Just then Ma Dapin burst out of the building. His iconic MG-42 general-purpose machine gun let out a terrifying cloth-tearing snarl. SSSSSSSSS. A dense hail of bullets like a metal storm swept toward the armed men hiding behind the walls. The cover they had chosen blocked the sniper's view from the water tower, but left them completely exposed to Ma Dapin's flanking fire. In mere seconds, the dozen or so armed men screamed and were riddled, collapsing in pools of blood. After eliminating this group, Ma Dapin showed no fear, even advancing a few steps, continuing to spray toward other armed men who came rushing at the sound. Ma Dapin plus the MG-42 machine gun was virtually invincible in a conflict of this scale. The ferocious firepower pinned the enemy down, and any who dared to approach were mowed down. Even Lin Rui, watching through the scope on the water tower, couldn't help but silently marvel, muttering, "Holy shit." At the same time, he kept shifting his rifle, precisely eliminating targets in Ma Dapin's blind spots and those attempting to use rocket launchers. Zhou Yuntang beside him kept firing as well, but having trained only a short time, she couldn't fully master 1,100-meter ultra-long-range sniping. Most of her shots missed the mark, hitting empty ground or walls, kicking up puffs of dust. Damn. More and more of them. Hurry the fuck up. I can't hold it much longer. Ma Dapin roared into his earpiece while pouring out bullets like a torrent. As if answering his call, 2 armed pickup trucks roared around the corner at the end of the street. Heavy machine guns welded to their roofs spat out half-meter-long tongues of flame, and dense large-caliber bullets rained down on Ma Dapin's position like hail. Bang, 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 bang. Ma Dapin was instantly suppressed, darting and dodging like a scared rabbit. Bullets blasted craters into the walls and ground around him, sending stone chips flying. He could no longer hold his firing position, scrambling frantically for solid cover. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. One of the arrogant armed pickups instantly turned into a massive fireball. The shockwave hurled parts and limbs into the air. Lin Rui's Barrett had struck again, hitting its fuel tank. Water tower. Sniper on the water tower. Everyone, aim at the water tower. Suppress him. Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang's position was completely exposed. A large number of armed men turned their guns and fired futile long-range suppressing shots at the tower. Bullets whined against the concrete, sending up clouds of debris. Under pressure, Lin Rui quickly fired 2 more shots, taking out the other pickup, then immediately packed up his rifle. Move, he barked, grabbing Zhou Yuntang and rapidly descending the ladder on the back of the tower. With Lin Rui's long-range precision support gone, the pressure on Ma Dapin skyrocketed. Alone, he was overwhelmed by the concentrated fire of over 100 armed men. He could only retreat, while fighting, barely holding his ground with the intermittent roar of the MG-42. During his retreat, he even took 2 stray bullets, but luckily they hit his thick armored plates, leaving him with a pounding chest and a grimace, but otherwise unharmed. Fuck! The consecutive hits ignited Ma Dapin's ferocity. He roared, adrenaline surging, and instead of retreating, he suddenly leaned out from cover and opened fire wildly at the dense crowd of armed men surging over 100 meters ahead. The scorching metal storm instantly knocked down many enemies, sending them tumbling. But the enemy's fire was too intense. After 7 or 8 seconds, the MG-42's barrel began to glow red. Ma Dapin cursed and retreated back into the main building of the KK Park. With Ma Dapin's strong forward fire point gone, the hundreds of armed compound personnel regained their spirits. They quickly emerged from behind the walls and gate, once again advancing toward the KK Park entrance. But just then, swoosh, a sharp heart-stopping sound of a projectile descended from above. A shell landed precisely on the path of the advancing armed men. Boom! The violent explosion instantly sent 7 or 8 compound armed men flying, their limbs scattering everywhere. Before the others could react to the sudden bombardment, a second shell arrived. Boom! Another 5 or 6 people fell in the flames, their screams mercilessly drowned by the explosion. Artillery! It's artillery! Scatter! Someone shouted hoarsely in the chaos. However, the third shell arrived like a death warrant, right on schedule. Boom! The explosion claimed another 7 or 8 lives. After 3 consecutive precise shell strikes, those who survived were completely stunned. They hastily retreated and hid back outside the main gate of the park. But at that moment, behind them from the dilapidated house 200 meters away, where the assault team had been lying in ambush before the operation, 2 deadly tongues of fire suddenly spat out. A dense hail of bullets rained down, striking the stone wall behind which the armed personnel of the park were hiding, causing it to rattle and become riddled with bullet holes. Those who thought they had found safe cover and were pressing against the wall to avoid the shelling were instantly hit in the back, trembling, as if electrocuted, and another 20 to 30 people fell at once. The remaining 70 or 80 armed personnel of the park, caught between 2 fires, were terrified and almost instinctively turned their guns to pour a torrent of bullets at the dilapidated house behind them that kept spewing flames, trying to suppress the attackers from the rear. Just as their attention was completely drawn to the dilapidated house, neglecting the front, Jin Nan and Lei, who finally escorted the hostage and the 5 rescued targets out of the main building, dashing toward the park gate at top speed. Meanwhile, the park armed personnel, oblivious to this, kept pouring firepower at the dilapidated house. About 2 minutes passed. The armed personnel behind the stone wall at the gate expended 2 full loads of rifle magazines on the dilapidated house, their fierce barrage nearly collapsing and leveling the old building to the ground. The gunfire gradually subsided, smoke filled the air, and many breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster. And Shihong, the captain of the park's armed forces, panted heavily, cursing profanely under his breath. He instinctively poked half his head out to see the situation at the KK Park, but as soon as his head emerged from the wall, he felt a cold touch on his forehead. He looked up in terror, and what met his eyes was a dark gun muzzle and the cold, merciless eyes behind it. "Don't move. All drop your weapons. Hands up." Lei Hu and Ma Dapin suddenly burst out from behind the wall, their rifle muzzles aimed steadily at the park armed personnel, who were standing in a row against the wall, having just ceased fire, and bellowed like thunder. Although at this moment there were only 3, Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Dapin, these park armed personnel had already lost their will to fight after the successive attacks. Their usual work was nothing more than bullying and torturing helpless pigs, captives who had no ability to resist. When had they ever experienced such a ruthless, efficient, and powerful firefight? Especially after witnessing and experiencing the shelling, the gunfire from behind, and the terrifying sight of their comrades falling in droves, their hearts were filled with primal fear. Even in Shihong, whose forehead was directly pressed by Jin Nan's rifle muzzle, had completely lost his will to resist. His face was pale as paper, and he raised his trembling hands, pleading with a tearful voice, Spare me. Please spare me, good sir. Brother, be careful, it might go off. Anything can be discussed, anything can be negotiated." Jin Nan gave a cold snort, lowered the muzzle, and then swung the butt of his rifle fiercely across his face. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and then Shihong saw stars, but dared not utter a single complaint. "Get over there. All of you kneel down with your hands on your heads." Jin Nan shouted sternly. "Aye aye. Yes yes yes." And Shihong, obedient as a lamb, covered his quickly swelling cheek, and together with his already terrified thugs crouched trembling against the wall, their weapons scattered all over the ground. Jin Nan then walked behind the wall and brought out Gao Jijun and Zhou Jianjun, who were naked and pale as ghosts, along with the 4 captured small-time bosses and thugs of the park, Wei Hu, Zhou Zhuahao, Tang Pibang, and Zhang Shenggu, as well as the 5 successfully rescued, still shaken hostages. At that moment, the earpiece crackled with an urgent warning from Mo Zhe, who was monitoring from a distance. "The main force of the border militia has arrived and entered the town. They'll reach your position in about 7 minutes. Over 300 men, more than 20 vehicles." "Received," Jin Nan replied calmly, then immediately asked Lin Rui, "Zhou Yuntang, how long until you are in position?" 2 minutes. 2 minutes, came the slightly breathless but clear replies from Lin Rui and Zhou Yuntang in the earpiece. Upon receiving the replies, a cold glint flashed in Jin Nan's eyes. He quickly walked over to the group of armed park personnel crouching on the ground, scanned these trembling rabble expressionlessly, and asked in a cold voice, Are you the border militia of the Maiwadi area, or the park's own armed team? The group exchanged glances, no one daring to answer first, but many unconsciously and stealthily cast glances at Chi-Hong and Dan Rue, who was wearing a conspicuous white suit, both crouching at the front. Jin Nan's eyes were sharp. He immediately caught these subtle directions of gaze and understood. He looked directly at Chi-Hong. You, what's your name? Chi-Hong's heart trembled, but he forced himself to stay calm and lied without a blush. I'm called Chunlin. And you? Jin Nan's gaze then locked onto the conspicuously standing Dan Rue in the white suit, like a hawk. Dan Rue, quick-witted, immediately made up a lie. I'm called Goshing. After hearing this, Jin Nan was silent for about 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds felt like an eternity to Chi-Hong and Dan Rue. Suddenly, without any warning, Jin Nan raised his pistol aimed at a young-looking armed man crouching on the other side, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet precisely hit the young man's head. He fell to the ground without even a groan, killed instantly. This extremely cold-hearted scene made all the crouching armed personnel tremble violently, their faces ashen. A stench of urine filled the air, indicating that someone had lost control of their bladder on the spot. I'll ask one last time. Jin Nan's voice was like the Siberian cold wind. He slowly moved the still-smoking muzzle toward another young armed man. What are your real names? If you don't speak, or if you lie again, I'll kill one by one until someone tells the truth. The young man under the gun muzzle instantly broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face. He raised a violently trembling hand pointed at Dan Rue and Chi-Hong and screamed, "Don't kill me. I'll talk. He is Chi-Hong, the captain of our park's armed team. The one in white is the deputy captain, Dan Rue. It's none of my business. Don't kill me." Chi-Hong and Dan Rue's faces instantly turned the color of pig liver, their hearts cursing this cowardly traitor in despair. They were about to open their mouths to make a final plea or say something to beg for mercy, but Jin Nan had no patience left to listen to any more nonsense. With a series of sharp slaps, Jin Nan's large palm rained down on their faces like hailstones, the crisp sound of the slaps echoing harshly in the silent night. He struck from both sides using all his strength and delivered over a dozen slaps in a row, only stopping when his own palm began to feel slightly numb. Chi-Hong and Dan Rue's cheeks swelled visibly, their lips split, blood streamed down, stars danced before their eyes, and their ears rang with a buzzing sound. Lei, who give these two captains special treatment, tie them tight. Jin Nan shook his hand and ordered coldly. Lei, who said nothing, stepped forward, deftly unbuckled Chi-Hong and Dan Rue's belts, and used their own belts to bind their wrists tightly behind their backs, tying a knot that would not come undone. Jin Nan saw that Lei, who had bound them, then cast a cold, sharp gaze over the dark mass of crouching, demoralized compound armed personnel and signaled to Ma Dapin beside him. Ma Dapin hesitated for 2 seconds, stepped back 3 paces, and raised the formidable MG-42 general-purpose machine gun, its dark muzzle aimed at the 70 or 80 compound armed personnel crouching against the wall. With a terrifying roar like tearing fabric, the MG-42's distinctive high-speed gunfire erupted again, mercilessly mowing down the captives who had already abandoned resistance. No. The sound of bullets piercing flesh, desperate screams, pleas for mercy, and cries of tears instantly mingled with the machine gun's roar, composing a cold, brutal symphony of death. After a dozen seconds, the gunfire ceased. Where people had been crouching, only 70 or 80 bullet-riddled, unrecognizable corpses remained piled layer upon layer. Blood spread like a small stream from beneath the bodies, dyeing the entire ground red, and a nauseating thick stench of blood rose to the sky. Dan Rue and Chi-Hong, and beside them Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, and others witnessing this hellish scene, turned deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably, like sieves nearly unable to stand. They thought they were the most ruthless among the ruthless, but compared to these people before them, they felt as pure and kind as angels. Over 70 lives. Without a word, without listening to a single plea for mercy, they were all slaughtered without so much as a blink. Not only these captives, but even the 5 hostages who had just been rescued were terrified out of their wits by this extremely violent, merciless scene, unable to stand, leaning on each other to keep from falling. Even Lei, who had experienced many storms, frowned slightly at this scene and said in a very low voice, "That's all of them killed." Jin Nan merely let out an extremely soft, almost inaudible response from his nose with no change in expression, as if what had just happened was merely cleaning up some insignificant trash. His gaze, sharp as a knife, passed over the corpses strewn on the ground and fixed on the dark road ahead, from which the faint sound of engines could be heard. A minute later, 2 beams of headlights pierced the darkness, rapidly approaching from the end of the street. A small car led the way, followed closely by a somewhat battered but powerfully roaring minibus speeding toward them. It was Lin Rue and Zhou Yuntong, who had successfully found vehicles and came to rendezvous. After providing a strong volley of covering fire with automatic weapons from the ruined house, the two had quickly withdrawn, and following the intelligence provided by Mo, seized these 2 vehicles. The cars came to a screeching halt at the blood-soaked compound gate. Without any hesitation, Jin Nan directed the 5 rescued hostages to get into the car driven by Zhou Yuntang. Then he and his team members roughly shoved the ashen-faced Dan Rui and Shi Hong, Gao Jijun Zhou Jianjun, as well as Wei Aihu, Zhou Zhuahao Tang Pibang Zhang Shenggu, and 4 other compound thugs into the minibus driven by Lin Rui. Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Dapin also got into the same minibus. After everyone boarded, the engines roared again. Without a moment's delay, the 2 vehicles turned around and shot into the thick night, like arrows from a bow, quickly disappearing into the maze of small roads, leaving behind only the wrecked corpse-strewn KK compound and the overwhelming stench of blood. 10 minutes later, at 7:20 p.m., in Pa and Guishan Garden, in the magnificent, brightly lit, spacious living room, King Su Duqi of the Karen was having dinner with his family. The long dining table was laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine. Today it was a rare family reunion. His several wives and all his children gathered around the table. Of course, the deceased woman was absent. The relationships among Su Duqi's wives and children from different branches were actually quite delicate, with undercurrents flowing. But as long as the patriarch was present, the concubines and children maintained a facade of harmony with filial piety and parental kindness. Just as the family of 17 was clinking glasses and chatting merrily, the dedicated telephone on the exquisite rosewood telephone table not far away suddenly emitted a shrill, urgent ring. Su Duqi was raising his wine glass. Hearing the untimely ring, he frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly, and turned his head toward the telephone table. The adjutant Ong Duo, who had been standing like a shadow nearby, without waiting for an order, quickly strode to the telephone table, picked up the receiver, and answered, "Hello. This is the general's residence." On the other end of the line came the panicked, trembling voice of Tai and the commander of the Mayawati Militia Border Defense Force. "Officer Ong Duo, it's me. Something has happened at the compound." Ong Duo frowned, glanced sideways at Su Duqi, who was chatting with his family, then turned his head back and lowered his voice, "Speak slowly." A few minutes later, after listening to Tai An's report, Ong Duo hung up the phone, walked over to Su Duqi, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "The Mayawati compound was attacked by armed forces. Over 200 compound guards are dead, and 20 militia members as well." A flicker of barely perceptible shock passed through Su Duqi's eyes. He stood up, smiled at his family, and said, "I have something to attend to. Wait here for me." The wives and children nodded repeatedly. Su Duqi left the dining table with a smile. After Su Duqi left, the men and women at the dining table fell silent, as though all conversation had been exhausted, and an increasingly eerie atmosphere settled over them. Meanwhile, Su Duqi stepped out onto the terrace after leaving the living room. Gazing toward the pitch-black direction of Mayawati, he asked in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on?" Ong Duo stepped forward from behind him and replied, "According to the surveillance footage, there were 7 of them fully armed with high-quality equipment, somewhat resembling a special forces unit from some country. They first used silenced large-caliber sniper rifles to kill the guards at both the main gate and the KK Park entrance, then 3 armed personnel carrying rifles rushed into KK Park. Shortly after they rushed in, gunshots rang out from within. The park's armed guards and nearby militia rushed over to investigate, but were intercepted by enemy snipers. Though outnumbered, their combat experience and fighting capability were formidable." Su Duqi impatiently cut him off. "Skip the details. Focus on what matters. What did they do after raiding the park?" "They kidnapped the park's armed captain and vice captain along with the manager and HR director. Oh, and they also took 5 Chinese nationals who had been lured to Myanmar." "Chinese." Su Duqi's keen instincts zeroed in on this detail. He repeated the word under his breath, his mind drifting back to that man from 6 months ago, also a rescuer. "Do you think that same person has returned?" Su Duqi clasped his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. Ong Duo instantly recalled the name. "You mean Jin Nan?" A month after the kidnapping incident, they had already gathered some information on Jin Nan, but it was limited. Only his name, age, and place of origin, with no address found. "This man is incredibly elusive. Despite spending considerable sums, I've only uncovered surface-level details from his ID. I've always suspected he's an active-duty Chinese Special Forces operative." Su Duqi paused before continuing. "This Mayawati incident has confirmed my suspicions. Last time he acted alone, but this time he's leading a team." At that point, a chill seized him, because he suddenly thought of something terrifying. If this time he's commanding a team, what about next time? If the Chinese government is indeed backing and orchestrating these operations behind the scenes, the problem is far more serious than ordinary. It may well be the light rain preceding a thunderous strike. Ong Duo, hearing those words, realized the same implication. Speaking with growing alarm, he asked, "Does this mean the Chinese government has us in their sights?" Su Duqi's brow furrowed in distress. His own words had unnerved not only Ong Duo, but also himself. He was well aware of his own strength. Ruling supreme in Myanmar posed no problem, but facing the massive empire to the north, the other side, needed only to extend a hand and nudge Min Aung Hlaing to crush him into dust. Just look at the 4 great families of northern Myanmar. They vanished overnight swiftly, without even giving you a chance to run. Online fraud is a death sentence. Su Duqi's expression grew grave. The fate of the four great families served as a warning compounded by repeated strikes from suspected Chinese special forces. He was afraid. He feared becoming the next fourth family. Yet for all its dangers, online fraud was truly profitable. Hundreds of millions of yuan could be made annually with ease, not to mention the extra revenue from organ trafficking. It was no small fortune. The 8 armored battalions in Qingtong were sustained entirely by the annual dividends remitted by Yu Zhejiang. He was now deeply conflicted, torn between abandoning the operation or pressing on. As someone close to Su Duqiang Duo discerned his inner conflict and offered his perspective, if we abandon online fraud, we'll lose the massive revenue needed to maintain our forces. Without an army, we'd have to disband, and once disbanded, those predatory factions around us would certainly make moves. If we continue with online fraud, we may face retaliation, but as long as our military strength remains formidable, anyone who dares move against us will have to think twice. His words struck a chord deep within Su Duqi, who immediately agreed. Yes, you're right. If we continue, there's still a glimmer of hope. If we stop, death is certain. Su Duqi was not a man of hesitation. He immediately issued orders, mobilize every available force to pursue them, set up checkpoints on all roads throughout Qingtong, and interrogate everyone passing through. Detain anyone suspicious. Those who resist, shoot on sight. Simultaneously contact military figures in Yangon and Bago, as well as all armed personnel around Mayawadi. Encircle the entire Mayawadi area and capture them at any cost. Ong Duo saluted sharply. Yes, General. Half an hour later, in the mountainous terrain 10 kilometers north of Mayawadi town. After a period of crossing mountains and ridges, Jin Nan and his team successfully returned to camp with their target and hostages. Upon arrival, Ma Daping immediately removed his bulletproof vest, revealing 3 bullet holes on the front and 2 on the back. I got lucky, took 5 rounds, Ma Daping said before putting his vest back on. Nearby, Lei Hu picked up a bottle of mineral water and remarked before drinking, indeed lucky. All 5 bullets hit the vest. Jin Nan removed his gear, took a drink of water, then sat down leaning against a tree trunk. Everyone rest for a bit and have something to eat. We shouldn't stay here too long. He looked at the 5 hostages, Zhao Siqiang, Lily, and the others, and said, help yourselves to whatever food you'd like here. Once you've rested, I'll get you back home. At the mention of returning home, all 5 hostages collapsed to the ground, weeping with their heads in their hands. Eat some canned fruit to replenish your fluids. This beef doesn't taste right. It has an off flavor. Lin Rui and the others ate and drank as usual, but Zhou Yuntang fixated her gaze on Enchihong Gao Jijun and the others, the hatred and fury in her eyes seeming almost tangible. Jin Nan noticed her expression and said, deal with them however you see fit. Let me help you. Ma Daping, the self-proclaimed philanthropist, set down his fruit can and drew a tactical dagger. No need. Zhou Yuntang pulled out her own dagger. I'll do it myself. She advanced toward Enchihong step by step. Enchihong and the others trembled violently throughout their bodies. Particularly Enchihong. He saw Zhou Yuntang approaching, and without an ounce of spine dropped to his knees. Though his hands were bound, he managed to bow repeatedly, using the strength of his waist and hips. Have mercy, have mercy. Ani, I was wrong, I admit my mistakes. Name any price, and I'll pay it. Please spare me. He pleaded continuously, his voice breaking with sobs, attempting to feign weakness and evoke sympathy. Zhou Yuntang walked up to him, seized his hair with her right hand, and forced his head upward. Staring directly into Enchihong's eyes, she said coldly, it seems you haven't forgotten what you did to me. Begging for mercy. I begged for mercy too back then. As her words fell, Zhou Yuntang swung her blade and cut off his left ear. Enchihong collapsed in agony, trying to cover his ear with his hands, but his hands were bound, so he writhed on the ground in pain. Instructor Ma, help me restrain him. Wounded Enchihong was like a wounded wild boar, she couldn't control him alone. Got it. Ma Daping approached Enchihong with a cold sneer, pressing his knee against the latter's chest and gripping his neck with one hand. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuntang came to his lower body, holding the dagger vertically and stabbed fiercely between his legs. Witnessing this scene, Jin and Lin Rui, Lei Hushir, Lei Mo Zhou, along with 3 male hostages, and Gao Jijun all felt a chill in their crotch and instinctively squeezed their legs together. It must be extremely painful. Enchihong's face turned purple, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Ma Daping quickly covered his mouth. At the same time, Zhou Yuntang, as if possessed, furiously stabbed at his lower body repeatedly. Urine and blood mixed together, soaking his entire lower half. Enchihong soon fainted from the pain, lapsing into unconsciousness. However, Zhou Yuntang did not let him off so easily. She used the dagger to cut his heel, reached inside to grope, and seemed to grab something. With a sharp pull, she yanked out a bloody white tendon. This must be a tendon, right? Ugh. The pain jolted Enchihong awake. He wanted to scream, but his mouth was covered by Ma Daping's big hand, so he could only let out piteous muffled sounds. Kill me, kill me. His psychological defenses were completely shattered. He no longer begged for mercy, but for death. With a blank expression, Zhou Yuntang cut the heel of his other foot and pulled out another tendon. Then she also severed the tendons in his hands and pulled them out as well. During this process, Enchihong fainted from pain twice and woke up twice, becoming completely numb. What flowed from his eyes was not tears but blood. Zhou Yuntang pushed Ma Dapin aside and reached her hands toward In Shihong's bloodshot eyes. With a faint crack sound, his eyeballs were gouged out alive. In Shihong did not let out a scream because his throat had gone hoarse. He could only open his mouth and make sounds. Lying on the grass, his body twitched spasmodically. Those around who witnessed this scene had no smiles on their faces, all wore grave expressions. Even Jin Nan frowned as he watched. Too brutal. Zhou Yuntang raised her blood-drenched hands, glanced at the eyeballs in her palms, then casually tossed them aside like garbage. She slowly turned her head to look at Gao Jijun and the others. With just a glance, Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, Dan Rui, Wei Aihu, Zhou Zhuahao, Tang Pibang, Zhang Shenggu, and other evil telecom fraudsters all collapsed to the ground in terror, their faces as pale as corpses that had been dead for days. SP, spare me, spare me. With trembling voices they begged for mercy. Zhou Yuntang looked at these people and suddenly thought of an amusing game. She walked up to Gao Jijun, leisurely untied his ropes, and under his bewildered and terrified gaze handed him the dagger, saying, "You cut each other. If you cut off each other's manhood, I'll let you go." Mutt. Mutual cutting. Gao Jijun's hands holding the dagger trembled violently, while the others shook their heads frantically. Zhou Yuntang took a step back, a strange curve lifting the corner of her mouth. "If you don't cut each other, then he." She pointed to In Shihong on the ground. "Will be your fate." Cutting off ears, stabbing the crotch, severing tendons, gouging eyes. What had just happened was still vivid in their minds. The thought of these methods being applied to themselves made Gao Jijun and the others tremble all over without exception. "I'll count to 3. When the countdown ends, I'll deal with you one by one." Zhou Yuntang sneered coldly and immediately began counting. 3, 2. "Stop counting." I agree." Dan Rui was the first to have his psychological defenses broken. Then Zhou Jianjun and the others also spoke up tearfully. "You go first." Zhou Yuntang pointed to Dan Rui, then to Gao Jijun. "Cut him first." Dan Rui walked up to Gao Jijun, took the dagger from his hand. Gao Jijun raised his head in despair and closed his eyes. Dan Rui first grabbed his crotch and pulled it forward, then also closed his eyes and brought the knife down. Feeling the cold from his crotch, Gao Jijun trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, hold on." Dan Rui turned his head away, gritted his teeth, and exerted force. Gao Jijun let out a scream. His mind went blank instantly, and the pain made him unable to stand, so he collapsed directly. Accompanied by his scream, Dan Rui's hand held a piece of flesh. He dared not look at it, and quickly threw it away after cutting it off. Zhou Yuntang nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Zhou Jianjun. "You cut him." She pointed to Dan Rui. Dan Rui's ruthlessness also surged. Hearing that he was next to be cut, he took off his pants voluntarily, raised his head, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Come on, hurry up, give me a quick end." Zhou Jianjun became anxious. He walked over, took the dagger from Dan Rui, grabbed the latter's crotch with one hand, and with the other hand pressed the knife down. Silently, a piece of flesh appeared in his hand. The pain almost made Dan Rui faint, but under the effect of adrenaline, he managed to hold on. He neither screamed nor staggered like Gao Jijun. Dan Rui's resilience set a good example for the others. Zhou Jianjun proactively handed the knife to the enforcer Wei Aihu. "Come on, cut, hurry up, the sooner we cut the sooner it's over." In his mind, however, he was thinking, "Hurry up and cut, then we can leave, and once we leave we can go to the hospital and get it reattached." Wei Aihu walked up to him crying, took the dagger, and copied his previous action. But perhaps due to nervousness, his single cut didn't sever it completely, only cutting halfway through. Zhou Jianjun let out a howl of pain on the spot, clutching his crotch and rolling on the ground. Wei Aihu looked at Zhou Yuntang for help, as if asking if this was acceptable. But Zhou Yuntang firmly shook her head. "It doesn't count if it's not completely cut off." Wei Aihu had no choice. He went to the writhing Zhou Jianjun and steadied him. "Brother Zhou, don't move. Once it's cut, it's over." Zhou Jianjun bit his own arm fiercely, letting out muffled sounds. Seeing this, Wei Aihu immediately leaned over to his crotch, inserted the knife into the wound, and applied force abruptly. This time it was finally cut off. Zhou Jianjun shed tears of excitement, his face showing relief. Next, the enforcer, Zhou Zhuahao, cut Wei Aihu. After that, Tang Pibang cut Zhou Zhuahao, and finally Zhang Shenggu cut Tang Pibang. By the time Tang Pibang was being cut, Gao Jijun had recovered, so he cut Zhang Shenggu. In less than 10 minutes, the human race lost 8 men and gained 8 eunuchs. "Can we leave now?" Gao Jijun asked Zhou Yuntang with a pale face, one hand clutching his bleeding groin, the other holding the severed flesh he had cut off. Not only him, but apart from In Shihong, the other 6 also held their own severed parts in their hands. At this moment, they all thought of rushing to the hospital to have them reattached. Zhou Yuntang drew the pistol from her waist, aimlessly aiming it at Gao Jijun. "I lied to you." "Boy, boy, boy." A series of muffled thuds rang out as Gao Jijun, Zhou Jianjun, Dan Rui, Wei Aihu, Zhou Zhuahao, Tang Pibang, and Zhang Shenggu fell one after another, each struck in the heart or the head. After killing them, she walked over to In Shihong with the pistol and emptied the remaining magazine into him. Zhou Yuntang gazed deeply at In Shihong's mutilated corpse, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks. A mix of exhilaration from avenging her great wrongs and the bitterness of past suffering. If not for these people, she would have been a cheerful and lively girl more so than anyone else. The camp fell into a dead silence. Jin Nan, Ma Dapin, Lin Rui, Lei Hu Shi, Lei Mo Jia, and the 5 hostages exchanged bewildered glances, all struck dumb. Ahem. Jin Nan coughed deliberately to break the tension. Hurry up and eat. When you're done, pack up and head down the mountain. Everyone resumed eating and drinking, acting as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking their fill, they began packing their gear, stowing tents, drones, computers, and everything else. Once organized, the group descended the mountain. Going down was faster than climbing up. They reached the base in 20 minutes and boarded the sedan and minibus they had seized from the compound. The vehicles started and drove northwest along the highway. Jin Nan planned to first reach Pabin, then head north from there to the China-Myanmar border checkpoint, where the 5 hostages could cross through the gate and return home. After that, the 7-man team would turn around and head to Yangon, thus avoiding the burden of escorting the 5. The plan was flawless, but contingencies abounded. After driving about 5 kilometers on the highway, they spotted 2 armed pickup trucks parked on both sides of the opposite lane with tire spikes laid across the road. Jin Nan's convoy had the sedan in front, followed by the minibus. Zhou Yuntang drove the sedan with Lei Hu in the passenger seat and Jin Nan and Ma Dapin in the back. Lin Rui drove the minibus with Lei Mo Jia and the hostages in the back. Zhou Yuntang spotted the checkpoint through the high beams and instinctively tapped the brake. Sensing the deceleration, Jin Nan said calmly, "Stop," in front of them. As he spoke, Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and Ma Dapin simultaneously drew their pistols from their hip holsters, gripping them with both hands, muzzles slightly lowered, entering a combat-ready state. In less than a minute, the sedan came to a steady halt before the checkpoint. 2 Karen State Border Defense soldiers approached from either side, rifles in hand, warily scrutinizing the dark-tinted windows. Unfortunately, the flashlight beams merely reflected a blurry halo on the glass, revealing nothing of the interior. While the soldiers tried to peer inside, the occupants calmly assessed the external situation. Left 3, right 6. I'll take the left. Jin Nan held his pistol with one hand, the other fingertips lightly touching the window control. Right 3, top 1 on me. Lei Hu responded, immediately mirroring the action. Ma Dapin hesitated slightly. How about you take right 4 top, and I'll take right 2 bottom. I'm not very good with handguns. Lei Hu paused briefly, then nodded. Okay, action. Jin Nan's command was terse and decisive. Whir, a faint motor sound, and the windows on the passenger and rear sides lowered by a crack almost simultaneously. The soldier outside, leaning in for a closer look, clearly hadn't anticipated this change, freezing for a split second. In that instant, 3 dark muzzles like venomous snakes silently emerged from the window gaps. Uft, 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 uft. The suppressed pistols produced a unique muffled report, well masked by the engine's idle hum and the night wind. The muzzle flashes were barely visible in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers near the car on both sides had blood blossoms erupting from their foreheads or chests, collapsing backward without even a groan. Next came the driver and machine gunner on the pickup trucks, along with the soldiers stationed at the checkpoint. Jin Nan's aim and firing rhythm were terrifyingly steady, maintaining nearly 1 shot every 0.6 seconds. Lei Hu was faster, approaching 0.5 seconds per shot. Ma Dapin, well, average. Within 2 seconds, all 8 Karen State Border Defense soldiers lay in pools of blood. The only sounds left were the idling engines and the quickly spreading stench of blood in the air. Hey friends in the front car, you're quite impressive. Emoja's voice came through the earpiece, carrying his usual teasing tone. Like watching a movie. Cool, you 3 handsome guys. Lin Rui chimed in on the channel. Keep babbling, and I'll put you in the front, Jin Nan threatened as he opened the car door and stepped out, pulling the microphone close. 2 of you get down and siphon some fuel to add. Lei Hu and Ma Dapin got out, simultaneously retrieving PVC tubing and a few mineral water bottles from the trunk to siphon fuel from the 2 armed pickup trucks' fuel tanks. This PVC tubing had originally been intended for distilling water in the wilderness when no clean water was available. Never used until now, but finally serving its purpose. While Lei Hu and Ma Dapin refueled, Jin Nan used his pistol to deliver finishing shots to the fallen Karen soldiers, ensuring no tenacious survivor could send a warning. 5 minutes later, after draining the pickup's tanks and refilling the sedan and minibus and moving the tire spikes aside, the convoy resumed its journey along the highway. After about 15 kilometers, another temporary checkpoint appeared ahead again, consisting of 2 armed pickup trucks and 8 Karen State Border Defense soldiers. Zhou Yuntang glanced at the rearview mirror, her gaze landing on Jin Nan. You just drive? Jin Nan said, and exchanged a look with Lei Hu. Without a word, they both picked up their M4 carbines from the seats, fully rolled down the windows, leaned half their bodies out, aimed, and took aim at the Karen soldiers at the checkpoint ahead. The sedan was still 200 meters from the checkpoint, but Jin Nan didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, firing 4 precise shots in succession. Uft, 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 uft. Hot shell casings ejected from the gun, clattering against the car body with a metallic ring as bullets whizzed away. 200 meters ahead, 4 Karen soldiers, standing at different positions and completely off guard, collapsed instantly. Lei, who firing a second after Jin Nan, also delivered 4 rapid shots, killing the remaining 4 border soldiers. The sedan came to a steady halt before the checkpoint. Jin Nan and Lei, who pushed open their doors and stepped out. The former proceeded to deliver finishing shots to each soldier sprawled on the ground, ensuring no survivors, while the latter moved the spike strips that had been planted to flatten tires, clearing a path forward. In merely a dozen seconds, both men completed their tasks and swiftly returned to the vehicle. The convoy resumed its journey along the highway. From this point onward, not a single Karen border defense soldier would appear on the road ahead. An hour after Jin Nan's convoy departed from the second checkpoint, a patrol unit from the Mayawati militia forces arrived at the scene of the assault. Upon discovering the carnage at the checkpoint, the patrol immediately reported the incident to headquarters. Militia Border Commander Tyan rushed to the scene with reinforcements the moment news reached him. He arrived at the attacked second checkpoint with several hundred men in tow. Shortly after, his subordinates discovered that another checkpoint located 15 kilometers southeast along the highway had also been struck. Beyond the southeastern checkpoint lay the mountainous region near Mayawati town. Tyan realized that the unidentified armed group, after raiding the park, had not retreated from Mayawati immediately. Instead, they had ascended the mountain first, then descended heading northwest. Had they fled right after the park attack, the border forces would not yet have established their highway checkpoints. Yet, even knowing the enemy had fled northwest, he did not order pursuit in that direction. Instead, he acted contrary to logic and led his men up the mountain. He knew he could never catch up. His supposed stroke of genius was to search the mountain thoroughly. Anything to present to Guishan Garden, otherwise he would have nothing to show for his efforts. He also withheld reporting the 2 checkpoint attacks to Guishan Garden, intending to finish the mountain search first before filing any update. Several hundred militiamen combed through the mountain for 2 hours. By midnight, they finally discovered the corpses of Nshihong Gao Jijun and others atop a desolate peak. Oh my god! When Tyan arrived at the scene and beheld the naked, mutilated bodies strewn across the ground, his scalp prickled with horror. The militiamen present felt an icy chill crawl down their spines as well. Cover them up. This is disgusting. Tyan waved his hand in revulsion, then turned to his aide. Contact Commander Ong Duo immediately. Yes, sir. Guishan Garden. The banquet in the grand living room had long since broken up in disarray. Ong Duo sat alone beside the telephone table waiting. BRR. The phone rang. Ong Duo snatched up the receiver and pressed it to his ear. What's the situation? Commander, we've found some bodies in the eastern mountainous region of Mayawati. They're all part personnel, Nshihong Gao Jijun and the others. Their deaths were absolutely horrific. Nshihong's eyeballs and ears are gone. His hand and foot tendons were severed. The other bodies. There. Well, those parts were cut off too. The victims were still clutching them. Tyan's voice crackled through the phone. Ong Duo unconsciously tightened his thighs, brow furrowed. You're saying the bandits tortured and killed them all? All part personnel? Yes, absolutely. Tyan answered with certainty. Ong Duo fell silent for several seconds before speaking slowly. The bandits, have they been located? 2 armed checkpoints were attacked. 16 dead. They fled northwest. I've already dispatched men to pursue. Ong Duo ground his teeth together. Do not let them escape. Make certain they're captured. Yes, Commander. Ong Duo slammed the receiver down onto the hook with force. While straightening his collar, he strode toward the outside terrace. Suduchi had been sitting on the terrace for over 2 hours now. Hearing footsteps behind him, he spoke, without turning, his voice low and heavy. Any news? Yes. Tyan found some bodies in the nearby mountains. They're all part personnel that the bandits had taken captive. Based on Tyan's description, they were tortured to death. We might be able to trace the bandits' identity through these victims, because surely they wouldn't have tortured them for no reason. Ong Duo's reasoning was sound, but it was not what Suduchi wanted to hear. At this moment, he couldn't have cared less about the bandits' identity. What he cared about was, have they been found? Ong Duo lowered his head guiltily. Not yet. Tyan says several checkpoints were attacked, and surmises they went northwest. Suduchi's face darkened to the color of stormy clouds. He had sat here for over 3 hours, and this was the news he received. A bunch of useless fools. Suduchi clenched his teeth, an immense sense of failure gnawing at his heart. He knew this time they would most likely fail to catch anyone. Nearly 4 hours had passed since the park was attacked. Those people would have fled far beyond reach by now. He could also see through the pretense the surrounding military forces paid lip service to cooperation, but in truth they hadn't lifted a finger. If they had truly thrown everything into sealing off the area, even that group with their helicopters couldn't have escaped Karen's state. Useless fools. His own men and the surrounding military. All useless fools. Mooching off their positions, not a single one worth a damn. Tens of thousands of men, and they couldn't even catch a handful of people. In that moment, he wished he could line up everyone except himself and execute them all. Naypyidaw Myanmar. The Kempinski Hotel. In Presidential Suite 1888, the living room was thick with smoke. On the coffee table before the sofa, some unidentified crystalline substances and syringes lay scattered about. On the sofa itself, several women draped themselves over a man, their eyes glazed and unfocused, pleading with desperate longing. Give me more ice, just a little more. Shi Zhejiang took a long puff from his cigar and blew the smoke into the women's faces, a smile curling his lips. You want more ice? Very well. He bent down and grabbed a syringe from the coffee table. The women's eyes tracked the syringe's movement, like vultures following carrion, their mouths parting, slightly hungry desire burning in their gazes. If you want a shot, kneel down and call me master. Shi Zhejiang raised the syringe high like a dog trainer holding up a bone. And the women obeyed like slaves, docile, eager. They scrambled off the sofa and knelt at Shi Zhejiang's feet, calling out master repeatedly. One woman even stuck out her tongue to lick the back of his ankle, all for the sake of pleasing him and obtaining the antidote in his hand. But Shi Zhejiang did not grant them their wish so easily. He tossed the syringe carelessly to a spot nearby. Whoever grabs it gets it. The women lunged forward in a frenzy, fighting desperately amongst themselves. Watching this chaotic scramble, Shi Zhejiang let out a contemptuous laugh. There's no such thing as a disobedient woman. As long as you train them right, every single one becomes a good bitch. Just as he was feeling proud of his training prowess, the satellite phone on the table suddenly rang. At the sound of the phone, he switched his cigar to the other hand and picked up the satellite phone, resembling an old-fashioned Big Brother mobile, with the other bringing it to his ear. Hello. He took another puff of authentic Brazilian smoke and exhaled it slowly. This is Tai, and the voice on the phone announced. Shi Zhejiang glanced at his watch. Instinct told him that a call at this hour could not possibly be good news. His tone remained courteous as he probed carefully. So it is Commander Tyan. It's quite late. Surely you haven't gone to bed yet. Sleep? Tyan snorted lightly. You probably don't know yet what happened in Mayawadi. Yes, you indeed don't know, because all your men are dead. All dead? Shi Zhejiang's brow furrowed into a deep crease. What do you mean by that? 4 hours ago the KK Park was attacked. Gao Jijun and In Shihong are all dead. And do you know how they died? They were captured and taken to the mountains, tortured to death, their genitals severed. And Shihong suffered even worse. His eyes were gouged out and his tendons were cut. Hearing this, Shi Zhejiang immediately became restless. Holding his phone and cigar, he stood up and pressed further. Are you sure you're not lying to me? The park has so many armed men, how could this happen? He couldn't believe it was true. After all, the Mayawadi Park had an armed force of 300 to 400 men, and the KK Park had its own armed units as well. Unless the other side had deployed an army, it was impossible. Do you think I would call you in the middle of the night just to deceive you? Tyan continued, believe it or not. If it weren't for the fact that you helped me before and secured my current position, I wouldn't even bother calling you. Hey, Shi Zhejiang quickly explained, I'm not doubting you. It's just that this matter is too outrageous. But since you say so, I believe you. Have the people been caught yet? He asked. No, they haven't. That's why I'm calling you. I can tell these people are here for revenge. Otherwise they wouldn't be so ruthless. I advise you to leave Myanmar as soon as possible. Tyan made this call just to make Shi Zhejiang flee, repaying the favor from when Shi Zhejiang recommended him to Su Duchi after his woman's death. Shi Zhejiang rubbed his temple with the phone, somewhat unable to process things. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, is it really that serious? What about the general? What does he mean? I give him so much money every year. He won't just sit back and do nothing, will he? And how many people attacked the park? What are their backgrounds? He asked many questions at once. Tyan's answer was straightforward, the general. You think he's still the same general as before? Half a year ago his entire family was kidnapped. Did you hear him make a single sound? Shi Zhejiang let out a heavy sigh. Su Duchi was indeed getting old and useless. They gave him so much money, yet couldn't get the protection they paid for. A park just like that was wiped out. I don't know who they are either, but they're formidable. Not many, but each one is a master. A few people killed hundreds. That's why I'm telling you to leave quickly. If they are here for revenge, you'll definitely be on their list. Tyan continued over the phone. Alright, I understand. Shi Zhejiang asked no more and hung up. He threw the phone onto the sofa in irritation. He had no mood to smoke the cigar in his hand, so he tossed it aside. With hands on his hips, he paced back and forth, pondering whether to leave or stay. If he left, he had just returned from Malaysia a few days ago. Moreover, as the king of Myanmar's telecom fraud and the king of tens of billions in gray industries, if he was scared off by a few unknown armed groups, how would his subordinates view him? Would they think he was old and useless, just like he viewed Su Duchi? But if he stayed, what Tyan said made sense. These people could wipe out the KK Park. Their strength was obvious. They might have ways to find him. They were in the dark, he was in the light, and he knew nothing about them. One careless move, and he could be shot in the back. After thinking for a moment, Shi Zhejiang took out his personal phone and sent a message to his men telling them to come in. Within a dozen seconds the door was pushed open and his subordinates who had been waiting outside filed in. All of them had European faces, 11 in total, wearing standard camouflage combat uniforms and carrying various weapons. In fact, half a year ago, after learning that Su Duchi's entire family had been kidnapped, he had specifically recruited these veterans from Europe to protect himself from being targeted by powerful armed groups, and all of them were retired from special forces. The leader, a tall and burly man with an old scar above his left eyebrow, was the captain of this armed team composed of retired special forces soldiers. His name was Andrei Vasilyevic, 42 years old, or Russian. He had participated in several counterterrorism operations in the Caucasus region. After retirement, He had 2 years of experience in VIP protection in Iraq. Unwilling to participate in war and evading conscription, he fled to Europe and lived there for a while, joining Shi Zhejiang's special bodyguard team half a year ago and becoming its captain. The other 10 also had impressive backgrounds. The assault specialist and close-quarters combat expert Marco was Serbian, 38 years old, who formerly served in the 72nd Special Brigade. During an escort mission, he once subdued 3 knife-wielding attackers with his bare hands. He was proficient in multiple martial arts. The fire support specialist Novic was Bulgarian, 40 years old, a former Special Forces machine gunner. During a convoy ambush, he operated a vehicle-mounted machine gun to effectively suppress enemy fire, killing over a dozen terrorists and buying time for retreat. The recon specialist Yaroslav was Czech, 36 years old, a former scout of the 601st Special Forces Group. The designated marksman sniper Oleg was Ukrainian, 37 years old, a former Ukrainian Marine Corps sniper with an effective engagement range of about 800 meters. While working as a PMC in Afghanistan, he provided successful long-range surveillance and several deterrent shots without ever missing, though he had no ultra-long range or legendary kill records. The EOD specialist Nikola was Romanian, 35 years old, a former combat engineer EOD expert. The medic Thomas was German, 39 years old, a former Bundeswehr medic with battlefield surgical experience. The drone operator Pavel was Polish, 35, a former communications soldier of the Polish Army Special Operations Brigade. The driver Vitaly was Belarusian, 41, a former armored vehicle driver. The assistant sniper observer Alexei was Latvian Russian ethnicity, 36, a former observer of the National Special Operations Battalion. The camouflage master deputy captain Stefan was Croatian, 38, a former lieutenant in the Croatian army skilled in makeup and disguise, and spoke multiple languages. Andre, I'm in big trouble now. Shi Zhejiang sat on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Andre looked at him expressionlessly and replied, You have supported us for half a year, yet we have done nothing for you. Rest assured we will resolve all of your troubles, boss. Shi Zhejiang raised his hand. I don't need you to solve the trouble. He looked at Deputy Captain Stefan. Book me the earliest flight to Malaysia, Thailand, or India, anywhere but China and Myanmar. The sooner the better. He had already made up his mind. Run. Life is more important than face. Stefan nodded slightly to show understanding. Your task is simple, ensure my plane lands safely. Shi Zhejiang said, while looking at Andre and the others. Andre and his men burst into commotion, some even laughing. Just moments ago, they had been tense, expecting some grand operation, only to discover it was merely about ensuring the boss safely boarded and disembarked from an airplane. That's it. Andre remained impassive, yet the contempt in his eyes was unmistakable. Understood. I'll make sure the boss disembarks happily. Shi Zhejiang did not elaborate further, waving them away to prepare. Shortly after, Andre led his men out of the room to plan security routes, inspect the journey for potential dangers, and purchase flight tickets. The heavens did not cooperate. Vice Captain Tezfan discovered while purchasing tickets that due to heavy rainfall and other weather conditions, the earliest available flight was at 7 in the morning to Yunnan, China. The earliest departure to any other country was a 5 o'clock afternoon flight to Bangkok, Thailand. Shi Zhejiang had instructed them not to fly to China, so they purchased first-class tickets for the 5 o'clock flight to Bangkok, Thailand. Shi Zhejiang was entirely indifferent to this arrangement. He could simply remain in the hotel until the following afternoon. Did he truly believe those people would dare cause him trouble within the hotel? He also made a call to Yubo and Yangon, informing him about the KK park being raided. He urged them to be cautious lately and to prioritize their own safety. 9 o'clock the following morning. Wanding Port. Wanding Port lies in the southern part of Dahong Dai and Jingpa Autonomous Prefecture in Yunnan Province, China, facing Jiego City in Myanmar across the river. It is a first-class port of entry for China, and its Dai name translates to the place where the sun sits directly overhead. 200 meters into Myanmar's territory from the magnificent arch-shaped National Gate, a sedan and a minivan pulled steadily to the roadside on the asphalt lane. Jin Nan removed his tactical helmet, poking his head out halfway, and lifted a single-barrel telescope to observe the National Gate. Clearly visible were 30 Myanmar border inspection personnel, 10 of whom were armed. Approximately 50 meters behind them stood 2 armored vehicles, their interiors obscured, with 13 Myanmar soldiers stationed outside. On the Chinese side, 20 border inspection personnel could be observed, along with 3 special police counterterrorism armored vehicles and 15 special police officers. Should we let them pass directly? Lehu asked Jin Nan, watching him. Jin Nan pulled his head back inside and rolled up the car windows, speaking with evident hesitation. I'm concerned they'll be detained by the Myanmar side if we release them. After saying this, he pivoted. For now we have no choice but to let them through. He put on his helmet and spoke into his earpiece. Lin Rue, tell those 5 to get off the vehicle. Tell them not to be nervous, to act like normal people walking toward the inspection checkpoint. When the Myanmar military comes to inspect, they should sprint directly toward the National Gate. Remember, while running they should shout at the top of their lungs that they are deceived Chinese citizens and strip off as much clothing as possible to prevent accidental injuries from our special police. Also repeatedly remind them, they escaped on their own. Copy that. Soon the minivan's doors opened and Yang Lili, Zhao Siki, Wu Yang's son Chao Zhou Yuhang, and the others, 3 men and 2 women, filed out one after another. Following Lin Rui's instructions, they pretended to be ordinary tourists returning home, walking in small groups of 2 or 3 at a leisurely pace toward the National Gate. 200 meters was neither far nor near. Yang Lili and her group soon reached Myanmar's inspection checkpoint at the National Gate, which was only 30 meters from the gate itself. I am Chinese. I am a deceived Chinese citizen. Just as the Myanmar soldiers were about to inspect Yang Lili's group, Zhou Yuhang, who was leading the charge, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs and forcefully shoved the 2 Myanmar border inspectors ahead of him. Summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, he sprinted toward the National Gate, while not forgetting to strip off his clothes, though he had no idea why he needed to do so. The other 4, Yang Lili and the rest, followed suit, shouting that they were deceived Chinese citizens while charging through the checkpoint and tearing off their clothing. The Myanmar border inspectors were momentarily stunned, taking about 2 or 3 seconds to react. By the time they came to their senses, Zhao Siki, who was the last in the group, had already run more than 10 meters away. The Myanmar border inspectors were both shocked and furious, chasing after them while shouting, "Stop! Stop right there! You are not permitted to force your way through." Armed border inspectors in the area raised their weapons, and Myanmar soldiers by the armored vehicles 50 meters behind also rushed toward the commotion upon hearing the chaos. "Don't fire! Don't fire!" At this critical moment, the special police guarding both sides of China's National Gate raised their hands and shouted this warning to the Myanmar border authorities. Seeing this unfold, Jin Nan's group had no reason to continue watching. The 2 vehicles made a U-turn and drove away, for they all knew that Yang Lili and the 5 others were already safe. No need to worry any longer. The next step was to head to Yangon and complete the latter half of their mission. "Team leader, we have a situation. I just discovered that Shi Zhejiang has a forged passport and booked a 5 o'clock flight from Naypyidaw to Bangkok." As the convoy drove 50 kilometers south, everyone's earpiece crackled with Emoja's voice. Zhou Yuntang grew agitated. "We can't let him escape." In her view, Shi Zhejiang was responsible for everything she had suffered. He was the first person who had humiliated her. She could forgive anyone, except him. Jin Nan raised his wrist to check the time, his expression calm as he asked through the channel, "How far are we from Naypyidaw?" 460 kilometers, as the crow flies, 550 kilometers by road. If there's no traffic traveling at 100 to 120 kilometers per hour, we can make it. Emoja replied. Jin Nan hesitated for barely a second. "All units, change of plans. We're going after Shi Zhejiang first." "Copy that." The team responded in unison. The entire group echoed their acknowledgement in unison. En route to Naypyidaw, Jin Nan sat in the vehicle discussing plans with everyone through an encrypted channel. Upon learning that Shi Zhejiang's location was the Kempinski Hotel, Lei, who proposed a direct armed assault on the hotel. However, Jin Nan vetoed this proposal. The intelligence only confirmed that Shi Zhejiang was at the Kempinski Hotel. It gave no information about which floor or room number. Searching would inevitably alert their target. Shi Zhejiang was undoubtedly a cunning old fox who had certainly planted his own people throughout the hotel. The moment they were discovered, a swarm of armed personnel would converge on their position. It wasn't that they feared being outnumbered. The real issue was this: the Kempinski Hotel was located in the heart of Naypyidaw. Once combat began in this city, anything lasting more than 5 minutes would make escape impossible. Ma Dapen's experience proved this point. Last time they operated in Naypyidaw, to apprehend someone arriving 1 minute late would have meant never leaving at all. Naypyidaw was the stronghold of the Min Aung Hlaing military government, with an exceptionally dense military and police presence. Move even slightly slower, and one would be trapped within a massive encirclement of military and police forces. That previous operation was merely an apprehension. A firefight did occur, but it was minor, and there were only 2 of them, so the military didn't mobilize. Now they had 7 people facing over 100 opponents. Once the shooting started, the military would have no choice but to get involved. Therefore, a direct armed assault on the hotel was unrealistic. This assessment still didn't account for whether the hotel had a back exit. If it did, and they alerted Shi Zhejiang even slightly, he would simply flee through that exit. Once he escaped, not only would the mission fail, but they would all meet their end as well. The risks simply did not justify the potential gains. After Lei, whose suggestion was rejected, Lin Rui proposed an alternative, setting up a sniper position on the only road to the airport for an ultra-long-range assassination. His suggestion seemed sound. High success rate, minimal risk, and a swift retreat afterward. However, upon examining Yangon's satellite map, Emoja realized that an ultra-long-range assassination would be nearly impossible. Though a major metropolis, Yangon possessed few tall buildings, and those that existed were positioned with significant blind spots relative to the roads leading to the airport, rendering them unsuitable for sniping. 3 routes connected the city to the airport. Without knowing which road Shi Zhejiang would take, there was merely a 1 in 3 chance of intercepting his vehicle. Even with extraordinary luck and an ambush, the lack of elevated positions made sniping impractical. Low-rise structures created excessive blind spots, allowing for perhaps only a single shot before the target disappeared into covered areas. A figure like Shi Zhejiang would certainly travel in a military-grade armored vehicle. Such vehicles are designed to withstand 14 7mm armor-piercing rounds. To eliminate him would require a Barrett sniper rifle firing 2 consecutive shots in the shortest time possible, both striking the exact same point on the target. The difficulty was immense. Even Jin Nan could not confidently guarantee 100% accuracy. The Barrett's tremendous recoil made continuous fire impossible, unlike small-caliber precision rifles. After each shot, a minimum of 2 seconds was required to re-aim. In those precious seconds, the target could easily escape the optimal firing angle, enter a blind spot, or implement other defensive measures. Shirley proposed abandoning the sniper rifle in favor of an RPG armed with armor-piercing rockets, arguing that even the most sophisticated military-grade armored vehicle could not withstand the penetrating jet of a rocket. His reasoning was sound. Jin Nan acknowledged that an RPG could deliver lethal damage, yet considering the mere 1 in 3 probability of intercepting the vehicle, he ultimately rejected the proposal. What about planting explosives? We could mine all 3 roads. Zhou Yuntang could not help but interject as the others debated their plan. Jin Nan shook his head. There's simply not enough time. We don't have sufficient opportunity to pre-plan explosives. The earliest they could reach Naypyidaw was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Shi Zhejiang would most likely depart for the airport an hour or even 30 minutes early, leaving the 7-person team nearly 1 hour to operate. The time frame was far too short, and doing so in broad daylight with pedestrians everywhere left no viable operational window. Why not just ambush him at the airport? The moment he appears, we open fire. Ma Dapin proposed with characteristic boldness, a man who lived by the motto of striking first and asking questions never. That suggestion is on par with my earlier proposal to assault the hotel. Lei Hu said with a sardonic laugh. Shi Zhejiang is suddenly fleeing, which means he's almost certainly received news from KK Park and is terrified. If he's scared enough to run, do you really think he wouldn't have fortified the airport with his own armed guards? If we try to take him at the airport, we're not the ones lying in wait. We become the prey. A heavy silence descended upon the vehicle. After a long moment, Jin Nan spoke. I have a plan. What plan, eh? 6 voices responded in perfect unison across the channel. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Naypyidaw Kempinski Grand Hotel. Andre, captain of the special security team, lightly knocked on the door of Presidential Suite 1888. He had changed into a black suit, wore a radio earpiece, and had a noticeable bulge at his waist. Boss, it's almost time, he announced through the door. After a dozen seconds, the door opened from within. Shi Zhejiang emerged in striking white attire. White suit, white leather shoes, a cowboy hat, and sunglasses, casually remarking to Andre, everything's ready, I presume. Rest assured, boss. Along the route to the airport, we've stationed a vehicle every 100 meters with 4 armed personnel. Your military-grade armored Mercedes awaits at the hotel entrance, guarded by 60 armed personnel. However, that won't be your actual vehicle. Your true ride is the armored Cadillac in the underground garage. We've deployed 100 armed personnel throughout the parking structure, and we conducted a comprehensive explosive sweep of the underground area 10 minutes ago. Once you exit the garage, 2 more identical Cadillacs and 20 Mercedes vehicles will join the convoy. Including our special security team, a total of 111 personnel will ensure your safety throughout the journey. The 3 Cadillac and 20 Mercedes convoy will split into 2 additional teams, taking the other 2 routes to the airport. Additionally, 12 drones will accompany the convoys, providing a bird's-eye view of the entire operation. Andre's meticulous arrangements provided Shi Zhejiang with immense confidence. He patted the captain's shoulder. Well done. With that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and swaggered toward the elevator. Andre strode to follow. 4 men stood at the elevator entrance: Marko Novich, Yaroslav, and Oleg. They too wore black suits, radio earpieces, and had bulges at their waists. As Shi Zhejiang and team leader Andre approached, Marko pressed the elevator button. The already waiting elevator chimed, and its doors slid open smoothly. 2 more men stood inside the elevator, Nikolai and Thomas. Shi Zhejiang stepped calmly into the elevator with Andre and the others following. The 7 men arranged themselves in a protective circle around him, maintaining the highest level of vigilance even within the confined space. Half a minute later, the elevator descended to the underground parking level B1. 4 more men waited at the elevator exit: Pavel, Vitaly, Alexei, and Stefan. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Marko and Novich stepped out first, forming an arced formation with the 4 men outside. Shi Zhejiang emerged next, followed by the remaining 5, who arranged themselves in another arced formation behind him. He was protected from every angle, utterly impenetrable. Escorted by 11 special security personnel, Shi Zhejiang proceeded to the only private parking space in the underground garage. A black Cadillac waited there, surrounded by 100 plainclothes armed personnel clutching AK assault rifles. Security at maximum capacity. A few minutes later, the black Cadillac slowly departed its parking space at a mere 15 kilometers per hour. Andre and the other special security personnel, along with the armed guards, formed a human wall around the vehicle as it moved. Upon exiting the underground garage, 2 identical black Cadillacs and 20 Mercedes vehicles joined at precisely the right moment. The special security personnel led by Andre boarded the 2 Cadillacs, while the remaining armed personnel climbed into the 20 Mercedes. Once everyone was aboard, the convoy immediately departed the hotel. Shortly after this convoy left, 2 more black Cadillacs emerged from the underground garage, joining the other 4 Cadillacs and 20 Mercedes to form 2 additional convoys, taking the other 2 routes to the airport. The luxurious motorcade cruising through the streets drew countless curious gazes from passers-by. To onlookers, it appeared as though the American president himself had arrived. The distance from Naypyidaw city center to the airport was 13 kilometers, approximately a 20-minute journey. While driving through the city, the special bodyguards in the 2 black Cadillacs peered out through the windows, while the drone operator Pa Weyer stared intently at the 12 bird's-eye views on his tablet. In fact, they were all quite tense. After all, one wrong move could cost them their lives. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. At 4:25 p.m., the first motorcade arrived at the entrance of the departure hall of Yangon International Airport, and Delhi had also arranged security personnel at the airport, 30 at the entrance and 60 inside the hall, all in plain clothes. Since entering the departure hall required security checks, the plainclothes guards inside carried no weapons, unlike those at the entrance. After the motorcade came to a steady halt, and Delhi and the other special bodyguards along with armed personnel wielding assault rifles disembarked first. The latter formed a human wall as a security cordon, while the former approached Shi Zhejiang's vehicle and opened the door for him. Shi Zhejiang stepped out of the car, calmly adjusting his collar. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze swept the surroundings with contempt. "Touch me. Heh." He strode briskly toward the departure hall with Delhi and the other special bodyguards close behind. They soon entered the security checkpoint area. Firearms were prohibited inside the departure hall, even for Shi Zhejiang's men. After all, he was not a government official military figure or connected to Min Aung Hlai's military junta. In plain terms, he was just a criminal, even using a fake passport to buy his ticket. Thus, the special bodyguards had to surrender their weapons to the accompanying plainclothes armed personnel for safekeeping. After passing through security smoothly, Shi Zhejiang, surrounded by the special bodyguards and 60 plainclothes guards, proceeded to the boarding gate for flight H4585 to Bangkok. Seeing their boss safely inside the terminal, the plainclothes armed personnel at the entrance and from the motorcade quickly dispersed. They could not linger too long in such a public place like the airport, as being too conspicuous would provoke the displeasure of the airport military police. Only by leaving shortly would the airport military police turn a blind eye. At 4:40 p.m., there were still 5 minutes before boarding. Shi Zhejiang sat on a leather sofa in the open VIP lounge, enjoying one last cigar before boarding. The special bodyguards and plainclothes guards stood around him with their backs to him, warily scanning the surroundings, casting a glance at almost everyone. But none of them noticed that 100 meters away at the entrance of the restroom, a man in a janitor's uniform, wearing a mask and a cap, was earnestly mopping the floor while occasionally glancing in their direction. At 4:43, a broadcast sounded in both the regular and VIP waiting areas. "Dear passengers, flight H4585 is about to begin boarding. First-class passengers may proceed to the VIP channel." As soon as the broadcast ended, Shi Zhejiang extinguished his cigar, stood up, and adjusted his collar, ready to board. At that moment, a passenger with a Southeast Asian face, dressed in a suit, rose from the regular waiting area. Instead of heading to the boarding gate to queue, he quickly walked toward the restroom. He entered the men's restroom, and the janitor followed right after. A minute later, the suited man came out, but his face had changed to an East Asian one, and he was now wearing a mask. The man with a natural demeanor carried a briefcase that did not belong to him to an unnoticed corner, switched it for his own suitcase, and then went to the boarding gate to queue for ticket check. At the same time, Shi Zhejiang and Delhi and the other special bodyguards arrived at the nearby VIP channel for boarding. They did not need to queue and filed through to board the plane first. The dozens of plainclothes guards did not follow. After seeing their boss enter the jet bridge, they all turned and left. 2 minutes later, Shi Zhejiang and his group were seated in first class. There were a total of 14 seats, and their group occupied 12 of them, leaving the other 2 empty, nearly as if they had chartered the entire first-class cabin. Shi Zhejiang sat in the center with the 11 special bodyguards seated around him. Once on the plane and seated, he completely relaxed. He took off his shoes and changed into the slippers provided by the airline. Although the flight was only an hour, he intended to enjoy whatever comfort he could. He even called the flight attendant and ordered a glass of champagne, savoring it with pleasure. 3 minutes later, the suited man also boarded the plane and sat in the front row aisle seat, separated from first class by only a curtain. "Hello, are you in the wrong seat?" A Southeast Asian woman holding a boarding pass approached Jin Nan, as the seat he was sitting in was hers. "Is that so?" Jin Nan took out his ticket and checked. "I did misread it. Sorry." He stood up apologetically and gave up the seat. Then he pretended to take his suitcase from the overhead compartment, but he did it very slowly. The other passengers and flight attendants paid no attention to him. 2 minutes later, Jin Nan finally retrieved the suitcase from the compartment. At that moment, the flight attendant's voice came over the cabin intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard flight H4585. The cabin doors are about to close. Please fasten your seatbelts. We will be taking off shortly." Jin Nan placed the suitcase in the aisle between first class and economy class, rubbed his hands together, and a glint of determination flashed in his cold eyes. He parted the curtain and stepped into first class. The cold air from the air conditioning hit him, mixed with the scent of high-end perfume and a faint hint of champagne. As soon as he entered first class, before Delhi and the others could turn around, Jin Nan struck swiftly. His left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the hair of the deputy captain Tae-Siphon, who was seated by the aisle, and yanking him hard to the side. Tae-Siphon cried out in pain, his neck forced open, exposing his throat. Jin Nan clenched his right fist with his middle knuckle protruding and delivered a precise, powerful punch to the Adam's apple. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking was jarringly loud in the quiet first-class cabin. This swift punch directly broke his neck. Tae-Siphon's eyes bulged wide, then lost their luster. His head lolled to one side, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Alik Xie, the observer sitting next to Tae-Siphon, was greatly alarmed and instinctively rose to counterattack. But Jin Nan was faster. His left hand seized his hair and slammed him hard against the window. Bang! A dull thud. The inner layer of the window shattered with spiderweb-like cracks, spreading instantly. Alik Xie's head slammed heavily into the sturdy glass, instantly bleeding profusely. A horrifying dent appeared on his forehead, even exposing the white bone. He didn't even utter a groan before collapsing limply. In just 2 seconds, the special bodyguards had lost 2 men. The sudden scene shocked everyone in first class to the core. The 2 flight attendants dropped their beverage trays with a clatter. The chief purser, who was holding the intercom, froze in place, her face pale. And Delhi was more enraged. He sprang to his feet, his burly frame almost blocking the overhead lights, and sprayed spittle onto Shi Zhejian's shocked face. Kill him. As he shouted, Jin Nan lunged like a panther toward Vitali, who was nearest. Vitali had just half risen, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist, when Jin Nan's fist, riding the wind, struck his Adam's apple with precision. Vitali's eyes bulged, a guttural rattle escaping his throat. His entire body flew backward 2 meters, slammed heavily against the aircraft's bulkhead, and then slid limply to the floor. Medic Thomas charged at Jin Nan from the side with a low growl, trying to use his weight to tackle him. Jin Nan seemed to maintain his forward momentum, but at the last moment subtly sidestepped, his right leg whipping out like a lash, kicking Thomas squarely in the groin. Thomas's face instantly turned a liverish purple. All motion ceased as his body reflexively curled into a shrimp-like shape, so racked with pain that he couldn't even utter a sound. Jin Nan stepped forward, grabbing the back of his neck and slamming it downward, while simultaneously driving his right knee upward like a sledgehammer, smashing into Thomas's face. Then he stomped on his back with a force that drove the man flat against the floor, a sickening crack of spine shattering, and Thomas spat out dark blackened blood before going still. Bomb disposal expert Nicola finally found an opening, roaring as he swung a punch at the back of Jin Nan's head. Jin Nan, as if with eyes in the back of his head, swiftly leaned backward, the iron fist grazing past his nose. In the moment Nicola retracted his fist, Jin Nan's right hand seized his wrist like a vice and yanked him hard. Nicola, off balance, stumbled forward. A stark sense of death surged through his mind, his face turning pale. His instincts did not deceive him. Jin Nan's left arm hooked around his neck, locking tight, and with a sudden violent contraction, Nicola's throat emitted a sickening crunch, his eyes rolling back. After only 2 seconds of struggle, he lost all strength and went limp. Sniper Oleg, spotter Yaroslav, and fire support Novak saw this, and simultaneously rushed from the front and both sides. The narrow cabin aisle left Jin Nan with extremely limited room to dodge, and retreating was already too late. Novak arrived first, his heavy body slamming Jin Nan to the floor. He straddled Jin Nan, raining down fists the size of rice bowls onto Jin Nan's head. Jin Nan temporarily abandoned defense, crossing his arms to protect his head and face. He endured these heavy blows, a dull ache spreading through his forearms. Oleg and Yaroslav tried to pin down his legs and arms respectively, but as Yaroslav's hand touched Jin Nan's arm, it was instead seized by the wrist. Jin Nan engaged his core, using the pinned position to swing Yaroslav bodily, hurling him into Novak behind him. Novak was knocked backward by the unexpected human missile, which in turn crashed into Oleg, who was about to pounce. The 3 tumbled into a heap. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Jin Nan sprang to his feet with a carp-like motion. But no sooner had he steadied himself than assault specialist and close-quarters combat expert Makur and Captain Andre charged in like 2 tanks. Makur's calloused fist tore through the air, smashing into Jin Nan's left cheek. Jin Nan's head jerked violently, a tooth mixed with blood flying from his mouth. He staggered back a step, but did not fall. Andre followed up with a powerful side kick that landed squarely on Jin Nan's abdomen. Jin Nan winced in pain, his body uncontrollably flying backward a meter and crashing heavily onto the soft first-class seat with a dull thud. An ordinary person would have been incapacitated by such a blow, but Jin Nan's resilience and will far exceeded the norm. His reactions were hardly dulled by the impact. The moment he fell onto the seat, he used his hand to brace against the seat back and stabilize himself. Makur pressed the advantage, switching from fist to leg, delivering a high roundhouse kick aimed at Jin Nan's head. Jin Nan sharply sidestepped, his left hand snatching the incoming leg, while his right hand transformed into an elbow. Focusing all his strength into the elbow tip, he struck like a battle axe onto Makur's shin bone. A crisp crack of bone echoed through the first-class cabin, even drowning out the engine's roar. Ma Kuer's piercing scream followed. Oh! A flicker of panic crossed Andre's face as he rushed forward for a second assault, but Jin Nan was faster. Ignoring the searing pain in his abdomen, his right hand shot out, clamping onto the neck of the off-balance Ma Kuer, whose leg was broken, and using him as a human shield, he thrust him violently toward Andre. Andre could not stop his momentum and collided with Ma Kuer, stumbling backward. Without a pause, Jin Nan, still gripping Ma Kuer's neck as a fulcrum and weapon, swung the body into Oleg, Yaroslav, and Novak, who had just struggled to their feet. The three unsteady were knocked to the floor again by this brutal collision. A perfect counterattack opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Jin Nan's eyes. His right hand clenched and exerted force, snapping Ma Kuer's neck. At the same time, his left foot rose high, descending like a giant axe, stomping onto the head of Novak, who had just raised his head. Crack! Novak's head smashed violently against the floor of force akin to falling headfirst from a three-story building. He was instantly bloodied, his skull fractured. He lay in a rapidly spreading pool of blood, convulsing twice before going still. Continuing the momentum of snapping Ma Kuer's neck, Jin Nan shoved the corpse onto Oleg, who was struggling to rise. Oleg was pinned by the heavy corpse, his hands instinctively pushing upward. In that instant, Jin Nan's fists rained down like hail, delivering 3 consecutive blows to Oleg's face in 1.5 seconds. The first punch shattered his nose bridge, blood spurting. The second smashed his cheekbone, causing facial collapse. The third directly crushed his facial bones. Oleg's face became a bloody mess, and he died instantly. Just as the 3 punches landed, an immense force struck from behind. Andre, like an enraged grizzly bear, locked Jin Nan from behind his thick arms, squeezing Jin Nan's chest like iron bands, trying to crush his ribs. At the same time, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the muscle of Jin Nan's back shoulder. The searing pain made Jin Nan gasp sharply. His body reacted instinctively, driving his elbow backward, striking Andre's shoulder. Each elbow strike was powerful, producing dull thuds. Andre grunted, but with a fierce tenacity endured, his arms continuously tightening, determined to burst Jin Nan's ribcage. Jin Nan delivered elbow strikes in succession, once, twice, thrice. On the 4th strike, a clear bone crack was heard. Andre could no longer hold on, his left arm going limp and hanging down. Jiang Nan immediately seized Andre's right hand, still clamped against his chest, grabbed his fingers, and wrenched them with brutal force. 2 fingers were instantly bent into an unnatural V shape. Ah! Andre let out a heart-rending scream, and the crushing grip instantly dissolved. Jiang Nan spun around with sudden ferocity, his right hand flashing like lightning as it wrapped tightly around Andre's throat. Andre's face contorted in terror, cold sweat drenching his forehead. As oxygen deprivation and excruciating pain turned his complexion purple-red, he desperately pushed against Jiang Nan's iron grip with his remaining 3 functioning fingers. But it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a mighty tree. Jiang Nan watched him with cold indifference, his fingers maintaining relentless pressure. Andre's eyes began to roll back, blood trickled from his nose, his pupils grew unfocused, and his struggling body gradually lost all strength. Only after several seconds did Jiang Nan release his grip. Andre's massive 200-plus pound frame collapsed to the ground like a sack of grain, without support, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. The elite bodyguard squad, completely wiped out. The entire sequence had taken less than 2 minutes. The first-class cabin filled with a thick metallic scent of blood, the carpet stained crimson. Jiang Nan took several ragged breaths to steady himself, then calmly adjusted his mask back into place. He turned his cold gaze settling on Shi Zhejiang, who remained frozen in his seat, eyes wide, as if paralyzed with terror. Shi Zhejiang's mind had gone completely blank, overwhelmed by nothing but absolute shock and boundless fear. His elite bodyguard squad, carefully cultivated at a cost of over $1 million a month, heavily equipped, battle-hardened, had been annihilated in merely 2 minutes by a single man. With his bare hands. When Shi Zhejiang caught Jiang Nan's gaze, a violent shiver coursed through him as boundless dread seized his heart. Panicked, he scrambled from his oversized seat, his legs buckling as he staggered toward the flight attendants cowering in the corner. Call the police. Call them now. Someone's trying to kill me. His voice cracked and pierced through the cabin, raw with terror. The purser jolted awake at the scream, her face draining to ash white as her trembling hands reached for the interior phone mounted on the cabin wall. This telephone was reserved exclusively for communication with the tower and ground control. Pressing the receiver to her ear, she heard only persistent static. No matter how urgently she called out or pressed buttons, there was no response. Jiang Nan approached with a deadpan expression, each measured step drawing nearer. Not to the attendants, but to Shi Zhejiang, who cowered like a stray dog. His leather soles pressed into the blood-soaked carpet, emitting a soft, viscous sound that echoed through the suffocating silence of the cabin like the ticking of a reaper's clock. As Jiang Nan advanced toward them like a harbinger of death, the 2 flight attendants huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. The purser in despair set down the receiver and pressed her back against the cold cabin wall. Shi Zhejiang's terror reached its zenith, snot and tears streaming down his face. Unaware he had retreated until there was nowhere left to go, his back slamming hard against the reinforced cockpit door. The icy metal against his spine shattered whatever remained of Shi Zhejiang's psychological defenses. Driven by a primal urge to survive, he dropped to his knees in a scramble, fumbling for his designer wallet. With trembling hands, he spilled out every card and held them forward, stammering incoherently, Don't kill me. I have money. So much money. These black cards. There's tens of millions of dollars in them. I'll tell you the pin 520520. It just spare me and I'll give you another 100 million. Yes, $100 million. Cash. Cryptocurrency works too. At the mention of $100 million, he nearly screamed, attempting to sway this figure of death with the staggering fortune. $100 million. Enough to drive the vast majority of people on Earth to madness, enough to make anyone abandon every moral, legal, and ethical principle they had ever held. But Jiang Nan adhered to his own code. He stepped toward Shi Zhejiang, who was desperately pounding his forehead against the floor in supplication, raised his blood-stained right hand, and closed his fingers around the man's throat with surgical precision, lifting him upward with deliberate slowness. Despite Shi Zhejiang's towering 6-foot frame, he was hoisted off the ground like a chick, his legs kicking fruitlessly at nothing. With his throat constricted, Shi Zhejiang could only produce wet, guttural gasps of entreaty. He dropped his wallet and the scattered black cards, his fingers clawing desperately at Jiang Nan's iron grip, attempting to pry them apart, but it was all utterly futile. As Jiang Nan's fingers tightened incrementally, Shi Zhejiang's complexion darkened from red to deep crimson, then swiftly turned to a ghastly purplish black. His struggles grew weaker by the moment, and his eyeballs began to bulge outward. Roughly 10 seconds later, blood seeped from Shi Zhejiang's orifices, his pupils dilated completely, and his body went entirely limp, collapsing like a pile of mud. Jiang Nan released his grip, and the corpse crashed down onto the black cards that symbolized the wealth he had desperately offered. Without any expression, Jiang Nan pulled out his phone and captured a clear photograph of Shi Zhejiang's dead form, then stooped to retrieve 3 black cards from the floor, pocketing them without a second glance. He turned away, ignoring the 3 flight attendants whose gazes blended terror with despair, on the verge of unconsciousness, stepping over the corpse to make his way toward the still open cabin door. I'm a cop. Don't move. Just as Jiang Nan reached the door at the front of economy class, a plain-clothed young man suddenly lunged forward from among the passengers who had witnessed everything and were still shaken to their cores. His expression tight with tension, the young man gripped a compact pistol with both hands, aiming it at Jiang Nan with visible tremors to prevent his escape. Jiang Nan paused, exhaled a barely audible sigh, and smoothly raised his hands in apparent surrender. Clearly lacking combat experience, the young officer instinctively relaxed his tense nerves upon seeing Jiang Nan comply so readily, his vigilance dropping as he stepped forward to make the arrest. However, in that instant of approach, Jiang Nan moved. His motions were swifter than a ghost. The posture of surrender instantly transformed into a precise joint lock. His left hand parried and secured, while his right flashed forward like lightning. The young officer felt a searing pain in his wrist, and the pistol was already in different hands. The black barrel of the gun flipped and pointed directly back at him. The young officer's face drained to paper white in an instant. His legs buckled, and he fell straight to his knees, raising his empty hands high, his voice cracking with tears. Don't kill me, please. Over 100 passengers watched this dramatic turn of events and fell utterly dumbstruck. The faint glimmer of hope that had just risen in their hearts was extinguished in an instant. Just like that, he had been turned and neutralized so easily. Bakayuru. Jiang Nan spat out a fluent and venomous Japanese curse, then roared in broken but comprehensible Burmese, "There's a bomb on this plane. It's about to explode." After speaking, Jin Nan no longer paid attention to the collapsed police officers and the terrified crowd. He holstered his pistol, turned, and briskly rushed out of the aircraft cabin door. "Bomb," he said. "There's a bomb." These 2 words were like a death knell, exploding in the minds of all passengers at once. The terror of over 100 passengers reached its peak instantly, and complete panic spread like a plague. The young police officer kneeling on the ground suddenly turned his head and saw the solitary suitcase left by Jin Nan at the passage. As if finding corroboration, he screamed, "That suitcase. It's his suitcase. There really is a bomb." This scream became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and also the fuse that triggered the complete outbreak of panic. Passengers near the cabin door fled like madmen, desperately rushing toward the exit. The passengers behind also completely lost their sanity, screaming, shoving, and trampling each other as they scrambled to escape the aircraft cabin, wanting only to stay as far away from that possible bomb as possible, further and further away. For a moment, the jet bridge was filled with a cacophony of screams, cries, and curses. The passengers and the subsequently arrived crew members fell into complete chaos, frantically fleeing for their lives. The scene had completely gotten out of control. Jin Nan blended into the panicked crowd. As he quickly removed his blood-stained face mask and took off his suit jacket splattered with blood and dust, he used his cuff to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat a bloody glob onto his clothes. Yet his expression remained exceptionally calm, his pace unhurried as he moved with the frantic flow of people. He sprinted quickly down the long jet bridge corridor and soon disappeared into the depths of the chaotic crowd. 5 minutes later, the armed airport military and police, upon receiving the emergency report, quickly arrived at the jet bridge, where flight H-4585 was located. Entering the silent aircraft cabin with extreme caution, as if facing a major threat, what met their eyes were only 12 bodies lying in disarray, the pervasive smell of blood, scattered belongings, and that solitary suitcase positioned at the passage suspected of containing explosives. 10 minutes later, the professional bomb disposal team arrived at the scene. After evacuating a wider area, they nervously opened the suitcase that had caused such massive panic. Inside was not a bomb at all, but merely a small radio signal jamming device that was still silently working, its indicator light continuously flashing weakly. The bloody incident on flight H-4585 quickly spread throughout the airport, and even all of Naypyidaw, and it soon reached the ears of the supreme leader Min Aung Hlaing. Min Aung Hlaing was furious and strictly ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Based on the scattered descriptions from surviving passengers and crew members, the police initially outlined the suspect's characteristics: an Asian male, approximately 1.8 meters tall, well-built, wearing a proper suit, acting with extreme professionalism and ruthlessness, and having spoken Japanese. Following these clues, the Myanmar police mobilized substantial law enforcement resources and launched a comprehensive sweep of all Japanese travelers, merchants, and tourists who had recently entered Naypyidaw. Japanese individuals with similar bills were directly summoned to the police station for detailed interrogation. While the Naypyidaw police were conducting large-scale searches, the real mastermind was already on the highway to Yangon. Lost a tooth. In the backseat of a car speeding along the highway, Jin Nan reached into his mouth with his hand, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with a missing tooth. Lei, who sitting beside him, raised his thumb. As expected of Arrowhead, it takes someone with your guts to board an aircraft and take on the enemy. 1 against 11 professional bodyguards, and the whole operation wrapped up in 5 minutes. His admiration was heartfelt. In hand-to-hand combat, he respected only Jin Nan in his entire life. Damn, this isn't Arrowhead, this is Cold Edge. Ma Dapin, sitting in the front passenger seat, wore an expression of utter shock. This operation had once again shattered his previous understanding of Jin Nan. He had formerly believed Jin Nan was merely skilled with firearms, never imagining his close-quarters combat prowess would be so ferocious. Not only did he finish the operation in 5 minutes, but he also escaped unscathed. Even novels wouldn't dare write such things. Cold Edge. A mocking voice came through the earpiece from Emoja. He's far more badass than Cold Edge. Dapin, do you know which unit ranks first among the world's top 10 officially acknowledged special forces? Of course I know. The American Delta Force. Right? The Delta Force. 2 years ago, a legendary figure named Ravlik emerged. This man was extraordinary. In the Afghanistan region, he single-handedly eliminated a Taliban special forces squad of over 30 men. His 5th Special Services team achieved an astonishing record of 0 casualties against 560 enemy combatants. Then what? Ma Dapin's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Then what? Lin Rue, Shirley, and Lei, who also asked. They had all retired 2 years prior and were unfamiliar with subsequent events. Zhou Yuntang also perked up his ears, listening intently. Don't spread this around, it should still be classified. After this reminder, Emoja continued. Later we received intelligence that the 5th Special Services team was heading to Serbia to execute a decapitation strike. Who the target was, don't ask. We were then dispatched. Originally we were executing a defensive mission, but Arrowhead, your brother Nan, located the 5th Task Force's hiding place. He brought along your brother Mo, that's me. The 2 of us wiped out their entire 5th Special Services team. That old bastard Ravlik died right there at your brother Nan's fists, beaten to death. Let me tell you about that scene. I had a drone monitoring the entire operation, saw everything clearly. No movie scene could compare. 3 seconds to empty a pistol magazine, 14 killed. Just tell me, isn't that badass? Everyone fell silent after hearing this. They were truly stunned. In fact, emptying a magazine in 3 seconds anyone could manage, but aiming at and hitting 14 targets while emptying the magazine in 3 seconds. That kind of reaction and speed was beyond human capability. Wait a moment, there seems to be a loophole. Why were only the 2 of you acting alone, and why did everyone else die? Lin Rue couldn't help but raise the question. Emoja sighed. Old Zhu's problem. When we told him, he didn't believe it. He thought the assessment was too rash, the operation too risky, feared it might be a trap. Plus the mission was defensive and your brother Nan was afraid of missing the opportunity, so he brought me along. I watched their positions while he engaged them. That old Zhu again. Lei, who clicked his tongue. Ahem. Jin Nan didn't want to discuss this topic. He took out 3 black bank cards from his pocket. This time we have unexpected income. That old scoundrel, Shiz Yuan, begged for mercy before dying, trying to bribe me with money. I beat him to death and thought why not take it, so I brought the cards back. Lei took a black card and examined it in his hand. How much money? He asked curiously. He said tens of millions of dollars were in the card, Jin Nan replied. Tens of millions of dollars. Everyone's voices rose, slightly faintly tinged with excitement. After we finish the mission, we'll check how much money there is and split it among the brothers. Brother Nan is generous. Brother Nan, do you need a hanger-on? Get lost. The two vehicles chatting and laughing sped toward their next destination, Yangon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yangon, the Stint Star Grand Hotel. The Stint Star Grand Hotel is located on the Irrawaddy River Delta, facing the sea outlet, with an excellent location in the heart of Yangon. However, only locals know that the Stint Star Grand Hotel, though a hotel, is never open to the public, who every time someone tries to check in the front desk, says there are no rooms. In fact, the Stint Star Grand Hotel is a telecom fraud park disguised as a hotel holding over 100,000 people, and it is the largest such park in Myanmar, without a rival. It is another KK park. To be precise, after the KK park was cut off from water and electricity by Thailand, Xi Jinping rebuilt it in Yangon as the new KK park. At the main entrance of the Stint Star Grand Hotel on this single-access road, over 400 armed personnel had gathered, standing in small groups, chatting and laughing. Boss Liu is here. Suddenly a stern voice rang out. The crowd fell silent, turning in unison toward the hotel lobby entrance. A dozen men in suits of varying heights walked out, followed by a man in a plaid shirt, dress pants, leather shoes, sporting a thick gold chain, a gold watch, slicked back hair, and glasses. The man held a pistol in one hand, his gaze sharp as he stared at the hundreds of armed personnel dozens of meters away from the steps. He opened his mouth slowly, his voice tinged with grief and anger. Brother, she is dead, brother, she is dead. The hundreds of armed personnel exchanged glances. They had all seen the news from Naypyidaw. Before gathering, they had heard rumors that the man killed on the plane was brother Xi, so the news did not surprise them. Do you think I would run? Run far away. I'm telling you now, no. Lu Bo shouted loudly, his expression furious as he continued. I was just a fish vendor from Fujian, damn it, everyone stepped on me. But Bashi brought me here and gave me today. I admit I'm not educated. I dropped out after 3rd grade, but I know what loyalty means. He became emotional, unable to resist raising his pistol and firing a shot into the air. The gunshot shattered the night stillness and made everyone's heart tighten. Today I'm not going anywhere. I won't go anywhere from now on. I'll wait here, wait for them to come, and fight them to the death. Those who want to leave, who are afraid of death, go now, get far away. But if you stay, you must fight alongside me. Who wants to leave? Lu Bo glared at every person below. Brothers, we are all on the same boat, on the same chain of profit. As they say, blocking our wealth is like killing our parents. They want to destroy what we have. Can we tolerate that? A man with a fierce scar across his face, standing to Lu Bo's left, stepped forward and spoke. He was the manager of the Yangon Park, named Lu Weiyin, nicknamed Scar Lu. After hearing the words of the two bosses, the 400 armed personnel all showed fierce expressions, raising their weapons and shouting, we won't leave. Fight them. Kill them. Even if we die, we'll be good men again in 18 years. The morale of the armed personnel soared. Lu Bo, Scar Lu, and the other managers nodded in satisfaction, their sense of security reaching its peak. They couldn't believe that with so many people and so many guns, the enemy, fewer than 10, could possibly kill them. Buzz. Suddenly a buzzing sound came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, but saw nothing. Yet though they saw nothing, they seemed to see the Grim Reaper. Closer. Everyone finally saw what it was. Drones. A swarm of drones. Boom. A drone suddenly plunged into the crowd, blowing half a dozen armed personnel into the air. This was just the beginning. Then one drone after another, like a swarm of bees, charged into the crowd, triggering a series of explosions. Over 400 armed personnel were instantly engulfed in bursts of fire. Lu Bo and the others were stunned. Many managers collapsed to the ground, their legs weak, their faces filled with terror. Run! Scar Lu shouted, dashing into the hotel lobby. The rest also scrambled to flee. The air of defiance from moments ago vanished into dust. The explosions at the entrance soon ceased. More than half of the 400 armed personnel were dead or wounded. Those still alive were dazed, their eyes swimming with stars. At that moment, dogs appeared at the entrance. These were not ordinary dogs, but mechanical dogs. And there were not just one, but a dozen. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The swarm of mechanical dogs surged in their 5.56mm machine guns, spitting tongues of fire at the armed personnel. The soldiers fell in waves. In less than a minute, not a single armed man was left standing. 3 minutes later, the hotel entrance was crowded with a large number of special police in black combat uniforms, their arm patches bearing the 5-star national flag and the Myanmar flag. They poured in, storming the hotel. Initially, sporadic gunfire came from inside the hotel, but soon it fell silent. About half an hour later, a large number of telecom fraud operatives were led out by the special police and loaded onto buses. The people brought out later were endless, filling even the square in front of the hotel. 800 meters away, on the rooftop of a high-rise building across the river, Jin Nan and his team watched the scene through monocular telescopes. Looks like a joint operation between Chinese and Myanmar police, Lei Hu said as he watched. Our military also participated, but only with the mechanical dogs and drone swarms, Emojo added. Jin Nan lowered his telescope and turned to Zhou Yuntang. Looks like you won't get to kill them with your own hands. He felt somewhat helpless. They had rushed from Naypyidaw, and hadn't even planned how to strike, only to find that the Chinese and Myanmar police had already taken down the Stint Star Grand Hotel ahead of them. What a coincidence. Truth be told, this was actually a good thing. It saved the seven-man team a hard fight, letting them earn money without lifting a finger. He was happy to see it, but since he had taken so much money from Zhou Yuntang, not being able to let her kill the enemy with her own hands or see them die before her eyes made him feel a bit embarrassed. It's fine as long as they die, Zhou Yuntang said coldly. Hearing this, Jin Nan's burden lightened. Don't worry, they'll definitely die. He was certain, since the state had mobilized so much force to strike, the aftermath would surely not be a simple prison sentence, it would be the death penalty 100%. Zhou Yuntang gave a soft hum and said no more. Jin Nan turned to look at the others. Guys, will rest in Yangon tonight, and tomorrow we head back home. The mission is complete. Those who needed to be rescued had been saved by the Chinese and Myanmar military police. Those who deserved to die, even if not executed on the spot by the authorities, would be sentenced to death upon repatriation. Thus the mission could be declared accomplished, and they could prepare to lie back and reap the rewards. Nice. Lin Rue snapped his fingers. This money was earned so easily. Thanks to the police. Lei Hu shouted toward the St. Regis Hotel 800 meters away. Unconcealable smiles adorned everyone's faces. This mission overall had been remarkably effortless, a few million earned with ease, utterly exhilarating. Soon the group left the building and checked into a random inn. In the dead of night, Zhou Yuntang quietly slipped out of her room. Though her movements were light, the subtle sounds stirred Jin Nan awake. However, Jin Nan did not stop her. He knew where Zhou Yuntang was going. Not only did he refrain from stopping her, but he also woke Ma Daping and Lei Hu, instructing them to follow Zhou Yuntang. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Ma Daping and Lei Hu returned first. They nonchalantly lay back down in their original spots to sleep. Shortly after their return, Zhou Yuntang also came back to the room. Upon returning, she went straight to the bathroom. Those outside could faintly hear her sobbing. At 8 in the morning, the local news reported a luxurious mansion had been wiped out. A family of 6 brutally murdered in their home. The son was found in the toilet, having suffered torture before his death. At the same time, the 7-member team, dressed in civilian clothes, emerged from the inn, each carrying a large suitcase. They boarded 2 prearranged off-road vehicles and left Yangon, embarking on the journey back home. By 6 in the evening that day, the team safely arrived at Mengyang, a border town in the northern Shan state of Myanmar. They rested there for 2 hours and in the meantime sold the vehicles. The 2 brand new Wrangler off-roaders, worth a total of 1 million RMB, fetched 600,000 RMB. After the rest, the group abandoned the vehicles and trekked on foot into the borderlands. They walked the entire night, only crossing into Chinese territory by dawn the next day. They then hiked for another half day until they reached Menghai County, where they had lunch. From there, they boarded a BJ-40 and a Tank 300, the same vehicles they had arrived in, and drove back to Jiangxi. During the return journey, everyone received a major news update. The 2026 China-Myanmar joint operation successfully dismantled the Yangon telecom fraud park, killing 452 armed personnel, arresting 1250 core fraudsters, and rescuing 1260 suspected victims of telecom fraud, completely eradicating Myanmar's largest malignant tumor. The most intriguing aspect of this news was that it also mentioned the KK Park. However, the credit for the crackdown on the KK Park was entirely taken by the Myanmar police. Perhaps out of guilt, the coverage of the KK Park was brief, unlike the extensive detail devoted to describing the Yangon operation. 20 hours later, the next morning at 10 o'clock, Jiangxi Shangrao Dumao Mountain Jingji Manor. The 2 off-road vehicles drove directly into the manor, stopping steadily at the villa's entrance. Gazing at the familiar buildings, Jin Nan felt a sense of homecoming. He stepped out of the car and couldn't help but inhale a deep breath of fresh air. How refreshing. I'm home. Ma Daping alighted from the car, spreading his arms in a loud exclamation. It wasn't just Jin Nan who felt the return, he did too. The others got out one after another. At that moment, Jin Nan instructed everyone, take all the equipment into the house. After that, we'll settle the accounts. According to past habits, all equipment would be discarded and not brought back. But this time, Jin Nan brought back everyone's gear except for the firearms and ammunition. It wasn't that he anticipated using them later, he simply couldn't bear to throw them away. After all, each set was worth over 1 million, and 7 sets amounted to 8 million. Jin Nan planned to sell the equipment when he had the chance. He had made up his mind. This was the very last job. After this, he would never do it again. He would live as an ordinary civilian, using the money from this mission to become a wealthy man of leisure. Ma Daping carried 1 bag in each hand, while the others each carried 1 bag into the villa and placed them in the underground storage room. After storing the equipment, it was time for the most anticipated part, settling the accounts. The 7 sat around the long table in the living room. Jin Nan took out his phone and opened a memo where he had recorded all the expenses for this operation. Reading from the list, he said, we spent 400 on buying the vehicles, 100 on weapons and ammunition, 100 on drones and computers, 300 on tents and food supplies, and 100 on the retreat vehicles. After selling them, we recovered 600, so that cost us 400. Okay, not counting the equipment, our total expenditure for this operation is 1940000. Everyone listened intently, not interrupting. Jin Nan then opened another memo and continued, the families of the 17 victims gave a total of 5100 RMB. Zhou Yuntang's father gave 20000. The total ransom from rescues came to 710000. Adding the 12000 from Zhou Yuntang, the grand total is 1910000. As he spoke, Zhou Yuntang took out her phone and made a few taps. In no time, Jin Nan received a bank notification. 12 million RMB had been deposited. Maintaining a calm expression, Jin Nan put down his phone and addressed the group. 19100 minus 19500 leaves 1716000. Divided among the 6 of us, that's about 286000 each. Send me your bank account numbers and I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Rui had already typed his bank account number into the chat input box with Jin Nan on WeChat. Upon hearing this, he sent it immediately and said, just give me 200 to round it off. Don't give me the remaining 86000. Same here, 200 is enough, Lei Hu also said. Brother Nan, give me 1500 and consider the rest as a contribution to your new car, Shirley said with a slight smile, not forgetting that he had blown up Jin Nan's Mercedes from a business edition to a battle-damaged version. Emoja shrugged his shoulders. Since everyone's taking 200, I'll take 200 too. Same for me, Ma Daping leaned back without a moment's hesitation. Everyone had an unspoken understanding the division of money should not be an equal split, as Jin Nan had suggested. As the team leader and initiator, he deserved a larger share. Moreover, the airport mission was completed solely by Jin Nan, and only he could have accomplished it. Having done so much work, an equal split felt unfair to him. Jin Nan felt a slight warmth in his heart as he listened to them, but he didn't refuse. He silently transferred 200 RMB to each person, leaving the remaining 71600 for himself. You don't need to pay for the car. Keep the 2 million, Jin Nan said to Shirley, raising his chin. Thanks, Brother Nan. There was no need for formalities among close friends as Shirley accepted it gladly. What are your plans next? Lin Rui asked Jin Nan at this moment. In truth, this was a question everyone wanted to ask. Honestly, they were all a bit addicted. The money came too fast. In just a few days they had earned what would normally take decades to accumulate. But Jin Nan's answer disappointed them. What else could my plan be? I'll just stick with Daping and guard this company. He even boasted to me that he'd make me the world's richest man. He laughed. Ma Daping scratched his head, wondering secretly if he had actually said that. Are you really quitting this line of work? Emoja raised an eyebrow. Although Jin Nan's meaning was already quite clear, he still wanted further confirmation. I'm quitting, Jin Nan said without a trace of hesitation. What's so great about dodging bullets and flying bullets? My pockets are already full enough. After saying this, he turned around to advise the others. I suggest you don't think about putting down roots in this industry either. Now that you have money in your pockets, find a wife, buy a house, and live a good life. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Shirley, and Emoja all fell into silence. After a long while, Emoja spoke up. Honestly, asking me to go live a cozy family life with a wife and kid, I'm still not used to it, and I don't find it interesting at all. Do you have room for a shareholder here? The second half of his sentence made both Jin Nan and Ma Daping freeze in surprise. You want to invest? Ma Daping asked. I want to follow you guys. Give me a chance. A faint smile curled at the corner of Emoja's mouth. He didn't want to leave anymore. He wanted to stay here and live alongside Jin Nan and Ma Daping, because going back he didn't know what he'd do. Staying here, not to mention having people around so he wouldn't feel lonely, he also had confidence in this agricultural company and the shooting range. There was something to look forward to. And when bored, when his hands itched for it, he could still go shoot some guns. Jin Nan smiled. He was certainly happy that Emoja wanted to stay. The more people, the more fun. However, this company wasn't entirely his. Though he was the largest shareholder, he still needed Ma Daping's opinion. He glanced at Ma Daping. Daping, what do you think? Little did he know that Ma Daping also welcomed Emoja as a partner. The moment Jin Nan finished speaking, he directly stood up and extended his hand toward Emoja sitting across from him. Welcome to Bramble Agriculture. He mainly considered that the shooting range was too expensive to run, and one more shareholder meant more money to burn. Sure. Haha. Emoja happily stood up and shook hands with Ma Daping. Seeing this, Shirley contemplated for a few seconds before speaking up. Count me in as a shareholder too. Seeing Emoja stay, he also wanted to stay. His reason was simple: there was only him at home, bored out of his mind every day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been making DIY rocket launchers at home by himself. Welcome. Ma Daping extended his hand with a smile on his face. Shirley laughed and shook his hand. Lin Rui and Lei Hu looked at each other, and the latter spoke first. My boxing gym isn't interesting either. Count me in too. Lin Rui then raised his hand. I don't want to go home and open a fishing gear store either. I'll stay too. The truth was, both of them were just like everyone else. They didn't know what to do after going back either. So they might as well stay here and start a business with their buddies, shooting guns for fun whenever they felt like it. Perfect, everyone's staying. The more people who joined, the happier Ma Daping became. It wasn't just because more people meant sharing the risk, but also because he loved having a lively crowd. and the people joining were brothers who had fought together and could be trusted. Jin Nan was equally delighted. He immediately declared, "Tonight KTV is on me. Think of it as a welcome dinner." KTV. Lin Rui smirked. "Just KTV." Everyone wore mischievous smiles. Jin Nan snorted and laughed twice. "Let's see how it goes by then. Count me in too." Suddenly, Zhou Yuntang spoke up. Everyone froze for a moment. Jin Nan was also taken aback. He had always assumed Zhou Yuntang would leave after the mission was complete and return to her former life as a wealthy heiress. He never expected her to say she wanted to stay. "Why?" Zhou Yuntang let out a heavy breath and said expressionlessly, "I don't know either. I just feel sick at the thought of going back." Her situation had already spread through the company and among her relatives. Even her residential community was talking about it. Although no one would say anything to her face, she knew people would definitely be gossiping. Even if they already had gossiped about it the moment she appeared in their line of sight, they would huddle together in groups to discuss her. And the mere thought of this scene made her feel sick and her heart clench. Here conversely she felt at ease. Listening to her reasons, Jin Nan more or less understood. She had taken this place as a harbor of refuge. He didn't see anything wrong with that, so he said, "All right, count you in too." Ma Daping had no objections either and immediately nodded in agreement. Jin Nan took out 3 black cards from his pocket and tossed them toward Emoja. "The password is 520,520. Check how much money is inside and withdraw it all." Emoja stood up to get the computer. Just as he rose, Ma Daping's phone rang. He picked it up and answered. "Hello. Oh, you need to file a report, is that right? All right. I'll be right over." After talking for a moment, Ma Daping hung up and turned to Jin Nan. "The tax bureau called. They said we need to file our taxes." "Perfect. We'll go to Shangrao City together." Jin Nan thought of something and continued, "Call the weapons company in Nanchang on the way and order more guns and ammunition." He knew that people like Lin Rui had stayed mainly to satisfy their gun cravings. In the future, the shooting range's ammunition consumption would be considerable and the variety of guns wasn't enough for fun. They needed to order more weapons and ammunition to meet everyone's daily needs for shooting fun. After all, money was no object now. "Got it." Ma Daping acknowledged and rose to make a call outside. Over here, Emoja quickly returned with the computer. First he checked which bank the black cards belonged to. It was a Swiss bank. Then he used a VPN to access the Swiss bank's operating interface and entered the card number to query the balance. First card balance, 160000. Only $160,000. Emoja froze. He clearly remembered that Jin Nan had said before that Shi Zhejiang before dying had claimed there were tens of millions of dollars across these 3 cards. Hearing Emoja's words, Jin Nan couldn't sit still. He immediately stood up and walked behind Emoja's chair, craning his neck to look at the balance. It really was only 160000. It should be on the other cards. Jin Nan gestured for him to check the next card. At this point, Lin Rui and the others had also crowded around watching Emoja check the second card. The second card's balance was quickly revealed 12000. The last one. Jin Nan continued. Emoja immediately entered the third card number to query. The result, 20000. Jin Nan's brow furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character for river. That doesn't make sense. He said there were tens of millions of dollars. Could someone have withdrawn it in advance? Check the transaction history. Emoja immediately followed his instructions and checked the transaction records for all 3 cards. The most recent deposit record was from last month with 1.02 million deposited. The latest expenditure was 8 days ago where 8800 was spent in the Maldives. The bank statements only cover 6 months. It must be a new card. The total turnover doesn't even reach $10 million. Emoja reluctantly stated the harsh reality. Jin Nan slapped his forehead. Damn, I've been scammed. He finally realized he had been duped and felt a surge of self-ridicule for believing a swindler's words. Unbelievable. A con artist doesn't speak a single word of truth. I'm done. The dying scumbag couldn't even utter a truthful farewell. I was hoping to split those tens of millions of dollars and buy a Bentley tomorrow. Lin Rui, Lei Hu and the others grumbled in exasperation, feeling they too had been tricked. It could only be said that she was nothing short of a progenitor in the realm of telecom fraud. Withdraw the money. We'll spend it together later. No need to split it. Jin Nan patted Emoja's shoulder, not too disheartened. After all, it was windfall or whatever amount it was a gain. Emoja quickly operated to withdraw the funds. After this minor interlude, the group departed the estate in 2 off-road vehicles heading toward Shangrao City. An hour and a half later at noon, they arrived in Shangrao. First, they went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to register new shareholders. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Lei Emoja, and Zhou Yuntang each invested 1 million yuan, acquiring an 8 stake apiece. Ma Daping also increased his investment by 1 million yuan. The shares were allocated casually without meticulous calculation. After the 5 joined, Jin Nan held 50 of Thorn Agriculture, Ma Daping held 10, and the remaining 5 each held 8. After finishing at the bureau, the group proceeded to the tax office to file taxes. Filing taxes was troublesome, requiring various calculations. None of the 7 were accounting professionals, so it took over 2 hours to complete, resulting in a financial statement showing a loss of 12000 yuan. Losses exempted taxes. Not a single cent to pay as it didn't meet the threshold. Once the tax matters were settled, Jin Nan took everyone to a meal. To reward them and welcome them to Thorn Agriculture, he ordered 18 dishes at a high-end hotel. Truffle-baked lobster Kobe beef with foie gras gold leaf caviar, white truffle pasta bluefin tuna belly, sashimi French pan-seared duck liver Alaskan king crab, with saffron sauce, Wagyu Wellington black truffle roast chicken Iberian ham, with melon-baked Boston lobster French escargot pan-seared French foie gras sturgeon caviar pancakes, slow-roasted Wagyu ribeye beluga caviar, Mediterranean red shrimp sashimi, and black truffle cream soup. Additionally, they ordered 20 bottles of Matai. The meal cost 600 yuan in total. After eating and drinking their fill, they needed to digest, so they chose to visit luxury car 4S stores to browse vehicles. When a man comes into money, the first thing he wants to do is buy a luxury car. As the saying goes, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle, and a hero deserves a noble steed. But nowadays horses are out of fashion, cars are the trend. Jin Nan had a fondness for Mercedes-Benz, and was particularly devoted to the brand. He spent 2.7 million yuan on a Mercedes-Benz S580, equipped with a 4T engine balancing business and power. Ma Dapin loved off-roading, and bought a Jeep Wrangler costing 550 yuan on the road. Lei, who also enjoyed off-roading, and purchased a domestic Mengsher M817, costing 350 yuan on the road. Lin Rui preferred minivans, and bought a Voya Dreamer PHEV, costing 4650 yuan on the road. Shirley's taste was somewhat peculiar. While others bought sedans, off-road vehicles, SUVs, or minivans like Lin Rui, he favored buses. He purchased a Toyota Coaster luxury commercial bus, costing 4850 yuan on the road. My father's dream was to become a bus driver, but he never fulfilled it before his death. Shirley explained the reason, revealing that he wasn't buying for himself, but to fulfill his father's dream. Zhou Yuntang did not buy a car. She accompanied the group throughout. It was normal for her not to purchase one. According to her, her family already had plenty of cars ranging from Rolls-Royce to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi, enough to hold a car exhibition. After buying the cars, they still needed some time to pick them up, so the group went to a KTV and rented a large private room. 6 veterans embraced each other and sang military songs. Green flower in the army. 6 singing in unison. Cold wind blows, falling leaves. The army is a green flower. Dear comrades, do not miss home. Do not miss your mother. Voices call day and night. So many heartfelt words. Do not shed tears at parting. The barracks are our warm home. Mother, do not worry, your child has grown up. Song of the strong army. 6 singing in unison. Listen. The horn of a new journey sounds. The goal of a strong army calls ahead. If the nation is to be strong, we must take responsibility. The battle flag is filled with iron-blooded glory. Soldiers obey the party's command, able to win battles with excellent conduct. Fear no strong enemies dare to compete. After 2 hours of singing military songs at the KTV, the 7-person team then moved on to a foot bath. During the foot bath, some went upstairs to drink tea. The 7 spent a total of 2,000 yuan. The next day, after the night of revelry, they went to the 4S stores to pick up their cars, then bought over 2,000 yuan worth of meat and vegetables, and drove their own vehicles back to the Thorn Manor. After returning, the 7 held a meeting in the villa's living room to assign tasks. After discussion, Ma Dapin and Zhou Yuntang formed one group, Lin Rui and Lei Hu another, and Shirley and Emoja the third. Each day 2 groups worked, one responsible for the breeding forest area, one for the shooting range hospitality, while the other group took turns resting. As for Jin Nan, he was only in charge of managing the money, no other work. He was essentially a mascot. With tasks assigned, the 3 groups drew lots to decide who would rest first. Lin Rui and Lei Hu drew the lucky lot. Immediately after, they drove off in their newly purchased luxury cars to visit their parents. Jin Nan prepared lunch, then also drove away, taking a batch of high-quality gear to go fishing. On the way, he received a call from Zhou Jianbong, whose first words were, "I'm never being a good person again." "What's wrong?" Jin Nan asked while driving. "You rescued 5 from the KK park, right? Then the police also dismantled the Yangon park and rescued the rest." When the parents heard the news, they weren't happy. The families of those 12 children felt the police had rescued them, so they demanded a refund. The other 5 families saw them getting refunds and felt it was unfair. They argued that if you hadn't rescued them, the police would have, so the money was wasted. Zhou Jianbang sighed repeatedly, utterly helpless. Jin Nan gave a faint sarcastic laugh and replied lightly, "I'm not refunding the money. Before we set out, I told them we'd collect the full payment, first with the goal of rescuing the people. Now that the goal is achieved, I have no reason to refund." Why did he always demand full payment up front? To guard against exactly this. "I've already returned their money, 1 million yuan, considered a lesson learned. From now on, whoever comes to me, I won't get involved," Zhou Jianbang said over the phone with a hint of resentment. Zhou Jianbang's response caught Jin Nan off guard. He hadn't expected the man to refund the money out of his own pocket. Yet, thinking it over as the intermediary, given the mess that had occurred, it was indeed his responsibility to make things right. Every trade has its rules, break them, and the path ahead grows treacherous. Jin Nan said no more, exchanged a few polite words, and hung up. The wind howled through the car window, carrying the peculiar moisture and fishy scent of the riverside. He rolled up the window, focused on driving, and cruised along the winding country lane. The road was narrow, flanked by lush trees, with sprawling rice paddies stretching into the distance. Occasionally, he spotted a few farmers bent over their work. About half an hour later, he finally arrived at the small village nestled by the water. The village was quiet. A few scattered houses lined the riverbank, and a crooked flagstone path led to the waterfront. He parked beneath an old locust tree at the village entrance, grabbed his gear, and strode directly toward the river. An old washing dock used by the villagers stretched silently into the river. The wooden planks were damp and creaked faintly underfoot. He deftly unfolded his portable stool, sat down, and began his preparations. Mixing bait, adjusting the float, gauging the depth, his movements fluid as a performance. Finally, he unscrewed a bottle of red rice, flicked his wrist, and a spray of crimson scattered across the water, completing the chumming. Jin Nan quickly slipped into the zone. He lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers, his gaze fixed like a nail on the faintly trembling float a few meters away. Today luck was on his side. Within less than 10 minutes the float began to stir. First a gentle twitch, then a slow descent. He held his breath, and with a sudden snap of his wrist he yanked upward. The fishing rod bent into a taut arc, and the line came alive with a fierce, urgent struggle. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. With practiced ease he controlled the rod and reeled in. Soon a gleaming silver wild crucian carp, about half a gene in weight, broke the surface. Jin Nan took out his phone, angled it, and snapped a photo. He carefully unhooked the fish, dropped it into the keep net submerged in the water, then sat back with satisfaction. He posted the picture on his Moments with the caption, "Empty-handed. Not happening." Beneath the text was the photo of the crucian carp, and half the rod, the background blurred into a shimmer of water. He had just put down his phone, ready to bait the hook for a second cast, when he heard light footsteps nearby. A man in a fishing hat and sunglasses had appeared beside him seemingly from nowhere. He was tall and straight, dressed in simple gray quick-dry clothes, holding only a short telescopic stream rod and a box of earthworms, as if he had come just to kill time. The man glanced down at the keep net at Jin Nan's feet. There was still only one fish, but the water had begun to ripple slightly. Without a word, he took a stance less than 2 meters away from Jin Nan and cast his line. Jin Nan turned his head, his tone less than courteous. "Hey buddy, I chummed this spot." He had already caught sight of the man approaching from the corner of his eye, but he hadn't expected the guy to be so oblivious. In the unspoken code of fishing, the one who chums first claims the spot, and the latecomer must yield. The man simply chuckled, his voice muffled behind his sun-protective mask. "Don't be so stingy." Jin Nan frowned, but said nothing more. He turned back, refocusing his attention on the float, though a faint, wary alertness stirred within him. Then he heard the man speak, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Sihanoukville, 89 lives. Jin Nan's spine stiffened almost imperceptibly. China-Myanmar border, 1 life. Mandalay outskirts highway, 5 lives. Pond, 214 lives. Mayawati, 276 lives. The man's voice was low, but each word was clear as ice, dropping like cold stones into the stagnant air. Jin Nan's fingers tightened around the fishing rod, his knuckles paling. The wind on the river seemed to die, leaving only the sound of flowing water and his own heartbeat. Finally the man asked softly, "Is killing your instinct?" At that moment, every muscle in Jin Nan's body was coiled, entering a state of absolute pre-battle clarity. He was nearly on the verge of striking back, until he heard the word instinct. That word was a top-secret notation in his file, a term used internally to define his behavioral pattern. In an instant his taut nerves relaxed. "Not an enemy, a comrade. I didn't expect you all to know," he said, still staring at the float, his voice low and steady, as if they were just discussing the fishing. Just then the man beside him suddenly lifted his wrist and raised the rod. A silver crucian carp was pulled from the water, writhing and glistening in the sunlight. It weighed at least a full gene. Jin Nan glanced at the fish, then at the man's empty keep net and the utterly ordinary rod, and snorted in annoyance. "My chum." The man unhooked the barb from the fish's mouth and tossed it back into the river. As he baited his hook, he said, "You should know you're the most twisted man in the entire military, the youngest colonel of the Republic, and also the most dangerous man. Every move you've made since retiring the military network has been watching. How you crossed into Cambodia, Vietnam, Myanmar, how you killed. We've seen it all clearly." Hearing what sounded almost like a compliment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Jin Nan's mouth. He asked calmly, "Are you here to arrest me?" The man finished baiting his hook, cast the line, and watched the float stand upright on the water. He chuckled, "You're strong, but you're nothing compared to the state apparatus. If we really wanted to arrest you, we would have done it long ago." A thoughtful look crossed Jin Nan's face. He wondered why the state hadn't stopped him or intervened immediately. "What are you going to do next?" the man asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Nan replied, "Going into partnership for agricultural farming. Still in the killing business." The man pressed. Jin Nan, who never hesitated, took a rare few seconds to ponder before answering no more. "Like hell I believe you." The man snorted. "Killing is addictive. You're already addicted. And you thoroughly enjoy the thrill of making money while killing, don't you?" The final "don't you" was an accusation. Jin Nan's hand holding the rod trembled. The secret he had buried deep within his heart, the one no one knew, had been seen through. It was true that he enjoyed the feeling of killing while making money, but it wasn't an addiction to killing, nor was it the amount of money. It was that his extraordinary skills had finally found a purpose, and he had used them to earn a living. Before entering society, he believed he was a dragon among men, a talent that all major corporations would fight over. But once he started looking for a job, he realized that to society, he was utterly useless. The sense of life's failure was suffused with despair. Only after accepting the neighbor's errand to rescue Xiaoba from Cambodia and bring him back to China did that sense of defeat ease slightly, yet despair remained a constant presence, lifting only during overseas missions and returning the moment he set foot back home. Deep within, he truly yearned to accept assignments, missions of killing and rescuing alike. Only in those moments did he feel he was not a waste. Yet a contradiction gnawed at him. He resisted such work, torn between the lure of gunfire and the reality of illegality. Then your silence means you agree. The man chuckled. Neither you nor Ma Daopin has the talent for entrepreneurship. You mouth that you'll walk away after one job, but you squander every penny. The moment money comes in, you feast and buy luxury cars. Just wait until your funds run dry, and you'll use poverty as an excuse to take on another job, won't you? Hearing this, Jin Nan's face flushed. What the hell are you guessing at? Why are you even here? If you have something to say, get to the point. Haha, you're getting anxious. The more flustered you become, the more I know I'm right. The man's tone carried a hint of satisfaction as he continued. The international landscape has shifted. Conflicts between nations are constantly escalating and volatile regions are multiplying. Yet our national policy is peaceful development and non-interference in other countries' internal and military affairs. This constrains our forces. When we wish to intervene in conflicts, we cannot enter under official capacity. Furthermore, our overseas assets continue to grow. In peaceful nations, they remain secure, but in conflict-torn and sensitive regions, they cannot be guaranteed. Since we cannot deploy troops for protection, our overseas assets have become prey in the eyes of numerous factions, everyone eager to carve out a share in the chaos. When our partner nations overseas face oppression from hegemons, all we can do is exert diplomatic pressure and watch helplessly. In summary, we are far too constrained in certain aspects. With those words, the man lifted the fishing rod with one hand, reached into his pocket, and handed Jin Nan a folded sheet of paper. Jin Nan hesitated for a few seconds, set down his rod, took the folded paper, and unfolded it. It was an official red-header document with a striking headline: Opinion on the Necessity of Private Military Companies. The contents contained many provisions, yet numerous items could be summarized in just 2 characters necessary. Having read the document, Jin Nan finally understood the man's purpose. He looked at him and asked, "You want us to be your white gloves?" White gloves? The man mused. Perhaps not entirely accurate. Partners would be more fitting. A sharp glint flashed across Jin Nan's eyes. How would this cooperation work? You would remain unofficially concealed. In name, you would simply be an agricultural company with a shooting range, just as you are now. When we have assignments, someone will call and inform you. We will offer appropriate compensation based on the difficulty of each mission. Of course, you will not have us as your sole client. We will find ways to make our overseas partner nations aware of your existence, including our personnel and assets abroad. The man smiled faintly. Jin Nan fell silent, contemplation clouding his brow. He had to admit that becoming the nation's first private military company held tremendous appeal. He could fully unleash his abilities, no longer be regarded by society as a dead weight, and contribute something to the country. But could he truly return to a life of daily gunfire and bullets? He needed to weigh it carefully. This was no ordinary decision. Once made, there would be no turning back. If he refused, the state would almost certainly never allow him to engage in any mercenary business again, unless he never returned to China. If he agreed, he would tread the path of a mercenary permanently until death or retirement. 2 choices: spend his life wielding a pen or spend it gripping a gun. The man glanced at Jin Nan's hesitant expression, then returned his gaze to the bobber on the river. In a calm voice, he said, "Actually, there is no need to deliberate. Across all the professions in this world, none guarantees absolute safety. Construction workers operate daily on the razor's edge of falls from height, machinery accidents, electrocution, and cave-ins. Miners face gas explosions, fires, collapses, and flooding every single day. Those in the transportation industry navigate the perilous boundary of traffic accidents constantly. No profession is safe, and none is both safe and lucrative. Even in finance, one occasionally finds themselves lingering at the edge of a rooftop. I do not deny the dangers of mercenary work, but your earnings are substantial. 1 or 2 contracts can bring in more money than an ordinary person could earn in years or even an entire lifetime. The most crucial thing for you to consider is that this is your only path, not just for you, but for your comrades as well. They can only shine in this line of work. If they attempt other industries, such as your current aquaculture business, given your reckless spending habits, they would go bankrupt within half a year. When survival is at stake, I suspect there is nothing they would not do. I give you 3 days to consider. I will call you afterward. Let me be clear, if you genuinely wish to live as an ordinary citizen, you must never again do anything that violates national law. Do not play both sides. What is already past we will not pursue. If you decide to take this path, I can guarantee on behalf of the state that once you cross the border, whatever you do will not be pursued provided it does not harm the interests of the Republic. Domestically, we will also provide certain conveniences, for example, allowing you to use assumed identities to board flights and high-speed railways, sparing you the need to rely on illegal transport services during missions. Hearing the mention of illegal cabs, Jin Nan could not help but smile. Very well. I have noted your words. Let me consider for 3 days. The man's bobber dipped sharply. He yanked hard and landed a larger crucian carp. Reeling it in, he removed the hook and tossed the catch into Jin Nan's fish keeper. This fish is for you. Enjoy. Goodbye. The man dropped those words and packed up his rod, leaving the dock. He soon vanished from Jin Nan's line of sight. Jin Nan turned his attention back to the bobber on the river and sighed softly. Time slipped away unnoticed and darkness descended upon the sky. Jin Nan had originally planned to fish the entire day and night, but his heart was no longer in it. As soon as it grew dark, he began packing up his gear. Within a dozen minutes, he returned to the old locust tree and drove away. Back at Zhuangyan, Jin Nan greeted Ma Daopan and Zhou Yuntang, who were on duty in the living room, then headed upstairs. I feel Brother Nan is acting a bit off, Ma Daopan observed, noting Jin Nan's demeanor as he passed by, realizing that something seemed to be weighing on his mind. Zhou Yuntang picked up her cup, took a sip of her homemade milk tea, and said nonchalantly, "Everyone has things on their mind. That's perfectly normal." Ma Daopan scratched his head and continued watching the monitors. Upstairs, back in his room, Jin Nan took out a change of clothes from the wardrobe and went to the bathroom for a cold shower. Taking a cold shower in the dead of winter was his habit. Since he now exercised less, it effectively helped maintain his physical fitness. This had no scientific basis, purely his own experience. After the shower, Jin Nan lay on the bed, pondering the words the man had spoken during the day. He also asked himself, could he really give up the mercenary trade for good? He found he had no answer, and so he thought about it for 2 whole days. 2 days later, in the evening, Lin Rui and Lei, who had gone home to visit their parents, returned. With them back, it was Ma Daopan and Zhou Yuntang's turn to take leave. But just as the two were about to head home to see their own parents, Jin Nan called them to stop. "Everyone come to the living room. I have something to say." Jin Nan first stopped Ma Daopan and Zhou Yuntang, who were already at the door, then sent a message in their 7-person WeChat group calling the others downstairs. Soon footsteps echoed from the stairs. Lin Rui, Lei Hushi, Lei and Mo Zhe came down one after another, looking at Jin Nan with puzzled expressions. He was already seated at the long wooden table, his expression grave. They slowly approached. "What's the matter?" Lei Hu asked curiously. Jin Nan nodded toward the seats in front of him. "Sit down first." Everyone sat down, still puzzled. "You've been acting off these past few days, staying in your room all day. Did something happen?" Lin Rui had already sensed something was wrong with Jin Nan. After finishing the previous sentence, he continued, "If you're short on money, I still have a few 100,000 in my card. Take it for now. I have some too. Ma Daopan, Lei Hu and the others chimed in. "It's probably not about money," Zhou Yuntang said. Zhou Yuntang felt things weren't that simple. "Stop guessing," Jin Nan said. Jin Nan lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and slowly revealed the matter. 3 days ago, someone came to see me. I don't know their exact identity, but they should be from the military." Hearing this, a flicker of shock passed through everyone's eyes. "Does the military know about our affairs?" Lin Rui looked somewhat tense. After all, what they had done was not legal. Just the act of killing alone would be punishable under domestic law. Seeing everyone tense up, Jin Nan immediately calmed them. "Don't worry. If they were going to arrest us, they would have done so long ago. They not only know about our affairs, but they also witnessed the entire process. Now I suspect that the operation on the Yangon Park was temporary. It was because we took down the KK Park, and the people we freed gave the country enough reason and excuse to make Minong Lang unable to refuse the action any longer. Of course, these things are not directly related to what I want to talk about. They gave us 2 choices: either never touch a gun for the rest of our lives, or hold a gun for life until we retire unable to work or get killed." Everyone frowned simultaneously. Jin Nan's words carried a huge amount of information that they couldn't quite digest at once. Either never touch a gun for life, or hold a gun for life. What does that mean? Lin Rui didn't quite grasp it. Not only him, but everyone else also didn't understand the sentence deeply. All eyes were on Jin Nan, wanting a precise and clear explanation. Jin Nan didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, "They want us to become the country's first private military company, specializing in handling matters that the authorities are not convenient to deal with directly, including accepting employment from overseas partner countries and overseas asset holders. You know Blackwater and Wagner, right? They want us to become that kind of company, but nominally we remain an agricultural company. The upper echelons just see us as a domestic version of Blackwater. If we refuse, then from now on we cannot carry out any overseas mercenary missions. What we did before will be wiped clean and will focus on agriculture. But if we continue, they will follow procedure. Those who should be sentenced will be sentenced, and those who should be executed will be executed." Holy shit, there's such a good thing. Really? Can such a good thing really fall to us? After hearing Jin Nan's words, everyone's faces were filled with excitement and delight. They didn't have Jin Nan's psychological burden. Take Lin Rui, for example. Before Jin Nan approached him, he had already thought about going to Russia to become a mercenary. Now being able to become a legal mercenary in his own country was simply too cool. Brother, Nan, how did you reply to them? Ma Dapen asked. I haven't replied yet, Jin Nan said. Jin Nan took a long drag of his cigarette. I've thought about this for 2 days. Now I want to hear your opinions. Don't rush to answer. Think it over carefully. Once we make a decision from now on, we'll all be living with our heads on the line. He knew that Lin Rue and the others were not averse to the mercenary trade. In fact, they were even eager for it. But he still had to remind them to think it through carefully. This was no joke. Without exaggeration, the choice now would determine their future fate, and there was no room for regret. Everyone fell into deep thought. Jin Nan's words forced them to suppress their inner excitement and carefully weigh the pros and cons. Many of them lit cigarettes. The living room began to fill with smoke. Let me speak first, Lin Rue said. Lin Rue was the first to think it through. He looked at Jin Nan seriously and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but what I think is that this is a career tailor-made for us. All the skills we learned in the military are a perfect match for this profession. I won't say anything else. Since the profession matches our skills, why not do it? Before, without state support and legality, that was a reason. Now that we have state support, what other reason is there not to do it? If you insist on talking about danger, what profession isn't dangerous? There are plenty of trades in the world more dangerous than being a mercenary. Moreover, I ask you all, after all these years of training your killing skills, are you willing to let them go to waste? Lehu immediately echoed after he finished. People live in this world to live a life of value. The mercenary trade allows us to live with value, earn money, and be legal at the same time. There's no reason not to do it. Shirley and Emoja didn't speak, but they both agreed with what Lin Rue and Lehu had said. Ma Dapen thought for a moment, and then said, before I thought about pulling brother Nan into a forestry and farming venture mainly, because being a security guard was too boring and had no future. Now that the country has opened the mercenary profession to us, I think it's both interesting and promising. Think about it. One job is at least a few million in commission, and one job can support us for 2 or 3 years. Most importantly, brother Lin is right. It's a perfect match for our skills. Jin Nan leaned back in his seat, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, then lit another one. He exhaled a deep breath of smoke, and in his heart, he already had the answer. He pressed his hands against the desktop and stood up, leaning over to look at the others with a serious expression. Since everyone is in agreement, I have no hesitation. From today onward, we are a mercenary group. He extended his hand palm, facing downward. Lin Rue, Lehu, Shirley, Emoja, and Ma Dapen rose one after another and placed their hands on top of his. The 6 palms pressed tightly together. Then Zhou Yuntang also placed her hand on top, the corners of her lips curling upward. I'll join too. Everyone glanced at her in unison, then turned to Jin Nan. Jin Nan said nothing but remarked, since we're going to do this, let's do it seriously. Grow big, grow strong, and create glory. Let's come up with a name. How about 5C? Emoja blurted out. Fancy, Lin Rue chuckled. The others nodded in approval. Jin Nan revealed a faint smile. All right, from now on we are the 5C Mercenary Corps. Our scope of operations covers the entire globe. May the east wind prevail and shake the universe. The east wind prevails, shaking the universe. Yeah. As they shouted these words, every single one of them felt a shiver run down their spines and goosebumps rise all over their bodies. At that same moment, they all felt a long-lost sense of belonging. From today onward in life, they belonged to the 5C Mercenary Corps. In death, they were its ghosts. Ha ha ha. The group couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then one by one they sat back down in their seats. After Jin Nan resumed his seat, he spoke. We're now an organization. An organization needs rules, especially when it comes to money. I propose that from now on, regardless of the commission amount, everyone receives a monthly salary. The salary level is determined by rank, and rank is based on the number of missions executed and the position held. How does everyone feel about that? Previously, commissions were divided directly upon receipt. In a temporary team, that was fine, but for a long-term organization, especially one aiming to grow and thrive, it couldn't be done that way. Direct distribution left the company with no funds, and without funds, long-term development was impossible. The 5C Mercenary Corps couldn't stay at this size forever. Jin Nan planned to recruit more personnel to handle future missions. That works. No objections. Okay. Everyone agreed to the monthly salary arrangement. In fact, they even preferred it because none of them were particularly good at managing money. If they received a lump sum, it might be spent in no time. A monthly salary ensured a steady cash flow. To put it bluntly, if someone were killed in battle, the unclaimed wages could still be left to their family, so their loved ones wouldn't be left with nothing. Jin Nan nodded with satisfaction. All right, it's settled. For now, the company will pay everyone 50,000 per month. When the account has more funds, we'll raise the levels. The exact amount later will depend on how much money we have. Everyone nodded in agreement. Next, let's talk about development. With our current numbers, we can handle missions in some underdeveloped countries, but for high difficulty tasks, we lack the strength. Does anyone know retired Special Forces soldiers? Try contacting them and see if they're willing to join. For newcomers, the base salary would be 30,000 per month with social insurance and housing fund, mission bonuses, quarterly bonuses, half-year bonuses, and year-end bonuses, all included. Jin Nan quickly slipped into the role of mercenary group leader, outlining the benefits for new recruits. I know two. Lin Rui immediately thought of two people after hearing that. Emojo also raised his hand. I know three. I know three too, Shirley added. I know four. Lei Hu knew even more. Ma Dapin and Zhou Yuntang remained silent. The former racked his brain but couldn't think of anyone from the special forces, and the latter was even less likely. Jin Nan clapped his hands. Okay, let's get started. Contact whoever you can. At his words, everyone except Ma and Zhou took out their phones and stepped aside to scroll through their contact lists. Jin Nan said to them, go tidy up the empty rooms. Then he also began contacting some retired special forces soldiers he knew. Old Bao, long time no see. Where are you making a living these days? Running a veteran barbecue joint. I've got a job here. Interested? Pan, sure, how's it going? There's a position here, 30,000 a month, mercenary work, legal. It's the country's first private military company. Lying to you. I wouldn't have a meal if I lied. Oh, you're working in a government office now. That's great, not bad. I won't disturb you then. Let's catch up when we have the chance. It's me, Lin Rui. In the living room, everyone was busy making phone calls. Some were tempted, others politely declined. Not all retired special forces soldiers were like Lin Rui and his group, who had taken a lump sum severance. Many chose a stable job or monthly severance, settled down, got married, and were no longer willing to risk their lives. Jin Nan contacted over a dozen retired special forces soldiers. Most declined, but some agreed to come. It wasn't a total loss. After finishing his calls, he received an incoming call. An unknown number. Hello, Jin Nan answered. Have you made up your mind? The voice on the phone was identical to the man's voice from the docks 2 days ago. Jin Nan took a deep breath and replied, I've decided. I'm in. I'm good. Have you named your organization? From the tone, it was clear the man was satisfied with Jin Nan's choice. 5C. Jin Nan replied. The man paused for 2 seconds. That's plagiarism. Not allowed. The man chuckled bitterly. Find the 5C Mercenary Corps. I can't deny it's a good name. I hope you don't bring shame to it. The man's tone shifted. Keep an eye on your phone from now on. We'll find ways to make overseas cooperating countries aware of your existence. Also, your fake passports and identities have already been mailed. Good, Jin Nan replied. That's all. Goodbye. Goodbye. After ending the call, Jin Nan walked to the villa's entrance and gazed at the distant mountains, exhaling a long, turbid breath. From this moment on, he had truly set foot on the path of a mercenary. He hoped to retire alive. He also hoped the 5C Mercenary Corps would become a renowned force worldwide. Truly something to look forward to. The next day, the weather was clear and cloudless. At 10 in the morning, a man trudged over 10 miles of mountain paths and arrived at the estate's gate. The man was about 30 years old, tall and slender, with a sharp chin and prominent temples. He wore a camouflage uniform and combat boots with a camo boonie hat on his head. His piercing gaze swept over the estate, exuding an air of killing intent. I'm here, the man said, pulling out his phone to send a WeChat voice message. After a few minutes, a group of people emerged from the villa. Lin Rui trotted forward, waving and shouting, Oldly, Oldly. The man called Oldly stepped forward with a camouflage suitcase. As he met Lin Rui head-on, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. They embraced, tightly patting each other's shoulders. Long time no see. Long time no see. After a brief exchange, Jin Nan and his group walked over. Lin Rui immediately introduced Jin Nan to Oldly. Jin Nan, the boss of our mercenary group. Ever since this man joined Onjian, everyone has been overwhelmed. Oldly raised an eyebrow, showing interest, and extended his hand to Jin Nan, introducing himself, Li Jianfeng. Jin Nan first saluted him, then extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, squad leader Li. Li Jianfeng served in the Army's Sword Special Forces 1st Assault Unit. During a cross-border joint counter-terrorism operation as a forward scout, he infiltrated behind enemy lines alone for 60 hours in extreme weather, precisely located the hideout of the terrorist leader, and provided laser guidance for an aerial precision strike, destroying the target in one fell swoop. After retiring, he chose a government job, but quit soon after. During farming seasons, he worked the land. In his spare time, he trained. Lin Rui loudly finished recounting Li Jianfeng's unit past glory and post-retirement life, then added, I met him during an all-army competition. He's a man of few words, but many actions, a tough guy. After hearing Lin Rui's introduction, Shirley Lei Hu and others came over one by one to salute Li Jianfeng, saying, Greetings, squad leader Li. During the process, Lin Rui also introduced everyone to Li Jianfeng. All are experts, but Li Jianfeng raised the corner of his mouth, casting a challenging look at Jin Nan. The question is whether you as the captain are qualified enough. Everyone was stunned by this. Jin Nan smiled confidently. I'm the cure for all defiance. Without any hesitation, Li Jianfeng tossed his suitcase aside, took off his hat, and assumed a combat stance on the spot. Jin Nan took 2 steps back, standing firmly with no particular stance. The others, seeing this, retreated on their own accord, becoming spectators. Come on. Li Jianfeng's legs exploded with power, charging at Jin Nan like a cannonball, while his left hand drew back into a fist. Jin Nan stood motionless, and as the fist was about to strike, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and caught the incoming fist. Li Jianfeng was startled. His arm felt as if clamped by a giant iron vice. Quick to react, he raised his leg to attack, but Jin Nan did not dodge at all, and also lifted his leg to kick. With a sharp crack, Li Jianfeng flew backward several meters and crashed heavily to the ground. On the ground, Li Jianfeng wore a pained and incredulous expression. He had clearly kicked faster than Jin, and yet the latter's leg had reached him first. Such speed. I'll stop. I concede. He was convinced. This kick made him realize that Jin Nan was no empty shell. His strength far surpassed his own. No wonder Lin Rui had said that ever since this man joined Anjian, everyone in Anjian had been suppressed. Jin Nan walked over to Li Jianfeng, with light steps reached out his hand to pull him up and smiled. From now on we're brothers in the same trench. Welcome to 5C. My honor. Li Jianfeng looked respectful. Oh, Jin Nan had successfully earned his respect. Depend, lend me your car. Jin Nan reached out to Ma Dapin. Ma Dapin took out the keys to the Wrangler from his pocket and tossed them to Jin Nan. Where are you going? I'm going to pick up 2 people and buy a sheep on the way. When I get back, we'll roast a whole sheep to welcome our new comrades. Jin Nan said with a smile, then took the keys and walked to the parking lot by the entrance. Drive safely. Got it. After Jin Nan drove the Wrangler away from the estate, the others immediately took Li Jianfeng into the villa and arranged a room for him. An hour and a half later at noon, Shangrao High-Speed Railway Station. At the exit, Jin Nan, wearing large frog-like sunglasses, leaned against the trunk of the Wrangler, his gaze hidden behind the shades fixed on the crowd pouring out. Just then he keenly noticed someone staring at him. Following his senses, he saw 2 beautiful women on the square about 10 meters away looking at him and occasionally blushing and giggling. The 2 women were whispering, one pushed the other, and the one who was pushed, head lowered and face flushed, walked toward him. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? She said shyly as she approached Jin Nan. Jin Nan looked her up and down. Well, she looked good, worth adding on WeChat. However, just as he was about to reach into his pocket for his phone, a thunderous voice came from afar. Jin Nan. Jin Nan turned his head and saw a man under 7 meters tall with a round face and a crew cut running towards him from the exit. Seeing the man, he instantly forgot about giving the beauty his WeChat, quickly strode forward and embraced him. After a brief hug, Jin Nan laughed and punched his shoulder. Long time no see, brother. Wang Lei from Ningbo, Zhejiang Province, formerly a squad leader of the Navy's Jialong Commando Underwater Demolition Platoon. During a major escort mission, he led his squad to secretly board a giant cargo ship hijacked by pirates. In a silent battle, using superior close-quarters combat skills and tactical coordination, he disarmed 4 armed pirates with his bare hands, successfully rescued all hostages, and suffered no casualties on his side. He had received 2 individual second-class merits and 1 collective first-class merit, and was a 2-time champion member of the sea landing event in international military competitions. Jin Nan had met him during a joint land-sea operation. He had served for 13 years and was now 34 years old. 3 years ago, he retired at his wife's request and chose a stable government job. From yesterday's phone call, Jin Nan learned that he had quit the stable job after a year because he divorced his wife, and he got custody of the child but had no one to take care of him. To ensure the child didn't lack love, he resigned and became a full-time stay-at-home dad. Now the child was 5 years old and had recently started at a daycare kindergarten. He was just looking for a job, and Jin Nan's call came at the perfect time, so he agreed without hesitation. Brother, you're truly amazing. The first private military company in the country. I can only admire you. Wang Lei had always admired Jin Nan immensely, and now that the latter had established the first private military company, he admired him even more. After all, setting up such a company wasn't just about money, it required absolute strength and the utmost trust from the national level. Having served for 13 years, he had seen countless heroes pass by like fish in a river, but none had achieved what Jin Nan had. Without exaggeration, Jin Nan would go down in history. The significance of the first private military company. Haha, there's nothing more to say. From now on we're comrades who'll have each other's backs again. Jin Nan said with a relieved smile. He never expected that after retiring from service, he would ever fight alongside an old friend like Wang Lei from a different unit. Wang Lei clenched his fist and bumped it against Jin Nan's chest. Your back is mine to watch over. Then make sure you block a few more bullets for me. Jin Nan turned to the Jeep Wrangler behind him. Let's load the luggage first. We're waiting for one more person. Who else? Half an hour later, a man with dark skin, lean but not short in stature, walked out of the station entrance surrounded by the flow of passengers. He glanced around and spotted a Jeep Wrangler with 2 people standing beside it. One of them was someone he knew well, Jin Nan. He smiled, picked up his messenger bag, and walked over quickly. Jin Nan and Wang Lei came forward to greet him. Old Lu, you're as dark as ever. Jin Nan teased his skin color before he even got close. Old Lu was from Weifang, Shandong. His real name was Lu Pan, a former captain and assault specialist of the PLA Northeast Tiger Special Forces with 12 years of military service. He retired last year. From yesterday's phone call, Jin Nan learned that after retirement, he was assigned to work at the local Veterans Service Office with regular 9 to 5 hours. Initially he enjoyed it, but as time passed he found it dull. The moment Jin Nan extended the olive branch, he immediately resigned and flew over from Shandong. I didn't expect you to retire too. I thought you'd take over Shadow Arrow. Lu Pan couldn't help but look at Wang Lei. And who is this? Jialong's 1 year longer in service than you. Wang Lei. Jin Nan introduced Wang Lei on his behalf. Wang Lei saluted Lu Pan, who immediately put down his messenger bag and returned the salute. Jin Nan then introduced Lu Pan to Wang Lei. This is from Northeast Tiger. Lu Pan. Oh, I remember now. Wang Lei suddenly recalled. You were second place in the 21st All-Army competition, weren't you? Humbly speaking, that was indeed me. A hint of pride showed on Lu Pan's face. I was first in the naval competition. Wang Lei seemed somewhat unwilling to back down. Pleasure to meet you. Lu Pan extended his hand and didn't continue comparing with him. Pleasure to meet you. The two shook hands. All right, everyone's here. Let's get in the car. Jin Nan didn't linger on small talk here and waved the two to get in the vehicle. After the two got in the car, Jin Nan seemed to think of something and turned to look at Wang Lei in the back seat. You owe me a wife. What the hell? Just now a beautiful woman came to ask for my WeChat, but you yelled and scared her away. He was just joking. Jin Nan focused on driving and left the station, making a detour to the food market. At the market, they bought a live sheep and some barbecue skewers. After finishing the shopping, they returned to the manor. By the time they got back, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Jin Nan first introduced Wang Lei and Lu Pan to Lin Rui, and the others then introduced Lin Rui and the others to Wang Lei and Lu Pan. After the introductions, they started catching up on old times. Old comrades who hadn't seen each other for years had endless topics to discuss. They talked until 5 in the afternoon, then everyone divided into tasks. Some butchered the sheep, others chopped vegetables, and the rest handled the barbecue. In the evening, the group drank matai and ate roasted whole lamb in the manor's garden, their laughter echoing continuously. Brothers, let me say something. After a few rounds of drinks, Jin Nan stood up directly with a bottle of matai. The others, seeing this, also stood up with bottles of matai in hand, watching their leader. We officially welcome Li Jianfeng, Wang Lei, and Lu Pan to 5C. I won't say any sentimental words. From now on, let's entrust our backs to each other. Bottoms up. Bottoms up. Everyone clinked their bottles and drank straight from the mouth of the bottle. Throughout the night, the group drank a total of 40 bottles of matai. Everyone got thoroughly drunk, and the entire roasted whole lamb was reduced to nothing but bones. Tonight was a thoroughly enjoyable evening for everyone, and it also gave Li Jianfeng, Wang Lei, and Lu Pan, the 3 new members, a sense of hope for 5C's future. The next morning, 6 o'clock, while everyone was still lost in sleep, a man appeared at the manor entrance. The man wore a floral shirt and jeans with several rings on his fingers and flowing hair. At a glance, he looked like a ladies' man. He carried 3 bags of varying sizes and looked at the empty manor before him and the cold, deserted shooting range. He took out his phone and dialed Emoja's number. However, no one answered. He called again. This time someone picked up. Hello. Emoja's lazy voice came through the phone. What the hell, I said I'd be there at 6. Where are you? I'm at your gate. The man cursed angrily. Damn it. I'm coming right away. Emoja jolted awake on the other end, quickly sobering up and getting dressed. He woke everyone up and the group rushed to the living room and then out the door. As soon as they reached the entrance, Jin Nan and the others saw a man standing at the manor gate carrying bags of various sizes. Emoja ran over while waving and calling out, Old Xiao. Xiao Ziang was from Chongqing and had formerly served in the Strategic Support Forces Zange Information Special Operations Unit, electronic warfare and psychological warfare expert. During his service, during a major border confrontation incident, he led a full-band jamming and deception operation against enemy communication channels, successfully sending fabricated retreat orders to enemy frontline commanders, causing their troops to fall into chaos. He received a total of 1 first-class merit citation for tactical innovation and strategic impact, the Electromagnetic Blade Award at the All-Army Electronic Warfare Competition, and 3 third-class merit citations. Xiao Ziang was a playboy. He had no other bad habits except chasing women. During his service, he was dating 3 girlfriends at the same time. Eventually, he got caught, and his girlfriend reported him to the military. The military was still protective of him and only criticized him without issuing any demerit. But 6 months later, he made the same mistake again, this time dating 4 women at once. How many he dated wasn't the real issue. What mattered was that one of them was married and she was a deputy director at a government department. He didn't know about it, but the military didn't care whether he knew or not, because having an affair with a married woman was an entirely different matter. Considering his repeated mistakes and how this latest incident brought severe negative impact to the military and tarnished its reputation, the military made the decision to force him into retirement. After retiring, he let himself go even more, becoming a master of time management and dating every day. Emoja met him at the All-Army Electronic Warfare Competition, where Xiao Ziang came in 2nd place, and Emoja came in 3rd. Damn, old Emo, you don't take me seriously at all. You didn't even wait for me here. Xiao Ziang put on a show of anger and threw all the bags at Emoja. Huh. Emoja chuckled awkwardly while taking the bags. We had 3 new comrades come last night and got drunk in the evening. 3 new comrades came yesterday. Xiao Ziang was slightly taken aback. Looks like you guys are really going big and strong, huh? Absolutely. Especially with you here, our team is going to be incredible. Emoja knew how to compliment people. One sentence like that, and Xiao Ziang was hooked. Hello, old Xiao. Jin Nan walked over with a smile, extending his hand toward Xiao Ziang. Before Xiao Ziang's arrival, Zhe had already introduced him to everyone. There was no doubt that 5C was most lacking in electronic warfare talents like Xiao Ziang. After all, in modern information-based warfare, dominance in electronic warfare could be equivalent to commanding an entire regiment. This is Arrow's Edge, the blade of Dark Arrow, and also the captain of 5C. Zhe introduced Jin Nan to Xiao Ziang. Xiao Ziang's eyes lit up. So you're Arrow's Edge. He gripped Jin Nan's outstretched hand excitedly with both hands. Though he had never seen or heard of Jin Nan, he had certainly heard the legendary name of Arrow's Edge. The most formidable man in the entire army. The youngest colonel of the Republic. Jin Nan felt somewhat awkward from Xiao Ziang's overwhelming enthusiasm. Smiling, he said, 5C welcomes your joining. From now on, we're brothers. We'll entrust our communications and disrupting the enemies to you. Xiao Ziang slapped his chest with one hand, grinning confidently. Don't you worry about it. With old Xiao here, your communications will run like clockwork, while the enemies will be nothing but static. Good. Jin Nan seized the chance to withdraw his hand, then playfully punched Xiao Ziang's shoulder. Let's work together. Xiao Ziang raised his fist in agreement. Next, Zhe introduced the other members of the 5C mercenary team to Xiao Ziang. After the introductions, Zhe led Xiao Ziang to the villa to settle in. But just as Zhe was bringing Xiao Ziang near the villa entrance, Jin Nan suddenly thought of something and called out to him. How many more people haven't arrived on your end? Zhe turned back and shouted, one more. He'll arrive at the station at noon. Jin Nan nodded, then turned his gaze to Lin Rui and the others. How many of yours haven't arrived yet? I have one more. He's coming by high-speed rail, arriving at 10 o'clock. I'll go pick him up shortly, Lin Rui replied. Lei Hu chimed in, 2 for me, also arriving around 10. I only have one arriving at 11, Lei said. After hearing their responses, Jin Nan also stated, I have 2 more arriving between 10:30 and noon. He turned to Lei. How about you drive your bus alone and pick everyone up in one trip? Lei gave an okay gesture. No problem. Big Spray, go buy some groceries and get a large freezer while you're at it. With more people eating, we'll need more food, Jin Nan said, turning to Ma Dapin. I'll go with you. Zhou Yuntang looked toward Ma Dapin. Ma Dapin readily agreed and soon drove off in his Wrangler, taking Zhou Yuntang into the city. Shortly after they left, Lei also departed in his Toyota luxury coach to pick up people from the downtown high-speed rail station. Lin Rui watched the Toyota coach's taillights fade into the distance, can't help but sigh. Once everyone's here, we'll truly be a formidable force. Including the 7 who hadn't arrived, yet the 5C mercenary team already had 18 members. Subtracting Ma Dapin and Zhou Yuntang, who weren't from Special Forces backgrounds, the 16 remaining members were all elite Special Forces veterans. Compared to other Special Forces units, 5C had a significant numerical advantage, as most top-tier Special Forces teams had only 10 to 11 members. This handful of people can be called a formidable force, say. Jin Nan scoffed with a smile. Think bigger. When our mercenary team grows to thousands upon thousands in scale, that's when we'll truly be a formidable force. Holy, wow. Everyone was slightly shocked by Jin Nan's words. Thousands upon thousands. Are you aiming to be a brigade commander? Lei Hu exclaimed with a laugh. I wouldn't mind being a commander-in-chief. Jin Nan shrugged, then turned and walked toward the villa with his hands in his pockets. Come on, brothers. Let's go chat with our new comrade. Several hours passed. 2:30 in the afternoon. Clear skies in the morning, overcast in the afternoon. The southern winter was unbearably cold. Lei's Toyota coaster came to a steady stop at the manor gates. The electric doors opened, and a group of people stepped out, one after another, carrying backpacks and luggage. 7 men in total. Chen Mo32, from Guangzhou, Guangdong. An old friend of Zhe. Former intelligence reconnaissance group leader of the Air Force Thunder God Special Forces. Proficient in multiple languages and hacking techniques. During an urgent mission, he successfully infiltrated an international terrorist organization's encrypted communication network, intercepting and deciphering their detailed plan to attack important facilities in China's cooperative countries 72 hours in advance. The accuracy and timeliness of this intelligence prevented catastrophic losses. Cumulative honors: 1 second-class individual merit, 2 third-class merits, first prize in the PLA Scientific and Technological Progress Award Technical Reconnaissance category. Zhang Dong with 34 from Shijiazhuang, Hebei. An old friend of Jin Nan. Former assault group leader of the Army Snowstorm Special Forces. During a major anti-hijacking incident, he served as the first assaulter. Under the cover of smoke and flashbang grenades, he was the first to burst into the room. Within 0.5 seconds, he identified and eliminated the main terrorist while shielding the hostage with his own body, taking a bullet from another terrorist blocked by the ballistic plate. Cumulative honors nomination for the 10 Loyal Guardians Award: 1 first-class individual merit record holder in the PLA Warrior Competition Obstacle Course. Zhou with 33 from Changsha, Hunan. An old friend of Lei Hu. Former long-range reconnaissance guidance team leader of the Army Mount Tai Eagle Special Forces. Under extreme conditions on a plateau border, he led a 3-person squad on a secret surveillance mission lasting 45 days. During the final stages when water and food ran out, they survived solely by foraging and hunting. He successfully mapped the enemy's forward positions and logistics supply lines, providing crucial support for strategic decision-making. Honors received 3 second-class individual merits, 1 second-class collective merit. Xiao Junho 29 from Hefei Anhui, an old friend of Jin Nan, former combat medic group leader of the Army Resonant Aero Special Medical Company. Not only an elite tactical medic, but also an outstanding sniper. During a behind enemy lines rescue mission, his teammate was critically wounded. Under enemy fire cover, he braved the bombardment to perform emergency battlefield surgery, stabilizing his teammates' vital signs. He then took over the sniper's rifle, precisely eliminating 2 enemy soldiers attempting to flank, holding the position until reinforcements arrived. Cumulative honors: 1 second-class individual merit, 1 third-class merit, gold medal in the trauma care event at the International Military Medical Skills Competition. Zhao Jigang 31 from Pingdingshan Hunan, an old friend of Shirley, former commander of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal and Demolition Squadron Army, Flying Dragon Special Forces. An explosives handling expert and demolition master, having participated in 17 major improvised explosive device disposal missions with a 100 success rate. Cumulative honors: 1 first-class individual merit, demolition hero, honorary title, 3 third-class merits. Yihan 34 from Baoji Shangxi, an old friend of Lin Rui, former sniper of the Army Dark Arrow Special Operations Brigade. During a high-altitude border reconnaissance mission under the most extreme conditions of howling winds and thinning oxygen, he wielded a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle, successfully detecting and striking on his first shot an enemy ultra-low altitude reconnaissance drone attempting to smuggle supplies across the border at an extraordinary distance of 2180 meters. This decisive action thwarted the enemy's intelligence gathering operation and yielded critical equipment. This feat established an ultra-long-range combat engagement record within the theater of operations. Accumulated honors include 1 individual first-class merit, the honorary title of Plateau Guardian Deity Sniper, conferred by the Group Army, the Best Overseas Sniper Individual Award at the International Blade Edge Sniper Competition, and first place in the comprehensive assessment of the 19th All-Army Special Operations Sniper Training. Zhou Kai, 29 years old, native of Kunming, Yunnan, an old friend of Lei, who former first-line assault team captain of the East Sea Flying Dragon Special Operations Brigade. During a Live Force confrontation exercise codenamed Thunderclap, playing the role of a Red Force striker, just before the general assault commenced, his vanguard squad encountered stubborn resistance from a reinforced Blue Force platoon. The offensive stalled. Under covering fire from his comrades, Zhou Kai advanced alone in low crawling posture and swift tactical rushes, miraculously infiltrating to within 50 meters of the Blue Force's flank heavy machine gun position. Using a suppressed rifle, he neutralized the primary and assistant gunners, plus a commander with a precise 5-round burst, instantly tearing open a critical breach in the Blue Force's defense and earning the Red Force's main force a decisive breakthrough. Accumulated honors include 1 individual second-class merit, first place in the marksman event at the All-Army Special Forces King of Guns competition, and the title of top marksman from the Group Army. Dongwu Junho, it's been too long. Old Chen, Old Zhou, Kaizi, Old Yi, Gangzi, Jin Nan, and others inside the living room heard the commotion outside and rushed out to greet them, embracing their old friends. Good lad, never thought I'd end up eating out of your bowl someday. Zhang Dongwu wore a pleased smile, bumping fists against Jin Nan's chest. Huh, Jin Nan laughed. You think it's beneath you to eat out of my bowl, eh? Still, it has to be. My Nan Go already started the first private military company. Xiao Junho gave a thumbs up, his gaze toward Jin Nan filled with nothing but admiration. Jin Nan clapped his shoulder. Let's work hard together from now on, brothers. Looking forward to it. Xiao Junho smiled. Jin Nan gestured toward Zhang Dongwu to introduce Xiao Junho. This is Zhang Dongwu from Xiefeng. After a brief introduction, he turned to present Xiao Junho to Zhang Dongwu. This is Xiao Junho from Jianjian, a military physician. Zhang Dongwu and Xiao Junho exchanged glances, came to attention, saluted, then shook hands. The former laughed. I love military doctors the most. Rest assured, as long as you weren't killed on the spot, I can keep you alive. Xiao Junho spoke with absolute confidence, his certainty rooted in his exceptional medical skills. Even if an enemy's bullet pierced your neck's main artery, as long as he was present, you would survive. Old Zhou Kaizi, let me introduce someone. This is our captain, former deputy commander of the Jianjian Special Forces, and before retirement, the youngest colonel in our entire military. At this moment, Lei, who brought his 2 old friends Zhou Zhua and Zhou Kai to Jin Nan's side to make introductions. Having been out of service only a few years, they were well aware of Jianjian's formidable reputation. Immediately, they straightened their postures, stood rigidly at attention, and saluted Jin Nan. Jin Nan returned the salute and shook their hands. Zhou Zhua, Zhou Kai, I presume. Lei, who has told me about you both. Welcome to the team. An honor. The honor is ours. The two laughed as they shook hands. Jin Nan then introduced Zhang Donghua and Xiao Junho to them, including Lei Hu, and reciprocated the introductions. Once these introductions concluded, Shirley Lin Rui and Mo Zhou also arrived with their own old friends, each making similar introductions. The scene transformed into a grand introductions event with continuous handshakes and salutations exchanged. After roughly 20 minutes, everyone had become acquainted with one another. Jin Nan then guided them to the villa to settle into their rooms. Fortunately, the villa had ample rooms, 25 in total, sufficient for everyone. This called for giving Ma Dapeng a well-deserved commendation. When building the villa, Jin Nan's vision was simply 5 or 6 rooms, but Ma Dapeng, envisioning potential tourism revenue through bed and breakfast stays, had added many extra rooms. After settling everyone into their rooms, Jin Nan, Lin Rui, Lei Hu, and the others began preparations to butcher a sheep. As it happened, Ma Dapeng and Zhou Yuntang had gone shopping and purchased another lamb along with 10 cases of mitai. Thus tonight would feature another whole roasted lamb welcome banquet. As with the previous evening, the manor garden filled with the savory aroma of roasting meat as everyone shared drinks and stories. Some, moved by the atmosphere, spontaneously performed, singing and dancing. It was livelier than last night and even more joyful. All 10 cases of mitai were emptied to the last bottle by the banquet's end. The following day, around 9 or 10 in the morning, once everyone had slept off the alcohol, Jin Nan gathered everyone in the living room for a meeting. Every seat around the long wooden table was filled. Jin Nan sat at the head, his expression grave as he spoke first. First and foremost, on behalf of the 5C mercenary group, I officially welcome Li Jianfeng Wang, Lei Lu Pan Xiao Zhang, Chun Mo Zhang Donghua, Xiao Junho Zhou, Zhuozhou Kai Zhao Jigang, and Yi Han. 11 comrades in all. Having spoken first, he led the applause. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Ma Dapeng, Zhou Yuntang, Shirley, and Mo Zhou joined in their applause, thunderous throughout the room. The 11 whose names had been called rose in unison, each wearing a solemn expression as they saluted everyone present. Jin Nan raised his hand, signaling them to sit, then continued, everyone here except Yuntang was once a top-tier operative in the military. However, elite individuals combined don't necessarily form an elite team. We need to train together and synchronize, especially those who've been out of service for many years. You need it even more. Therefore, in the coming period, regardless of who you are, how many glorious moments you've had, or how many honors you've earned, all of us, including myself, will undergo Hell Week training. After saying this, he turned to look at Ma Dapeng. When will the weapons from Nanchang arrive? Everyone turned their gaze toward Ma Dapeng, following Jin Nan's question. They'll need a bit more time. We ordered too many weapons and ammunition this time. They need time to prepare the stock. Ma Dapeng replied. The weapons they'd rented this time were extraordinarily numerous rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, and pistols from various nations, totaled 36 pieces, with ammunition of all calibers exceeding 1.0 rounds. The Nanchang branch simply couldn't supply this much from local inventory and needed to ship goods from headquarters. Upon hearing this, Jin Nan gave an acknowledging hum and turned to address everyone. Once the firearms and ammunition arrive, we'll all go shooting to get back in the groove. Everyone nodded eagerly. Yuntang, please purchase another 10 sets of the million-level individual equipment we bought last time. I'll settle the cost with you later, Jin Nan said, looking at Zhou Yuntang. Individual equipment is indispensable. With 18 people, we currently have only 7 sets, so we need 11 more. All right, Zhou Yuntang replied, then quickly added, I'll cover the cost of the equipment. You don't need to pay me back. She knew that the company's account didn't have enough money to buy 10 sets of equipment, and she also knew that Jin Nan intended to pay for them out of his own pocket. As a member of the 5C mercenary group and the only one who could afford this expense, she felt it was her duty to shoulder it without hesitation. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Yuntang's words. The 10 new comrades in arms looked at her with renewed respect, secretly wondering, does this little sister own a mine at home? 11 sets of million-level individual equipment, just like that, without any hesitation. Jin Nan just smiled without speaking, but thought to himself, let Zhou Yuntang pay for now. After we take on a mission and earn money, I'll pay her back. After all, I already took advantage of her once last time. I can't keep doing that and fleece her like a sheep. Next, for better command and combat efficiency, Jin Nan reorganized the 5C mercenary group, including himself, into a total of 18 people. First was the electronic information support team, composed of Mo Zhou Mo and Xiao Xiang, responsible for drones, communications, and hacker support, with Mo Zhou as team leader. The sniper team consisted of Lin Rui and Yi Han, with Lin Rui as the sniper and Yi Han as the spotter and backup sniper, responsible for long-range precision sniper support. Lin Rui was the team leader. The demolition team consisted of Shirley and Zhao Jigang, responsible for artillery support, targeted demolition, and explosive ordnance disposal support. Shirley was the team leader. The first assault team consisted of Jin Nan, Ma Dapeng, Li Jianfeng, Zhang Donghua, and Wang Lei, responsible for frontal assaults, with Jin Nan as team leader. The second assault team consisted of Lei Hu, Lu Pan Xiao, Junho Zhou Zhua, and Zhou Kai, responsible for frontal assaults, with Lei Hu as team leader. After the overall reorganization, the electronic information support team had 3 people: the sniper team 2, the demolition team 2, the first assault team 5, and the second assault team 5. As for Zhou Yuntang, considering her overall abilities were not suited for high-intensity missions, and she would easily become a liability, and also considering her family was in business, and her university major was business management, she was assigned to manage the company including, but not limited to personnel and finance staying securely in the rear. After assigning everyone their positions, Jin Nan said to Zhou Yuntang, later take down all the group buy packages for the shooting range. From now on the shooting range will not be open to the public. Alright. Zhou Yuntang nodded emphatically. She was not dissatisfied with being assigned to the rear, partly because she herself was not willing to go to the front line and partly because she knew her own limitations and would not go to the front to cause trouble. Moreover, the work in the rear was equally important. Then under the guise of recruiting shooting range coaches, you should recruit retired special forces soldiers and non-commissioned officers above the second term from the whole society, requiring good health and overall competence. Jin Nan assigned another task to Zhou Yuntang. He was not satisfied with the current size of the 5C mercenary group because he knew that as the first private military company in the country, there would be a great many missions to undertake in the future and the current personnel would be far from sufficient. He had to prepare in advance by recruiting a large number of retired soldiers to meet future mission demands. Okay, should I conduct the interviews? First, review their resumes. If they pass the resume screening, have them stay. If I'm here, I'll test their physical fitness. If I'm not, have them wait for me here. Understood. Jin Nan looked at the others and clapped his hands. Alright brothers, that's all for today. Starting tomorrow we'll have Hell Week training. A sinister smile appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he trained people. Seeing the smile on Jin Nan's face, everyone immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The next day at 5 in the morning before dawn, Jin Nan blew a whistle in the garden. At the sound of the whistle, the lights in the villa's rooms turned on one after another. Lin Rui, Lei Hu and the others quickly put on their clothes and gathered at the garden square. After everyone had assembled, Jin Nan raised his wrist to check his watch. 3 minutes. Not bad. Jin Nan looked up at the neatly standing formation in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. He noticed a flaw. He hadn't bought standard-issue training uniforms for everyone, and their current clothing was a mess. Take off all your clothes, including your pants, leaving only your shoes and underwear. You're all veterans, so I won't use the usual rookie training talk. In 3 minutes, a 20-kilometer cross-country run. Everyone was stunned by these words. Although it was early spring, the weather was still cold, especially in the morning, at only 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. Running 20 kilometers naked in 2 or 3 degrees. Even special forces weren't trained like this. Despite their disbelief, being veterans, they had no complaints and obediently took off their extra clothes. Jin Nan did the same, not making an exception. Once everyone was ready, he led them all on the 20-kilometer cross-country run. A 20-kilometer cross-country run was equivalent to a half marathon. Even though they were retired special forces, they were struggling halfway through. However, Jin Nan was like a farmer driving ducks, constantly urging everyone to keep running. Those who ran too slowly would even get kicked. In training mode, Jin Nan was not just a team leader. He was a ruthless, merciless instructor. Finally, under the relentless drive of this ruthless instructor, the 5C mercenary group completed the 20 kilometers in 1 hour and 40 minutes, returning to the manor gate. As soon as they finished, everyone except Jin Nan was gasping for breath. A few who had been retired for a longer time, including Ma Dapin, collapsed directly onto the ground, lying on their backs and panting heavily. Jin Nan forcibly pulled them up from the ground and made them sit against the wall to rest. Because lying flat after intense exercise could easily cause a heart attack. It was now 6:50 in the morning and the sky was beginning to lighten. Jin Nan prepared a lavish breakfast for everyone, compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Everyone rested while munching on the dry rations. At 7:30, Jin Nan had them stand at attention, at least 2 hours of standing. After standing at attention, they began obstacle training and sprint training. Before lunch, each person had to do an additional 200 push-ups. Those who couldn't finish would not be allowed to eat. After lunch, Jin Nan took everyone into the relatively primitive forest area of Damao Mountain, where they conducted a 10-kilometer cross-country run. As soon as this exercise was over, they went to the reservoir to swim and dive. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted beyond recognition, especially Ma Dapin, who had a poor foundation. He felt as if his soul had left his body. In the following days, everyone experienced this kind of high-intensity training every day. It was certainly exhausting, but the results were remarkable. After such intense training, everyone's physical condition had visibly improved, and Ma Dapin was also stronger. The most crucial aspect was that throughout the training, the mutual rapport among everyone continued to strengthen. The training arranged by Jin Nan prioritized team integration over physical conditioning, since everyone hailed from special forces backgrounds. Even years after retiring, their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. Moreover, former special forces soldiers accustomed to high-intensity training typically continued occasional workouts even after discharge. Therefore, everyone's physical condition remained solid. The exercise merely aimed to restore peak performance, while synchronization was the primary objective. On the 4th day of the brutal training, the firearms and ammunition rented from a shooting range in Nanchang finally arrived. Starting the next day, C5 mercenary group added marksmanship and tactical shooting drills to their regiment. On the 5th day of the grueling training, the million yuan equipment and standardized combat uniforms purchased by Zhou Yuntang arrived at the estate. Once these supplies were delivered, the sadistic instructor launched full-load 20-kilogram cross-country training the following day. Every single person was being thoroughly drained by Jin Nan each day. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Then a news report sent shockwaves across the globe. Under pressure from Israel and the United States, Qatar was forced to hand over Ahmed Jamal, the last founder of Palestine and political leader of Hamas, in the Gaza Strip. Inside a basement somewhere in Qatar, the leader went out for us to preserve us. Layla Hassan, the second in command of Hamas, struck the table in anguish. Those damn Jews, they want to wipe us all out. Omar Suleiman, the third in command, spoke with grief and indignation. Fatima Rashid, the fourth in command, sighed deeply. What's the point of dwelling on this now? I fear I will never live to see the day of Palestine's independence. Layla Hassan rose in fury, grabbed Toma Rashid, and shouted at him with blazing eyes. What do you mean? Have you given up fighting? Toma Rashid was splashed with spit. He angrily shoved Layla Hassan aside, stood up, and cursed back. Why are you taking your anger out on me? If you've got the courage, direct it at Netanyahu. Layla Hassan glared at him furiously, but could not utter a single word. Omar Suleiman watched the two locked in heated opposition, his grief-stricken face revealing a trace of despair. When Ahmed was present, everyone could unite as one. Now that he was gone, though Hamas had not yet visibly fractured, he could already see the future division in their conflict. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Hamas could not afford to lose Ahmed. They had to rescue him. He slammed the table violently, the thunderous sound drawing both Toma Rashid and Layla Hassan's attention. Let's save the leader, he declared. Toma Rashid and Layla Hassan both froze, then exchanged puzzled glances. What do you propose to rescue him with? Toma Rashid's dismissive remark poured a bucket of cold water over Omar Suleiman's enthusiasm, chilling him to the bone. He lowered his head in despair, muttering to himself, yes. What could we possibly use? Though the Izz ad-Din al-Qassam brigades under Hamas had no shortage of brave warriors, attempting a rescue mission in Israel with their current combat capabilities would be nothing short of signing their own death warrants. Moreover, laughably enough, they did not even know where Israel was detaining him. Hire mercenaries. Weak mercenaries would be useless if hired, and strong ones were beyond their financial reach. Furthermore, top-tier mercenaries might refuse the contract altogether, given that their opponents were the Israel Defense Forces, renowned worldwide alongside Mossad and Shin Bet, two of the premier intelligence and assassination organizations globally. Filled with despair, Omar Suleiman sat down utterly dejected. Seeing his forlorn state, Toma Rashid and Layla Hassan lost the appetite for further argument. Each sat apart, furrowed brows etched with worry over Hamas's future. It was then that the sound of light footsteps echoed from the doorway. All three looked up in unison. An Arab man wearing a white head covering and a long robe had entered. The moment Layla Hassan spotted him, she flew into a rage and charged toward him, but before she could reach him, two cartel soldiers wielding AK-47s intercepted her. However, that did not stop her from cursing. You betrayed us. You are traitors, shameful traitors. The Arab man was none other than Al Thani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of State for Defense Affairs, Qatar's third in command. He was one of Qatar's senior figures who had advocated supporting Hamas, yet also the one who had compromised with Israel and the United States this time. Senior Hamas figures, including Layla Hassan, Omar Sul, and Toma Rashid, all regarded him as a traitor. Betrayal. Al Thani pushed aside the gun barrels blocking his path and advanced step by step toward Layla Hassan. Intimidated by his imposing manner, she involuntarily retreated. You may ask the Prophet yourself how much aid Qatar has provided you. No less than $20 million annually. And what have you ever given us in return? Nothing. Yet we still took you in during your darkest hour. Al Thani stopped and stared directly at Layla Hassan, demanding, without our shelter you would all be dead long ago, aren't you? Answer me. Layla Hassan's gaze darted away, speechless. Because we took you in, our nation stood on the brink of war. To spare our people from conflict, we handed over only one of you. What more do you want? If this were truly betrayal, would you and the other two even be standing here alive? Every word Al Thani spoke cut deep and rang true. Layla Hassan and the others could find no rebuttal. If I were you, I would be contemplating what to do next rather than assigning blame here. Remember, the Palestinian independence movement can only rely on yourselves. Relying solely on others will achieve nothing. Omar Suleiman raised his head, his gaze filled with pleading. We want to rescue our leader. Can you help us? Al Thani paused, then gently shook his head with a wry smile. That is something you would need the Americans to accomplish. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he continued, I heard about a mercenary group recently. They seemed remarkably capable. A handful of them successfully rescued their employer from a facility guarded by hundreds of armed soldiers. You might consider reaching out to them. Perhaps they could help. Omar Suleiman's eyes lit up with sudden hope. Desperately he pressed, who are they, eh? I believe it was. Al Thani pondered for a few seconds. The 5C mercenary group, if I recall correctly. I seem to still have their contact information. Strange. I can't remember who gave it to me. His expression was puzzling. 5C mercenary group. 5C mercenary group. Omar Suleiman softly murmured the name. Then with a resolute gaze he looked at Ailsani and asked, "Can you lend us some more money?" "What?" A few minutes later Ailsani emerged from the basement and got into a bulletproof, blast-resistant Cadillac. As he sat in the car he softly murmured, 5C Mercenary Group. He felt puzzled for he truly could not remember who had mentioned the 5C Mercenary Group to him. It seemed to have been at a cocktail party when he was drunk. Someone came over and pressed a note into his hand, but he could not recall the person's face. Involuntarily he grew curious about the 5C Mercenary Group. What level of mercenary group was it? Could it really rescue an employer from hundreds of armed men? Beep, beep, beeped. As he was pondering, the car's landline phone suddenly rang. Ailsani picked up the receiver and put it to his ear. "Hello. Your Excellency, the Yaisley National Security Agency refuses to apologize and compensate for the attack." Hearing this, Ailsani's face showed anger. Bastards. They claimed responsibility for the incident, but refused to apologize or compensate. We lost 6 civilians. Are they to die in vain? Not only do they refuse to apologize and compensate, but they also claim we are harboring senior Hamas leaders and have not handed over all of them. They urge us to hand over the rest as soon as possible. Damn it. They are bullying us too much. Ailsani hung up the phone directly, his cheeks puffed with anger. Suddenly the name of the 5C Mercenary Group flashed in his mind, and a bold idea emerged. He calmed down and thought carefully, a trace of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. After more than 10 seconds, he gritted his molars and whispered to himself, "Let's try. Even if we fail, it's just a loss of some money." 6,500 kilometers away. Damao Mountain God of War shooting range. Rat-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. In the open-air shooting range, Lin Rue Lei Hu and the other 16 members of the C5 Mercenary Group were conducting shooting training. Jin Nan stood by using a monocular telescope to observe everyone's target. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. At the beginning of the shooting training, Li Jianfeng and others who had been retired for many years did not shoot very well. Compared to regular troops they were top-notch, but compared to special forces they were slightly lacking. Now, after half a month of shooting training, everyone's marksmanship had essentially returned to its peak state. Muscle memory had been activated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment the phone in Jin Nan's pocket vibrated repeatedly. He put down the monocular, took out his phone, and glanced at it. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The caller ID showed an IP from Ka. A job offer. With anticipation, Jin Nan's thumb swiped the answer key. He put the phone to his ear. "Hello, this is 5C. He spoke in fluent Alabo. "Is this the 5C Mercenary Group?" The other party's tone was noticeably tense and wary. "Yes," Jin Nan replied succinctly. The other party paused for a few seconds, then asked over the phone, "What kind of jobs do you take?" A faint smile curled at the corner of Jin Nan's mouth. "Sir, as long as the money is right, we take any job." "Do you go to Yaisley?" the other party asked again. "Yaisley?" Jin Nan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing Yaisley, he knew the money would not be easy to earn. Yaisley is a nation with universal conscription and boasts 2 of the world's top intelligence, assassination, and espionage agencies. Mosada, Yaisley's Intelligence and Special Operations Bureau, and Zimbal National Security Service, as well as 10 elite special forces units, such as the General Staff Reconnaissance Unit, Naval Commando Unit 13, and the Air Force Shaldag Unit. They also possess many high-tech capabilities far beyond what a country like Myanmar could compare to. However, so what? "Sir, as I said, as long as the money is right, there is no place we cannot go," Jin Nan replied with a calm smile. The other party fell silent again, seemingly pondering something. After about 10 seconds, the other party finally spoke over the phone. "We want to hire you to rescue a person. His name is Ai Ahmad Jaimali, the leader of the Palestinian independence movement. 12 hours ago, he was handed over by Qatar to the Yaisley National Security Service. You need to rescue him." Jin Nan had seen the recent news. He truly did not expect that the first mission of the 5C Mercenary Group after its establishment would be to rescue Ai Ahmad. How thrilling. He also roughly guessed the identity of the caller. It was definitely a senior Hamas member. Jin Nan thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know where he is being held?" "No, we don't." The other party answered bluntly this time. "I see." Jin Nan's face showed difficulty. Without knowing where he was held, he didn't know where to go to rescue him. Although Yaisley is not large, it is not small either. The lack of this intelligence undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the mission. "You can't do this job, can you?" Jin Nan hesitated only slightly, and the other party mistakenly thought it was impossible. His disappointment could be felt through the phone. Upon hearing this, Jin Nan immediately asked, "How much are you offering?" "Well," the other party hesitated and said a number, $10 million US. "Not enough. I want $30 million US. Jin Nan stated his expected price, 30 million, not a cent less. After all, this mission was not about rescuing someone in Myanmar, it was about rescuing someone in Yaisley, and the person to be rescued was a Hamas leader, a thorn in Yaisley's side. This mission was worth $30 million US. That's too much. We simply can't afford it. Upon hearing the 30 million figure, the other party became anxious, immediately his tone pleading. "Can you make it less? We don't have that much money." "Then think it over carefully. Call me back when you've decided." Jin Nan couldn't be bothered with whether they had the money. If you don't have money, why hire mercenaries? He was about to hang up when he suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh, by the way, let me tell you our 5C rule is pay first then do the mission. Think it over and contact me again." He also informed the other party of the rule of paying first and doing the mission later to avoid future disputes. Although mercenaries around the world usually collect a deposit first then work and then collect the final payment, Jin Nan deliberately did not follow this industry convention. His reasoning was pay first then work. If the job is done well, everyone is happy. If the job is not done well, it means the people doing it are dead and the money received serves as a death benefit. Reasonable enough. Probably. Jin Nan hung up the phone directly after speaking, then continued to watch everyone's shooting training as if nothing had happened. About 10 minutes later the phone rang again. Jin Nan glanced at his phone and saw a call from a Qatari IP address, though the number differed from the previous one. He did not overthink it, assuming the caller was exercising caution by using a different line. He answered the call holding it to his ear. "Have you made up your mind, eh?" The voice spoke in fluent Arabic. "What do you mean made up your mind?" The voice on the other end was entirely different from the previous caller. Jin Nan paused for a moment, then quickly realized this was another person calling. With swift composure he replied, "Nothing at all. What assistance do you require?" The caller hesitated briefly before understanding the situation, then came straight to the point over the phone. "I have heard you are formidable. I wish to hire you for a task. Money is no object, as long as you can get it done." Jin Nan pondered this, certain that the two calls originated from different individuals. The first caller clearly had limited funds, while this second one radiated the unmistakable confidence of old wealth from the very first words. "What kind of job?" Jin Nan asked, while secretly wondering what made today so significant that Qatari orders were pouring in one after another. "Destroy the Israel National Security Bureau headquarters and eliminate Director Goldman. Can you do it?" Upon hearing this, Jin Nan thought to himself, another hit targeting Israel. True to form, he skipped questions about the employer's identity or motives and went straight to the matter of price. "If the money is right, I will do it. How much are you prepared to offer?" $50 million. I believe that is a rather sincere offer. Jin Nan did not hesitate before stating his price. $70 million. Additionally, my rule is payment up front before any work begins. A silence fell on the other end. After just 3 seconds the voice returned. "Agreed, but you must complete the task within 10 days. Hearing such an immediate acceptance, Jin Nan could not help but scratch his head. Had he quoted too low? 15 days to complete the mission. He felt 10 days was too rushed. Such a major operation required considerable preparation time. "Very well, 15 days it is. Give me your bank card number, and I will arrange the transfer immediately." The other party agreed with crisp decisiveness, and from his display of wealth Jin Nan guessed he was dealing with a certain type. Likely an oil-rich sheik, the kind who considers himself the wealthiest man in the world. Just a moment. Jin Nan covered the phone's microphone and called out to Emoja, who was practicing shooting nearby. "Emoja, come here for a second." Hearing his call, Emoja set down his pistol and jogged over. "What is it? Do you still remember Shi Zhejiang's card number?" "Yes." "Give me one." 541. After memorizing the card number Emoja provided, Jin Nan relayed it to the caller. After receiving acknowledgement, the line went quiet. Roughly 2 minutes later the voice returned, "Done. The money has been transferred. The 15-day countdown begins now." Jin Nan was about to respond when the call ended abruptly. He paid it no mind and told Emoja, "Go check if the money has arrived in that account." "We got an order." A smile spread across Emoja's face. "Go check first," Jin Nan said calmly. He was in no hurry to celebrate until the funds were confirmed. "All right." Though Jin Nan remained quiet, Emoja understood the deal was sealed. Excitedly, he dashed away from the outdoor shooting range toward the villa's main hall to check his bank balance on the computer. No sooner had Emoja left the shooting range when Jin Nan received another call. This time the caller ID showed the same number as the first one. Jin Nan offered a faint smile, knowing the Hamas leadership had reached their decision. He lifted the phone to his ear and answered, "Have you made up your mind? Can you guarantee success?" The voice carried unmistakable tension and anxiety. Rather than boasting about past accomplishments to reassure the client, Jin Nan simply replied, "You will know once you try." Silence fell on the line. Jin Nan said nothing, patiently awaiting their response. After about 3 minutes, he clearly heard the other party sigh. "All right, we will have to trust you. Give me your account details, and we will transfer the payment right away." Jin Nan immediately relayed the account number he had just provided. Once the other party received it, they asked, "What happens if you fail the mission?" Jin Nan responded without hesitation, "If the person is not rescued, we will issue a full refund. And if they are alive when we begin the operation but die during the rescue, that is also a full refund. However, if they are already deceased before the operation starts, no refund will be given, but we will help you adjust the mission parameters." The other party seemed both satisfied and unsatisfied with this answer, though they clearly lacked the authority to make final decisions. After a few seconds of silence, they asked, "How long will you need?" "At most 15 days. "That is too long. 15 days. "Sir, I said at most 15 days. That means within 15 days. It could be tomorrow, it could be the day after, as long as it is within the time frame." Jin Nan clarified to ease their concerns. "Very well, I leave this in your hands. May the Prophet bless you." "May the Prophet bless you as well." The The call ended shortly after. Jin Nan put away his phone, his lips curving upward before he could suppress the smile. 2 orders in one day. One for $30 million. Another for $70 million. Combined, that was $100 million. Over 700 million yuan. Was not this faster than robbing a bank? Brother Nan, another one fell through. At that moment, Zhou Yuntang approached with a despondent look. Another one. Jin Nan lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat dejected. The falling through referred to recruiting retired Special Forces personnel and second-term non-commissioned officers. After the recruitment announcement went out, numerous applicants came forward, but upon learning they would be hired as mercenaries rather than shooting range instructors, they immediately stopped responding. I think the salary is too low, only 30,000 yuan. Of course, that is generous for ordinary people, but for retired Special Forces and officers, it does not hold much appeal. These individuals typically receive solid placements after discharge. Their pay might not match ours, but they would not risk their lives for 30,000 a month. What do you think, Brother Nan? Zhou Yuntang analyzed why applicants kept backing out. The salary was simply insufficient. 30,000 yuan might entice a 2-year conscript, but it was hardly worth dying for to retired officers and Special Forces veterans. Jin Nan puffed thoughtfully on his cigarette, finding her reasoning sound. He had originally set 30,000 per month because Li Jianfeng and Wang Lei had accepted that figure, so he had assumed it would work for others as well. But on second thought, he reasoned that Li Jianfeng and the others might have agreed because old friends and comrades had invited them, coupled with their own dissatisfaction with their current lives, so they came. With this in mind, he came up with an idea. Then let's raise the salary. Newcomers will get 60,000 per month, plus 100,000 as a relocation fee. If they die, we'll pay out 2 years' wages in one lump sum and cover their family's social insurance in full. He believed that a monthly salary of 60,000 along with 100,000 relocation fee and 1,420,000 in death benefits would be irresistible. That should work. Zhou Yuntang nodded in agreement, then offered a suggestion. I think we should sign contracts with them at least 5 years to prevent them from taking the relocation fee and leaving immediately. We can offer 5-year and 8-year contracts. If they sign an 8-year contract, we'll increase the relocation fee by another 50,000 and raise the monthly salary by 10,000. Jin Nan's eyes lit up, impressed by the idea. It would prevent people from taking the money and running, while also better maintaining the size of the 5C mercenary group. Let's do it your way. Okay, I'll go make the changes now. Let's go together. Jin Nan said to her, then turned to look at the dozen or so 5C members who were shooting. Everyone stop. Stop. The gunfire gradually ceased, and all eyes turned to Jin Nan. We've got a job, brothers. Everyone gather in the living room of the villa. Jin Nan's expression suddenly turned serious. A contract. Finally a job, damn. The moment they heard about the job, everyone was excited. Not because they loved fighting, but because a job meant no more training. The past half-month of training had been increasingly grueling. Ma Dapin had even been reduced to tears once. Now a job meant liberation. Everyone excitedly put down their weapons and ran out of the shooting range to assemble in the villa's living room. Meanwhile, Jin Nan and Zhou Yuntang first collected the guns and ammunition, locked them in the safe, and then went to the villa together. Brother Nan, what kind of job did we take? Where are we going? On the way, Zhou Yuntang asked like a curious child. Jin Nan didn't answer, only saying, "You'll find out soon." He kept them in suspense. A few minutes later, when Jin Nan and Zhou Yuntang arrived at the villa's living room, the others were already seated at the long wooden table waiting for them. Jin Nan and Zhou Yuntang took their seats one after another. Emoja turned to the former and said, "I've received 2 transfers, one for 70 million USD and another for 30 million USD. Huh. Everyone was stunned in unison, turning to look at Emoja with disbelief. What? 70 million USD? 30 million USD? A total of 100 million USD. Damn, what kind of mission is this to pay so much?" Lin Rue exclaimed, a mix of surprise and slight fear. The money was astonishing, but a mission with such a hefty sum was certainly no simple task. The others also looked serious and curious, not blinded by the 100 million, but calmly analyzing the difficulty and risks. Jin Nan, seated at the head, first glanced around at everyone, then spoke unhurriedly. "We've received 2 missions. Let's start with the 70 million USD payment. It's a mission to destroy the headquarters of the Israel Security Agency, also known as Shin Bet, and eliminate its director Gordolin." Hearing this, everyone felt immense pressure. Israel is a world power, and while Shin Bet may not be as famous as Mossad, it is still a professional intelligence agency. Going to a world power on their turf to destroy their intelligence headquarters, this was nothing short of insane. "Who's the employer?" Lehu asked curiously. Jin Nan shook his head. "Who the employer is doesn't matter, and it's not our place to ask. We just collect the money, complete the mission, and ignore everything else." "What's the second mission?" Ma Dapin followed up. "The 30 million USD mission is a rescue operation. 12 hours ago, Qatar, under pressure, handed over Ahmed, a high-ranking Hamas leader who had been hiding in the country, to Shin Bet. Our mission is to rescue him, but the employer doesn't know where he's being held." After listening to Jin Nan's explanation, the others fell into deep thought. They weren't debating whether to take the missions, but rather how to complete them. Though Israel and Shin Bet were formidable, their group was no pushover. Besides, it was 100 million USD, 100 million. Even if it were a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, they would go. Can these two missions be linked? Shirley licked his lips. We take out Shin Bet first and extract Ahmed's location from them. Great minds think alike. Jin Nan had the same idea, but then he changed the subject. But we should first locate Ahmed's detention place before finalizing the plan. He looked at Emoja Chun Mo and Xiao Ziang. You three investigate now. Okay. The three immediately got to work, each with a laptop typing away. Everyone waited quietly for their findings, the living room silent except for the clatter of keyboards. About half an hour later, I hacked into the Israel Defense Forces database, but found no information on Ahmed. I searched Mossad's database too. Nothing. Shin Bet's database has nothing either. In half an hour, Chun Mo, Xiao Ziang, and Mo Zhe had respectively infiltrated the databases of the IDF, Mossad, and Shin Bet. Their hacking skills were undoubtedly world-class, but they found no relevant information on Ahmed. Chun Mo offered his guess. They're probably worried about Ahmed being rescued, so they used an encrypted channel specifically for communication about him, or created one. Mo Zhe and Xiao Ziang nodded in agreement with Chun Mo's speculation. Jin Nan felt a bit disappointed after hearing this, and asked, can we crack that encrypted channel to get the information we need? We don't know the communication number for that encrypted channel, and even if we did, based on my experience, such channels leave no traces, Xiao Ziang replied. Alright. Jin Nan had to give up. It seems we'll have to personally visit the Shin Bet headquarters to find out Ahmed's location. Jin Nan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondered for a moment, then continued. Let's do it this way. First attack Shin Bet's headquarters, then rescue the target. You three now find the location of Shin Bet's headquarters, its architectural layout, the city map of the area including sewer and gas pipeline layouts, and the locations of all military arsenals in Israel. He then turned to Zhou Yuntang. Now place an order for 30 DJI drones along with laptops, portable power stations, and radio frequency jammers. Alright. Zhou Yuntang immediately took out his phone and began placing orders. Emoja Chun Mo and Xiao Ziang also continued tapping away at their keyboards. Aren't we purchasing firearms and ammunition? Shirley asked. Jin Nan smiled faintly. Guess why I need the location of that arms depot? Shirley fell silent, and so did the others. Everyone exchanged knowing glances and smiles, finally grasping Jin Nan's intent. Israel's territory was compact, and its border controls were extraordinarily stringent. Attempting to smuggle weapons and ammunition for more than a dozen people across the border would be nearly impossible. But once inside, acquiring arms would be considerably easier. Ample ammunition at no cost. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuntang raised his hand. Orders placed: 30 DJI Matrice, 3D drones, 6 DJI Matrice, 4T infrared thermal imaging drones, 6 Alienware computers, 5 2 kWh portable power stations, and 10 radio frequency jammers. Delivery within 2 days. Jin Nan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Chun Mo spoke up. The headquarters location and architectural blueprints have already been sent to the group chat. The city map and underground pipeline system diagrams have also been uploaded. Emoja confirmed immediately. Xiao Ziang was still tracking the arms depot locations, but had received no updates yet. Jin Nan and the others did not wait for him. Each picked up their phone and accessed the C5 mercenary group's WeChat chat to review the digital images shared by the two. According to the information on the map, Shin Bet was located in the southern district of Tel Aviv, Israel's capital, adjacent to the National Park, the Natural History Museum, and the Ramat Gan Safari. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the headquarters, there were no tall buildings. Only low-rise structures 3 or 4 stories high. The headquarters building itself was a modern integrated flat structure resembling a computer mouse, covering an area exceeding 10,000 square meters. Surrounding the structure was an open zone with a diameter of 300 meters consisting entirely of bare, unobstructed grassland. This open zone functioned much like the moat surrounding an ancient fortress, except it was made of grass. Anyone stepping onto it would stand out immediately. Tel Aviv's underground pipeline network was dense and intricately interwoven, yet the Shin Bet headquarters area contained none of it. The nearest pipeline was a natural gas line situated approximately 500 meters away, nearly encircling the headquarters in a ring formation. After everyone had reviewed the headquarters information and the underground pipeline data, Xiao Ziang sent the locations of various Israeli arms depots to the group chat. Israel, a nation where military service was universal, coupled with its compact territory, housed a staggering number of arms depots scattered across the country: 12 in the Jerusalem district, 16 in the North district, 21 in the Haifa district, 14 in the Central district, 12 in the Tel Aviv district, and 19 in the Southern district. Jin Nan began pondering the operational plan, and the others quietly contemplated as well. How to enter Israel, which arms depot to strike, how to assault Shin Bet, and how to conduct the rescue afterward. Each question demanded careful consideration. First, how to get into Israel. Israel maintained some of the tightest border controls in the world. One factor was its small territory and large standing army. Another was its strained relations with neighboring countries. The Jewish state lived in constant fear of infiltrators causing trouble within its borders, making any overland crossing extraordinarily risky. A sea route would not work either. Although Israel's naval forces were modest in size, its coastline was short, roughly 100 kilometers. 9,000 naval personnel and 1,000 Coast Guard officers were more than sufficient to maintain uninterrupted 24-hour patrols along the entire shoreline. If land and sea routes were both blocked, what about an aerial approach? That was even less feasible. Israel possessed one of the most formidable air defense systems in the world. The missile defense networks along its borders were nothing short of terrifying. Were all paths to Israel sealed? Not necessarily. As the ancients had said, even the tightest net had its gaps. If illegal entry was impossible, then legal entry it would be. Armed with fake passports, they could board flights to Israel openly and walk through customs. However, legal entry came with one significant drawback: they could not bring equipment or drones into the country. That complication was troubling. Thinking thus, a faint furrow of concern appeared on Jin Nan's face. Without realizing it, he lit a cigarette and drew slowly on it. But halfway through the smoke, his eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. A bold idea took shape. He looked around at the others and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" He hoped they might be sharper than he was, offering a better solution. But everyone kept their heads bowed in silence. They had no answers either. Seeing their silence, Jin Nan spoke his own plan. "Here's what we'll do. We enter legally. We fly to Haifa first, regroup there, and figure out the rest on the ground." "Legally enter?" Zhang Dong was said with some hesitation. "I had considered that as well. But if we go legal, our drones and individual combat gear cannot be brought in. Israeli customs will certainly not allow those items into the country." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They had all contemplated the legal entry route given their forged passports, but the inability to carry drones and personal weapons had led them to reject it. "If we can't bring them, then we want," Jin Nan declared. "Does lacking that equipment mean we can't fight?" His bold strategy was simple: leave the gear behind and seize what they needed from the enemy. Snatch the weapons and fight with them. This. The group was clearly taken aback by Jin Nan's words. Their first instinct was to protest. Without equipment, victory seemed impossible. But then a second thought emerged: why couldn't they fight? Equipment was merely an aid. The people were what truly mattered. "Then let's do it." Lehu slammed his palm on the table, voicing his support. "Agreed." Ma Dapin immediately seconded. The rest of the group had no objections and accepted Jin Nan's reasoning. "So should I cancel the orders?" Zhou Yuntang asked, looking at Jin Nan. "No need. We can keep them for later use," Emoja interjected. Jin Nan nodded in agreement. Receiving the signal, Zhou Yuntang fell silent. Jin Nan then rose to his feet, his expression grave as he addressed the group. "Brothers, this is the first battle of our C5 mercenary group. It is also the fight that will determine whether we establish ourselves in this profession. We must give this mission 120% of our strength. And I hope every single one of us comes back alive." Lehu stood and extended his fist toward the others, shouting loudly, "C5 shall triumph. Victory! Victory!" Jin Nan and the others extended their fists, clenching them together. In that moment, their fighting spirit burned fiercely. This battle was fought not only for $100 million, but also for the honor of C5 mercenary group. It was a war in which failure was not an option. After the meeting adjourned, everyone began making preparations. Zhou Yuntang contacted a visa processing agency on behalf of the team applying for Israeli tourist visas using 17 sets of forged passports and identity documents. The following day, before the visas had been approved, the electronic information support team, Emoja Chun Mo and Xiao Ziang, took the high-speed rail from Shangrao to Beijing ahead of the others. Although they planned to enter Israel legally to avoid arousing suspicion from Israeli intelligence agencies, C5 mercenary group would travel in separate units. The electronic information support group was the vanguard responsible for securing accommodations and purchasing essential equipment and transportation in Haifa, including, but not limited to, computers and vehicles. For this purpose, Jin Nan had allocated them $1 million in funding. On the third day, with financial facilitation, a cost of 2 RMB, the tourist visas for the C5 mercenary group were approved ahead of schedule. Upon their arrival, Emoja Chen Mo and Xiao Ziang boarded a direct flight from Beiping to Islamabad, Pakistan. After a 10-hour flight spanning over 40 kilometers of mountains and foreign terrain, the electronic information support group arrived in Islamabad, then immediately continued on a connecting flight from Islamabad to Haifa, Israel. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the fourth day, the three-person team reached their ultimate destination, Haifa, Israel. Upon arrival, the three behaved like ordinary tourists, enjoying local cuisine, capturing scenery, and booking 3 presidential suites at a 4-star hotel for half a month costing 6,300, as well as purchasing 3 Ford Raptors costing 3,500. In truth, they had initially considered renting vehicles to save money, but since rental cars are equipped with GPS tracking, they opted to buy brand new ones instead. However, to their astonishment, despite taking such precautions, they were still subjected to a police raid at their hotel that evening. The reason for the inquiry was that the Shin Bet Haifa branch had discovered the trio had arrived on the same flight, yet booked 3 separate presidential suites and purchased 3 identical vehicles. an anomaly that warranted investigation. Fortunately, all three possessed authentic passports. No suspicious items were found during the room search, and Shin Imo, a top-tier psychological warfare expert, quickly dispelled the officer's suspicions with a few well-chosen words. Though neither Imo Zhe nor Xiao Xiang were elite psychological warfare specialists, their mental fortitude was exemplary. They remained composed and unfazed, leading the investigating officers to find no grounds for suspicion, and the police withdrew within an hour. With the police departed, the three exhaled in unison, having gained a sobering appreciation for Israel's formidable counterintelligence capabilities. They subsequently relayed their encounter back to China via encrypted communication through the King of Glory chat interface. Upon learning of this, Jin Nan instructed them to avoid any provocative behavior in the near term and to hold off on purchasing computers or other equipment, leaving those tasks for when the main contingent arrived. On the morning of the fifth day, the four members of the sniper and demolition teams departed from Beiping. In the afternoon, Jin Nan led the five-person first assault group, also setting out from Beiping. On the morning of the sixth day, the four members of the sniper and demolition teams arrived in Haifa. Learning from the misfortune of the electronic information support group, Lin Rue and the others deliberately avoided booking presidential suites. They pretended not to know each other, checked into separate hotels and standard king rooms, and strolled around like ordinary tourists, making purchases as they went. They made no attempt to meet with Imo Zhe and the others. Simultaneously with their arrival, Lei, who led the second assault group, departing from Beiping. With this, every member of the C5 mercenary group except Zhou Yuntong had left the country. That noon, Jin Nan and the remaining four members of the first assault group arrived in Haifa. Like the sniper and demolition teams, they acted as strangers to one another, each pursuing their own activities. After all, their passport information did not indicate they hailed from the same city. At 5 o'clock in the early morning of the seventh day, the second assault group arrived in Haifa. All members were now assembled. At 10 in the morning, once Lei Hu and the 5 members of the second assault group had settled in Haifa, all 17 individuals logged onto King of Glory one after another, using the game's chat system to coordinate their plans. After discussion, the group decided to target an arsenal located in Al-Fama city in southern Israel. 3 reasons guided their choice. First, it was closer to Tel Aviv. Unlike Haifa, which lay 140 kilometers away, Al-Fama was only 50 kilometers from Tel Aviv. Second, Al-Fama was a city built upon a mountain ridge known as Mount Al-Fama, a vast area covered in dense evergreen oak forests. In the event of an emergency, they could vanish into the woods to evade Israeli pursuers. Third, and most crucially, it was not a Jewish city, but rather a predominantly Arab Israeli city, the core settlement of Israel's Arab population. It was also a politically sensitive area, often becoming the focal point of Jewish-Arab political tensions within Israel. Striking at this location would not only avoid the risk of unified Israeli civilian military coordination, but also allow the fastest possible infiltration into Tel Aviv. Should they be surrounded by Israeli security forces, they could retreat into the forest to shake off pursuit. An operational position offering both advance and retreat options. No other place in all of Israel was more suitable for their purpose. The warriors of the C5 mercenary group, men of action, wasted no time in deliberation and agreed to converge at the highway intersection at 10 o'clock that evening. With the rendezvous set, and with several hours remaining before 10 o'clock, everyone returned to their respective hotels to rest and replenish their energy. 10 o'clock at night. A biting cold breeze swept through the air. In the city center of Haifa, on the second floor of the police station, lay the offices of the Shin Bet Haifa branch. Within the sprawling 300-square-meter hall, thousands of surveillance feeds lined every wall. Over 60 Shin Bet agents sat rigidly at their stations, their eyes methodically scanning the screens under their jurisdiction. Suddenly, one agent noticed an anomaly on his surveillance feed and immediately summoned his supervisor, Madrad. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Madrad was seated in his office reviewing stock prices when he heard his subordinate call. He promptly closed the trading screen, rose from his chair, and walked over to the agent's side. Supervisor, the 3 East Asian individuals you tasked me with monitoring have shown suspicious activity in recent days. The agent pointed to one of the surveillance screens on the wall before him. Madrad looked up and saw 3 Ford Raptors parked at the southern highway entrance to Haifa. Not the vehicles themselves that were suspicious, but the steady stream of people boarding them. Run facial recognition on everyone who got in the cars, Madrad instructed calmly. The agent immediately placed both hands on the keyboard and began operating the system. In under a minute, the information of all 14 individuals who had boarded the vehicles was identified and displayed on the screen. Passport details, accommodation records, transaction histories, all laid bare for inspection. Madrad immediately spotted the anomalies. All 14 individuals came from different regions across China, had checked into separate accommodations upon entry, and had conducted their purchases at different establishments. Yet now, in the dead of night, they were converging and boarding vehicles belonging to 3 other suspicious persons. This was profoundly irregular. I suspected something was amiss with them from the start, Madrad murmured with quiet vindication. Though his previous suspicions had prompted a police inquiry that yielded no issues, the subject's explanations had appeared thorough and reasonable. 20 years as a Shin Bet veteran had taught him to trust his instincts, which told him this was far from straightforward. Thus, he had feigned nonchalance on the surface, while secretly ordering his agents to conduct 24-hour surveillance on the trio's movements. And now, as predicted, his instincts had proven correct. Just then, the 3 Ford Raptors in the surveillance footage started their engines and approached the toll booth. Moore had instinctively reached for his phone to call the toll booth staff to stop the 3 Ford Raptors, but after a moment's thought he realized it was too late. The suspects could breach the checkpoint at any moment. Making the call now would not only fail to capture them, but also tip them off. After a few seconds of deliberation, he made a swift decision. Contact the chiefs of the Caesarea and Alfam precincts. Tell them 3 suspicious Ford Raptors are heading south on the highway, likely bound for one of their cities. Have them deploy personnel at their respective highway exits. Remind them to bring extra men. There are 17 suspects. Also contact Tel Aviv. They might be heading straight there to cause chaos. But stress that they must not alert the targets before they exit the highway. Just keep them under surveillance to avoid unnecessary casualties. The agent rose and responded, "Yes, sir." Moore had returned to his office with a final instruction, "Keep me updated on any developments." After he left, the agent quickly contacted the relevant precincts, then continued monitoring the 3 Ford Raptors' movements and route via the surveillance cameras. Meanwhile, upon receiving the alert, the Caesarea Alfam and Tel Aviv Shin Bet branches and headquarters immediately mobilized agents and police to their respective city highway exits. 10 minutes later, at 10:15 p.m., the night was as dark as ink. 2 kilometers north of downtown, Alfam police lights spun and flashed, casting sharp red and blue beams onto the cold asphalt and metal railings, as if a silent siren storm were brewing. A massive convoy of 25 Toyota Corolla patrol cars and 8 Mitsubishi Pajero agent vehicles, like a pack of wolves that had spotted prey, blazed with menacing emergency lights. Engines roared as they hastily arrived and completely sealed off the Alfam highway exit. Tires screeched briefly against the pavement as 35 cars brutally blocked every lane, forming an impenetrable steel barrier. Doors slammed open and the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps filled the air. 30 Shin Bet agents in black suits and 65 Alfam police officers in navy blue uniforms streamed out. The air instantly thickened with the cold scent of metal and nervous sweat. Both elite agents and local police gripped M4 carbines, muzzles grimly aimed, while Jericho 941 9mm pistols rested in holsters on their thighs, fully loaded. Their tactical vests were packed with rows of flashbangs, tear gas canisters, and smoke grenades. The Israeli police, renowned for their world-class equipment, were on full display. With almost no verbal commands, the well-trained 30 agents and 65 officers quickly fanned out, forming a semicircular tactical human wall. A crisp uniform clatter rang out, the sound of bolts being pulled and rounds chambered a deadly symphony. Nearly 100 dark muzzles rose in unison, steady, and aimed at the dimly lit ramp exit 200 meters ahead, like the raised heads of vipers waiting for prey. The air froze, broken only by the monotonous, piercing wail of sirens and the suppressed breathing of the men. Time ticked by. The silence of this standoff was more suffocating than any uproar. Finally, from the end of the ramp came the low growl of engines, and 2 blinding beams of white light cut through the night like swords. "A vehicle is coming down," a sharp-eyed agent growled. Instinctively, everyone's fingers tightened on their trigger guards, muscles tensed. The vehicle's silhouette grew clearer. "It's a Ford Raptor." David, head of the Shin Bet Alfam arrest team, shouted, his pupils contracting as he confirmed the target, shattering the silence. The command was like a stone thrown into a still lake, snapping every agent and officer to peak alertness. Their knuckles whitened from the grip, and the cold triggers transmitted a deadly sensation. Ben-Ami, the Alfam police chief, stepped forward himself, raising a large fluorescent stop sign. He waved his arm vigorously at the approaching 3 steel beasts, his other hand resting on his holstered pistol. "What do we do?" Inside, the lead Ford Raptor, Emoja, who was driving, swept his sharp gaze over the formidable formation ahead and asked calmly, addressing Jin Nan in the passenger seat. Jin Nan's face flickered in the shifting light outside. His eyes cold, he quickly assessed the situation. Over 90 automatic weapons forming a crossfire. Charging through would only get them torn to shreds. His lips moved slightly, and he uttered 2 words, "Pull over." Emoja didn't hesitate. He turned the wheel gently, and the massive Raptor obediently glided to the side of the road, finally coming to a steady stop about 100 meters from the toll lane, a safe distance. The 2 following Ford Raptors, like geese following a leader, pulled up one after another, parking in a neat row. "Everyone in the vehicles. Get out now. Keep your hands where we can see them. Now. Everyone out. Hands in sight. Now," a tall officer shouted through a loudspeaker, his English heavily accented but firm, echoing through the open exit area with an unmistakable threat. Meanwhile, the other agents and officers didn't stand still. In standard tactical formation, covering each other, they cautiously advanced from both flanks, tightening the encirclement, their muzzles fixed on the 3 vehicles. Jin Nan observed the ever-narrowing circle through the window, knowing any rash move would spell disaster. He took a deep breath and shot a brief but meaningful glance at Lei Hu and Lin Rue in the rearview mirror. a signal of patience, timing, and counterattack. Then he opened his door first. "Officer, what's the matter?" "We're just tourists," Jin Nan responded, raising his hand, speaking in deliberately halting and even somewhat panicked English, his face struggling to show confusion and harmlessness. Following his lead, the other 16 people, Lei Hulin, Rui Chun, Mo, and the rest, got out from the other two vehicles. All of them were exceptionally cooperative, hands high, showing no sign of resistance. Seeing the targets so compliant, the agents and police relaxed their vigilance slightly, but quickened their advance. They pounced like wolves in pairs, roughly pinning all 17, Jin Nan, Lei Hu, and the others, against the cold, hard bodies of the vehicles. Metal handcuffs clicked with a cold finality, locking each person's wrists. Their arms were twisted behind their backs, sending a dull ache through their shoulders. After confirming that everyone was completely subdued, the agents and police officers relaxed their taut nerves, slightly lowering their muzzles in unison, yet their fingers remained poised on the triggers. The atmosphere remained tense, yet now carried a hint of having the situation under control. David, the head of the arrest team of the Xinbiite Alpham branch, stepped forward with an arrogant expression. He cast a contemptuous glance over the subdued crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Jin Nan, who seemed to be the leader, and demanded sternly in English, "Who is your leader? Which one is the ringleader?" "It's me, officer," Jin Nan responded without hesitation, lifting his head with a deliberately ingratiating and fearful look in his eyes. David scrutinized Jin Nan from head to toe, as if trying to find a flaw in his seemingly obedient expression. "I am now formally informing you that you are suspected of engaging in illegal espionage activities in Israel. I am taking all of you back for a thorough investigation." "I don't understand, officer." Jin Nan continued his act, trying to explain. "We just wanted to drive here for sightseeing. This must be a misunderstanding." Before he could finish, a flash of malice flickered in David's eyes, who saw it as a cheap provocation. He suddenly raised his hand and delivered a vicious slap that whistled through the air toward Jin Nan's cheek. The slap was forceful, but for Jin Nan it was far from enough to cause real harm. However, he exaggeratedly staggered, let out a cry, and fell heavily to the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. "Let me tell you." David stepped forward, planting his polished leather shoe on Jin Nan's chest, looking down at him from above, and said coldly, his spittle nearly spraying Jin Nan's face, "Whether you are innocent or not is not up to you. It's up to us, understand?" "You ill-mannered monkey." "I understand, officer." Sorry. Jin Nan, lying on the cold ground, endured the pressure on his chest, his face plastered with a fawning and terrified smile, nodding repeatedly. David looked at his servile demeanor, a look of intense disgust and contempt flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, could Haifa be mistaken? A spineless person like this, could he be that dangerous spy? Never mind, don't overthink it. Take him back for a thorough interrogation, and it will be clear. He snorted coldly, lifted his foot from Jin Nan's chest, and waved vigorously to his subordinates behind him. "Load them all into the vehicles. Separate escort, one person per vehicle. Keep a close watch." "Yes, sir," the agents and police officers replied in unison, their voices resounding through the night sky. Soon Jin Nan was roughly dragged up from the ground by two burly police officers, pushed and shoved into the back seat of a Toyota Corolla police car. Lin Rui, Mo Zhechun, Mo Lei Hu, and the remaining 16 people were each escorted to different police cars. The back compartment of each vehicle was equipped with two fully armed police officers, one on each side, tightly sandwiching the prisoner. Although the muzzles of their M4 carbines were pointed upward, their fingers never left the trigger guards. There was also a police officer in the front driver's seat responsible for driving. It was a maximum security escort configuration. One police car for only one prisoner with 3 officers. For Mitsubishi Pajero agent vehicles started their engines, first serving as the sharp vanguard of the convoy. Then the police cars carrying Jin Nan and the other 17 people started in sequence and slowly followed. After that, 8 police cars without prisoners filled the middle of the convoy, and finally another 4 Mitsubishi Pajero agent vehicles brought up the rear steadily. The massive convoy with its unsettling flashing police lights moved imposingly, yet slowly along the road leading to the Alpham city center like a moving steel prison cage. Jin Nan sat in the back seat of police car number 1, his body swaying slightly with the vehicle. The police officers on his left and right were like statues, their eyes blazing fixedly, watching his every move. The atmosphere in the car was suffocatingly oppressive. The barrels of the M4 carbines were held warm in their hands. Up. Jin Nan suddenly let out a sigh, without warning, his voice filled with exhaustion and helplessness. In the instant before the echo of that sigh faded, he moved. His movements were as swift as a pouncing leopard. Without warning, he abruptly turned his head, slamming his hard forehead fiercely into the left police officer's chin. Crack. A sound of cracking that made one's teeth ache was clearly the sound of a dislocated or fractured jawbone. The left police officer's eyes instantly bulged. The intense pain and suffocation caused him to let out a muffled groan. His consciousness blurred instantly, his body went limp, and a nervous reflex made him pull the trigger. Bang! The M4 carbine roared with a deafening blast. The bullet left the chamber, piercing the roofliner. But more importantly, the hot projectile ricocheted in the confined space, precisely piercing the neck of the right police officer, who was panicking from the sudden incident and was about to turn his gun. Blood gushed out like a burst water pipe, splattering the window and the front seats. The right police officer made a gurgling, leaking sound from his throat. His eyes quickly glazed over, the rifle slipped from his hands, and his body slumped limply. The police officer driving was terrified by the sudden gunshot from behind. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes, locking the tires, which screeched sharply. With one hand, he frantically unbuckled his seatbelt, while the other hand hurriedly reached for the Jericho pistol holster at his waist. But Jin Nan was faster. At the same time as he knocked down the left police officer, his hands were still cuffed behind his back, but that did not affect his body's agility at all. Using the force of his body's twist, his cuffed hands precisely reached into the belt of the stunned police officer. His thumb flicked open the holster's snap and instantly drew the Jericho 941 pistol. The movements were fluid and seamless, without any hesitation. The police officer in the driver's seat had just drawn his sidearm and turned his head in terror, not even having time to see the situation in the back seat. Jin Nan's cuffed hands had already lifted the Jericho pistol with difficulty, yet steadily, and relying on feel and astonishing wrist strength, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Another gunshot. The bullet precisely entered the driver's temple, exploding a mist of blood. His body jerked violently, and his head slammed heavily onto the steering wheel, causing the car's horn to blare sharply. The entire convoy instantly fell into chaos because of this sudden first gunshot. Sharp screeching of brakes rose one after another, and vehicles rear-ended and collided with each other. Jin Nan did not pause for a moment, not even to check the results. He turned the muzzle, aimed at the forehead of the left police officer beside him, who was just beginning to regain consciousness and groaning in pain, and coldly delivered a finishing shot. Bang! Brain matter and blood splattered. Then he quickly fumbled on the police officer's body, soon found the handcuff key, and with difficulty unlocked the restraints on his own wrists behind his back. The cold touch of metal disappeared, and his hands were free again. Meanwhile, the doors of vehicles at both ends of the convoy were flung open violently. The agents and officers responsible for escort and guard duty scrambled out in panic, attempting to assess the situation and organize a counterattack. Jin Nan snatched up the M4 carbine lying beside him, feeling the cold metal and its heavy weight. Without bothering to open the car door, he simply pivoted the barrel and took aim through the windshield, now crisscrossed with web-like fractures, at those agents still stepping out of their vehicles, their figures slightly blurred. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The M4 spat deadly fire, its 5.56mm bullets piercing the brittle glass with ease. The already cracked windshield shattered completely, sending shards raining inward like a torrential storm. Outside, 3 Shin Bet agents who had just landed and hadn't yet found cover collapsed instantly, blood blooming across their bodies as they fell to the ground screaming. Without hesitation, Jin Nan swiftly turned his body, dropped to his knees on the rear seat, and through the blood-splattered back window unleashed relentless fire upon the police officers disembarking from vehicles behind. The M4 bucked violently, hot brass casings clattering onto the seats and floor. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Another short burst. 4 Malpham police officers attempting to find cover beside their vehicle were taken completely by surprise and dropped in an instant, bullets penetrating both the car doors and human bodies with dull thuds. Almost simultaneously with Jin Nan opening fire, the entire convoy erupted like a line of ignited explosives. Lin Rui, Lei Hu, Mo Zhichun, Mo, and 16 other members of Team 5C, upon hearing the first gunshot from the lead vehicle, reacted as if triggered by a starting pistol. They struck in near unison. Every police car became an independent, brutal arena. Though the Israeli police stood on high alert, they faced a pack of war machines forged in mountains of corpses. Cuffed hands were Team 5C's most lethal weapons: elbow strikes, headbutts, chokes. They exploited every possible avenue to unleash thunderous counterattacks within those confined spaces, disarming, seizing weapons, and opening fire, all executed in the blink of an eye. Muffled explosions echoed inside the vehicles, punctuated by brief screams and desperate whimpers. Soon more gunshots popped like frying beans from various positions throughout the convoy. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, brrrt. The once quiet highway instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse. Dense bullets whizzed through the air, tracing brilliant trails, striking vehicle sheet metal with sharp clicking sounds, or punching into human flesh with sickening thuds and shrieks of agony. Windshield glass shattered in sheets. Alarms struck by bullets emitted grotesque, distorted wails. The air rapidly filled with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the nauseating reek of fresh blood. What appeared to be an evenly matched firefight quickly revealed itself as a one-sided massacre. The fallen were almost entirely Israeli police and agents. Every member of the Team 5C mercenary unit was a firearm master and tactical expert chosen from 10,000. Even technical specialists like Chun Mo Jia and Xiao Ziyang possessed shooting proficiency and psychological resilience far beyond ordinary people. In this close-quarters engagement, their reaction speed, marksmanship, accuracy, and tactical mobility were nothing short of elite. Nearly every round found its mark, each shot drawing blood. Every short burst was inevitably accompanied by an opponent dropping to the ground. They used car doors and engine hoods as improvised cover, communicating silently, through mere glances and hand signals, to execute coordinated tactical maneuvers. Crossfire precise target elimination. In barely 60 seconds, less than the time it takes to smoke half a cigarette, the 65 police officers and 30 Shinbet agents who had held overwhelming advantage were completely neutralized. Bodies lay strewn across the roadway, blood soaking the asphalt, weak and desperate groans fading into silence. Only David remained, the sole apprehension team leader. Huddled behind the driver's seat of a police car, a stray bullet had struck his thigh. The excruciating pain turned his face the color of ash, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Pressed against the seat, he frantically fumbled for a satellite phone, his blood-stained fingers trembling as he tried to dial for help. At that moment, the primal urge to survive and paralyzing terror swallowed him whole. Suddenly, crash, shatter. The glass above his head was instantly pulverized by a massive external force. Countless shards rained down upon him. Before he could react, a powerful hand plunged through the shattered window, seized the collar of his expensive black suit with precision, and yanked with tremendous force. "Oh!" David screamed as his entire body was dragged mercilessly through the window by an irresistible force. Shattered glass carved countless deep gashes across his face and neck. Blood surged immediately, rendering him hideous and wretched beyond recognition. He crashed heavily onto the cold, hard asphalt, the agony nearly knocking him unconscious. Struggling to rise, a dusty, blood-stained high-top shoe slammed onto his back, pinning him to the ground with the weight of a mountain. His cheek was forced flush against the rough, icy pavement, and he inhaled the bizarre, foul mixture of bitumen and fresh blood. With difficulty, he rotated his eyes in terror and saw what he least expected. Those prisoners they had been guarding were now closing in from all directions like avenging demons risen from hell, their faces utterly expressionless. Each carried captured M4s or Jericho pistols, faint wisps of smoke still curling from the barrels. Their icy gazes locked onto him. In that instant, an unprecedented, bone-deep despair and chill seized his heart, plunging him into an abyss of ice. I have 4 children. Please, I beg you." He stammered incoherently, his voice shaking violently with sheer terror. Tears and blood mingled, streaming into his mouth, filling his tongue with salt and bitterness. Jin Nan slowly approached David and crouched down, forcefully rolling the limp man onto his back. As David's blurred vision cleared, and he made out Jin Nan's cold, impassive face, memories from less than 10 minutes ago flooded back with crystal clarity. How he had shamelessly slapped that cheek, how he had stamped on his chest and called him a monkey. "I have 4 children. Spare me," he repeated desperately, his voice breaking into sobs, clinging to the slimmest thread of hope. Jin Nan said nothing. He simply stepped forward and sat directly upon David's abdomen. Over 80 kilograms of weight crashed down, forcing the air from David's lungs. His face instantly flushed purple, his eyeballs bulging grotesquely, and not a single sound escaped his throat. Jin Nan fished out a pack of cigarettes that had been somewhat crushed in his pocket, pulled one out, placed it between his lips, then took out a lighter. With a click, he lit it and took a deep drag, the orange-red flame illuminating his expressionless face and icy gaze. He slowly exhaled a thick plume of white smoke, then unexpectedly thrust the still-burning cigarette, but directly into David's trembling lips, which were slightly parted from suffocation and fear. The searing heat of the cigarette but made David's body twitch, but he was pinned down and unable to break free, only able to let out agonized whimpers, his eyes filled with pleading and excruciating pain. Jin Nan slowly raised the freshly captured Jericho 941 pistol, pressing the cold muzzle directly against David's cheek, which was cut by glass and smeared with blood. The metallic chill of the gun stung his skin. "You slapped me across the face." Jin Nan's voice was eerily calm, as if stating an irrelevant fact. "I'll put a bullet in your face in return. Fair." The moment the words fell, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot was crisp and brief. The bullet pierced through David's left and right cheeks at close range, leaving 2 symmetrical, gruesome blood holes from which blood gushed out. "Oh!" The indescribable agony made David let out an inhuman, piercing scream, his body convulsing violently. His hands futilely tried to cover his facial wounds, yet dared not touch them. As if annoyed by his ear-splitting screams, Jin Nan stood up expressionlessly. He looked down at David, who was writhing and screaming in pain on the ground, raised his hand, and aimed the Jericho pistol at his chest. Bang! 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 The dense, ruthless gunfire of an emptied magazine mercilessly cut off his screams and permanently ended his life. Jin Nan holstered the Jericho pistol, still warm from the execution, and swept his cold gaze over the bodies strewn across the highway and the smoking wreckage of vehicles. The smell of gunpowder and blood was thick and overpowering. The occasional distorted, dying wail of an alarm only accentuated the terrifying silence. "Clean up the battlefield. Replenish ammunition. Evacuate immediately." Jin Nan's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly through the night sky with an unyielding decisiveness. "Next target, the arsenal." "Yes." The group responded in a low synchronized roar, their faces cold and hard as iron, showing no fatigue or relaxation after the battle, only absolute focus on executing the task efficiently. They dispersed like the most precise machine parts, pouncing on the fallen Israeli police and agent corpses. The brief silence was broken once again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of finishing shots rang out coldly and rhythmically, ensuring no survivors were left to cause trouble. At the same time, the team members swiftly looted all available supplies. They unclipped the buckles of tactical vests, pulled out still-warm magazines, removed grenades from the corpses, their movements nimble and meticulous. In about 3 minutes, the efficient, almost robbery-like cleanup was complete. The 17 members of the 5C Mercenary Corps were fully re-equipped, each with an M4 carbine equipped with holographic or red dot sights, and 2 fully loaded Jericho 941 9mm pistols and holsters at their waists. Each person's tactical vest was stuffed to the brim, at least 6 rifle magazines loaded with 5.56mm ammunition, 3 pistol magazines, 3 cylindrical smoke grenades, 3 flashbang grenades, and 2 tear gas grenades. The weight had increased considerably, but the sense of security it brought was undeniable. They had also swapped into Kevlar bulletproof vests stripped from the Israeli police, still bearing bloodstains and bullet holes. Though not military grade, they were sufficient to handle most light weapon fire. Finally, they were no longer in a naked state. After everyone had finished gearing up and checked each other's equipment, Jin Nan's gaze swept over the convoy and quickly selected 4 relatively intact Mitsubishi Pajero agent vehicles, though they had a few bullet holes on their bodies. "Get in. Let's go." The roar of engines sounded again, and the 4 Pajeros drove away like ghosts from the highway that resembled a slaughterhouse. Before departing, Lei Hu and Lu Pan nimbly climbed onto the roof, and using knives roughly tore off the conspicuous alarm lights and threw them into the roadside grass. The vehicles returned to a low-key darkness, quickly merging into the Israeli night. About 15 minutes later, in a remote mountainside area of Al-Fam, a small arsenal lay crouched in the shadows like a sleeping giant. Its structure was simple: an exit of a large underground oil tank, a reinforced rectangular warehouse, and 6 white one-story barracks surrounding it. Usually about a company of Israel Defense Forces soldiers were stationed here to guard the reserve. In the silent night, only the rustling of wind through bushes could be heard. At the guard post at the arsenal gate, 10 sentries on night duty wore unconcealed weariness. Some leaned against sandbag fortifications and yawned, others paced back and forth to ward off sleepiness. They had not heard the brief, fierce firefight from over 10 kilometers away and were completely unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, several glaring high-beam headlights shot up from the winding, dim mountain road below, piercing through the night and shining directly onto the guard post area, dazzling the sentries. "Hey, turn off the high beams." The squad leader, shielding his eyes with his hand, shouted, displeasedly squinting to see the approaching vehicles. But the light was too strong. Only when the 4 vehicles were about 20 meters from the post did they barely make them out. 4 Mitsubishi Pajeros, their side panels seemingly bearing the familiar Shin Bet insignia. The sentries exchanged puzzled glances. Why would Shin Bet agents come to this remote arsenal so late at night? A routine inspection, or some emergency? The squad leader released his hand from the pistol at his waist, but remained vigilant, stepping forward to conduct a routine check and request identification. However, just as he reached the driver's side of the lead vehicle, the window silently lowered. All 4 vehicles' windows lowered almost simultaneously, and from each window extended not friendly faces, but dark, deathly glinting gun muzzles. "Enemy!" The squad leader's pupils contracted, his terrified warning shout only half out. Rat-a-tat-tat. A suffocatingly dense burst of gunfire suddenly erupted, shattering the mountain's tranquility, and a torrent of hot bullets poured out like a metal storm. The shift leader bore the full brunt of the attack, a burst of crimson mist erupting from his chest as his body convulsed violently, struck by an invisible force, crashing backward with a sickening thud. The remaining 9 sentries had not a moment to react. Some instinctively reached for their sidearms, others dove for cover, but their movements proved agonizingly slow against the swift trigger pulls of the 5C operatives. Bullets pierced their bodies with cold precision, shredding through tactical vests and casting forth geysers of warm blood and torn flesh. Screams were drowned beneath the thunderous barrage, and within those fleeting seconds not a single Israeli soldier remained standing in the sentry post area. Jin Nan kicked open the passenger door with a savage thrust, leaping out with his M4 carbine and hand wisps of smoke still curling from its barrel. His hawk-like gaze swept across the warehouses and barracks in an instant as he bellowed, swift and decisive. "Secure the oil tanks and warehouses. Second assault team, mop up the barracks." "Copy that." Mo Zhe Chun, Mo Xiao Ziang from the Electronic Information Unit, Ma Dapen, Li Jianfeng, Zhang Donghua, and Wang Lei, members of the first assault team, followed Jin Nan out in quick succession. Moving in textbook tactical formation with mutual covering fire, they strode boldly yet vigilantly into the arsenal's interior, racing toward the core warehouse and oil tank positions. Simultaneously, Lei Hu, Lu Pan, Xiao Juanho, Zhou Zhua, and Zhou Kai commandeered 2 Mitsubishi Pajero vehicles. With engines roaring like hungry beasts, they surged forward with brutal force, smashing through the rising barrier arm and makeshift roadblocks at the entrance. Acting as the spearhead vanguard, they barreled down the internal roads to launch a fierce assault on the illuminated barracks area. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarm! Sound the alarm! Someone's breaching the gate. The gunfire and thunderous crash of the breach finally startled the garrison within the arsenal awake. A shrill alarm pierced the night sky with agonizing intensity. Lights flickered on across the barracks one after another as countless Israeli soldiers, freshly roused from sleep, scrambled frantically from their quarters. Some wore only their undergarments, their hands ablur as they searched desperately for weapons and equipment, attempting to organize some semblance of effective resistance. Scattered and chaotic gunfire erupted rapidly throughout every corner of the arsenal. Leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, the Israeli soldiers fired blindly, taking cover behind building corners, vehicles, and sandbag fortifications. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang. Bullets careened wildly through the air, striking walls and ground, sending cascades of sparks and debris flying. Yet the 5C mercenary team's assault proved as precise and lethal as a scalpel. Each member executed their role with seamless coordination and tacit understanding. Jin Nan's first assault team dominated with overwhelming firepower, suppressing any scattered resistance attempting to approach the warehouses and oil tanks. Meanwhile, Lei Hu's vehicle-mounted assault team tore through the barracks like rampaging wild bulls, their M4 carbines spitting continuous flames from the vehicle windows, cutting down soldiers who had barely gathered or hadn't yet found their bearings. Lin Rue and Yi Han had seized the commanding high ground atop the warehouse roof, their M4 carbines trained on key positions. Each shot that rang out inevitably dropped an Israeli soldier attempting to operate a heavy machine gun or launch an RPG, their skulls shattered before they could act. This was a lopsided slaughter. The depot guards had lived in peace and complacency for far too long. Situated deep within Israeli territory, they had never imagined facing such a ferocious ground assault. They confronted warriors who had emerged from blood-soaked infernos. Reaction speeds, marksmanship, precision, and tactical coordination that placed them in an entirely different league. This is the Alafame ammunition depot. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under fierce assault by unidentified armed personnel. Requesting immediate support. The garrison's company commander cowered within the relatively sturdy office building, screaming desperately into the radio. His voice trembled and pitched high with terror and agitation. Received. This is the Alafame garrison forces. Hold your position. Reinforcements arriving within 15 minutes. The response crackled through the radio. Nearly simultaneously, another channel crackled to life. Airbase acknowledges. Attack helicopters have been scrambled. Estimated arrival at your airspace in 10 minutes. With an exact timeline for reinforcements secured, the company commander grasped this lifeline as though it were salvation itself. He snatched the internal intercom and bellowed to every soldier who could still hear his voice, hold your positions. Hang in there, men. Backup arrives in just 10 minutes. The Air Force's Apaches are coming. Pin them down. The surviving Israeli soldiers received this news with renewed morale. Their return fires seemed to intensify marginally as they desperately utilized every available cover to buy time, hoping desperately for the arrival of those iron birds from the sky. But reality proved cruel. The 5C mercenary team would never grant them those 10 minutes. In less than 5 minutes since the support call was made, over 90% of the garrison forces had been eliminated by the 5C mercenary team's efficient and merciless clearing tactics. The barracks area's sentry posts and passages were strewn with the corpses of Israeli soldiers. Fewer than 10 soldiers and the company commander remained compressed into the final stronghold, the office building, making their desperate last stand. But this merely delayed their deaths by less than a minute. Lei Hu's second assault team deployed grenades to blow open the rear entrance of the office building. Smoke grenades and flashbangs rendered the interior defenders instantly deprived of sight and hearing. The company commander was still pointlessly raking his weapon toward the doorway when Joshua burst through a side window and punctured his skull with a single precisely aimed shot. Having cleared the arsenal's final pocket of resistance, Jin Nan led his team in forcing open the warehouse's heavy steel doors using crowbars and their remaining grenades. Clang! The thunderous crash of the falling door reverberated through the warehouse interior. Switching on the interior lights, the reserves of this small-scale ammunition depot exceeded everyone's expectations, nothing short of a bonanza. Though modest in size, the assortment proved remarkably comprehensive. Against the walls, weapon racks displayed neat rows of brand-new TAR, 21 assault rifles, M4 carbines, and Uzi submachine guns. Crates held 50 caliber Desert Eagle pistols wrapped in oil paper. In the heavy firepower zone, several Negev light machine guns gleamed with a cold blue-black sheen, flanked by boxes of linked ammunition chains. 60mm mortar barrels and base plates stood in cold formation, with crates of shells stacked with meticulous precision. There were even individual Stinger surface-to-air missile launchers with matching battery cooling units. Opening wooden crates in the corner revealed neatly arranged C4 plastic explosives detonators and detonation cords. Additionally, vast quantities of IDF standard-issue tactical camouflage uniforms, heavy ballistic plate carriers, military helmets, flash protective goggles, combat boots, tactical backpack suppressors, and other individual combat equipment filled the remaining space. Move, move, move. Time's running out. Complete the gear change within 5 minutes and grab what we need. Jin Nan shouted urgently, while already tearing violently at the blood-soaked police bulletproof vest clinging to his body. The remaining members immediately sprang into action like a pack of starving wolves descending upon their prey. The warehouse echoed with the sounds of tearing packaging, changing clothes, and the clang of metal colliding. For minutes later, the 17 members of the 5C Mercenary Corps underwent a dramatic transformation. All had donned well-fitted Israeli Defense Forces standard desert camouflage combat uniforms, heavy tactical vests with level 3 ballistic protection, with ceramic plates inserted, sturdy and durable military combat boots, Michigan ballistic helmets on their heads, goggles or flash protective eyewear on their faces, and large tactical backpacks filled with ammunition and supplies on their backs. If not for their Eastern features and the lingering ferocity in their eyes, they would have been indistinguishable from an elite Israeli Special Forces unit. In terms of weapons and equipment, a comprehensive upgrade was made according to team roles. Electronic Information Support Team Mo Zhuchun Mo Xiaoziang, each member's primary weapon was upgraded to a TR-21 assault rifle with advanced optics, while their sidearm remained the Israeli Jericho 941 9mm pistol. Their tactical vests were additionally equipped with 4 fragmentation grenades, 2 smoke grenades, and 2 flashbangs. Their backpacks were stuffed with 10 rifle magazines, 5 pistol magazines, and over 400 loose rounds intended for sustained combat and potential use in captured machine guns. The sniper team Lin Rui Yihan was delighted to find an almost brand new Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle equipped with ultra-long-range optics and a well-maintained M24 sniper rifle. The two immediately took possession as if they had found a treasure. Meanwhile, they retained their M4 carbines and Jericho 941 9mm pistols as close-quarters self-defense weapons. The two shared the load of various sniper and rifle rounds, totaling over 600, sufficient to sustain a high-intensity sniper engagement. The demolition team, Shirlei Zhao Jigang, wore the brightest smiles. A standard-issue 60mm mortar and an entire crate of 20 high-explosive shells were quickly packed. Even more surprising was the Stinger anti-air missile. They unhesitatingly took them all 6 missiles. Additionally, a full 20 kilograms of C4 explosives and a large quantity of detonators and detonating cord were loaded into custom carrying bags. Their own personal weapons were also swapped to M4 carbines and Jericho 941 9mm pistols with 200 rounds of ammunition to ensure basic combat effectiveness. First and second assault teams Lei Hu Lu Pan Xiao Juanho Zhou, Zhuozhou Kai Ma Dapen, Li Jianfeng, Zhang Dongguo Wang Lei, etc. 9 people, their firepower was maximally enhanced. Except for Ma Dapen, who was equipped with an FN MAG general-purpose machine gun, the rest had M4 carbines as primary weapons, Jericho 941 9mm pistols as sidearms, and each additionally received a powerful Uzi submachine gun as a close-quarters assault tool. Their tactical vests became ammunition depots, on average 6 M4 magazines, 8 Uzi magazines, 3 pistol magazines, plus 2 fragmentation grenades, 1 smoke grenade, and 1 flashbang. Their tactical backpacks also contained a considerable amount of loose ammunition. Check comms. Channel encryption. Jin Nan's voice rang out through the new helmet headset. After a brief burst of static and confirmation sounds, Jin Nan cast one last cold glance at the warehouse they had looted. Mo Zhuchun Mo Xiaoziang Lei Hu. You go get the vehicles. Jin Nan then quickly turned to the others. Set up booby traps. Let's give our friends behind a big firework. A sly grin spread across everyone's faces. Then the 4 assigned to drive went to get the vehicles, while the rest used the remaining grenades and C4 explosives in the warehouse to set up booby traps in the warehouse and fuel tank area. About 2 minutes later, 4 Mitsubishi Pajeros, their hoods seeming to conceal roaring beasts, burst out of the arsenal's already twisted and warped gate at a near-frenzied speed. The convoy hit the highway like wild horses freed from their reins, plunging southward and racing away under the pitch-black night sky. Less than a minute after they had burst out of the arsenal, a low, oppressive roar came from the southern night sky. The sound rapidly approached, growing from distant to near, finally transforming into a shriek that tore through the air. Support from the Israeli Air Force Base had arrived. A dark gray F-16I Storm fighter like a night hawk swept past at low altitude, its advanced radar and electro-optical pod almost instantly locking onto the 4 fast-moving points of light on the highway below. In the silent night, such bright headlights were as conspicuous as lumps of coal on a snowfield under the infrared imaging system. The pilot's calm eyes swept over the multifunction display, quickly uploading the target information while reporting with a tone tinged with radio static. Eagle's Nest, this is Spearpoint. Target confirmed 4 military-spec vehicles moving south at high speed on Highway 4 from the Alfam Arsenal area. High suspicion of being the attackers. Request authorization to engage. There was a brief silence on the radio for a few seconds, as if quickly verifying and making a decision. Then the commander's cold voice came through. Spearpoint, you are authorized to engage at will. Repeat, authorized to destroy the target. Over. Spearpoint copies commencing clearance procedure. A cold smirk of absolute control curled at the pilot's lips. His right hand skillfully entered commands on the control stick, while his left thumb gently pushed the throttle. The F-16I gracefully banked, entering the attack course. The targeting pod beneath the nose locked firmly onto the leading Pajero, the crosshairs steady on the target. His index finger lightly rested on the missile launch button on the side of the control stick. In just another second or two, the fire control system would complete final lock, and an air-to-ground missile would blow these damned bandits along with their vehicles to pieces. However, at this critical moment, a sharp, rapid, hair-raising radar warning receiver RWR alarm suddenly erupted wildly in the cramped cockpit. On the screen, the direction indicator representing a missile threat pointed straight down. The cold smirk on the pilot's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. He jerked his head down, peering through the canopy. Below, the sunroof of one of the Pajeros had slid open, and a figure had emerged, half his body out, shouldering a long, thick launch tube. The front of that tube was aimed directly at him. The next second, a blazing, blinding torrent of flame and smoke erupted from the front of the launch tube. A slender missile, like an enraged viper trailing a dazzling tail of fire, tore through the night sky and shot upward at an astonishing speed. Stinger. God, they have stingers. The pilot cried out in shock, his face instantly turning ashen pale. The instinct for survival drove him to react with utmost speed, frantically pressing the flare launch button. Puff, 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 puff. A cascade of blazing infrared flares spewed from the rear of the fighter jet, bursting into a brilliant, yet deceptive array of heat sources in the air, attempting to disrupt the missile's tracking. But it was too late, and too low. The time and space left for the flares to take effect were extremely limited. The Stinger surface-to-air missile, trailing a plume of death, ignored the fleeting curtain of flares to its side, with an almost vertical angle of attack. Its infrared seeker locked firmly onto the far larger and more intense heat signature of the F-16I's engine nozzle. Under the pilot's despairing gaze, the missile, like a precise death sentence, slammed violently into the fighter's engine bay. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the sky. The F-16I instantly transformed into an immensely expanding, blindingly brilliant fireball, as if a small sun had suddenly been born in the night sky. The massive shockwave hurled the aircraft's debris in all directions like scattered petals, while burning aviation fuel rained down like a torrent, illuminating the forests and highways below. That multi-million-dollar fighter jet, which moments ago had been so imposing along with its experienced pilot, was torn apart, devoured, and reduced to nothing in an instant. Awesome. Nice shot, Shirley. Damn. We took it down. Actually took it down. The encrypted communication channel of the 5C Mercenary Corps was instantly flooded with uncontrollable excited shouts and expletives. Even these battle-hardened elites, witnessing their own team successfully shooting down a modern jet fighter with a man-portable missile, felt their blood boil from the ultimate thrill of confrontation and success. At the sunroof of the Pajero that had launched the missile, Shirley, grabbed by his teammate's arm somewhat staggeringly, withdrew back into the vehicle and slumped heavily into his seat. He gasped for breath, his face flushed red from the extreme tension and the recoil of the launch. He could even feel his heart pounding wildly. Hearing the cheers of his teammates on the channel, he wiped the sweat stained by gunpowder from his face with some embarrassment, forced a calm cough, and tried to suppress the excitement in his voice. Cough. Just routine, no need to cheer. Despite his efforts to sound indifferent, the slight tremor in his trailing voice and the uncontrollable upward curl of his lips betrayed the turmoil within. He quickly checked the still-warm launch tube of the Stinger launcher at his feet, silently acknowledging a stroke of luck. If the pilot hadn't been so arrogant as to fly so low, and if the attack angle hadn't been so favorable, the outcome might have been uncertain. Don't just routine me. That was brilliant. Xiao Juanho, who was driving, laughed heartily and slapped the steering wheel. Jin Nan's voice promptly came through the channel, still calm, yet carrying a trace of subtle approval. Good shot, Shirley. All units, the crisis is not over. Accelerate and break away. Be alert for pursuit. The brief celebration quickly subsided. The convoy once again pushed its speed to the limit, charging along the highway into deeper darkness, leaving behind only the burning wreckage falling in the distant sky, like a colossal warning signal, slowly sinking toward the earth. Shortly after the F-16I was shot down, the reinforcements for the Alfam garrison, a convoy of over a dozen military trucks covered with rain tarps, finally arrived at the arsenal's main gate. The convoy screeched to a halt on the chaotic ground outside the arsenal gate. The tarps at the rear of the trucks were flung open, and over 100 fully armed helmeted Israel Defense Forces soldiers jumped out hurriedly like dumplings from the back. When these soldiers saw the scene at the gate area, they all involuntarily gasped a chill shooting from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. "Oh my God," a young soldier muttered, his voice trembling with undisguised fear. They could never have imagined that in the heart of Israel a heavily guarded arsenal would be subjected to such a fierce and horrific attack. This was the greatest insult and provocation to the IDF. The company commander leading the team had a grim face, his lips quivering slightly with extreme rage. The knuckles of his hand gripping his rifle were white from excessive force. The hellish scene before him made him feel a surge of blood rushing to his head. "Damn it! Those bastards deserve to rot in hell." The commander roared through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse with fury, his whole body trembling with rage. He waved his hand sharply and barked orders. "First platoon, stay behind to secure the perimeter, seal all entrances, set up defensive lines, and be alert for any enemies still nearby." "Yes, sir," the first platoon leader immediately acknowledged, and led his men to spread out quickly, taking advantageous positions. Heavy and light machine guns were set up, muzzles pointed outward as they nervously scanned the surrounding darkness. "Second platoon, third platoon." The commander's voice grew more urgent, pointing toward the wide-open gate that resembled a demon's maw. "Follow me into the arsenal. Search for any survivors, eliminate remaining enemies. Try to take them alive. I want to know who did this." "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded in unison. Though filled with shock and a hint of fear, their strict discipline compelled them to execute orders immediately. The soldiers of the second and third platoons quickly formed tactical formations, providing mutual cover and alternating advances. Carefully yet swiftly they stepped over the bodies of their fallen comrades, filing one by one into the arsenal. Their footsteps echoed in the suddenly deathly still camp. The beams of tactical flashlights swept frantically in the darkness, illuminating more horrifying scenes. Soldiers lying dead along the way, destroyed patrol vehicles, dense bullet holes on the walls. The deeper they went, the heavier the soldiers' hearts became, and the thicker the air of death grew. They split into several groups, cautiously searching every building in the arsenal, the fuel tank area, warehouses, and barracks. Just as a soldier's flashlight beam swept over the large, open ammunition boxes deep in the warehouse, vaguely revealing some strange device inside, with a faint red indicator light blinking rhythmically, his pupils suddenly contracted. A fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly seized him. However, it was already too late. The next moment, rumble. An indescribably terrifying, earth-shattering explosion erupted from the very core of the arsenal. This sound transcended the limits of human hearing, like an enraged roar from the earth itself. The first sensation was not the sound, but a devastating, irresistible tremor beneath the feet. Then a terrifying wave of air visible to the naked eye, and mixed with flames and shockwaves, expanded and crushed outward in all directions like a sphere from the center of the warehouse and fuel depot. Both the Israeli soldiers who had entered the arsenal and those who had not were instantly devoured and vaporized by this intensely scorching and ferocious energy within a billionth of a second. Their bodies, their equipment, their consciousness, before they could even feel pain, were utterly annihilated at the molecular level. The military trucks parked at the entrance were easily overturned and torn apart like children's toys. The sturdy barracks were leveled and blown away like paper by the shockwave. A blazing fire shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the surrounding area for miles, as bright as day. A colossal, terrifying mushroom cloud, mingling flames, thick smoke, and dust rolled and swelled slowly, rising from the ruins and soaring into the night sky, as if a passage to hell had opened upon the mortal world. The terrifying tremor from the explosion even caused a strong shaking sensation in the city of Al-Fam, several kilometers away. Countless citizens were jolted awake from their sleep. Furniture shook, window panes rattled, and even shattered. Many people panicked, ran into the streets, gazing in horror at the terrifying fire that lit up half the sky to the north, believing it to be a violent earthquake or a missile attack. On the original site of the arsenal, only a massive burning charred crater remained, along with an absolute deathly silence of destruction. All personnel, vehicles, and buildings that had entered before were gone. The company commander, the over 100 reinforcement soldiers, and the bodies of the garrison killed earlier by the 5C mercenary group. All of it had vanished into nothingness in the massive booby trap meticulously set by the 5C mercenary group, composed of the remaining C4 stockpiled artillery shells and fuel. What the 5C mercenary group left behind was not just an attack, but a mark of complete, brutal, and chilling destruction. Tel Aviv, as de facto economic and cultural center of Israel, and the former seat of government, this pearl by the Mediterranean, was a true city that never sleeps. Even near midnight, Rothschild Boulevard in the city center was bustling with traffic and neon lights. The seaside bars and nightclubs were abuzz with noise. The outdoor seating of high-end restaurants still hosted men and women savoring coffee and wine, enjoying the cool sea breeze. The entire city was immersed in its characteristic vibrant modern prosperity, as if completely cut off from the storms and bloodshed on the other side of the world. Yet while this city indulged in the air of free clamor inside a heavily guarded, low-profile, yet highly modern building near Yarkon National Park, the headquarters of the Israel security agency Shin Bet, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. The command hall was brilliantly lit. A giant electronic wall screen continuously switched between live footage from the Alfam area, the wreckage on the highway, the mushroom cloud rising from the arsenal, the final flash of light from the F-16I fighter's destruction. Each image struck like a heavy slap, hitting the faces of every Shin Bet elite present. The air was thick with a stifling silence mixed with shock, anger, and disgrace. Most staff members instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact, and dared not look at the figure standing at the front of the hall. Shin Bet director Nadav Goldman stood there like a cold, frozen statue. Nearly 50 years old, his hair meticulously combed, his face etched with the lines of resilience and caution from years of intelligence work. But at this moment his complexion was so grim it could drip with water. His eyes, usually sharp as a hawk's, were now fixed on the screen, staring at the death cloud that had yet to dissipate. In the depths of his pupils burned a fury capable of consuming everything. Not long ago he received the first urgent report. 30 of his proud Shin Bet agents, along with 65 local police officers, while escorting 17 suspects, were actually counterattacked by the enemy. Total annihilation, no survivors. Not long ago the second report followed. Those prisoners had seized vehicles and weapons, attacking a military arsenal in the Alfam area. Not long ago. The third emergency communication nearly stopped his heart. An F-16I Storm fighter sent for support was shot down by ground personnel using a man-portable air defense system, likely a Stinger seized from the arsenal, and was blown out of the sky. The pilot was killed in action. Just now. The final report: the entire arsenal exploded with a cataclysmic blast, its power comparable to a small tactical nuclear warhead. It not only flattened the warehouse itself and all its stockpiles, but also instantly vaporized the entire company of reinforcements that had just arrived and attempted to enter for search, along with any surviving garrison personnel inside, leaving no trace of bodies. This was a series of terrorist attacks unprecedented in Israel's history, with devastating losses and extreme humiliation. The swiftness of the operation, the ruthlessness of the methods, and the sheer destructive power were unprecedented. And what angered and suffocated Goldman most was that for this carefully orchestrated large-scale assault, the Shin Bet, the last shield of domestic security, had received not a single hint, made no warning. The enemy had infiltrated like ghosts, launched the attack, and then vanished into the night like evaporation. For an intelligence agency renowned for its precise information and rapid response, this was a complete failure, a disgrace. Incompetent. All of you are incompetent. Goldman spun around abruptly, his suppressed fury finally erupting. He screamed at all the dejected subordinates in the command hall, his voice trembling with extreme rage. Where is our early warning system? Where are our informants? Where is our so-called omnipresent surveillance network? Were you all asleep? Let a bunch of monkeys from nowhere. On our own soil they made fools of us, spinning us around like idiots. He was almost roaring, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling slightly from agitation. I don't care what methods you use. Use all resources. Activate all backup plans. Dig 3 feet deep. He waved his arms, his fingers almost pointing at the screen. You must find out where those damned monkeys have run off to. I will catch them. I will capture them alive. I will interrogate them myself. Do you hear me? He waved his arms, his fingers almost pointing at the screen. You must find out where those damned monkeys have run off to. I will catch them. I will capture them alive. I will interrogate them myself. Do you hear me? He waved his arms, his fingers almost pointing at the screen. You must find out where those damned monkeys have run off to. I will catch them. I will capture them alive. I will interrogate them myself. Do you hear me?